And to those who bleed orange and black, good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's a Friday morning on the Murph and Marcus show. Getting ready for the 49ers showdown against the Arizona Cardinals this weekend. First home game of the season. But you know, anytime we open up the airwaves and you hear my voice instead of Murph's voice,
something's gone wrong.
Something's gone wrong because Murph is on vacation. But I don't know if we can call it a vacation when you drive down to L.A. to watch the Giants get one hit by the Dodgers. So we'll discuss Murph's vacation or his nightmare from hell this morning with Dieter Kurtenbach sitting in on a Friday morning. It's a football Friday. It's a reggae Friday. So we called in the best, Dieter Kurtenbach. What's up, Dieter? How we doing this morning?
Noted reggae lover, Dieter
Kurtenbach. Big reggae guy.
At least we can blame Murph for everything that happened down at the Chavez Ravine last night, right? It's on him, no?
Yeah, and this has happened a few times over the last 4 or 5 years now where I've worked with Murph, where it seems like the Giants season has some hope, some optimism. And then Murph shows up in L.A. and he does his best kind of cooler impersonation. And next thing you know, the Giants are losing games. And Dieter, they scored 1 run off of 10 walks and didn't even knock the run in.
No.
They walked it in yesterday with Rafael Devers getting walked with the bases loaded.
I mean, passive doesn't even begin to describe it, right? We'll just let the Dodgers do whatever they want to us. And maybe they'll walk us 10 times, but, you know, that was such an embarrassing game. It's been such an embarrassing week.
Yeah.
Pressure's on, and this team completely crumbled. How many times have we said that this season? I mean, legitimately, every time that they have a chance to do the thing, they go, nah, we're good. That ain't us. I
mean, it was literally less than a week ago, last Saturday, where they were tied for that third wild card spot.
Right. Yeah.
And now, I don't know.
The Mets are begging them. The Mets are like, please, somebody take us out of our misery.
Mm-hmm.
And you know the Cincinnati Reds ain't about that life. The Diamondbacks tried to do it. If they had swept the Giants on that series, I think they would have been a half back. Now they're kind of out of it, too. You got, 9, 8 games to play? It's done.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew it was done. It's been done for a while. They made it more interesting than it had any right to be. But that's got to be the number one priority for Buster and the front office this offseason. Like, why is it that this team, anytime they had a chance to do something of significance, why, when the pressure was on this squad, did they seem to crumble again and again and again? But when there was no pressure, damn, they look like the best team in baseball sometimes.
I mean, this is a baseball team that the entire season, to your point, just has never had the left hand talking to the right.
Right.
You have one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. You got a top bullpen in all of Major League Baseball. You can't score a damn run.
No.
All right, then you lose 15-16 at home. Next thing you know, Rafael Devers starts to get settled in. Willie Adames starts to get settled in. You start actually scoring runs, you got no pitching. Robbie Ray runs out of gas.
Yep.
Logan Webb has to shave off his mustache because he's too embarrassed about his last outing against the L.A. Dodgers.
Yeah.
And Webby looked great yesterday without the mustache and also on the mound. But outside of Webb, outside of Justin Verlander, who was one of the biggest issues to start the season, That's what I'm talking about. It's like there's never been complimentary football or baseball as we're talking about here.
Well, it is a streaky baseball team, right? You think about the bats that make this thing go. Devers, not a naturally streaky player, but just given the course of his season, there was definitely a lull. It required some time to get back to this up, but Willie Adames and Matt Chapman, notorious streaky hitters, and when you've built the entire house out of streaky hitters, you need to have better infrastructure around them. And they just didn't. They could never find the guys in the lineup that would just hold the fort down, even at an average level, while those guys had their down spurts so that they could all ride together to the top for the up spurts. And then the pitching, I got no qualms about the pitching. Starting pitching is a total crapshoot in modern Major League Baseball, right? You're just waiting for someone to get Tommy John surgery, and you're standing in until then. And then with the bullpen, like, what else were they? Of course they had to trade those guys. They sucked when the trade deadline came. You got to get something. You can't just stand. You can't do it far. Oh, we're going to stand pat. We think we have the best pitching staff in baseball. Turns out they didn't.
Nope.
So at least the Giants did something. At least it was an air of commission in trying to get some prospects to help their beleaguered farm system by trading Duvall, by trading Rogers, by trading Yaz. It's a little something. Mm-hmm. And that was the best thing you can do at the moment. The problem with this team is that I don't know if we can say comprehensively what this team is. Because for a month, they're awesome. For 2 months, they're the worst. And I guess it's all going to even out in the end because they're probably going to finish 500. But, like, man, it's exhausting. It's exhausting riding the roller coaster. It's exhausting.
Well, especially when we had comments from Willie Adames around the All-Star break talking about the identity of the team. I'm like, yo, I thought we tried to establish the identity of this team back in spring training.
Oh, yeah.
Where you wanted to be pitching and defense first.
Yeah, I mean, that's just lip service.
Yeah.
Listen, we're not going to fall for that next year. We fell for a lot of stuff. We're not falling for we're going to play the game the right way. I got an idea. Play the game the wrong way and win games.
Yeah,
I don't
know.
care how you play the game as long as the ends will justify the means. Just win.
I got a feeling I'll be seeing that sunrise in Scottsdale next year, and I'll be buying that same Kool-Aid over and over again.
We always do. It's the only way to live, right? You're like,
that's the thing about baseball. You try to be so optimistic. And here's the thing, Dieter. Technically, they're only 3 games out with 9 games left. 4 games if you want to throw in the tiebreaker. And a wise man once told us just a few weeks ago, it's not over till it's over.
When you're 6 out with 5 to go, then it's over. Until then, it's baseball.
Until then, it's baseball. And I got to give Marty Lurie some credit. That was right before the Giants went on that run and actually got them back into the wild card mix. So until they're 5 out, until they're 6 out with 5 to go.
We need another inspire. Maybe get Marty in the clubhouse. Give him that rah-rah. Give him that Newt Rockney over there.
I think we need Marty back on to do like a countdown. Like it's like hey, until they're 10 out with 9 to go, and until they're 7 out with 6 to go, until they're 5 out with 4 to go, until it's just no more left. But hey, that's where the Giants are right now.
It was always a long shot. The Mets, I mean, when they were on their hot streak, I think they went like 16-12. Like, that's really good, but that's like a 90-win clip over the course of a season. Like, it's not exceptional. And we talked, the hottest team in baseball for a couple of days, but not for a month, not for, 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, it's not like the Milwaukee Brewers earlier this season.
No, that's a steady output. You know what they're about on a day in, day out basis. And with the Giants, it always felt like the other shoe was going to fall on this thing. But the Mets gave them every opportunity to do it. I mean, they really did. The reason they were in it was because, yes, they were playing better baseball. That was almost going to naturally happen, just given the streaks and having the kind of talent that they do have, right? With Devers and Adames and Chapman. When you have those guys, like, you can't not win some games. And they were doing well. But it was because the Mets were just absolutely imploding and are still imploding that it's just very frustrating. It was always going to be a long shot, though, because they had to take a hot streak, which lasted, 2.5, 3 weeks? And they had to extend that thing to, 6. Yeah. And they haven't done that yet. I don't know if they ever will. But, again, it comes back to how do you insulate yourself from these streaks with these hitters, because it is just burn them. And we get all high on the supply when it's going great. Mm-hmm. But when it crashes, and they always talk, the vibes are great. The vibes are great. Here's the problem with vibes-based baseball. Vibes can be down, too. And then everyone's down.
Yeah, and to be honest, we've had the vibes of a 500 team for the last 4 or 5 years now, going back to the 2021 season. So I guess Rob Manfred accomplished his job of getting people to care about the third wild card spot, because here we are talking about the Giants down the stretch as if they're a legit playoff team. They're a 500 baseball team, and last night was pretty damn embarrassing to only have 1 hit and score 1 run on a night where the Dodgers handed out 10, count them, 10 free 90s, free base pass out there, and our guy Murph had to sit there and watch the entire thing. But hey, who knows? Maybe Murph will double down and go out to watch Clayton Kershaw make his last regular season start at Dodger Stadium tonight against the Giants. A little bit of breaking news yesterday with the legend Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah, good riddance. I don't care.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, great. Clayton Kershaw, great pitcher. Yeah, Hall of Fame, this and that. Bye. Won't miss you.
Yeah, well, you say bye, I say hey.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Yeah, and still blank the Dodgers, Blake Clayton Kershaw. We'll see if the Giants can play spoiler this weekend and get a couple wins, but I don't even know who the hell is going to be throwing after Robbie Ray today. We'll figure out what's going on as the Giants continue.
How much you got in that right arm of yours?
The Giants will continue down the Kai Wade Tang to hell this weekend. We'll see what the hell happens, but I can't believe we just spent 9 minutes talking Giants baseball on a Friday morning. It's a football Friday.
And we've got hit the quota.
We've got a lot to talk about with Brock Purdy and the 49ers. He spoke to the media yesterday. Mac Jones Jones also spoke to the media. Kyle Shanahan came on the afternoon show yesterday. So there are a lot of question marks, and the biggest question mark is whether or not Brock Purdy will play this weekend.
This is the kind of reporting you can't get anywhere else, folks.
No, anywhere else.
I saw Brock Purdy put on his shoes, and it looked totally normal.
Ooh.
I don't know if he had a real turf toe and not just this turf toe variant. I think that would have been, he would have gotten like a horn out or something. Yeah. That would have been a more painful experience.
Now, were these cleats or shoes, Dieter?
I believe they were Adidas cleats.
Oh, okay. It's good to know because I did see the NFL just did a new partnership with Crocs. So if you saw him putting on Crocs, I'd be like, all right, not that impressive. But you actually got to see him put those toes in cleats.
Yeah, and it was super weird because I was like down on the ground watching it, and he was like, "What are you doing?" No, none of that happened. But it was. I'm standing there, I'm talking to Nick Bosa, see Brock putting on his cleats, and I go, "Man, that seems like something that would hurt if you had a turf toe variant." And yet, there he was. Maybe he was gritting through it. Maybe he's just tougher than I ever gave him credit for. But I'm feeling pretty good about Brock, all things considered.
I mean, he's got that pain tolerance.
Whew.
He did say it will be a game time decision this weekend, so that's something we can discuss whether or not you want to see Brock Purdy out there or whether or not you're confident in Mac Jones after his performance last week against the New Orleans Saints. But we also got to get to some Brian and Bobby's best bets coming up in a few minutes. Also, a Friday tradition. A little bit of Thursday night football last night. And young Tony, I told you to take the Dolphins plus 11.5. Bills ended up winning that game, but that's one of those classic spreads where, like, a division game, everybody's going against Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins right now. Yeah, Tua does not look great, but 11.5, I thought that was too many points in a division
I saw
matchup.
it as much as 13.5, and I had a hard time pressing the button on survivor pools with the Bills. Like, I had a hard time. I'm like, I might take the Packers this week. I didn't want to burn I'd look at the Packers schedule. I don't want to burn it too early. And I'm not a big Bills believer, all things considered. So I'm like, I got to do it. And then last night, I'm like, you idiot. You took them in the survivor pool, 13.5. You knew that was a trap. You knew it was a trap. But then Tua fell for the trap.
Yeah.
Whew.
The Tua trap.
No, it's fine. It's just the basic route concept of an offense, but you threw an interception on it. I'm sure that everyone's going to keep their jobs over there.
Yeah, it was a great play by the linebacker. Those were Tua's quotes after the game. Well, Hawk Tua spit on that thing.
Jeez Louise.
Dolphins lose yesterday. Yeah, we'll break there and get to the 49ers and on the other side.
Do we have a show still?
It's Dieter Kernbach filling in for Brian Murphy on a Friday morning on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Reggae Friday. By the way, we only got like 2 more of those left. Thank God. We are giving away a $100 Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card. Amici's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. By the way, I love reggae. I'm just ready for the Giants season to end. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win that $100 gift card, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Come to the dark side.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's been a day-to-day thing this week, and I feel like I'm happy with the progress that I've been making with my foot and toe, and so more than anything, it's just going to be a day-to-day thing on how I feel. Nothing really more to that.
Brock Purdy yesterday down in Santa Clara talking about the toe injury that he is considering day to day.
We're all day to day, aren't we?
So we will continue to talk about this topic day to day until Sunday, where the 49ers will have their first home game of the season against the Arizona Cardinals as 2.5-point favorites.
Yeah.
Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy on a Friday morning. Big guest list today, so we will check in with young Tony in just a quick moment, but also got to check in on Reggae Friday because you might have heard young Tony during the break say, we're getting towards the end of Reggae Friday. And I think he dropped a thank God or a finally. And I'm like, yo, Tony, what's with the disrespect to Reggae Friday? You know that the morning show has always been a Rasta show.
How long have you been a Rasta?
Well, I've been a Rasta from ever since, you know.
It's as simple as that, Dieter. Ever since you know.
I hate this so much.
Dieter's hated reggae music ever since you know.
I'm so hopped up on caffeine. Reggae is the exact opposite of what I need right
it'll
now.
put you in the perfect move.
I'm feeling the island lifestyle, and that means I'm going back to sleep.
See, I like to look at it as like a nice little crossfade. You get the caffeine, but also the reggae to cool you down a little bit.
Yeah, I just can't mix my stimulants. I just can't play that game.
Now, young Tony, let me call you out. What were your comments during that update about
so
the end of Reggae Friday?
I was just letting people know we got 2 more of these left.
Yeah.
And I said, thank God, because I think we're all exhausted from the Giants season, you know?
Yeah,
They still got another hot streak in them, Tony.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Reggae Fridays do coincide with the baseball season. It's more of the baseball vibe. We do turn towards the NFL sounds on Fridays moving forward, but I don't know.
Now that's music.
I mean, yeah, huh? What do you want, some NFL Films music? We got it all for you, Dieter.
I want the winds of autumn right now.
Well, it's like 80s Friday, 90s Friday. That's what Murph does on Fridays when
we
it's
do
non.
the Decade Fridays.
That's just his
baseball.
regular day,
Which is
though.
always great for the demo. Exactly. So, hey.
It's probably great for the demo. Not our demo, but the demo.
Let's pay off for the demo right now and talk about Brock Purdy and the 49ers.
Yeah,
Dieter,
Feet fans.
you've been there. You've been down at Levi's. You've been checking out Brock Purdy and the way he's been putting on his
That's
cleats.
right, being weird.
Will he put on those cleats this weekend for the 49ers?
I don't. This is terrible. I don't know. I really don't know. Limited both practices this week. I do think that they're comfortable with Mac Jones. I think they have every reason. We all saw what he did in New Orleans. I just think that this Cardinals defense is a different kettle of fish, man. And if you can get Brock Purdy out there, we can play the percentages game. Oh, is he 80%? Is he 40%? Like, we can play all that. If Brock Purdy is able to practice, he gives you a better chance to win than Mac Jones. Mac got away with some stuff against the Saints. He made a lot of plays, don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure how many times you can go back to that well and expect similar outputs, whereas with Brock Purdy, we know what he's about. We know his ball game, and, man, against a team that plays 3 safeties, they'll go a tight front, 5-man fronts. They're playing positionless football. Jonathan Gannon has that thing humming for the Cardinals defense right now. I want my best shot. And worst case scenario, Purdy can't go. You bring in Mac. It's not like he hasn't been preparing. But I just don't know, because this was supposed to be a couple-week thing. And it feels a little bit like gamesmanship to me, even though Brock put those shoes on super clean. Just put them on. No problem. No Winston, no nothing. But it does feel like a little bit of gamesmanship here.
Yeah, and that's the way I'm looking at it, too, because from the reports we're seeing are that Brock Purdy's been taking QB3 reps. Now, I saw the video footage of him dropping back, but I also saw there were reports saying that he was not doing any rollouts or bootlegs or really getting outside of the pocket, which we know that's a big, big part of his game.
Yeah.
So that would be my
Vital.
question. Yeah, if he doesn't have that ability to maybe
then he can't.
scramble and be mobile, then you can't play. But there's also the thought process of suiting him up as a backup quarterback. But there's the thought, if he's healthy enough to be the backup, he should be healthy enough to start. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I've never liked that. My injured guy is my backup. Just make him the emergency. Let Aiden Martinez go in there and be the backup. If he can't go, he can't go. And if he can go, he does go. It's the same logic on both sides. If Brock Purdy says he's good enough to play, he's your starting quarterback. You don't get cute with it. You don't be like, oh, we think we can get away with it for another week with Mac. Or you leave all that aside. If Brock says he can go, he's the starting quarterback. I don't care about the contract. I don't care. He's the better player. Same thing in reverse. If he can't start, if he can't go, and if he goes, he starts. So if he can't go, then he can't go. So he needs to be down. Now you can keep him as an emergency quarterback should the absolute worst case scenario happen. But I've always found that weird. They do that a lot in college too, right? Like, oh, he's injured today, but he's the backup, and it's like, okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to see that guy in the game.
But then what happens if the backup needs to go into the game? Yeah, he's screwed.
I mean, we're in a little bit of a Brock Purdy with his torn UCL situation in the NFC Championship game. Like, I would have preferred, I don't know, any other quarterback. I would have preferred Juice running the option in that situation as opposed to Brock Purdy out there without an arm to throw with. So if he can't go, he can't go. It's week 3. You don't have to be pushing this thing forward. But let's be real about the opportunity the Niners have here. They're 2-0. It is not the best feeling 2-0 in the NFL, but 2-0 is 2-0. And they deserve all the accolades that they're getting because that defense is flying and the offense has done enough. They have a chance with all of the nonsense that happened in the preseason, all of the bad vibes coming into week 1, all of the questions we're still asking about this team. They have a chance to be 3-0 with 2 division wins in their pocket with a home game on Sunday. With the Jags coming cross-country after that, and we'll talk about the Rams game on Thursday night a little bit later. That is so big for this team and making the playoffs, possibly winning the division. It opens up every possibility for them, which I wasn't too keen on coming into the year. So the last thing I want to hear is, oh, we thought we'd play it safe. We thought we could kind of get away with it. It's a long season. We'll figure it out now. The opportunity is here. The opportunity is now. You're down George Kittle. You got question marks up and down your roster, and you can still, and you're favored to, start 3-0 with 2 division wins. You got to take it. You got to put the hay in the barn because it only gets harder from here. Don't punt this game for the sake of saving Brock down the line. Yeah. Don't punt it. Don't punt it. I don't think they are. But that's the last thing I want to hear. If they lose, let them lose straight up. Don't punt it.
Yeah, and I think this truly is a case where it will be a game-time decision. One more quick thought from Brock Purdy before we get the guest list. Here he was yesterday also talking about how he will kind of interpret how he's feeling Sunday morning and how that plays into his decision.
Definitely just got to see, come game time, how I feel. It's not – obviously I want to play every game, dude. Like I want to be out there. We only get 17 regular season games, and every game matters, especially a divisional, going against the Cardinals. So – if you ask me, I'd love to, but I mean, I'm trying to be smart with my body here, but you never know. We'll see when the game comes.
Yeah, it's Brock's body. It's his choice. We'll figure out what he's going to do on Sunday, Dieter. Simple as that.
Only toast.
Yeah, exactly. Tony, what do we got for the guest list on a Friday morning?
You go one level, I'll go.
Yeah, I was say you caught me by surprise there. Yeah, you did go lower there.
There we go.
What do we got, Young Tone?
All right, well, coming up at 6:30, Brian and Bobby's best bets, and we do have Brian on recording.
Who?
This is Brian Murphy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Of the famed Murph and Marcus show.
Who the hell is Brian?
Yeah, Brian recorded a 5-minute segment. We cut it down to 3:30.
Oh, don't tell him you cut him down a little bit.
Dude, that was a hell of a day after the show yesterday. We don't even need to bring that up. Buster Posey, we're going to replay that interview for you. If you missed it, he joined us at 7:30 yesterday. We're going to replay that for you at 6:50. Mike Hugo is going to join the show live at 7:30. The big hit's going to be Guy Haberman, who's on the call this weekend, 49ers Cardinals.
Yes, sir.
Guy is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Cooler content, 8:30. We will replay John Lynch. If you missed that yesterday, he was really, really good. We're going to replay that for you at 8:50. A lot to cover, a lot of talking about the defense, a lot to discuss with a bunch of things. Obviously, Mac Jones and his performance. Does that impact Brock Purdy's health status going into the game? And then Susan Slusser at 9:30 live.
There it is. Pat guest list today, and you said it. We got bets coming up. Bobby's got bets. Brian's got bets. Dieter's got bets.
Just wait until you hear these bets.
We all got bets
My God,
here.
it is sick energy coming from this notepad.
And they're coming up next on The Replay Leader.
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Brian and Bobby gave me the opportunity to really learn.
KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks? Yeah, baby! It's Brian and Bobby's best bets on the sports leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
Who the hell are Brian and Bobby? What the hell is this show on a Friday morning? I'll tell you, it's the Murph and Marcus show with Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Murph. But don't worry, Brian's bets will still arrive in this segment, even though Murph is down in L.A. watching the Giants get one hit and only score one run off of 10 walks. Murph does have some bets for us this morning, so we will get those in just a few minutes. But Dieter, let's lay out the map. Let's lay out the table. Let's welcome people into our world of betting here on the Murph and Marcus show. Because when you think sports betting, you think the Murph and Marcus morning show.
You didn't even need the laugh track. I was going to do it for you. Though.
Well, I should tell you, you shouldn't be laughing because Bobby Boucher, for the last 3 going on 4 years now here at KNBR, on the record, going back to the days of the leadoff spot with my guy Overnight Dave.
Oh, yeah.
I have a winning record of 82, 53, and 5 against the spread the last 3 seasons. Now, starting off the year so far, 2-2, so not the greatest start to the season, but hey,
Giants baseball.
Not going to lose any money, exactly. The gravitational pull of Giants baseball and Brian and Bobby's best bets. Now, last week, I was able to hit on the Patriots as an underdog 1.5 against the Miami Dolphins. Nice. Cashed in there, but did not cover what the Dallas Cowboys trying to get that 5.5-point spread against the New York Giants. Ooh. They did win in overtime, but did not cover the spread. So that's where we're laying everything out so far. But I did want to start with one game, and that is the game that I believe we will both be at this weekend. Absolutely. The 49ers and the Cardinals. This is the first game that we need to break down on Brian and Bobby's best bets because the 49ers are 2.5-point favorites currently, but there are question marks about whether Mac Jones or Brock Purdy will play in this weekend. I'll toss it to you first, Dieter. Even with the uncertainty at quarterback, which direction are you leaning here in the 49ers-Cardinals 2.5-point spread?
I mean, it was a 3.5 spread that moved down to 2.5. I bet that if it goes with Mac Jones, it would be 1.5 by kickoff. Maybe we take off that hook. I'm leaning Cardinals, and it's not because I like their quarterback. It's simply because this defense is going to challenge Mac Jones or Brock Purdy in ways that simply New Orleans didn't last week. So if it is, in fact, Mac Jones, and I think that we have to presume that for right now, the opportunities that they got, the kind of mistakes that they got away with last week on offense, I don't think they get away with them against Budda Baker. I don't think they get away with them against that defensive front. I am a big fan of the Arizona Cardinals defense. They fly around. They are built, and I mean this literally, built to stop a Shanahan system. And all the plaudits and praise that we threw on Mac Jones last week, we always threw in this caveat. He operated the system. System quarterback. Him and Kyle's system. Anyone can do it in this system. Well, not anyone can run this system against the Arizona Cardinals defense. Give me the Cardinals. Give me the Cardinals on the money line. I
mean, we saw Josh Dobbs in this system last year lose to the Arizona Cardinals. Last game of the year. I
prefer not to think about that.
Yeah, don't want to go back to that game. But, Dieter, this one's interesting to me because you just talked about your love for the Cardinals defense. Can I get some love for the 49ers defense?
Oh, absolutely.
Because I think the 49ers are not 2-0 without Robert Saleh and the way that their defense has been closing out games. Now, you look at the Arizona Cardinals defense, and yes, they are 2-0, but the Carolina Panthers kind of snuck back into that game last week.
That was a tricky one. I only like to watch the first half of games when I'm scouting teams because then the script gets all weird. I mean, the Cardinals just said, they were kicking Carolina's ass so thoroughly, I almost feel like it was necessary for them to let them back in. It was such an ass kicking. I think they had a fumble recovery for a touchdown. Bryce Young almost died twice. It was a rough watch. And then they're like, we can't keep beating up on this poor kid. And they let him right back in. The defense is all about effort, and the effort wasn't there in the second half. But I'll tell you who does have some effort. Robert Saleh's defense.
Yeah, Robert Saleh's defense has been lights out, especially when it comes to closing out games. So I'm looking for a big game from Fred Warner, your NFC Player of the Week, and D Winners to keep an eye on Kyler Murray, try to keep him in the pocket, and keep him off of Instagram posting photos in his Mike Vick jersey with his pit bull. That's another topic for another day as well, but another question mark on the career of Kyler Murray. So I'm taking Robert Saleh's defense -2.5. I think they win this game by a field goal this weekend. Now let's get into some of our other picks, our actual Bobby Boucher's best bets for this weekend. How about them Chiefs? They're 0-2. They will be playing on Sunday Night Football this week against Russell Wilson and the New York Giants. And currently right now, I have them as a 6.5-point favorite. And Dieter, I will lay those points because I don't think there's any way in hell that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to drop to 0-3. Now, they also need to cover the spread, and their offense has not been impressive to start the year. But they've lost 2 games to the Chargers and the Eagles, 2 teams that people put at the top of the food chain in the NFL. I don't have the New York Giants in that same conversation. And yes, they scored some points against the Dallas Cowboys, but they do not have the defense to slow down the Chiefs. And I think Spags' defense is way better than the Dallas Cowboys defense, so they should be able to limit Russell Wilson. I'll take the Kansas City Chiefs -6.5 Sunday Night Football.
Let me ask you a question. Who's the leading rusher on the Chiefs right now?
I believe it's Patrick Mahomes.
That would be Patrick Mahomes.
I believe Patrick Mahomes has the most rushing yards out of both these teams playing on Sunday night.
That might actually check out. All this to say, I'm deeply concerned about the Chiefs' offense. They don't have really any. I mean, Kelsey's a shell of his former self. Maybe he comes around this week. I'm not betting on it. Hollywood Brown is their go-to guy. Come on, now you can't be living like this. This is no way to live. You live like this. And then Isaiah Pacheco is just not good. No. Kareem Hunt, if he got cut, would he get a job on any other NFL active roster? I don't think so.
Nah, probably not.
I don't think so. And people are desperate for running backs. This Chiefs offense, I mean, thank God they found their left tackle in Simmons. It is a tough watch, and I really like that defensive front from the Giants. 6.5 is a tricky number there.
Yeah, not the best, but I am betting on Spags in the defense, just like I'm taking Saleh in the 49ers defense. And then my final pick, I'm taking a team that took down the Chiefs. Give me the L.A. Chargers and Jim Harbaugh taking on the Denver Broncos down in L.A. as a 2.5-point favorite. Now, the Chargers will be looking to start the year undefeated against the AFC West. Have already took down the Kansas City Chiefs, have already took down the Las Vegas Raiders, and I do think the Chargers are the best team in the West right now. And I know Sean Payton has a Super Bowl ring, but I think you can make the argument that the Chargers have the better coach, the better quarterback, and the better overall roster than the Denver Broncos. So I'm going to take them -2.5 at home this weekend against Bo Nix and Sean Payton.
I'm not sure about that better roster. I think that Denver, that defense was arguably the best in the NFL last year. Somehow Indianapolis kind of showed them up last week. I got some questions about Patrick Surtain and if he's 100% healthy, because that didn't look right yesterday, or on Sunday. Regardless, this is now a pass-first Chargers team. Right? And you think about Jim Harbaugh, Greg Roman, you don't need to tell anybody in the Bay what they were all about when they were here, what they were all about when Harbaugh was at Michigan, what those two got back together, and what they were all about when they started with the Chargers. But it's a pass-first team now with Justin Herbert. And, man, we're going to find out. Maybe Shane Steichen is just that good calling plays for the Colts. Maybe they just have the receivers. Maybe Danny Dimes is that dude. I have a hard time seeing the Broncos coming off of a tough loss, not beating the Chargers here with that secondary that they have, with that pass rush that they have, and some of the questions I still have about the Chargers, particularly on defense, now with Khalil Mack out. Deion Henley is that dude. He is unbelievable. Derwin James is as good as any defender in the NFL. But, man, I'm concerned about some of these injuries, and I don't think that Denver is just going to lay over twice in a row. That defense is too good to be that bad for consecutive weeks. So I'm going to disagree with you on this one. I'm going to take the Broncos.
2.5-point spread. Chargers are favored this weekend down at SoFi Stadium. Dieter, you're up. 2 takes, 2 picks. What do you got for this weekend?
Let's get sick. Let's get disgusting. Let's get downright degenerate.
Let's get into it.
Troy is going to Buffalo.
Troy? The movie?
Brad Pitt. Troy, Alabama. Shout out the Trojans. They're going to Buffalo, not the Bills, the Bulls, okay? They're getting 6.5. Let me tell you about this Troy team. They gave Clemson all they could handle a couple weeks ago. Now, I know Clemson isn't Clemson, but they gave Clemson all they could handle. Quarterback, Goose Crowder.
Goose
is going to lead the way. And here's a name that y'all want to just keep in the back of your head. Trey Meadows.
Oh,
Trey Meadows, running back. Troy's produced some good running backs here. Kamani Vidal, he plays for those Chargers that you're taking.
yeah, I am.
Trey Meadows is that dude. Give me Troy plus 6.5 on the road at Buffalo, and then let's get even sicker. Michigan State is going to play at USC, and that game is going to start at 8 p.m. Pacific time. That means that if you're a Michigan State fan, you are starting your game not at 11 a.m., but at 11 p.m. They're getting 16.5 points from the Trojans. I think the Trojans have played great football. I'm not going to knock the Trojans here, but I think Michigan State's got something to prove here. Now, the body clock might totally prove this wrong. I like Aiden Childs, the quarterback. Big fan of what he's showing. I think this is the breakthrough game for Michigan State. I'm not taking them on a money line or anything. I'm not getting that crazy, but Fox has given them a rallying cry by putting this game at 8 p.m. Pacific and all of their fans having to stay up until 4 a.m. Give me Michigan State plus 16.5 in the classic Big Ten matchup, Michigan State at USC.
Damn, so I got Michigan State plus 16.5, and then what are you getting on that Troy spread?
6.5.
6.5 for Troy, and those are Dieter Saturday bets.
What was, of course, the quarterback name?
That would be Goose Crowder.
Goose Crowder.
How funky is your chicken? How loose is your goose? We'll see how Goose Crowder does this weekend with Saturday Dieter's picks, but you know we can't break from Brian and Bobby's best bets without getting Saturday Murph's pick. So let's go ahead and check in live down in L.A. with Brian and his best bets.
2-2 on the season. We're looking hard. And again, we try to be who you are now. Don't try to be who you aren't. I'm a Kyle Whittingham guy. Easily my coach crush in college football the last 20 years. Utah's Kyle Whittingham. I love his teams. They are 3-0. Yes, they hammered an awful UCLA team in their opener and then played nobody. Cal Poly in Wyoming. Respect, young Tony, and all the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo people out there. Let's be honest. Nobody mistook you guys for the Alabama Crimson Tide under Nick Saban, all right? So, Cal Poly, Wyoming, UCLA, 3 pretty unimpressive wins, but I don't care. They're 3-0, and they got a guy you got to know about him, Devin Dampier, all right? The quarterback for Utah. Put him on your Heisman list. Don't take him off your Heisman list. The dual threat quarterback. He's already run for almost 200 yards in 3 games. He throws the ball beautifully. Utah scores a ton of points. They're playing Texas Tech, a Big 12 foe. It's such a big game that they're bringing the Brady Quinn crew, that whole gelled up Brady Quinn crew, the Fox noon kickoff thing, whatever the heck they do. Nobody watches it because we're watching College Game Day. But the thing is, Texas Tech and Utah is a Big 12 game of some renown. Now, Texas Tech, they played nobody. Arkansas, Pine Bluff, Kent State, Oregon State, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, it should be a high-scoring game. Texas Tech, number 2 total offense in the nation. Utah, number 15. Here's the deal. Between Devin Dampier, my favorite dual-threat quarterback in the nation, and between Kyle Whittingham, and between a home game in Salt Lake City in the Wasatch Mountains, and I only have to lay 3.5, I'm riding with Kyle Whittingham, Devin Dampier, and the Utah Utes to lay 3.5 and beat Texas Tech. Pick number 1, put it in the books. Now we get to pick number 2. What am I doing here now? Am I, what's that movie? Step Brothers? Did we just become best friends, right?
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Am I becoming best friends with the California Golden Bears? I'm going to go there again. I was like, I can't do this, can I? But they've won all 3 games by double digits so far this year. Up at Oregon State, that was an impressive road win. Home against Minnesota, an impressive home win. You know what? The Texas Southern game, what are you going to say? They whomped them, but it's an FCS team. They're going to San Diego State. Shout out all my party buddies who went to San Diego State. Shout out San Diego State changing its reputation from a huge party school in the 80s to, man, you got to grind your way in there now. Bro, you better have an SAT and a GPA to get into San Diego State these days. Shout out the academically prestigious San Diego State Aztecs. You can cue a laugh track from the 80s if you can. The California Golden Bears are playing great ball. Their defensive numbers are unbelievable in the second half. They're just shutting teams down in the second half. What are you going to say about JKS? He's getting better and better right in front of our eyes. Jared Sangapalatele, if you want to go full JKS pronunciation. Cal's laying 12.5. I was scared at the start. Not scared, that's the wrong word. I was hesitant at the start because how many times can Cal answer the bell? They've been 3-0 under Justin Wilcox 5 times in 9 years, and then they fade. I got to ride with my Wednesday guy, Ron Rivera, the juice of a Ron Rivera, the presence and magnetism and charisma of a Robin Zander and a JKS. I'm going to go ahead and say San Diego State, which got destroyed up at Washington State last week, 36-13, is going to lose by 2 touchdowns to Cal. Oski, you and me, buddy. We're buddies now. Cal, minus 12.5. Utah, minus 3.5. You're welcome, Bobby. Now take it away, and I'll see you Monday, brother.
Well, thank you, Brian. I mean, damn, I was waiting for Young Tony to hit the bell like he does after 60 seconds. And what did Young Tony ask today? Well, we asked, and Brian has his best bets for this weekend. He's going Utah minus 3.5 versus Texas Tech in a 16-17 matchup, and he's riding with the Cal Golden Bears minus 12.5 this weekend against SD State Dieter.
You know that I ride with the East Bay's one true team, the Cal Golden Bears. You're never going to get me to fight that feeling. I am going to fight the feeling on Utah. Listen, all due respect to Cal, great program. But Texas Tech's been throwing around money like it's going out of style. And David Bailey, their defensive end that they stole from Stanford, that kid's first-round talent now. Texas Tech's been throwing that money around, and they've been throwing it around on the defensive side. I don't know if I want to go Utah or Texas Tech, but I'll tell you what I am taking, the under.
Ooh, I like that bet. And those are Dieter's bets, Brian's best bets, and Bobby Boucher's best bets in the book. We will recap those bets on Monday. And in true Brian Murphy fashion, he screwed up John Joe Curley's clock once again. So we'll take a break here and get to Buster Posey coming up next. His big thoughts on the Giants' final series against the Dodgers. His first kind of breakdown of what he's seen from Bryce Eldridge and what it all means for next year for the San Francisco Giants. All that and more next right here on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Friday morning, a Reggae Friday. But young Tony mentioned it earlier. We're getting towards the end of the baseball season, which means we're getting towards the end of Reggae Friday season, which means we're getting towards the end of our conversations with Buster Posey. But yesterday he stopped by the show with myself and Todd Husek, and we talked about the last 3 weeks of Giants baseball, the roller coaster ride, and the gravitational pull of 500, how they battled back into contention, and now they face off against the Dodgers with 10 games left, technically 9 now. But here was Buster Posey yesterday morning giving his thoughts on the up and down season of the Giants and what's been happening over the last week leading up to this series down in L.A.
Yeah, it's been great to see. I mean, you could see the confidence picking up a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and really got the bats going. We're able to score some runs, and you know, you've been around baseball long enough, you know that stuff gets contagious. And you know, it hit a little bit of a lull, as you mentioned, the previous 4 games, and then really most of yesterday's games. But yesterday's game, but then came up with some big hits. Christian Koss with a big double with the bases loaded. And yeah, you know, it's definitely a game of momentum, and as we come down this final stretch, hopefully regain some of that momentum and swing some bats, pitch the ball, and play good defense.
Buster, Justin Verlander has been exceptional in his last 4 starts, allowing just 1 earned run. Bringing him in as the veteran leader of this team, have you gotten what you've expected out of him when you brought him in this offseason?
I'll be honest with you. I think it's been more. It's obviously, you know, I think JV would probably tell you the mileage that he has on him, some of the injuries that he's been through. You know, you don't know. You don't know sometimes when you're 22, let alone 42, how your body's going to get through a major league season. So it's just a huge credit to him and the diligence and work that he puts in, and the willpower to push through. You know, he's another guy who had a tough stretch, and as you mentioned, has been really, really good of late, and has given us a chance to win a game, and doing what he did yesterday, keeping us in the game as the bats were not going to start with, was huge. But again, I mean, this guy's in my eyes, future first ballot Hall of Famer, and you know you're going to, at minimum, you know you're going to get everything that he's got, and he's certainly done that for us this year.
Seeing the way that Justin Verlander threw the ball this year at age 42, you guys did sign him to a 1-year deal this past offseason. Would you guys be interested in bringing him back next year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's something we'll have to discuss, but you know, for a multitude of reasons, he's been a great teammate. I think he's helped some of our younger guys learn how to prepare, and then he just sets an example by going out and performing and continuing to show up. And so, yeah, definitely something we'd be open to.
And now we'll move on from a 42-year-old to a 20-year-old. Now, Buster, we have to ask you about Bryce Eldridge making his debut. You know that we've talked about Bryce all season long, so talk to us about the decision and what you saw from his first couple games at the big league level.
I was really impressed with his composure. I always like to look at a young player as they move around a clubhouse, and you can get a sense of, you know, are there nerves? And of course, everybody's going to have nerves, but Bryce is a really, I think, confident and sure of himself young man, and just in the box, I think it was some really positive signs. He took some tough pitches just below the zone that if you're overly anxious, you're probably going to offer at. And he smoked 2 balls. I mean, he hit them to the wrong part of the ballpark, and I don't think you say too many times those balls would have probably been homers in Oracle, but they probably would have been, if they weren't homers, they would have been pretty close. And you just hit them to the wrong part of the ballpark there in Arizona. But yeah, he's obviously extremely talented. But I was impressed with the composure that he showed, the ability. You saw his last at bat yesterday. He took a close 3-1 pitch just below the zone to get on base there with a walk. So it's good to see. It's stuff that we've seen throughout the year in the minor leagues, but to come up at the big league level and have that type of patience was impressive.
You were a late season call-up early in your career. Were you able to sit with him and relay any interesting stories or advice from your experience being that late season call-up and how you can integrate into that clubhouse and be a part of the team, but also focus on doing your thing once a game starts?
No, I didn't. Our situations were pretty different. I was called up beginning of September and then really didn't play very much at all and had a few sporadic starts. And so his is definitely going to be different, whereas we see him, getting some consistent at-bats here as we finish these games up. So, like I mentioned, I think Bryce is confident in his routine and knowing what he needs to do, and don't think that it's necessary for me to sit down and have to explain that to him.
We've seen Bryce in the lineup the last couple of days as a DH. Do you guys have any interest or desire to see him at first base over these next 10 games?
Yeah, I think we're open. It's an ongoing discussion between us and Bo Mel and his coaching staff. I think most likely slot in at DH, but yeah, open to first as well.
Encarnacion has come up and did a good job last night with late game hitting. How is he fit into the team, and how do you see him going forward?
Well, he's a guy that has immense power, but then you see last night, has the ability to get down in the count too and put a tough at bat together and find a way to get a hit. I'm always surprised watching him in the outfield. I think he, for being such a big man, he moves pretty well. So he definitely has some tools. We saw when he came back from I don't remember, first or second time of the IL stint, but it was in Pittsburgh, and he had been hot in AAA on his rehab and immediately came up and hit a couple of homers, hit some balls hard. So he's a dangerous bat. A guy we saw, this spring, really had a great spring. Unfortunately, was hit with the injury bug, but somebody that we see that can really impact a lineup, lengthen it out, and do some damage.
Yeah, I thought he made some great defensive plays last night, but I thought Drew Gilbert did as well. Now, Drew Gilbert has been gaining some popularity among Giants fans, but also on a national level with the amount of energy that he has brought to the clubhouse. Just, Buster, what's your take on seeing Drew Gilbert, chewing on guys' shoulders and getting choked at by Matt Chapman? Well,
I mean, I'll go back to the game yesterday, the defensive plays you referenced. The ball they caught on the right infield track was a great play. Kept the score 0-0. I think it was the next inning. He had a ball that he came in short to his right and made a great play as well. And if you haven't watched Drew Gilbert's pre-pitch routine, it's something worth watching. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. But he jumps straight up in the air, and it's his prep to be able to get the best jump that he possibly can. So I think what's exciting about Drew is he wants to be a complete player. He knows the value of defense. He knows the value of base running, and obviously with the bat, the value is there. But you talk to him, and you see the wild man stuff in the dugout. But first and foremost, a little bit that I've had conversations with him and conversations with other people that know him. The guy wants to help win baseball games, and ultimately, I think that being his central focus is going to take him a long way.
We've had people text in and say, yeah, he reminds a little bit of Hunter Pence, or maybe even some older Giants fans say Danny Gladden. Do you remember playing with anybody who has that type of energy?
Yeah, I'd say Hunter definitely has the energy. I think it's different. Everybody's different, right? But you need those guys. You need those guys. Pablo was an energy guy. Trying to think who else. We had guys on the pitching staff that maybe didn't have the ability to just show that energy in game because they might have been a relief pitcher or whatnot. But those are integral pieces to the team. And I think for it to really work, it has to be authentic. It's not something that you can just drum up. It has to be who you are. Because people, our fans, are very perceptive. And I think if it's something that seems too forced, it doesn't come off as well. And, Drew's a unique one.
Buster Posey is the voice you hear this morning on the Giants Executive Show, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. And Buster, you brought up the rotation. Looks like you guys have Logan Webb and Robbie Ray lined up for the next two starts going to this weekend series against the Dodgers. Did have questions about the rotation Saturday and Sunday, and just overall your thoughts about maybe some of the younger guys running out of gas, or just your thoughts on what's happened with this rotation since Landon Roop went down, Hayden Burnsong was sent down, and just maybe the options you guys currently have in that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, losing Roop's a big one, right? Roop's a guy that has made huge strides, so losing him hurt for sure. I know Kaiway Thane's numbers have not been great overall, but he is a guy. We saw it in St. Louis. Unfortunately, had an inning get away from him, and then through four solid innings against the Diamondbacks. So he's a guy I think we feel like can go out there and has the ability to go through the lineup a couple of times and get guys out, but. Look, we're gonna have to do our best to piece it together. We're gonna have some guys step up. The McDonald's of the world that we called up, Beck, Bivens, and these guys have done it before and they can do it again. And these are the positions you want to be in. You want to be in these positions where it's a chance to show what you can do in a high pressure, high stakes environment. And it should be fun to watch. And again, you think back, at least I do, when you're a kid, these are the opportunities you want to be in. You want to be in the opportunity to pitch in a big game in a big spot when it really counts.
Two young pitchers that are going through rehab assignments right now, Carson Wishunt and Blade Tidwell. Do you think there's any possibility we could see them back before the season ends?
I think there's a possibility. We just got to monitor to see how they bounce back from some of their live sessions they've had, get them in a game, hopefully here in the next few days in SAC before their season ends. But, yeah, I do think it's a possibility.
Buster, the San Jose Giants won the California League Championship, your single-A affiliate. Talk about that experience for them and then some of the young players that had a big impact for that team bringing home the title.
Yeah, they were a fun team to follow this year. Of all of our supervisors or special assistants that would go in there, instructors, it was them and Eugene. I feel like they pointed to the most of just playing really good, solid, fundamental baseball. Obviously very talented. Dakota Jordan's a guy that has immense power and tool set. And then you had younger pitchers come up from the complex league throughout the year that we're excited about as well. But talking to Randy Wynn, he probably mentioned it to me 5 or 6 times throughout the year. Just his excitement about the progress that those players were making as a whole, and just doing some of the small stuff that goes unnoticed, the balls in the dirt, taking extra base, constantly putting pressure on the other team. So it's great. It's great to see that that type of baseball paid off for them, culminated in winning a championship for that team. And it's good when you put in the hard work and you get to see the results.
Just to wrap everything up, Buster, 10 games left in the season. You guys are 76-76, 2 games out of that last wild card spot. What would be your message to the team and to the fan base of how you want to see this team finish out these final 10 games?
Well, it's one game. It's it's one inning, it's one pitch at a time. I mean, it's you try to do that through the length of the season. It's difficult at times, right? When you're playing for 6 months, 162 games. But that'd be my main message right now is you can't look at it as 10 games. You have to look at it that, when the bell rings tonight at 7 o'clock, it's the focus is so heightened on each and every pitch, and you're trying to win these little battles throughout the game. And if you're able to win enough of those little battles, that turns into a win, and then you go and you do it the next night and see where things stand after 10 games.
Yeah.
Buster, real quick, I'm good buddies with Dave Fleming. I called Stanford football games with him, and he used to tell me he would get off the bus when they would travel, and people would come up asking him for his autograph thinking he was Buster Posey. So he would have to deal with a lot of disappointed fans when it turned out he was just Dave Fleming. But he did relay a funny story at your charity event the other night where you had him replay the call of Edgar Renteria. Talk a little bit about your charity and some of the work you've done there, and then a quick note about Dave Fleming.
Yeah, Flem was a good sport about that. We had a great night at the ballpark. Very grateful for the Giants letting us have it on the field, and had a lot of generous people there. We're able to raise a lot of money for pediatric cancer research, and I think it was Dwayne Kuiper's idea that with all the broadcasters there, we could auction off people to do their home run calls. And Shayna Dom, one of my coworkers, she bought Fleming's and then made me do the call. And Fleming, I've known him for a long time now, and he and Javi Lopez, who call games together now, have a great friendship. And I remember, for years after Flem made that call in the 2010 World Series, Javi would have his voice crack when Flem was getting on the plane. Flem's face would kind of turn red. So I thought, you know what, this will be a fun time to see how I can try to emulate this call. And Dave was great. And it turned in, it's a somber night. There's a lot of sadness, obviously, because there's children that have been lost. But it's also a hopeful night when you see people come together and rally to around the cause to try to help families not go through what some others unfortunately have suffered.
Buster, as always, we really appreciate your time and transparency. Thanks for joining the Murph and Marcus show this morning, and we'll take it one pitch and one inning at a time tonight down at Dodger Stadium, and hopefully Logan Webb and the Giants get that W.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Spoiler alert. The Giants did not get that W. We are back live here on the Murph and Marcus show. That was Buster Posey yesterday ahead of the Giants' final series against the L.A. Dodgers. Giants score 1 run after the Dodgers gave them 10, count them up, not 9, not 11, but 10 free 90s. We'll break down that game and Logan Webb's performance with Mike Kruko at 7:30. But coming up next, we will give you an update on Brock Purdy and whether or not he has a chance of playing this Sunday. We'll do that next with Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy right here on The Sports Leader.
It's the first time in 48 years that a team issues 10 walks but gives up just 1 hit.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, 49er fans? Marcus Boucher back on a Friday morning with Prize Picks because every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on all your favorite San Francisco Stars and stay faithful to the Bay all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to stay or
2 to 6 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. And why not cash in on one of Prize Picks' maximum discounts that they are offering this weekend for Patrick Mahomes to pass for more than 1 single yard on Sunday Night Football against the New York Giants. Go ahead and pair it up with one of your favorite picks from this weekend's 49ers and Cardinals game. Why not take Christian McCaffrey to have more than 36 receiving yards? We saw him involved last week as a receiver and in week 1. So regardless if it's Brock Purdy or Mac Jones, we know that Christian McCaffrey is going to get those targets. So why not throw him in your lineup to have more than 36 and a half receiving yards? But if you don't have Prize Picks, now is the perfect time to download the app and use code WORDLEADER, and you will get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
The media said what?
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Definitely just gotta see, come game time, how I feel. It's not, obviously I want to play every game, dude. Like, I want to be out there. We only get 17 regular season games, and every game matters, especially a divisional, going against Cardinals. So if you ask me, I'd love to, but I mean, I'm trying to be smart with my body here, but you never know. We'll see when the game comes.
The voice of Brock Purdy yesterday down at Levi Stadium, breaking down his latest update on his body and whether or not he will have a chance to play this weekend. Sounds like it's going to be a game time decision, and it sounds like a Reggae Friday here on the Murph and Marcus Show. Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy today. He will be back Monday morning to review his best bets and, of course, review this showdown between the San Francisco 49ers and the Arizona Cardinals. First home game of the year, and the 49ers are 2.5-point favorites. Now, earlier in the day, we did break down this spread and give our thoughts on this bet. And, of course, this spread could move with the news of Brock Purdy's status on Sunday. But let me ask you this, Dieter. As we are looking into spreads, looking into lines, that was one of the red flags I saw last week when the line originally opened around 7.5 for the 49ers against the Saints, and then by Monday it moved down to 4.5. Now, Dieter, you're a smart man. You know that you're only going to see a move like that when a quarterback is ruled out or in for a game. You don't see points move for other players on the team.
Right.
So reading into the line this weekend, still having the 49ers as a 2.5-point favorite over the 2-0 Cardinals, does that line tell you that it will be Mac Jones or Brock Purdy this weekend?
It gives you a better indication that Brock Purdy could play. I don't think that it actually straight up says that Brock Purdy is playing. And I don't think that the movement from 3.5 to 2.5 really speaks to that at all. I think that has everything to do with the fact that they've played a common opponent in the Saints, and the Niners, with Mac Jones as the quarterback, looked a hell of a lot better, and that they've consistently outgained their opponents, the Niners have, and the Cardinals have not. That is good stuff on a spreadsheet. Watching the games, I don't get that feel at all. I'm not telling you that the Cardinals are some juggernaut here, but watching the games, okay, yeah, they've been outgained. Like, that's because they didn't need to score or get that many yards to get that many points, whereas this other team is having to drive the entire field, and then they're still not getting points. I look at this game as a total toss-up, and it would be helpful if Brock Purdy's in there because he can create something secondary. And I think that might be critical, especially when you're talking about an Arizona defense that's disguising everything, that's throwing just crazy junk at you. Having the ability to extend a play with your feet, get out of the pocket, let some of these receivers, you're going to be against a lot of zone, right? They don't like to play man-to-man in Arizona. A lot of zone. Sometimes you get a little clogged up in that zone. Give those guys time to break out of it, right? I know this Niners team can't separate in man, but they can find spots in the zone. You might need to give them a little bit of extra time. We know that Mac Jones will throw the ball when he is good and ready. He just stands back there and waits. That is the danger zone against Arizona because they get after you a hell of a lot quicker than the Saints ever did. And with Brock, bad toe, good toe, whatever, him being able to get out of the pocket, extend plays with his feet, maybe not scramble, but just buy that extra second or two, I think could just be totally critical if the Niners want to win this game.
Yeah, and it felt like last weekend, even against the New Orleans Saints, you could go down into a quarterback breakdown and make the argument that the 49ers had the better quarterback with Mac Jones over Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen some people on social media ask a question this week, Mac Jones versus Kyler Murray. I don't think I'm willing to go that far deep into the conversation, but there are question marks about Kyler Murray now in year 7 of his career and what kind of quarterback he is, Dieter.
Yeah, I mean, he's just the same guy, right? Nothing's changed. And the beauty of Kyler Murray from a 49ers perspective is about halfway through the season, he's going to stop running. The problem for the 49ers is they only get one of those games.
It's early.
So he's going to be running. He looks great right now as a runner. He's also running out of the pocket way sooner than he should. I mean, Paris Campbell, his left tackle, is about as good as it gets in the NFL, right? He's awesome. They got some questions at left guard, but I think he's been getting good pockets. Now he's been going up against some not so great. Saints is a good defense, but I don't think they have the dudes yet. The Panthers might have had the worst defense in the history of the NFL last year, so not exactly a high bar. But Kyler, man, he just does not have a feel. This nonsense worked in college. He won the Heisman Trophy. He was the number 1 overall pick. He didn't have to go play for the A's. It all worked out for Kyler Murray then. I just don't see the evolution. I just don't see it. He's still not able to throw that in-breaking route over the middle. And people will say, Dieter, you look at his spray chart. He's always over the middle. Yeah, with very direct routes. Guys who just stand there as everybody goes right, they stand in the middle, and Kyler just flips it to him. They're a dink and dunk offense. They really need to expand with some yak plays, some digs, some over-the-middle stuff, some slants. He doesn't throw them because I don't think he can see them. You know, you would talk about Brock Purdy and his inability to see over the line. Imagine what it must be like for Kyler Murray. They go 13 personnel a lot. That's 3 tight ends on the field. So they are physical. They're strong. They're heavy. That is a factor in this game. But I just don't see it from Kyler. He's obviously an NFL-capable quarterback. He should be starting. I don't know about his contract. That's not for me to say. But I just don't see any different of a guy than I've seen in the last couple of years. And if this game was in November, I'd be like, hell yeah, pound the Niners. That's money in the bank. But because he's got that ability to scoot and he is a squirrely little dude, I can't get on the Niners side until I see it. I mean, there is still some seeing to believe with this San Francisco 49ers team.
Yeah, in the 2 wins over the 49ers last year, Kyler Murray had 542 all-purpose yards and 6 touchdowns. Now, a lot of that rushing did come in the first game of the season, not so much in that second game of the season. But are you more threatened by the legs and the mobility of Kyler Murray, or maybe him trying to connect downfield with Trey McBride or even Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Yeah, I mean, those are 2 really good receivers. McBride is really good. Harrison's put on some weight. I think that Harrison in those turnarounds and he's a really good receiver. I think in a different system, we'd be talking about him in a different way. I'm not worried about Kyler's arm. Now, we can all replay this on Monday. Look at how big of an idiot Dieter is. That's fine. But if you made me choose between legs and arm, my concern is this team taking the cheese on a read option, bootleg out, and now he's got nothing but room to run. And last year we saw he absolutely burned him at Levi Stadium. That team also had Devondre Campbell playing weak side linebacker and not D. Winters, who I didn't see this coming from D. Winters. That also had Fred Warner with a broken foot, I believe, at that time, not moving around like he did in the first 3 games of that year. That game had a defensive line that was nowhere in comparison to this very work-in-progress defensive line, but is still night and day better than what we saw last year. That team didn't have Marquise Siegel either, and we don't talk about him enough, but through 2 games, my God, what a draft pick for the 49ers. I'm in on this Niners defense, but Kyler Murray, he is just really, I mean, he's hard to wrap around because you might be going on air. He goes right under you. It's unbelievable. He's a groundhog, and I'm really worried about him on that bootleg out, and Bosa's crashed in already thinking he can get the sack. I'll tell you right now, he's kind of a divisive name, because people don't see it yet. The stats aren't there yet. This is the Michael Williams game. 49ers have not been able to set an edge since 2019. They went to a Super Bowl without being able to set an edge. Let's be clear about this. Talked to Bosa about this a bunch. I mean, last year, Sam Aquanu comes in and they're like, he's manna from heaven because he could set an edge 1 out of every 5 times. Leonard Floyd, he wasn't setting any edge. These guys don't set edges. You know who sets an edge? Michael Williams. Can't block him with a tight end. He took that tight end, not Johnson. He took the other tight end from the Saints last week, one-armed him, lifted him up, threw him out of the way, and tackled Alvin Kamara in the backfield. That's called setting an edge. You want to try him on the inside, he'll take your guard. He'll take your tackle. He doesn't have any moves in the bag when it comes to pass rush, but that edge is getting set every damn time. And if you got a Kyler Murray who can come around on the backside with that bootleg and just keep running all the way home, having that edge set, being sound and in containment, man, that is huge. And I think the Niners actually have a chance to do it. So I'm very worried about the feet, but I'm also more optimistic than I've ever been about this Niners defense, or at least in a very long time about this Niners defense and their ability to stop Kyler's feet. So I'm looking forward to that matchup.
And we've seen the 49ers and how that defensive line has looked with Robert Saleh back leading the charge, Bryce Huff on the outside. They've moved Michael Williams on the inside. Yep. That's been his one pass rush move, is just bull rushing guys on the inside also.
That's all he's got.
So if you can get pressure in the middle and then have a disciplined pass rush on the outside to keep Kyler Murray in the pocket, that's going to be the game plan for that 49er defense. And we should tell you that game plan is sponsored by Marin Health. sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And you know it's 7:30 on a Friday morning, so we're closer and closer to our interview with Mike Krukow. We will break down Logan Webb's performance last night against the LA Dodgers and what it all means for this weekend as the Giants play out the final 9 games of the season. Mike Krukow next, right here on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's up, Giants fans? It's summer in September, which means summer is heating up here in San Francisco, but there's a refreshing new way to cool down, and that's with Surfside and their limited edition SF Giants cans. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka cans now showcase the iconic Giants SF logo right on the side of the can. And these cans are available at select bars and stores in your area. So show your fandom by posting a photo of you in your Surfside Giants can and tag us on social media at KNBR. Each of these Surfsides are only 100 calories with 2 grams of sugar with absolutely 0 bubbles. So Dieter, if you're watching your figure, make sure you try out one of these Surfsides lemonade and vodka plus IT because Surfside is a proud partner of Giants baseball.
Surfside is made with vodka, iced tea, and or lemonade, natural flavors, and artificial sweetener. 4.5% alcohol by volume. Stateside brands, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Must be 21 plus to enjoy a Surfside. Party smart.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Friday morning, and these conversations with Mike Krukow are sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mike, Murph is actually down in LA. He was at the game yesterday, so he has an off day, still recovering from the outcome of yesterday's game. So Dieter Kurtenbach is filling in this morning. How are we doing on a Friday morning, Mike?
Yeah, good. Interesting times. It's not every day you see a game where your opponent gives you 10 walks and you can't take advantage of it. I didn't think it was possible, and then I found out there was a reason. They give up 10 walks and they allow 1 hit. So there you go.
Yeah, and Mike, I think the stat I saw was this was the first time in 40 years that a team had 10 walks but only got 1 hit and scored 1 run.
Ooh.
So, I mean, we've talked about these issues with runners in scoring position all season long, but, I mean, did anything different stand out to you yesterday? Why do you think they struggled so much leaving those guys stranded out there?
Well, I thought they had great at-bats. First of all, I mean, every time you go into a series, you're looking at the umpiring crew. And, if you're a starting pitcher, I mean, at least in our generation, a little bit different because we had an American League set of umpires and we had a National League set of umpires. So in that we were dealing with half the umpires, you would see more umpires that you were familiar with behind the plate. Now with so many umpires, oftentimes guys aren't altogether in tune with what their strike zone is. However, having said that, once you get into a game, and it doesn't take very long before you realize that it's going to be a tight zone. And such was the case last night. So I thought that their at-bats were great because they weren't impatient with Yamamoto. They made him throw a lot of pitches. They got him out of the game. He threw over 100 pitches with one out in the sixth inning. And he winds up walking six. So I thought that was great. I mean, the goal right now with the Dodgers, because their starting pitching is so good, is to get into the bullpen. Well, it's not an easy thing to do. Well, they did that. They just were not able to get any hits to capitalize with that. So then you go back and take a look. All right, they didn't get any hits. Well, how many balls were hit hard? A lot. There was a lot of balls that were hit hard, and they got caught. So when you're having a lot of atom balls go up and down your lineup, that you have good at bats, and then the ball gets hit on the button and it gets to a glove, well, that becomes an extremely frustrating night, especially when your opponent sets the table with you with 10 walks. So they've had about a half a dozen games here recently where you just feel like they weren't supposed to win it. They couldn't do anything more than what they did with the at bats. They're teeing it up, they're hitting the ball hard, and nothing's falling. When they went 14-4, stuff fell. Ground balls got through. And then, up and down the lineup, the confidence was all over the place. Now the grind is back. They're having these great grinding at bats, and they're not getting the reward for it. And that's a frustrating thing, especially when you're running out of time. And they're running out of time.
Along those lines, Mike, with Brandon Pfaadt on Wednesday, pretty impatient approach. They were going up there, they were swinging early, and Pfaadt had them. They had their number that day. Now they came out with an extra innings win. So what does it say to you that they were able to get 10 walks, not to sugarcoat the loss, but get 10 walks the next night when they looked so impatient the day before? That's got to speak to something, right?
Yeah, it says this is exactly what their hitting instructors are telling them. You cannot change a good at bat. A good at bat is hard contact, loud contact. You've done everything that you could possibly do. You worked the count in your favor. You got a pitch you were looking for. You barreled it, and it gets caught. And that's what Barry Bonds used to say. I mean, that's a great at bat. You're not in control of what that ball does after it leaves the bat. And if their defensive plan, their scheme is such that they set a defense and you're hitting into it, well, I mean, you tip your cap. That's the nature of the game. But you executed the grind as a hitter, as a team, and this is what has been. You overlook the grind. You fail to compliment the grind because the end result is you lost the game 2-1. You got one hit. You didn't take advantage of 10 walks, but the at bats were great. You look at Bryce Eldridge. Every at bat that he has had since he's come up here has been a great at bat. I mean, he's identified a guy's stuff early. He lays off stuff below the strike zone. He hasn't chased. Can we keep in mind? I mean, he's in the league for the first time. I mean, he's had great at bats, and when he's hit the ball, he's hit it on. And you know what he's got to show for it? Nothing. With the little bird left on the rock. So how do you deal with that if you're a hitting instructor? You have to trust the process, trust the grind. But when you are running out of games, man, it's hell on earth.
Mike, last Monday we talked about Logan Webb's performance last Saturday against the Dodgers and how he talked about changing his approach and his philosophy at the plate. This time down at Dodger Stadium, he changed up his look, shaved off his mustache, but then went out there and pitched 7 great innings. Just your thoughts on his bounce-back performance last night?
He was fantastic. And I love great pitchers because if they have a bad outing, and for Logan Webb back in San Francisco, you take a look at his night, a lot of those weak ground balls found holes, bloops fell in. The night went against them. The Dodgers were getting the breaks. When the Giants went 14-4, they were getting the breaks. And then all of a sudden the brakes got put on the brakes, and they weren't there. So what do you do if you're a pitcher? Well, I mean, you do the best you can. He walks out of there going 4+ innings and giving up 10 hits. That never happens. So what do they do in their next start? I love great pitchers because they, in most instances, They take a focus into the game, and they're all over it. I mean, he should have been the winning pitcher last night. It was a defensive play that should have been made, didn't get made on a tag play at the plate where Bailey couldn't hang on to the ball. That turned the game. It allowed a 2-run inning for the Dodgers, and their pitching made it stand. But Logan Webb was fantastic.
Mike, did you ever have any superstitions as a player? Like, I've seen players pull their pants up or pull them down, like depending if they're on a hot streak or a cold streak. We saw Logan shave off his mustache yesterday. Did you have any superstitions like that?
Oh, God, are you kidding me? Of course. It's baseball. I mean, it's the damnedest thing. And, like early in my career, I had a pair of lucky sleeves. Well, it was great in April in Chicago when it was 40 degrees and you wore wool sleeves, long sleeves, and you did well, and they became your lucky sleeves. And then you pitched in an 84-degree day, and all of a sudden by the third inning you sweat out because you had on a long sleeve wool shirt. But you did it with your diet. You did it with how you drove to the ballpark. You did it with the fans that you saw. I had a lucky fan in Chicago, and she was never not there. She was always there. And she was a little old lady, and she had to be in her 70s. And she was just always there, the first one to greet you. And just a great big warm smile and a hello, and it was great. And then we had a secret handshake. It was 2 taps and a thumb up, and that was our handshake. Well, I mean, when I got to the ballpark, she was the first person I looked for. And when I found her, I walked over, 2 taps and a thumbs up. Okay, here we go. And then one day she didn't come. And it messed me up. And I went out there, and my as a young pitcher, my concentration was fractured. I didn't have my 2 taps and a thumb up. Well, it turned out that her sister had her 90th birthday or something, and she had to go to the birthday party. So, and it was just an example of how you can let your mind get wrapped around superstition and take away your concentration. Well, when that happened, I turned over a new leaf. I just said, hey, that's it. My new superstition is that I have no superstition. And I tried that for a while. And that lasted about 2 weeks.
Mike, speaking of guys or folks that are just always there, Justin Verlander, 20 years now. He says he wants to come back for a 21st. There's every reason to believe that he is coming back for a 21st, that he should be back for a 21st. What have you seen from him as of late? Has something changed for Verlander, or is this just the same steady Verlander and the results are looking better?
Oh, he's changed. He absolutely had to change. He's throwing 93, 94. I mean, 20 years he's been pitching.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 5-6 miles per hour short of where he used to be. And he's allowed for it. He's learned to pitch with it. He is, I just love watching the guy pitch, but I think more than anything else, when you have a guy like Verlander, he goes out there and it's all business, regardless of what the strike zone's like. And if the umpire misses a and he gets squeezed, or a guy makes an error, or there's a sun double that doesn't get caught, or the wind messes with a pop-up, doesn't get caught, he gets the ball, he goes back on the mound, and he concentrates on what he's going to do with his next pitch, commits 100% to it, and moves on. He wipes the slate clean, and that's what you learn. The longer you pitch, you're not in control of anything other than the pitch you're about to throw. He does that better than anybody, maybe in baseball. He's just fantastic. So why would you have a guy like that around? Number one, he can pitch. Right. Number two, he's an example. He's an example for not just your young pitchers, but every pitcher in that clubhouse. He, this year, has made everybody in that clubhouse that toes the rubber better. And with all the young pitchers that the Giants have, what better example than Justin Verlander could you possibly have out there for him? He's better than any pitching coach. You've got Verlander showing you how to do it, and how to control a game, and how to respond when you have to protect a hitter, how to pitch inside, how to use movement on both sides of the plate. He's been brilliant this year, and I hope he's back.
Yeah, and we heard from Justin Verlander earlier this week that he does want to be back for a 21st season, but we also found out yesterday that Clayton Kershaw is not going to be back for a 19th season, and today will be his last regular season start at Dodger Stadium against the Giants. Mike, just your reaction to hearing that Clayton Kershaw is planning on hanging him up after the season.
I tip my cap. Everything about the guy has been first class from the day he walked into the big leagues as a kid with 2 pitches, and the way that he's evolved into one of the greatest pitchers in baseball and a rock solid first ballot Hall of Famer. And not only that, and the other thing too that this guy's done is he's always on and off the field, the way he's lived his life and the way that he has conducted himself throughout his career. And he'll do that when he is enshrined in Cooperstown. I mean, he will be an ambassador to this game, and he'll bring to the people this game, which he's done. He's brought people to this game his whole career. And I have nothing but respect for the guy, the way that he has pitched, the way that he has conducted himself, the way that he has represented our incredibly beautiful game. And I tip my cap.
Yeah, and I think a lot of Giants fans will be tipping their cap tonight down at Dodger Stadium. Murph might be there, so I'll make sure he says hi to Kershaw first, Mike. But always appreciate you stopping by, and we'll enjoy the games this weekend, and we'll talk to you Monday morning.
In a bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, talking a little Giants baseball. But we do got to switch it back up and get back to 49er football. Brock Purdy talked to the media yesterday and broke down his status for this weekend. We will discuss whether or not you're more confident in Brock Purdy, Mac Jones, or Robert Saleh's defense as the key to victory this weekend against the Arizona Cardinals. Dieter's got his thoughts on this game. I've got some as well. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in with your thoughts on this weekend's matchup right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. We're still giving away a $100 Amici's gift card. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. I just had some chicken wings last night, not going to lie. They were pretty good. Check out the menu and order online at Amici's.com. Stay tuned to the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win that $100 Amici's gift card. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's been a day-to-day thing this week, and I feel like I'm happy with the progress that I've been making with my foot and toe, and more than anything, it's going to be a day-to-day thing on how I feel. Got to see, come game time, how I feel. It's not obviously I want to play every game, dude. Like I want to be out there. We only get 17 regular season games, and every game matters, especially a divisional. Going against the Cardinals. So if you ask me, I'd love to, but I mean I'm trying to be smart with my body here, but you never know. We'll see when the game comes.
The voice of Brock Purdy yesterday down at Levi Stadium, giving us an update on his current status for this weekend's game against the Arizona Cardinals, Brock Purdy's hometown team. Wonder if that's a little extra motivation to get back on the field, but I think regardless, Brock Purdy wants to be back out there this Sunday. We will truly see that game time decision and how it plays out, and if it will be him or Mac Jones, and how much of a difference does that make in the Kyle Shanahan system? A question that we can ask Guy Haberman in just about 3 or 4 minutes, as we will connect with him at 8 a.m. this morning. He will be on the call this weekend with Tim Ryan, but filling in this morning for Brian Murphy is Dieter Kurtenbach. So I'll ask you the question that I'm going to ask Guy in about 3-4 minutes. Does it make a difference who's playing quarterback in Kyle Shanahan's system? Because the national narrative this week, Dieter, has been, why'd you pay Brock Purdy $53 million when Mac Jones can go out and get the same results?
The word that you use there is the key one. System. System. There's certain thresholds. You and I probably can't go out there and win a game in Kyle Shanahan's system. Though, don't count Kyle out. He might be able to make something out of us.
You never know.
Regardless, system. Mac Jones, good system quarterback. System can get you to a Super Bowl in 2019 with Jimmy Garoppolo.
You're saying that system is good enough to win.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
That's exactly right. Not good enough to keep his job, but good enough to win. System.
Only God
matters.
knows.
Only God knows. That is, and that's how we feel about toes right now. Only God knows about the toes.
Yeah, this is true.
Brock Purdy is beyond the system. Okay, I think people look at Brock Purdy, they see some guy who looks like he should be selling insurance somewhere, wearing his fancy boots, driving around his big truck, and people go, that guy's a starting quarterback in the NFL? That dude's bad? That's a bad man walking down the street?
I'm taller than that guy. He's a franchise quarterback?
Exactly right. And so you just don't, and last pick of the draft, people hold on to this stuff. First impressions matter. First impression of Brock Purdy, here's a homeroom over here. In his last pick of the draft, that dude couldn't kill us, could he? That guy's not a killer. He's a killer. Brock Purdy's a killer. And he makes stuff happen outside of the system that the 49ers need to have happen, because the system is at its best when you have the Avengers, when you have Ayuk, and you have peak Deebo Samuel, and you have George Kittle, and here's Christian McCaffrey just for fun. You have peak Trent Williams. You have the dudes. Then you can have a system quarterback. You're Chris Paul. Just get the ball in the right hands. You don't need to do anything. Go out there and Scott Skiles that joint. Where are the Avengers? Where is this super team? If the system is as good as the parts of the system, and if you want a system quarterback, that's fine. You're going to need good parts around him the same way Garoppolo had good parts around him, the same way that Brock did when he first came in the league. Good parts around him. The same way they thought that they could get something out of Trey Lance. They had good parts around him. Where are the Avengers? You got Ricky Pearsall out here. He's the only one who can separate in man. Good receiver, but he's not that guy yet. He's not a Pro Bowler yet. He's not at that caliber. You got Juwan Jennings. I don't think Juwan's going to play because Juwan's damn near dead.
Yeah, did not practice yesterday.
Ultimate warrior. Nothing but respect for Juwan Jennings. He has several million reasons to play moving forward. But Juwan Jennings is a shell of his former self, and this isn't a guy who had a step to give. He's beat up. He needs some time. So that's the number one for a Mac Jones. Yes, you have Christian McCaffrey, but there's no Brian Robinson Jr. You're all seeing what I'm talking about with Brian Robinson Jr. now, aren't we? We're all seeing why Washington gave the 49ers money to take him off their hands.
I thought we would have seen more by now from B-Rob.
And it'd be one thing if you had Kittle out there. You got McCaffrey, you got Kittle. You're doing pretty good. Those are two guys who can really put the defense in conflict. You got a George Kittle. Problem is you have to have two guys on the field to replace him. You got Luke Farrell as your blocking tight end. You have Jake Tonjes as your receiving tight end. Maybe Jake Tonjes is playing H-back and fullback this week because of Kyle Juszczyk's concussion. This is not a super team. So the idea that the system is just plug anybody in is ridiculous because this system doesn't have the same high end that it used to. And Mac Jones got away with a couple. He made a couple of great plays, no question about it. He was very functional. This is the quality of a good backup quarterback. This is why it's so important to have one. Because look around the NFL. Everyone's wishing they had a Mac Jones right now, someone who can just run the system. But if that's the number one thing you're doing every week, you're going to get caught. And you might get away with it another week and another week after. But over 17, you're going to get caught. Brock Purdy doesn't need the system. Brock Purdy can make his own plays. That's why you always go with Brock if he can play.
Well, that's always been the key to me. Brock Purdy, in my opinion, is the best quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has had in San Francisco to run his system. I think really the only other argument you can even make outside of San Francisco would be Matt Ryan, his MVP year with the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
But we're seeing Brock Purdy take this system to a new level, even beyond what Jimmy Garoppolo was able to do when Jimmy was playing good enough to win. But because of the narrative surrounding Jimmy Garoppolo and his drop-off after leaving Kyle Shanahan, everybody points to the system for being the reason for success. Well, after the win this past weekend, Kyle Shanahan now has a record of 10-29 in games where he doesn't have Jimmy Garoppolo or Brock Purdy playing quarterback.
Right.
So you got to give some credit to the quarterback and not only give it to the system. Because I can tell you this, the game-winning touchdown up in Seattle, that wasn't the system. That was Brock Purdy using his legs, getting outside the pocket, and finding Jake Tonjes in the back of the end zone.
Yeah.
So that, to me, is where we go to show Brock Purdy is morphing into the system himself and is kind of going beyond the Kyle Shanahan system.
And it's an interesting thought because they did a lot of things in that game against New Orleans to help Mac. And maybe that's a good reset point for Kyle Shanahan if he has Brock this week, if he gets Brock the week after that, saying, okay, we have now morphed our system to better fit Brock Purdy, right? We're doing way more shotgun stuff. We'll just do straight no play action under center these days. Like, we're getting weird. This is an evolution of my offense. And we went back to the basics when we had Mac Jones in there. Maybe I can be doing some of the things that I haven't felt like I needed to do for Brock. Maybe I can start bringing that back to him when he's back in there. And yeah, we lose a little bit of the cool new stuff that we're trying out, but we're going to be better with the stuff that we know, the stuff that we've practiced for years. And that's maybe a good reset, right? You always get caught up in the day-to-day. You kind of lose perspective. Maybe this is a good perspective shift for Kyle this week, having to prepare, I'd imagine, with both quarterbacks in place and how very different the game plans would be regarding both of them. You can't really do that this week. You don't have enough time. You have to have a similar game plan. Brock, in a more structured system, they needed to do this a little bit last year. It worked out actually pretty well when they went back to a more play action under center against Seattle in that Thursday night football game. That was a really good game plan from Kyle. I'd like to see more of that moving forward. And then when these other players around him show, hey, we got the goods. Now you can expand. But let's keep it to basics. And they had to do that with Mac Jones. I think it worked out really well.
Yeah, and it feels like they're in a better position now with Mac Jones, obviously, than they were last year with Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs, because those were two different types of backup quarterbacks, too. So depending on who was filling in that week, you had to change your game plan for that, where we can talk about the mobility of Brock Purdy and him making those playground-type plays. But when you're talking about the pure system and what Kyle Shanahan wants to do, they are more similar compared to what we saw between Brock Purdy and Josh Dobbs last year.
Well, you can't win with them. Can't do it. Won't do it. This is... Brock Purdy is a living testament to the need for a great backup quarterback. Now, they didn't know he was a great backup quarterback at the time, but they saw something, right? They had Nate Sudfeld as their backup going into that year. And they saw something in Brock Purdy, and they said, we're going to eat some money on Sudfeld, keep this Purdy kid around because there's something there. And it turns out to be one of the greatest moves in 49ers history. They had Sam Darnold. I mean, it didn't work out. Sam went 0-1, I think, in his starts for the 49ers, but you felt better about it. You felt like there was a chance there. You had less scrupulous amongst us making the case that Sam Darnold's better than Brock Purdy, as they would make the same case that Mac's better, because they're just got some narrative they got to fulfill on that day. There's a quota that's got to be hit of nonsense. Regardless, last year was a weird one. It's like, shouldn't the 49ers of all teams know that you're going to need a good backup quarterback? Instead of having two guys that are, like, I guess they're pros. It's Josh Jobs even on a team right now?
I don't know.
Instead of having just one guy that you could really trust, let's get two guys that we don't like that you can't win games with. So and another thing that we don't bring up enough, and I have to get corrected on every now and again, Mac's on a 2-year deal now.
Yes.
Mac ain't going anywhere after this year unless the 49ers want him to go somewhere or he's got a great opportunity and they can bring something back for him. He's on a 2-year deal now, and I do think that he's going to want another chance to be a starting quarterback. I think he's going to get more opportunities here to be a starting quarterback just by the nature of the game of football and Brock Purdy not being the biggest dude. But, man, that could prove to be another great decision by the San Francisco 49ers. They haven't had a tremendous amount of those as of late, but that could be another great decision by the 49ers in saying, hey, Mac, not just 1 year, not just get that Shanahan shine. We're going to get you down here for 2 and have really competent backup quarterback play, because ask all these other teams around the NFL right now how they're feeling. Minnesota's starting Carson Wentz. They signed him off the street 3 weeks ago. Ask them how they would feel if they had Mac Jones. They would love it. Maybe you can trade him. I don't know. But great move by Kyle Shanahan going that direction.
Yeah, and that's also something that they can think about moving forward if they do want to move on from Mac Jones, or I've even heard people throw out the idea of moving on from Brock Purdy's contract and keeping Mac. I'm not in that camp just yet because I don't think you can base it off of one game off the Saints. Hell, I won't even base it off of 2 games off the Cardinals. I can't believe we're even having this conversation, but people do have those theories out there that now you have a better quarterback room where maybe you can trade one of them down the road.
Are these people watching football?
No, probably not. Just playing fantasy football.
I mean, legitimately, like I get it if you're just watching fantasy football, but maybe we leave the actual football decisions for that, and you can talk about your fantasy football. Maybe we separate church and state there just a little bit. What are we talking about? Mac Jones had one good game. By the way, ask Marquez Valdez-Scantling how that throw to him went. He had the play of the game, arguably, because he had to knock down a clear-cut interception. Mac is throwing it into tight window. And again, I'm not taking anything away from Mac, but I'm saying you're playing with fire if you got Mac Jones back there. That strip sack fumble, that ain't the last you're going to see of that.
Yeah.
Some of these tight window throws that barely got through. Better defense, they ain't getting through. Mac Jones is a backup for a reason. He's a really good backup. He could probably start on some crappy teams, but the Niners are 2-0. They're not trying to be a crappy team. They're trying to make the playoffs. They're trying to push for 6. Let's be realistic here. You might not think that Brock Purdy was worth every penny that he got in his contract. That's fine. If you don't see by now that Brock Purdy is that kind of dude, that Brock Purdy is one of the better starting quarterbacks in this league, that Brock Purdy might not be tier 1 but can have an argument to be in tier 2, we're not watching the same sport. We're not doing it. You're watching ESPN, you're watching YouTube highlights, and you're playing fantasy football, and you're pretending like that gives you an understanding of the game. Watch the game. I'm not telling you got to watch the All-22. I'm not telling you got to understand the ins and outs of Kyle's system. It's pretty obvious that this dude could play some flipping football, and he goes out for 1 week, and Mac Jones does Mac Jones things, and we're all now moving on. Get a grip. Get a grip.
Well, that's social media in 2025, Dieter. I don't know how else to break it down for you. I mean,
stop looking at that stuff.
I mean, you almost went full Jeff Kent on us. Like, enjoy the game more. Watch Brock Purdy. Stop bitching about his box
KNBR,
score.
that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
Enjoy the game more.
Wash your truck, you know?
Brock Purdy. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for that. Quick update. We should tell people that Guy Haberman will join us this morning at 9:15. He is on the call this weekend with Tim Ryan, so want to make sure we get that squared off. Yeah, not on the call right now.
Probably doing his hair.
Answering the call, but if you called 281-330-8004, will Mac Jones answer the call this weekend and be able to beat that Cardinals defense that I believe is better than the New Orleans Saints defense, correct?
It's very similar in a lot of ways, but it's way better. So they're going to run that tight front. We're talking 4-0-4 on the techniques here. We got 4-eye, 0 technique, 4-eye. And they're running it with Calais Campbell, Darius Robinson. They got some dudes now up front. They've invested in that front 7. Matt Hollins, the linebacker, he's really good. He's really good, and he's a great blitzer. The thing with this Cardinals defense that the Saints couldn't do, because they kind of want to do the same thing, but the thing that the Cardinals can do that the Saints can't do is that they can get way more multiple. They'll do a situation where they'll throw 3 safeties on the field. The Niners tried this out last week with Jair Brown playing Sam linebacker. But they'll throw 3 safeties on the field, and they'll put Budda Baker, who might be the most underrated player in football.
Stud.
Unbelievable player. Yeah. They'll put Budda Baker in the A-gap. They'll mug him up. They'll put that little guy in the A-gap, and you think, well, here comes Budda. He's blitzing, and the snap comes, and he hits out, and now he's a cover 2 corner. He's in the flat. How are you supposed to run block against that? How are you supposed to pass against that when Budda Baker is anywhere, everywhere, all at once? And they're doing that with everybody. Max Melton, their corner out of Rutgers, really nice player. Second year for Max Melton, I think. You can line him up as a linebacker. You can line him up as a safety. You can move all of these guys around. The front is very multiple. They got a bunch of different ways of doing it. Josh Sweat now coming in from the Eagles. They're doing some crazy stuff with him on stunts. They're dropping him into coverage. You don't know who's coming and who's going. And on the back end, you don't know where any of those guys are going to actually line up because they're doing so much late rotation and kind of crazy rotations off the snap. It is a direct answer to the Kyle Shanahan offense. Baseline of a Kyle Shanahan offense, we're going to move stuff around. We're going to take guys that should be here and put them there. We're going to put you in conflict. We're going to make you have to do two things at one time. That's what the Arizona Cardinals defense does. And I think defenses on the league, across the league, have realized, oh, yeah, we might give up a bunch, right? We might get burned a couple times here, but we have to play the conflict game too. We got to make all of these offenses that are trying to break our rules, we're going to break their rules. And when you put a 5-man front, when you got these crazy linebackers moving everywhere, when you go in 3 safeties, how hard is it to run block, hand guys off, all that stuff, when you don't know who's coming and who's going? Yeah. How hard is it to find the tight windows when you don't, the windows that you're seeing at the snap look nothing like the windows that show up 2 seconds later? How hard is that? And we've seen Brock Purdy, frankly, struggle with that when we talk about another team that runs that kind of defense in the Minnesota Vikings. But Mac Jones did a pretty good job with it with a team with far less personnel with the New Orleans Saints, and there were still opportunities there for the Saints, man. This Cardinals defense, they're probably not going to have Will Johnson, their really good corner out of Michigan. Get this, he's injured. That was kind of his thing at Michigan. So that does change the paradigm a little bit. It's really hard to run crazy stuff if you don't have crazy good corners. But, man, I'm really impressed by what Arizona throws out there. My biggest knock on the Cardinals, frankly, I love the way that they run the ball on offense. I like their personnel on offense. That 13 personnel thing that they do with Tip Ryman, their second tight end, is really fun. My issue with that, and Trey Benson, their second running back, is really good and might take that job from James Conner, and it's not because James Conner's lost a step. My issue is with Kyler. I don't trust Kyler. And if I have the choice between Brock Purdy or Kyler, I'm taking Brock Purdy every single time. Now, if Mac Jones is in there, that's a whole different conversation, and that might just be the difference in the game. That's the difference between Niners favored by 2.5 versus Niners underdogs by 2.5, and we'll just have to see on Sunday. But, man, this Arizona defense, don't sleep on them now. Don't think this is the old Arizona defense. Don't even think this is the Arizona defense of last year. They had that back 5 going, and it was going crazy. They didn't have the dudes up front. They got the dudes up front now.
And we saw last weekend Mac Jones took 3 sacks. Now, I thought the offensive line actually played pretty damn well.
Really well.
Mac
Great
Jones was holding onto the ball probably longer than he should be holding onto, but I'm interested to see like how much confusion that can make for the offensive line with the creativity of the Arizona Cardinals. Now, Trent Williams has been playing forever. He's seen a lot, but he's going to be lining up next to a rookie this weekend in Connor Colby. Like, how big of a test is that going to be for him?
It's a huge test for Connor Colby. Let's be clear about that, but let's also be clear about what we saw from Connor Colby in New Orleans. That was Pro Bowl level stuff. It was to the point where I had to continue to check again and again that was, in fact, Connor Colby. Connor Colby coming out of Iowa. And a lot of people say, oh, they run the same stuff. They ran a lot of inside zone at Iowa. Obviously, the Niners, wide zone, outside zone. Different ball games, same sort of arena. His footwork at Iowa was so bad, it's amazing he got drafted. Let's be clear about that. In his pass pro, he was setting way too early, just getting run back. It was brutal to watch. He was getting Javon Kinlaw on offense. It was brutal.
Oh, that pad level.
And then when his pad level wasn't awful, he was lunging for blocks. He had no power. It was brutal. And then he shows up for the 49ers, and it looked pretty brutal for a couple of days. And then something just clicked. They figured out his footwork, and he gets thrown in there against the Saints. He was a beautiful watch for a former offensive lineman. In pass pro, his feet kept moving. He kept staying square to his guy. He was handing stuff off left and right. And here's the thing that really stood out to me with Connor Colby, because the Niners say that run blocking was his issue, which, I mean, we have very different opinions coming off the tape, but I'll take your word for it there. His run blocking against the Saints was the kind of stuff that you only see from like a Quentin Nelson at guard. Now, it was one game against the Saints, and Arizona's a totally different ball game for all the reasons we just listed out. Very difficult to run the ball against because you don't know who you're supposed to be hitting, who your mark is. But, man, he was getting to the second level repeatedly. That's step one. Most guards can't do that in this league. Getting to that second level, delivering a block. Even Dominic Pooney gets to that second level, he can deliver the block. He's a really good guard. but to be able to deliver a block with force at the second level, to run these linebackers and safeties and corners out of the field, to just knock their cleats off, take them off the planet, that requires elite footwork, elite speed for that position, elite power, and to have all of those things in a position to strike like that. That's what only the best of the best do. One game, one tape, one team he was going up against. He did it to Demario Davis now, right? And he's getting around Cam Jordan now. So it was unbelievable. Frank, unbelievable. So how big of a test is Arizona? If he passes it, we don't ever talk about Connor Colby again because he's just a known entity. It was unreal. And people, if I heard this once, Marcus, I've heard it a million times. Why don't the Niners invest in the O-line? Because you can find this dude off the scrap heap, put him in there, and he looks like a Pro Bowler.
7th rounder Connor Colby. And now with the news that Ben Barch is going on the IR earlier this week, this could be another situation where if he does take advantage like Dominic Pooney did last year with the injury, maybe Wally Pitts himself into a starting guard job.
It's
and maybe we
already.
are talking about the left side.
It's over
of that
already
offensive
because
line.
Ben Barch can play. Problem is he never plays. And I feel bad for Ben. He's gone through a bunch of injuries. Some of these are just bad luck. I get it. And the tape he put out last year for like a game and a half was really good stuff. And you talk to the offensive lineman on that team, Banks goes down, Barch comes in, and they're like, we're about to get better. Meanwhile, Banks got $77 million. So that tells you where the state of offensive line is.
And then Barch goes down, and we're like, oh, Connor Colby's better.
That's exactly what happened. So by the transitive property, Connor Colby's worth $78 million right now.
Pay the man.
Dude.
But hey, we know that it's the next man up league in the NFL, whether it is Connor Colby, Jake Tunges, or Mac Jones out there. 49ers 2-0 this weekend, taking on a 2-0 Arizona Cardinals team. But coming up next, we'll flip the script, take a look at the defensive approach from the 49ers. We have some sound from Robert Saleh, also some sound from Kyle Shanahan on the Arizona Cardinals and how that matchup will play out this weekend. We'll get to some of your calls and texts. 808 KNBR is the number. 49ers and Cardinals this weekend. Murph and Marcus with Dieter Kurtenbach on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We are still giving away a $100 Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card. And today's Friday, which means it's the last day of this contest. So stay tuned for your chance to win. I'll tell you about the details in a second. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com, but stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win that $100 gift card right here on the Murph and Marcus Show with Dieter filling in. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, Saleh does a tremendous job leading that unit. And, I think as good as Saleh was, our first iteration when he came here, when we started back in 17, and he grew and we kind of developed our system. Then he left and he became a head coach. And so I just think the experience from that even made him better. Now he's back. He's having a great time. He's working with a young unit. We have that youth, but then when you can mix in that youth with Fred Warner and, Bosa and Diamador and, it's a good mix. And it's not perfect. We have a standard that's extremely high, and so I know we want even better, but you see a lot of good things going on.
John Lynch yesterday morning on our very own airwaves, the Murph and Marcus show, talking about the standard of the 49ers defense. A 49er defense that felt like it did not live up to the standards last year with Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley running the operations.
Pretty clearly didn't, Marcus.
I think we know that it wasn't the 49er standard, but it feels like we're getting back to that standard with Robert Saleh after seeing his defense close out 2 road games, one up in Seattle and one down in New Orleans this past weekend. To me, I think the biggest pickup this offseason, everybody was talking, what are we going to do with Juwan Jennings' contract? Is Christian McCaffrey going to be healthy? I was like, no, let's focus on the defense and Robert Saleh being back in the building. And I think it's made a huge impact already in the first 2 weeks, obviously with the results. But we're seeing Fred Warner back healthy, NFC Player of the Week, Nick Bosa getting to the quarterback, Bryce Huff getting to the quarterback, and a lot of young talent playing early on in this Robert Saleh defense.
The young talent and just inexperienced guys, too. Let's talk D. Winters for a second. Where the hell has this been? This D. Winters existed?
We got Winters in September.
There you go. This is why he gets paid the big bucks.
Shout out Tim Ryan for that one. I stole that riff from Monday.
That's why Tim gets the big bucks.
Exactly.
But you could have used this last year. Let's be clear. You could have used this last year when Devondre Campbell was out there sleepwalking and then sleepwalking right out the door. We saw what this defense looked like with Dre Greenlaw. They went to a Super Bowl with him. He gets injured in the Super Bowl. He doesn't come back until late last year. But you remember those 3 quarters that he played with Fred Warner.
That was great.
The defense had some spirit. It had an identity. It looked good. D. Winters is doing that same thing now. If he showed up wearing 57 to the next game, I wouldn't bat an eye. It'd be like we were back in the good times. Where the hell did this come from? Because D. Winters last year, injuries have really hampered his career. Let's be clear about that. But this dude didn't tackle like this. Mm-hmm. He didn't see the field like this. And he sure as hell wasn't making plays like this. It is a testament to patience and good coaching. And it's not just Robert Saleh, right? It's Johnny Holland. It is a testament to, hey, not all of these guys are ready to come out of the gate like a Mikel Williams, like an Upton Stout, like a Marquise Siegel, and give you immediate impact at positions. And sometimes it's going to take a while. It took a while with D. Winters, but the wait was worth it. If this is the D. Winters we get for the rest of the year, it changes the tone of the defense. It gives this defense a spirit. And, there's a lot of stuff they need to clean up, like every football team. But, man, I'll take a defense that has an identity, that has a spirit that you feel, that plays with force. I'll work with that. and I'll take the lumps that are going to come, and they will come, because I know that you're working with something that's worth working with. Last year, none of this existed. Just none of it. You had some of the same. Fred Warner was playing unbelievable football for the first 3 weeks until he got injured. Nick Bosa is not, it's not like he was a bad football player last year. Diamador Lenore was still a dude. Renardo Green showed up as a rookie. Like, there were reasons to like that 49ers defense, and yet they sucked overtly, loudly.
Yeah.
And now here's Robert Saleh coming in, and it might just be as simple as everyone likes Robert. Robert prepares him better. But I'll throw one more thing on you here with Robert. This is not the Robert Saleh we knew the last time he was here either. This is not rush 4, drop 7 into zone. Let's see what's up. You got your dudes, we got ours. We're going to win. It's not that Robert Saleh anymore. The Robert Saleh who it took a lot of effort to get him to play cover 2 in quarters and not that cover 3 that he came in with. This is a Robert Saleh that's had his mind opened by a few years wandering the desert that is coaching the New York Jets.
Doing a couple ayahuasca trips with Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, yeah. Aaron got him on the good.
Open up your mind, Robert.
And he is getting funky with it. That game plan that he had against Seattle was wild by Robert Saleh or really anybody's standards. Right? It was wild. You got Michael Williams inside, outside, dropping into coverage. Yetur Gross-Matos. Where had this been? They found a role for him. Jair Brown this past week against New Orleans. Hey, Jair Brown's out here telling Eric Branch he's one of the 5 best safeties. I mean, on the Niners. But they're playing him at Sam linebacker.
That was good.
And it looks really good. It's the same thing they did with Eric Reed back in the day, and Jimmy Ward and Tarvarius Moore and Huff to a degree. But, I really like that fit for him. But Robert's out here trying stuff. A lot of different looks on the front, a lot of different looks on the back, and it's not copy and paste from week 1 to week 2. Different offense, different defense. I'm loving what I'm seeing here, and this is where I thought the Niners would get to. The way they've played in the first 2 weeks, this is what I thought they'd get to. Rookies showing up. Alfred Collins, boom or bust, but you love that boom. Michael Williams, great run defender. Crazy the on-off splits for Michael Williams. When he's on the field, other teams have a success rate of running the ball at 25%. When he's off the field, it's 66%.
Damn.
It is unbelievable how good he is against the run to start. And he's 20 years old. He's going to actually learn how to rush the passer maybe this year because he looks like he's a pretty quick study. This is where I thought they'd get. Young guys, integrate them in, take their lumps early, and then, as they call it, the Rams plan, second half of the year, they got their foot under them. They're ready to go. They're ready to start punching. They're starting the season at this level. Sky's the limit. Yeah. This is one of the best defenses in the NFL today.
And this is a defense with Robert Saleh being back at the helm calling plays. You asked the question, where was this last year with D. Winters? Well, I think the easy answer would be, of course, the defensive coordinators and the guys calling plays. But I also think a big reason would be guys like Michael Williams and Alfred Collins and having those bodies to take up blockers and letting Fred Warner and D. Winters be free and be able to get outside the pocket and maybe keep an eye on a guy like Kyler Murray this weekend.
Well, that's huge. I mean, you look at what happened with Fred last year, right? He breaks his foot, but he played through it because he's Fred Warner. He's Fred Warner.
Yeah, he's a warrior. Too,
I mean, that's a little bit of, we got there. You know what I'm talking about. Fred's that dude. But it was easy for other teams last year. Oh, take out Fred. No one else can beat us. And it took about 3-4 weeks, and then every team's like, take out. Same way that on offense, they're like, just play man-to-man. Debo can't do anything against that. And the Niners offense didn't adjust, and the Niners defense didn't adjust. I put more of that on Kyle Shanahan than I do on Nick Sorensen. Nick was still learning how to count to 11. So the whole, obviously it's a step change. It's obviously a step change. But let's not forget here, they went to a Super Bowl with Steve Wilks as their coordinator.
Yeah.
And they had a lot of the same issues that they showed last year with Steve Wilks in charge because Steve was too rigid in his scheme. He wouldn't change his scheme. He had to be the smartest guy in the room. He had to show everybody that he was, in fact, that guy. I should be in a better position. And he carried that chip on his shoulder, and he refused to change. He refused to adapt. He refused to get weird with it.
He refused to leave the booth.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
For most of the season, yeah.
That's exactly right. And Kyle's out here like, I got to do the defensive game planning too. And then last year, Kyle really had to do the defensive game planning. And this year, Kyle, obviously, he's like, hey, I'll meet with Robert for like 30 minutes a week. You do what you need to do. And Robert has taken some liberties with that space. And I'm loving what I'm seeing. Keep doing you, Robert. Keep getting weird with it because that's what this defense needs. And the more you do it now, the more you can hone it in down the line. If it gets a little too weird, you can pull it back. But I would rather be in a position where you got it being a little bit too weird, trying a bit too much airs of commission, as opposed to last year where Nick Sorensen, deer in the headlights, he couldn't try anything. And you're begging him, please, like, I don't know,
something.
Stunt. Do some. How about a blitz? How about a basic blitz?
Anything.
Begging someone to up their game, begging Steve Wilkes to try something to get out of that strict scheme that he was
Send
playing.
a blitz in Minnesota.
Do something. And then and then he's never again.
Yeah, never again.
You all learned your lesson. It's better to have airs of commission than airs of omission. And Robert hasn't been any airs yet. Let's be clear about that. And there will be. It's going to be a roller coaster ride. You got a lot of kids. Upton Stout still getting attacked. Siegel and Pinnock. There's some susceptibility there, particularly with Pinnock. I'll be fair. Who knows? Maybe D. Winters just hasn't been challenged in the right way yet, and maybe this is the week where he really finds it. I mean, Kyler Murray will do that to a man. Like, I'm fascinated to see where this thing goes. But again, if this is the baseline, that's really exciting.
Yeah, and we'll see how Robert Sala's defense does against Kyler Murray this weekend. But speaking of Kyler Murray, he had to apologize for an Instagram photo earlier this week. We'll get you that sound coming up next in the cooler of content, as well as Trent Williams talking about that Santa Clara Heat and maybe Logan Webb sweating out a hangover at the All-Star game. All those sounds and more coming up next in the cooler of content on the Murph and Marcus Show. Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy on the Sports Leader.
Jair Brown's out here telling Eric Branch he's one of the 5 best safeties. I mean, on the Niners.
Turning around quick. I saw that quote yesterday. I couldn't believe it.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Friday morning. Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy. About to take a quick dip into the cooler of content, sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Well, Dieter, we've got an interesting topic to kick off the cooler of content, and it surrounds the man that the 49ers defense will be chasing down this weekend, Kyler Murray.
Itty-bitty Kyler?
Who somehow stepped in it this weekend. Shout out the Dirty Work crew and their hit segment, Who Stepped in It? I'm sure they did a segment yesterday on Kyler Murray, because for anybody who missed it, earlier this week, Kyler Murray took to social media to post not even a selfie. Like, this was a professional photo shoot of him hanging out with his dog. Now you say, all right, what's the problem with him doing that? Well, the problem is his dog is a pit bull, and he did it while wearing a Michael Vick jersey.
Great job, Kyler.
That's the problem. And I really don't have any explanation for why Kyler Murray would do something like this. Some people would use his age as an excuse, but he's 28 years old. Now, you'll hear in this apology, he'll talk about how big of a fan he is of Michael Vick, but still, that doesn't excuse
Especially his dog fighting.
You going to social media and having a professional photographer take photos of you in a Mike Vick jersey. How does the photographer not say something?
Yeah, come on.
How does the dog not say something?
How about we put on a Randall Cunningham?
But here's Kyler Murray having to apologize earlier this week for posing with his pit bull in a Michael Vick jersey.
In no way, shape, or form do I, condone, animal cruelty or dog fighting, whatever it is. For me personally, y'all saw me wear the Michael Vick jersey, the player that I admire very much growing up. And then, being home with my pup, who, my dog Trunks and Swoosh, they both get treated like kings. So it's not like, I'm in no way, shape, or form am I condoning that. But yes, I saw how it affected people and, decided to take it down.
Well, yeah, Kyler, when you post a photo with a pit bull in a Michael Vick jersey, people are going to think you condone animal violence.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you this. I think he condones stupidity.
I would agree with that take. That makes more sense, yeah.
I mean, it's just Hanlon's razor, never attribute to malice what can be explained by stupidity. Boy, we're cutting with a clean razor here, boy.
We're getting deep.
This is dumb. Stupid. And you're right. What's the photographer doing?
Yeah, I mean,
Tyler has this whole team following around all the time, taking video of his very boring life. I've watched them. They're awful. They're just so bad. You're like, oh, maybe I'll learn something, quarterback, they're always studying film. He's just playing Call of Duty and like eating from his chef. The chef is mainly the star of the Kyler Murray show. It's very weird. He's a growing boy. He needs all the vitamins he can get.
Yeah.
But man, it was he does love his dogs. That's good for him. But man, so
that's cool.
dumb.
I like my dog, too. I also grew up in the early 2000s. So, yeah, I understand playing Madden 2004 with Michael Vick, maybe the best video game character of all time.
He also went to prison.
Yeah, still to this day, the Michael Vick Experience is my favorite commercial, but that doesn't wipe away the crimes that he was charged with. I know he circled back to the NFL, but
he was convicted of the crimes.
And this is a 28-year-old man. We're not talking about some fresh 18, 19-year-old, 20-year-old kid out of college. Now, let me do the Gen Z test.
Please.
Young Tony, are you aware of the Michael Vick dog scandal?
Honestly, Curly asked me this earlier. I was not.
See, this is the problem.
I know. I was 6 at the time.
We're losing recipes. Dude.
You think I was in the news at 6 years old, bro?
You and Kyler Murray. But you would think you would hear about it.
You have access to Wikipedia.
We have this thing called the
Wikipedia
internet.
is a credible source, Dieter. Come on now.
It probably nailed that one.
Oh, man. Well, I guess.
That's so bizarre. You didn't wonder, like, hey, Michael Vick was doing really, really good in his career. What happened?
I have wondered
a whole
that.
year.
I have wondered that, yeah. I'm not going to lie.
Well, then he just ends up on the Eagles.
Well, I guess.
What did Atlanta do to get rid of him?
Hell of a run.
I guess we just found out what young Tony learned today. Simple as that, but we'll keep it
Murray,
moving.
Young Tony, one and the same.
Well, instead of the 49ers chasing down Kyler Murray this weekend, we got to figure out who's harder to chase down, Mac Jones or Brock Purdy. And yes, I can answer that question within 3 seconds. Yeah, just work with me. I'm trying to segue here because Calais Campbell was on NFL Network earlier this week, and he was asked that same question. Who would he rather face off against, Brock Purdy or Mac Jones? Here was his answer earlier this week.
You want a truthful answer? The truthful answer is I'd much rather play against Mac Jones. But at the same time, I mean, it's football. And that's not a shot because Mac is a first-round talent, and he can do all the things. He just hasn't been that defense. He hasn't been that offense a long time, so he just is still going through it. But with Brock, I mean, he's a master of that offense. He can make it go, and so I mean, I'm willing to play whoever they put in front of me. We go out there and we go earn it, but. I think we have a little bit of advantage, with just a quarterback who hasn't been there as long in the offense versus somebody who's a master of it.
First of all, shout out Calais Campbell, who's still in the league after
Legend.
18 years.
He's giving dudes the business still, man.
He's
He
39, and he's still out there chasing down quarterbacks. But yeah, it sounds like he'd rather chase down Mac Jones and Brock Purdy.
It's easier.
Can you just play that first 5 seconds at him laughing? Oh, yeah, Mac Jones.
You want a truthful answer? The truthful answer is I'd much rather play against Mac Jones.
I love that he's cracking himself up. But, I mean, it's a question that people were asking this week after everybody's like, oh, Mac Jones can do everything Brock Purdy does. That's a man that's seen a lot of quarterbacks. Obviously, the answer is no.
Would I rather chase down the man who's going to stand there as I pummel him into the earth?
Or the Statue of Liberty.
Brock Purdy's out there. He's doing Kyler Murray stuff. He's stolen the soul of Russell Wilson and all the weird stuff happening around him. It's all gone into Brock Purdy in a Freaky Friday situation. Meanwhile, Mac Jones is back there, Joe Flaccoing. He's just standing there. Go ahead. Please hit me. Please take the football from my hands. I need about 4 or 5 seconds here.
One more time, Tony. I need the answer of who Calais Campbell would rather face off against, Mac Jones or Brock Purdy.
You want a truthful answer? The truthful answer is I'd much rather play against Mac Jones.
That's an all-time cut.
And that's the truth. Yeah, keep that laugh track around. And later on this year, when Mac Jones is back in the game and we go back and forth with these conversations. But we will see Calais Campbell this weekend.
You want a truthful answer? The truthful answer is I'd much rather play against Mac Jones.
Yeah. And that's the truth. No doubt about
He
it.
is so good. Calais Campbell's so good.
Yeah, and you'll get a chance to see him this Sunday down at Levi Stadium wearing a red uniform as a road team. I believe the Arizona Cardinals will be the first team ever to wear red while at Levi Stadium. 49ers opting to go with the white uniforms to deal with the heat down in Santa Clara. Now, Dieter, as a man that grew up in the South Bay, I've planted the flag and said, it's not that damn hot in Santa Clara. Yes, it is hotter in the South Bay than it is in San Francisco. Levi Stadium is going to be warmer than Candlestick. No S. Sherlock. We're not breaking any news here. But here was Trent Williams giving his take about that Santa Clara heat and whether or not it will be a factor this weekend.
I mean, I'm cool with that. I'm from Texas, so it'll be nostalgic for me.
Do you have any tips to like extra water, sitting on the bench?
Extra water. You're right. Get some water in you. It's gonna be a long one.
I mean, it's gonna be like 80-something degrees this weekend.
Y'all are soft.
Like what? Like 83, 84?
It's soft that the Niners are wearing white, right?
Yeah, I absolutely agree, dude. I mean,
that's a bad tone setter.
Yeah, I mean, Trent Williams grew up playing at triple digits out in Texas. We had Todd Husak filling on the show yesterday, and he laughed at the same take. He's like, dude, I played down on the peninsula. I played in Stanford. It's not that hot. And I remember going out and playing Texas in 113-degree weather.
I mean, they're not playing on AstroTurf either. You're not getting that plastic reflection coming up. Soft. It's soft. I don't like it. I don't like the message it sends.
Soft. Now, Tony, were you able to dig up that sound yesterday from Demo Lenore talking about how there's no such thing as bad weather?
It ain't no such thing as bad weather, just soft people.
Yeah.
And nobody here is soft.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I mean, I'm physically soft.
Yeah.
That's neither here nor there.
Yeah, my belly's getting a little soft. But that's
We're
why
all
I've been
working
drinking those Surfsides to cut down on these calories. And that's how we will wrap up the cooler of content. We'll get to that Logan Webb Mookie Betts sound maybe next Monday when Murph makes his return. But coming up next, we check in with John Lynch, president of football operations. We'll ask him about the white uniforms this Sunday. Coming up next on the Murph and Marcus Show on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the Murph and Marcus Show back live on a Friday morning, but we are going to take a minute to go back in time because, every Thursday morning, John Lynch joins the 49er Executive Show right here on KNBR. So we had the opportunity to chat with John Lynch, myself, and Todd Husak, and it all starts with the 49er defense and them closing out games back-to-back weeks, and Robert Saleh's role in all of this, John Lynch.
Well, Saleh does a tremendous job leading that unit, and I think as good as Saleh was, our first iteration when he came here, when we started back in 17, and he grew and we kind of developed our system. Then he left and he became a head coach. And so I just think the experience from that even made him better. Now he's back. He's having a great time. He's working with a young unit. We have that youth, but then when you can mix in that youth with Fred Warner and Bosa and Diamador, and it's a good mix, and it's not perfect. We have a standard that's extremely high, and so I know we want even better. But you see a lot of good things going on. I love the style we're playing with. We're playing our brand of football, which is running to the football and arriving with bad intentions and getting a lot of people there. And I think if you have that as a foundation, we have a lot of talent, and we have a lot of talent that's going to continue to ascend and get better. And it's just I marvel. I played with some tremendous players, but the consistency of Fred Warner that you see on the field each and every week, and in practice, the way he prepares himself, and it shows up on the field. I thought he played darn near a flawless game against the Saints. Made plays throughout and made a huge play at the end, covering that tight end. That was a quintessential Fred Warner game. He plays with so much heart, so much soul, so much brain power. It's an awesome thing to watch.
And that's why Fred Warner was named NFC Defensive Player of the Week, and a big reason why the 49ers defense was able to close out both games to start the season, but also with the help of Nick Bosa 2 weeks ago in Seattle and Bryce Huff this past weekend down in New Orleans. John, what has been your breakdown, your thoughts of seeing those two guys paired up on the defensive line?
It's been pretty awesome. Our defensive front is very well coached. Chris Kaceric's as good as there is in our league, and he's got a lot of different tools to work with. And you look at that group, Jordan Elliott and Kalia Davis, on the base downs. Alfred Collins had his best game as a Niner. He's improved so much, and that's exciting. Mikel really showed out this week. We have that NASCAR package where you throw Gross Matos and Mikel inside, and you have Huff and Bosa on the edges. That's tough to deal with. We got Sam O. So there's a lot of different names, C.J. West and Jordan Jefferson. It's just fun. We can throw a lot of different things at people, but it's fundamentally sound. They're they do so many drills, working on the reactions and working on their rush, and they're also playing smart. They're not leaving big lanes to escape, which is going to be key against a guy like Kyler, who the plays can go a long time with Kyler Murray. He can play in rhythm, but he can also extend and make some things happen. He can also do the quarterback designed runs. So we have a huge challenge on our hands this week, but that group is really fun to watch.
When you can create pressure with just a four-man rush, which they've been able to do, that allows the secondary to make some plays. And we've seen Upton Stout make some plays consistently. We saw him get into the backfield coming off the edge. Marquise Siegel flying around. D. Winters, not a secondary member, but you're absolutely right. Your comment earlier, these guys are playing fast, and I think they can do that with the confidence in the system and understanding where everybody's supposed to be. They're playing with a lot of confidence right now.
No doubt, and I think our effort would have been a lot better. We have a young secondary, young back end, and we were really close on a lot of plays, balls in the air, and maybe you can credit that to Rattler. I do think Spencer Rattler is a guy that it's going to be fun to watch him progress this year. He plays very decisively, and he's got all the tools. And so sometimes when a quarterback's playing on time without hesitation, those bang-bang plays, they're there. And, their guys made them in a bunch of those moment of truth situations. So if we can get a couple of those out, attack the ball even a little better, then we'll be even better on defense. And so that's what I'm talking about. We can strive to be better, and we will and have, but it's fun to watch this group approach it the right way. They're very well coached. Sala, we talked about Chris Kacerek, Johnny Holland, Daniel Bullocks, Gus Bradley. It's a really well coached unit that's it's going to be really cool to see it develop all season long.
John Lynch is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA Guest Line, and these conversations with John Lynch are always sponsored by Freeman Appliance, proudly serving all Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Freeman's difference. And John, it's about that time. You knew that this question was coming. What can you tell us the latest on Brock Purdy's status?
I can tell you that it was encouraging to see him practice. He was limited yesterday, means he got out there and he had some activity. I think everyone saw that. The key now is how does he respond to that? So we'll find that out here later today, see if he can get back out there. Mac is preparing and will be prepared, as will Adrian Martinez. And so we'll be ready to go. We'll make an organizational decision on where Brock's at and later in the week. But it's encouraging to see him out there, and he's doing a heck of a job attacking the rehab every way that he can, spending countless hours and doing a really good job with it, as is our training staff. And so we'll see where that goes as the week develops.
One of the stories this week with Barch going on the IR is Connor Colby stepping in at that offensive guard spot and playing at a high level. I thought the offensive line did a great job against that front seven for New Orleans Saints. Talk about Colby, who was a late-round pick. Did you expect him to be able to come in and play at this high a level early in the season?
Well, I think the answer there is you never know. You can watch a guy throughout an off season. You can watch their college tape. You can watch the preseason. There's all these points of inflection, these points of evaluation to see how they're going to perform. And Connor's kind of passed the test, each one of those. It was cool watching the Iowa tape because they do some similar things, particularly in their run game. So it's cool to be able to see him at Iowa do a lot of the things that we do, albeit a little differently, but similar. And then, you always say, about players, sometimes you'll hear people say it's not too big for them, or, hey, the lights got, it was a lot for him. And the coolest thing I can say about Connor, he stepped right in. That was a good defensive front that we played against in New Orleans, and man, he handled it well. And so he played consistently. He played well in the pass game. He pass blocked extremely well. He was good in the run game, and it certainly wasn't too big for him. And so now the question now is, can you continue to do that and do it consistently week in, week out? He's going to have that opportunity. We put Barch to IR. He had a high ankle sprain. Ben was playing well, and so that was unfortunate. But this league is that's what it's all about, being prepared such that when your opportunity comes, you can go perform at a high level, and Colby certainly did that, and the challenge will only get bigger of a really good defense that we're playing against in Arizona this week.
Well, another perfect example of that is Jake Tonjes, who came in, made an incredible catch against the Seahawks in week one to win that game, and then as we've seen him grow over last week and Juszczyk going out, he's used a little bit as a wingback and some screen plays to get him involved. His evolution and the ability to step into a big void left by George Kittle, both tight ends stepped up and played well. But talk about Tonjes and what he brings to that offense with his athleticism and pass-catching ability.
Yeah, Jake's doing a really nice job. He's an extremely versatile player, and I think that was on full display against the Saints because, he was asked to at times play the Y tight end, that's the inline tight end, at times play the F tight end, that's the kind of the move tight end, more involved in the pass game. And then Kyle Juszczyk went down, and in the course of that game, and now he's playing some fullback. And so to be able to handle that mentally, I think Jake does a great job from the mental aspect of the game, being able to handle a lot of different situations, and to be able to take that on in the course of the game. That's preparation. I credit him. I credit his coaches for having him ready. But he's very athletic. He's got basketball in his background. You can feel that on the field. He's a really good mover. He catches the ball well, and he's getting better. He's really improving as a blocker. He and Luke Farrell are doing a really nice job. Braden Willis filling in a little bit. We talked about it. When Kittle goes out, you're never going to replace that because he's such a gifted and accomplished player. But you hope the some of the parts can get you by, and those guys, Farrell, you saw have a touchdown, and does Luke does a lot of the dirty work. Jake is stepping up when we need some third down conversions at crunch time. You saw it in Seattle, and again some of the blocking downfield on Luke's touchdown, and then I think on Jawan's touchdown he was blocking downfield. So he's playing at a high level right now, and we need that because you got such a great player like Kittle down.
John, you guys are coming home to Levi's this weekend with a 2-0 record, and we know how hard it is to win games in the NFL on the road, let alone with your backup quarterback. So just circling back to the quarterback room, what was your evaluation of Mac Jones and his performance down in New Orleans?
I thought he did really well. We were pleased to add Mac this offseason, and we had watched a similar thing happen with when you have a talented player and it hasn't gone their way. We saw it happen with Sam Darnold, and maybe a blueprint. Although they're different players, a guy that we really like what they bring, the total package of what they bring, and saying, okay, maybe it hasn't gone like they've wanted elsewhere, but maybe if we put them in our situation and pour into them, maybe we can get all the talent that we see in them out of them, and so much credit goes to each one of those guys, Sam, and what he did with the opportunity, and you're seeing Mac really take advantage of the opportunity. I think a guy playing with a lot of confidence, and I know he was a little nervous going into that game, and you could see him settle in early on. The first series, they muddied up some looks and things, and it wasn't great, but by the second series, I think he was playing in rhythm. Kyle has a lot of trust for Mac. I think if the Saints they were kind of playing a lot of people close to the line of scrimmage and kind of almost daring us to throw it. So we threw it 36, 37, 38 times, and Mac was up to the challenge and made some big plays, protected the ball, and it's really nice to be able to have a player like that when your franchise quarterback goes down. So we're really proud of Mac and the way he settled in. You can see the guys really take to his leadership style, which is very unique. He's a little quirky and fun. You see his pregame outfits and all that, but the most important thing on that field, the guys like playing with him, and he stepped up and was huge for us.
After seeing his performance, does that influence your guys' decision on Brock Purdy's return at all?
No, I think you make a decision that is best for Brock and best for our team. And so, that's short term, long term. And, we'll take everything into account, but it's about where Brock is. Do we feel comfortable putting him out there? If not, we do know that we feel very comfortable with Mac, but I think you have to be careful about that. You got to make sure these guys are right and able to go perform at the level from the ability to perform, but most of all their health and not just looking at it short term but long term. So we'll take all those things into account and make a good decision.
One quick follow up on that: would it be possible to possibly see Brock Purdy suit up as a backup quarterback this weekend?
You could see that. I think all things are on the table. It truly is, like I said, he did some things out at the practice field. Very encouraged by that. See how he progresses today. See if he can do a little more today, and then take it into the weekend and figure out exactly how we're gonna play that thing out.
One of the big questions coming into the season was the wide receiver room. I think 2 weeks before the start of the season, you had Pearsall and then some question marks, and that has sorted itself out with Jawan Jennings coming back, scoring the long touchdown. Pearsall has stepped up and looked like a true wide receiver one, and you're going to get some other players back over the next 4 or 5 weeks. Also, we saw Christian McCaffrey run some routes. How does that, I'm curious from your perspective as a free safety, preparing for a team that can spread out a running back who is an exceptional route runner. Kyle Shanahan yesterday said he is by far the best running back route runner I've ever seen. How does that put stress on a defense in some of the ways that the 49ers have used Christian McCaffrey?
It's a matchup nightmare for people. I thought Pete Warner on that comeback he caught did about as good as he could. But they've gotten so creative with these motions, these bump motions out of the backfield, that Christian, he can line up all over the field. He can put you in some really conflict. People play these quarters. Well, when you're playing quarters underneath, the linebackers are responsible for the running backs, and that's a tough ask. And when you're in man-to-man, you got to cover now. These running backs out of the backfield will run those rails and run deep, but then all of a sudden you overplay the deep route, and here comes the comeback, and a guy who can actually run those routes and make it look like a receiver. And we do a lot of work on that and timing and all that, and you saw it to perfection. And then he's got all the underneath stuff that he can run. So a player like that, Christian, I thought had a fantastic game. You looked at the stat sheet after, and it wasn't as big, but I think he's really close to just busting out on some explosives, but he's playing at such a high level. He's such a good football player in every facet, and it's going to be fun to watch him round into form this year. And nice thing this year, we really love, that you got Brian Robinson coming in when Christian needs a blow. Garindo obviously brings something with just flat out speed. That is really intriguing, and I really believe before this year's out, we'll see Jordan James out there, and we're really excited on what he might bring. And that's the NFL these days. Most teams have 4 backs, and they get used at some point during the year. But our bell cow is Christian, and he plays at such a high level and throws so much for opposing defenses to be able to stop. You take one thing away, he's going to beat you in another facet. So it's certainly nice to have him on our side.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, John. It really does feel like he's just one, maybe inch or two away from breaking off one of those big runs or making a big play and having one of those vintage Christian McCaffrey plays. But there have been a lot of questions after he dealt with those injuries last year and that calf scare we had before the season about whether or not he still has that same explosiveness or not. So from your opinion, what have you seen? Do you see that explosiveness from Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah, you look at things analytically and all this, and, our analytics team said that, that was his most efficient game since he's been a Niner the other day. He, yards over expected, all the different metrics they look at. And so I think it's really close. The way things work, I think that the more we continue to make plays like Jawan did, explosives there, the less attention they can just focus on Christian and pull people close to the line of scrimmage. They're going to have to back off a little. So it all works together. And then, it's being on every detail, and we're playing with a lot of moving parts. We've seen the receiver position throughout the off season, into training camp. There were a lot of injuries and such, and that may be the case, this weekend as well. So there's moving parts, but with that, there's a lot of intricacies. We ask our receivers to do a lot of blocking downfield, and if we can just get a little more on the details, I think those explosives start coming, and then we stay efficient on the positive, the 5-yard runs, the 4-yard runs that we're doing on a regular basis. Those all of a sudden become the bigger ones. And so Christian, believe me, he's plenty explosive. Yes, ask the opponents he's playing against, and he's a threat to go the distance on each and every play.
Well, as efficient as the Niners have been on offense, great on third down, great in the red zone. I'm excited to see this team in week 6 and 7 when everybody's healthy, when Kittle's back, maybe Ayuk's back. You got DeMarcus Robinson. That's where this offense, when you talk about the pieces, and they've been able to piece it together early in the season, you could be looking at week 7 with a lot of weapons that completely stretch a defense, and to your point earlier, can hurt a defense in so many ways. All of a sudden, you're playing cover 2 to take away the big play. That's where McCaffrey can rip off 7, 8, 9-yard runs.
No doubt, and that time's coming. But right now our focus is this week against Arizona. Arizona is really, a lot of quality players there. They're very well coached. Jonathan Gannon does a lot of different things defensively. Budda Baker is used all over the field in a variety of ways. Plays safety, but at times they have him playing linebacker from all kinds of different disguises. So they're a tough opponent. They've added quality players every year. Monty Austinfort, their GM's done a really nice job building that team. So they bring a lot to the table, and we're going to have our hands full. Excited to be at home. Our road fans have been so outstanding. In Seattle, about half the crowd. In New Orleans, felt like a little more than half the crowd. So our road fans, the faithful, have been showing up. But we gotta have this place at 125 rocking here, Levi's, and have as great as our road fans have been, we got to be even better here and make this a place people don't want to come play.
Yeah, I know the 49er faithful are anxious to see their team at home this weekend down at Levi Stadium, where I believe you guys will be wearing white uniforms for the first time at home, and the Arizona Cardinals will be the first team to wear red uniforms in your own stadium, John?
Yeah, and probably based off an experience last year where we played the Cardinals and, we didn't make that adjustment early in the season, and everything counts, and is that a huge deal? I'm not sure, but you want every advantage that home field allows you, and you get to pick. So this year, with that was so hot last year, and who knows what it will be, but we're going to be in our whites, and our guys like the all whites anyhow, and so a little break from what we typically do, but looking for every possible advantage, and a day that could get up in the 80s, and we'll see. That's not what wins and loses games, but anything that we can do to give us any slight advantage, we're going to try to do.
Up in the 80s. Come on, Tampa Bay. That would be a nice, cool day.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, we'll see the 49er faithful this weekend. Maybe they'll pull off like a college-style Penn State whiteout and wear their road uniforms to Levi Stadium this weekend, because we've seen the 49er faithful show up on the road. But looking forward to seeing you this weekend, John. Always appreciate your time. Thanks for stopping by the Murphy Market Show.
Yeah, nice talking with you guys. Thank you.
There he is, John Lynch, every Thursday morning on the Murph and Marcus Show, giving us an update on Brock Purdy, his thoughts on Mac Jones, and also his thoughts on the 49ers wearing their white uniforms this weekend. But coming up next, we'll talk to a man calling the game. It's Guy Haberman, filling in for our guy Greg Papa. He'll be on the call this weekend with Tim Ryan. We'll get his breakdown next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Today's Friday, which means it's the last day of this Amici's contest. If you haven't already heard, we're giving away a $100 Amici's gift card. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. You can check out the menu and order online at amicis.com, but you can also stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win that $100 gift card. You get to go home with some good Amicis for this weekend of football. If you want to find official rules, you just go to thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we're back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Friday morning. Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy today. Murph will be back Monday, but we're about to make the connection with a man that will be back in the broadcast booth this weekend. Partially filling in right now for our guy, Greg Papa. It's Guy Haberman, who you can see right now on your KNBR app, on YouTube, and on Twitch.
Fancy guy.
Guy, we got Dieter filling in for Murph this morning. How we doing today?
Marcus, Dieter, what's up, guys?
Nothing,
Good to
man.
talk to you.
Feeling good. Excited
Good to
for
see
the
you.
game this weekend. You ready to get back in the booth with Tim Ryan? You got your big board ready to go?
I'm fired up. Yep. The board changes for the regular season from the preseason, but it's an iPad now. Regular season was 11 by 17. It was a big board in the preseason, but it is ready, and I'm ready to do a home game. I'm pretty fired up about that. Actually.
Perfect.
That's the part I'm excited about.
And I know the 49er faithful are anxious to get back out there. Of course, there are plenty of quarterback questions that we can talk to you about, but let's go big picture, Guy. Taking on a 2-0 Cardinals team. Have you been more impressed by the 2-0 start by the 49ers or the 2-0 start by the Arizona Cardinals?
By the 49ers. I mean, two different quarterbacks. I think Arizona, to their credit, they've kind of won games gritty too, but of the 4 wins for each team combined, they share the win over New Orleans. At Seattle is the most impressive win, and that's the one the Niners have. I think it feels like Arizona's working through some things as everybody is at this time of year, but they come in at 2-0, and to their credit, they've done it with James Conner only, he's like 3-point change yards per carry, and they've got some injuries in their secondary. And I think it feels like people around there are frustrated that Marvin Harrison Jr. is not getting the football, but they've got Trey McBride. But just watching them, and I know Dieter's been grinding the tape too.
It's true, but
it's true. Yep. A couple styrofoam cups, one for burned coffee, one for his spitter, and just holding that remote control deep into the night while the kids cry. But,
I feel very seen.
Yeah. So anyway, I think if you ask me which team, based on the way they've looked the first 2 weeks, is more likely to finish higher in the standings, I would say San Francisco.
Guy, we have been grinding the tape. We're tape grinders. What do you make of Arizona's defense, the 3 safety looks, and what that does to a Niners team that doesn't have a George Kittle, that is questionable, that have Juwan Jennings at receiver, that, just doesn't have the Avengers around either Mac Jones or Brock Purdy. Like, this is a defense that's built to stop what Kyle Shanahan wants to do. If you have a system quarterback in there, that could be a problem, no?
Isn't it great, by the way, that both teams are running 3 safeties now with Jair Brown out there? They both have big nickels.
Yeah, it's the best.
And we'll see. Like, I haven't looked yet this morning, but they're down their key nickel back or their nickel corner, and are they going to be down 2 cornerbacks in this game? It feels like at least one of those guys has to play. Like, you can't play a team down there.
I don't think Johnson's going to play. I don't think Will Johnson, their rookie corner out of Michigan, is going to play.
Max Melton talked yesterday and watching him talk, looked energetic, but the Niners also had 2 quarterbacks talk yesterday, so everybody's everybody's trying to Everyone's trying to get ready to roll. No. So, I mean, this is, Kittle's made his hay in these games, but I do think Christian McCaffrey is the great eraser and equalizer, regardless of what you run out there. That seems to be. And the other thing I would say is, like, I do think I was just talking to Mayoko about this. Brian Robinson, I think, will get going a little bit more. 3.5 yards per carry is low for him in his career. It's the lowest of his career. It's only been 2 games. Doesn't know the whole offense yet. So I think he'll get going. And, it's a big game for Ricky Pearsall, and he's passed every test so far.
Guy, we focus so much on the Kyle Shanahan system, but nobody ever mentions the Robert Saleh system. What's been your breakdown on his defense to start the first 2 games of the year and how that system's going to play out this weekend against Kyler Murray?
Well, I think from coaches love to say, and even when you go back to, the great solid defenses before he left, that it was not about system. It was just about players. That he's like, how often do you get to just rush 4? That's not a normal defense. So this defense is faster. This defense is faster than the one that let Kyler Murray break off a 50-yard run and wave goodbye to everybody after 10 yards last year. You replace Hufanga with Siegel. You replace Campbell with D. Winters. That's more speed. So I think that is the biggest thing when you play Kyler Murray is, do you have enough team speed to cover when he breaks out? Like, there are so many plays that happen after what the offense planned to do and what the defense planned to do has broken down. Now, can you go catch the guy? And I think that's the biggest thing this week is, can you go catch the guy? The Niners are better set up to go catch the guy. You agree with that, Dieter? Like, I do. I still think we're finding out what this Saleh, and I think the Gus Bradley element is kind of fun in the secondary. And I think it's yet to be determined exactly what that's going to look like and exactly how good it's going to be, right? New Orleans is not a great offense.
No,
and
they did some nice
certainly
stuff.
and they did, and Seattle's not. But there's so much. I was coming out of the preseason. There were a couple things I was like really high, as everybody was on Upton Stout. I was convinced that D. Winters was going to be better.
Right.
But there was this opinion out there that I waited to see, is this too rosy of a take? Which was, well, hey, they're going to play a bunch of road games early with young guys and, just give them some time, but they'll hit their stride the middle of the year. Right. And I was like, all right, that might be true, but it sounds a little, but after watching 2 weeks of it, I'm in on that take.
If this is the baseline, I mean,
right.
Unbelievable where the ceiling could be, because Michael Williams still doesn't know any pass rush moves, and you're still getting a lot of bust with Alfred Collins, but you're seeing the boom now. Kalia Davis coming kind of out of nowhere, if we're being honest, and giving you really solid reps. I think C.J. West is going to get more reps after last week and what he did against New Orleans. Like, I'm with you. This defense, and we talk about an identity. I think it's more of a feeling right now, right? They're after you, and they are, as you said, faster. The identity as it comes to scheme, that might never develop, because Robert Saleh had a totally different scheme in week 1 as he did in week 2. And he might have a totally different scheme for this game. He's getting weird with it. He's throwing some stuff out there, and that might be their identity when it comes to the tactics of all of it. And that's very, as you noted, different from rush 4, drop 7. Good luck against zone. Hope you have enough time back there before Nick Bosa gets you, which is what they did. And it's not what they're doing anymore. And they might get burned by it at some point, and Kyler Murray might be the guy to get them burned. But I really like where they're at. I want to ask you about Murray and where he's at as a quarterback in your eyes. Obviously, you've been watching Kyler Murray. We all been watching Kyler Murray for a while. Like, do you see evolution in Kyler Murray, or is this the same Kyler Murray who is dangerous that we've come to know and expect year in, year out?
I have seen evolution in him. Now, he threw a red zone pick last week that was, I didn't see every interception in the NFL last weekend, but it might have been the worst interception in the NFL last weekend.
Jake Browning might have a conversation with him. But yeah,
all right.
No, you're right.
You know what I'm talking about, though. It was atrocious. But I do think he's playing a little more under control, and the ball's coming out quick.
Yeah.
It's, 6 yards per attempt is low.
Mm-hmm.
Air yards.
Yep.
But yes, the short answer is yes. I do think there's some evolution there. I don't know. I think this year the question in Arizona is going to be like, do we have the right mix of coordinator and quarterback? And we know when you ask that question, there's usually one way that it goes, unless the coordinator is also the head coach.
Right.
So they've got some stuff to prove there. And I don't know. Like, so far, Marvin Harrison's not Malik Neighbors.
Right. If you
And
flip,
they're not-
if you flip those guys, though, Malik Mavers might not look all that great, and Marvin Harrison might look incredible, even though he plays for the Giants. Like,
I don't know.
Marvin Harrison's entire game, and you know this guy, you cover the Big Ten. Like, Marvin Harrison's game is those in-breaking routes, and those are not routes that Kyler Murray throws. He doesn't have any anticipation on them. He can't throw them. Can't see them.
Do you think the Niners would draft Marvin Harrison? I mean, everyone would have drafted him, right? But like, I don't know. I'll be interested. Let's watch his career. Let's just watch his season. Like, you don't want receivers who are throwing helmets and demanding the ball on the sideline, but also like you kind of do,
right?
Like want that type of guy who just channels it differently.
Can't be passive.
And like, if ever it's going to happen, this is kind of the time because he is not getting the ball.
No.
And he didn't last year. He scored a touchdown against the Niners, but what do you have? I think 7 catches in 2 games, which is fine. But the fear is that like they drafted a guy that's going to, terrorize the division for 10 years, and they did. His name's Trey McBride.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They will throw him the ball, to be sure.
Guy, last question before he lets you go. We haven't asked you about the quarterback. Seems like it's going to be a game-time decision for Brock Purdy, but who are you predicting to see out there underneath the center on Sunday?
Dr. Guy.
Dr. Guy. Yeah, not a doctor. Also, no financial advice. I think the move at this point is Mac. And this is where I also say, like, no inside information. Don't aggregate me. The old Kawakami. Just based only on the fact that you're 2-0, the fact that Mac Jones looked good, the fact that Mac, I say only, I'm going to list 10 things. The fact that Mac looked better as the game went on last week. I thought watching Brock just, lightly early on Wednesday, which is 2 days ago, so he certainly could have healed a lot more since then. He didn't look like a guy I wanted to throw out there early. I don't think you need to do it. So you don't need to do it. I don't think you want to put him at risk if there's any risk. And you feel good about Mac Jones. So, like, to me, that's a pretty good recipe to not rush Brock Purdy back. And the other thing is, if you're like, well, Brock's 80% or 85, or I'm just making up numbers, part of the advantage of Brock is that he runs around and that he can make plays. It's what separates him from a lot of guys. He was, 4th in the league in first down scrambles last year. So if that gap between him and Mac Jones's ability to run, although Mac Jones had the longest run of the day last week at 13 yards, if you close that gap because Brock Purdy's not as nimble and mobile, then you lose some of the advantage that you get when you have Brock Purdy a quarterback. So that feels to me like a recipe to play Mac Jones.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page with the idea that it'll be Mac Jones out there starting for the 49ers. But we'll see what will happen this weekend, and looking forward to your broadcast. Guy, always appreciate you taking some time to join us this morning.
All right, great to see you guys. Thanks for having me.
There he is, Guy Haberman. You can catch his call with Tim Ryan this weekend on 810 KSFO. Kickoff is at 1:25 down at Levi Stadium.
Don't forget about 107.7 The Bone.
Oh, shout out The Bone. What is that? Stereo crushing FM radio?
Your summertime home at the San Francisco 49ers.
I got my bone knowledge. I've been boning up on The Bone, boning up on 810 KSFO as much as Murph hates it. But let's go from Levi Stadium to a place where Murph currently was yesterday. Dodger Stadium.
How we
I know. Work with me, Dieter. All right, work with me here. He's down in L.A.
There we go.
He's watching the Dodgers.
Listen to
He's
those
watching
ads.
the Giants. And we're talking to Susan Slusser next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Friday. Friday morning. No Brian Murphy. He's down in L.A. tossing out pies. So we'll toss out some free pies right here on The Sports Leader because Amici's East Coast Pizzeria has 12 Bay Area locations that offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas. So right now, we will take one caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win one $100 Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card furnished by Amici's. Find official rules at knbr.com. But you know that every Friday morning we check in with Susan Slusser, who's also down in L.A. Susan, we might need to call you up to babysit Murph. He's down at Dodger Stadium. Might need a chaperone. We got Dieter filling in this morning. How you doing today, Susan?
I'm great. That's good to know. I'll keep an eye out for him. Maybe I'll hear him, bemoaning the fate of things loud enough so I can just, hone in on him somewhere.
Yeah, I think... Actually, if you listen to the KNBR broadcast closely yesterday, you could hear Murph screaming in the background because the Giants only had one run on a day where the Dodgers gave up 10 walks, but only one hit. Susan, what was your breakdown of that offensive performance and them not taking advantage of those free 90s?
Awful, terrible, abysmal. You have to take advantage of at least some of those. They needed to stack up 4 of those in a row to score. That's pathetic.
That's right. That's the right word.
You just can't do that. You look for walks, right? I mean, that's the whole Moneyball thing. You get on base by any means, but you got to get the hits, or it's just not a good offense. It's not a good offense. We've seen all year how prone they are to long stretches of ineffectiveness, and this has come at the worst possible time. They were so hot and then went as cold as they've been all year this last 4 or 5 games.
Susan, looking forward, because, we can all run the numbers here. It would take something even beyond a miracle. But looking forward, how do they approach this offseason in balancing out the highs and the lows? Because, yes, it's as low as it's been. We saw that 2-month lull, but there's been some really incredible highs to get them back into this thing. How do they level this all out?
They're so streaky. The problem for them is they are just not streaky good long enough. I don't know if there's a way to level things off with an offense that's this inconsistent. The pitching, by and large, most of the year has been okay. The bullpen has been wobbly, which is understandable. You trade away 2 major parts, you lose your closer to an injury, and the workload has been extreme on them all year. And, this is a team that doesn't score a lot of runs. Eventually, that catches up to the pitching. Honestly, it's been remarkable what their big free starters have been able to do all year. And of course I'm throwing Verlander in there because he's arguably been their best pitcher here down the stretch. So great performance by Logan Webb. He's a team guy. He is never going to complain about a lack of offense, but you got to wonder if somebody like Verlander, who's been such a nice piece and so fun to watch as a surefire first ballot Hall of Famer, how frustrated he's been with this season and how likely it is he might move on, despite how nice a fit the ballpark is for him. I think he loves his teammates, but I think that this season has been frustrating for everybody. And if he got offer from a team that's a playoff team and looks like they might, wind up getting them some more wins, we all know that's why he's still pitching. Maybe he takes off. There's other things besides the playoff, I think, going on here.
Yeah, and I know that we heard from Justin Verlander earlier this week with his desire to come back and pitch next year. And Buster Posey told us yesterday that the Giants would be interested in bringing him back. The question is, would he be willing to come back to the Giants? But we also know that there is other retirement news. Yesterday, Clayton Kershaw announced that he will be retiring after the season. So that means tonight will be his last regular season start down at Dodger Stadium. Susan, you were down there last night. So what was the feeling maybe around the stadium after hearing that news from Clayton Kershaw?
Well, first of all, the press conference was really, we've seen so much of this guy over the year, right? I mean, he's just been a thorn in the Giants' side really for 18 years. And it was strange to see him getting so choked up. He was really tearing up talking about his teammates, his family. It was very sweet. And few guys get to go out kind of on top and fully healthy. You think of somebody like Buster Posey. The Hall of Famers typically don't. He gets compared down here, of course, to Sandy Koufax all the time, who also stepped away, but he did so because of arthritis. And you wonder now, like with sort of all the modern medicines, how long Sandy might have kept going. But for Kershaw to be able to do this, he said on your own terms is a really weird phrase to hear, and he kind of felt, I think, uncomfortable with that. But he said he's really happy to be able to do it healthy. Now, he's a pitcher and not a catcher, but he's had his share of surgeries, and he wants to, I think, enjoy his very large family, as he noted, and it's just going to be weird, I think, the next few years, seeing the Dodgers without Clayton Kershaw, even though he's, of course, been sort of eclipsed in the rotation by younger stars who are in their prime. But he's really been a special player in the league for such a long time. And I hope Giants fans have kind of appreciated watching him, even while really not liking the results a lot of the time.
Susan, the pitcher he'll go up against today, I know it's always ridiculous to say that the pitchers are going up against each other, but the other pitcher today, Clayton Kershaw on one side, Robbie Ray on the other. Is it just as simple as Robbie Ray's kind of running out of gas here, or is there something that he's been working on that maybe he can find here for these last start or two?
Well, the kind of the easy question, and the one I asked immediately after his last start, was if he's running out of gas, because it does kind of look like it. And he said no. He and Logan Webb, and Logan kind of showed that he was right. But after each of their previous starts, I asked how they're doing physically, long season, big workloads, and they both said great, feeling good, feeling ready to go, no problems. So you hope that Robbie Ray kind of comes out the way Logan looked fantastic last night. Again, like, you can't take advantage of a start like that or add 10 walks. Oh, that's aggravating. But yeah, it really is. But Robbie said he felt like he was having mechanical issues in the stretch, and of course he was in the stretch a ton.
Yep.
If he's got that ironed out, he's got a fighting chance. If the offense gives him some backing. Now, as good as Kershaw has been really in the second half, he's not Yamamoto, who just gives the Giants absolute fits. So maybe they have a little bit of a fighting chance here. There's a position where they still have to take this series. Maybe split it. It's a 4-game series, but they need wins. I know it almost sounds ridiculous to talk about the wild card at this point, because things are not going their way here. And it's been a kind of a race to the bottom in this wild card race, but they're not even in that part, really.
Few more minutes here with Susan Slusser on the Umaguess on this morning. And these conversations with Susan are sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyles with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And Susan is also sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Now, Susan, we have to ask you about Bryce Eldridge's first week at the big league level. Not the immediate impact that a lot of Giants fans were looking for, but I thought he's had a lot of great ABs, squared up a couple balls out in Arizona that actually would have been home runs at Oracle Park. But what's been your breakdown of the way he's fit into the lineup and fit into that clubhouse?
Oh, he's always seemed like he's much older than he is. When he showed up in Sacramento last year at 19, everybody went like, what? He looks much older. He kind of gives a Brandon Belt vibe, a little bit taller, a little bit broader shoulders, but, kind of a similar swing and a demeanor, not quite as quirky, but really smooth, very charming, friendly, personable. Like, the personality seems like a great fit in a big league clubhouse. Absolutely works hard. He's still learning first base. Obviously, that's why he's DHing, but everybody that works with him says he's an eager student, very good at picking things up. So, that Devers is really now very, very good at first base. I don't see them moving him off, but you'd like a kid to have an actual real position and not just be a DH. But, man, in terms of the ability, I think he will be a big leaguer. You guys know I keep trotting this out. Buster Posey came out in September before his rookie year, and I think he hit 119. This is an experience thing. In a pennant race, maybe not necessarily ideal, but I really like it. I like that they did this. He's ready for it, and he's just absorbing things that are only going to help him, no matter the results right now.
We saw him get benched earlier this week when they faced off against a lefty in Arizona, but with Clayton Kershaw on the bump tonight, do you think maybe they'll give him the opportunity just to face a legend like Clayton Kershaw, or do you expect him to be back on the bench today?
I mean, that would be super fun, but they've been pretty clear that he is not in the lineup against lefties. So, and I am still on board with Wilmer Flores. Everyone else has jumped out. I think one of the reasons when they go into these huge dips sometimes is I feel like Wilmer's not playing enough. The guy gets RBIs. Nobody else on this team, when the team is flat, seems like they're capable of driving in runs, except for Flores. But then he gets so cold when he sits for weeks upon weeks. So I'm going to be the one Wilmer Flores stand here and just keep pounding that drum. I think they're better when he's playing a little more regularly. I don't care how old he is. I don't care what his physical, he can drive in runs. People don't care about RBIs. I do. Yeah. You have to score runs to win baseball games.
I'm riding with Susan on this. Wilmer Flores, he held this team together for months to start the season, and now we're all leaving him by the roadside. We're not going to let it stand. We're Wilmer heads over here.
Hey, I just thought it'd be a fun idea to let Bryce
Marcus,
Eldridge face off against Clayton Kershaw.
You're the head of the anti-Wilmer contingent, and we're coming for you next.
I'm the leader of the Bryce Eldridge fan club. We'll see if he's in the lineup today. Susan, always appreciate your coverage and stopping by to join us this morning.
Thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
All right, perfect. We'll make sure that Susan keeps an eye on Murph down in L.A. Murph, hopefully, will make it back safe and sound on Monday. We'll get his reaction to the 49ers and Cardinals game on Sunday, and we'll also get Murph back out here throwing out Amici's gift cards. We got free pizza. Call Joe Curley.
Nobody's calling.
Don't tell him that, Tony. That means nobody's listening. But call right now if you want some pizza. Yeah, probably didn't need to say that on air, Tony, but we'll find out what young Tony learned on the other side.
I learned that no one's listening.
We'll give away that Amici's gift card next, right here on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLE.
All right, back again on a Friday morning, putting a bow on the show before Murph makes his return on Monday, which I guess is when everybody will start listening to the show again, because young Tony told us last segment that nobody was calling about this $100 Amici's gift card.
Felt like a pretty good prize.
Well, I was going to say, the good news is, Dieter, we do actually have listeners. Shout out to everybody chiming in on the text line right now and in the YouTube chat. The bad news is our phone lines are down.
Oh my God.
So that's going to make it pretty damn difficult for us to give away these Amici's gift cards, but
I'll take it.
I just got sent a script from John Joe Curley.
Oh, wow.
AI Curley. Hi, phone lines are down. So you guys should announce, due to technical difficulties, unfortunately, we won't be taking a winner for Amici's for today. And now we're all in the know.
Bro.
Young Tony, did we clean that up nicely?
We did. What did we all learn today? I guess, should we just cue this up now?
Hit the open, Tony.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now.
Well, I can tell you, we all learn when the dad of the show disappears, Murph. We all kind of get dysfunctional and forget how to do a radio show.
No parents.
But here we are, cleaning up the mess before Murph comes back on Friday. And you know we clean up every show with finding out, what did young Tony learn today? And this one is a bit of a shocker. Or maybe I should not be shocked.
Yeah, come on.
I mean,
I was shocked.
This is young Tony, where we literally have a sponsored segment because we have to teach young Tony about pop culture history. A lot of pop culture history that happened while he was still alive. And, of course, this segment is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and T. Bradley. Oh, this is a little sketchy. I don't know if we're still going to have a sponsor after this young Tony learning today. Tony, tell us what you learned today about the quarterback that you will be seeing this weekend face off against the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, how about that? So Mike Vick obviously was with the Atlanta Falcons for a long, long time and then took a little bit of a hiatus, let's just say. And apparently, according to Kyler Murray, did some things that were obviously not.
Yeah, according to Kyler Murray.
Yeah. Or maybe not according to Kyler Murray.
No, Kyler Murray's the source.
Because if anybody missed the story, Kyler Murray earlier this week posted on Instagram a photo of him posing not only in a Michael Vick jersey, but also with his pit bull standing right next to him.
Either one of those would have worked on their own. You can't mix the two.
You can't put them together. And that's why I was asking the questions. How the hell does Kyler Murray not have just
anyone?
I don't know. Somebody's got to tell him something.
Help a brother
out. The
out.
cameraman, his coaches, the PR team, himself. But maybe he is just that young. I don't know. Is it just you, young Tony, or does your entire generation not know about Michael Vick and the dog scandal?
I feel like I might be on my own with this one, but I mean, apparently Kyler Murray's in that same boat. So if you want to hear his apology for what he did over the weekend, just wearing the jersey and with the dog.
I don't need the apology.
All right.
I'd rather just sit here and make fun of him for him being a dummy. And I'd rather see him get his punishment by Nick Bosa, Bryce Huff, and Michael Williams this weekend.
We're talking. That's how you do it, baby.
That's the key, and those are our final thoughts. Dieter, before we wrap up the show and hand it over to Greg Papa and Greg Silver, your final takes, your final thoughts. Who's quarterbacking and who wins the game this weekend?
I think Mac Jones is at quarterback. I think there's a lot of smoke screening happening with Brock's stuff, and I think that they go with Mac. And I'm going to take the Cardinals on a late field goal. How about this? I'm going to put this terrible thing out into the universe right now.
Yeah, you are.
Eddie Pinheiro ain't solving the problem.
Oh, yo quiero Pinheiro. He's been so good. We haven't talked kickers all week.
He might, well, I don't think that's going to happen next week. But I won't be here.
We did go over our Brian and Bobby's best bets this morning, where Dieter did take the Cardinals -2.5, but I'll lay the points regardless of who's quarterbacking this weekend. I think it's going to be a big breakout game for Christian McCaffrey. Seems like he's getting closer and closer to really having that explosive breakout moment. So I'm looking for Christian McCaffrey to be a big, big key today. He was my prize pick of the day to have more than 36 receiving yards.
Man and his money sponsors.
So I got all types of sponsors, and I'll lay the 2.5 because of what I just said about Christian McCaffrey and because of Robert Saleh and that defense. Look for another closeout in the fourth quarter to keep the Arizona Cardinals out of their territory, out of the red zone. And I got the 49ers winning this game. Should be a close one, divisional matchup.
Wouldn't it be the white zone, given that the Niners are wearing white jerseys?
That's a good point. And we'll figure out who the crowd will be rooting for. Do you think there will be any confusion?
Because it was confusion.
With 49er fans seeing a team wearing red uniforms on the field this weekend. But hey, at least there won't be any confusion for our guy Greg Papa, not on the call this weekend. Hopefully we get him back in the booth later on this season. But we do got to thank Guy Haberman, who will be on the call filling in for Greg Papa. He will be filling in this weekend with Tim Ryan. And shout out to everybody on the guest list today. Mike Kruko, Susan Slusser, talking a little Dodger baseball. We'll see if the Giants can play spoiler in Clayton Kershaw's last regular season start ever at Dodger Stadium tonight. He'll be facing off against Robbie Ray. That game will be broadcast right here on The Sports Leader. And, of course, you can hear the 49ers this weekend on 810 KSFO. Dieter, always appreciate your time. We'll do it again sometime.
Loved it, Marcus.
There it is. Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Murph. Murph will be back on Monday. And when you're thinking of a change, Tony, you got to think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. And when you're listening to KNBR, you're listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, The Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station.
What's that movie? Step Brothers? Did we just become best friends, right?
Did we just become best friends?
Yep. Get a grip. Get a grip. Well, Jair Brown's out here telling Eric Branch he's one of the 5 best safeties. I mean, on the Niners.
Oh!
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
McCaffrey to the left of Jones. Quick snap from the gun. Pressure coming. Throws. Wide open, Johan Jennings. Open field. 25, 50. He's gone. 5. Touchdown! 49ers! On 3rd down. It's 3rd and Juwan. 42-yard gain for a San Francisco touchdown.
Mac 10 to the rescue. What an absolute rope.
2-0 pitch. Ground ball to short, over to his right. Adames has it. Throws to the plate and it's dropped. Patrick Bailey dropped the throw. And the Dodgers have a 1-0 lead.
Rattler with the snap. Here comes pressure. It's loose. Fumble by the 49ers. And they're going to head this football. On 4th and 2, the pressure came. Rattler fumbled the football. Cesar Ruiz got it back. It doesn't matter. On 4th and 2, the defense comes up big again, Tim.
You got to have finishers, and Bryce Huff finishes around the corner.
Devers would be next. 1 strike offering. Swing, and there's a liner to left, but it's hanging, and it goes right to Call. He makes the catch, and the Dodgers have won it.
The most effectively wild game in a half-century. It's the first time in 48 years that a team issues 10 walks but gives up just 1 hit.
These September weekends mean a lot of action to be breaking down. So you got a mix of the San Francisco Giants and the San Francisco 49ers. One trending in a positive direction. The other is on thin ice. 49ers are 2-0, looking to make it 3-0, and the Dodgers win it 2-1, with the Giants drawing 10 walks, but just 1 hit. And it came from Patrick Bailey. We're living in a bizarro world, man. Your Gold Glove defensive catcher can't grab a ball from Willie Adames home at the plate, but he's the only one to get on base by way of a hit last night. And the Giants, I said it, 8-2. Well, let's make it 8-1 now in their final 9. Lots to get into, of course, previewing week 3 between the 49ers and the Cardinals, and that's what we got the next 4 hours to do right here on The Sports Leader. It's Papa and Silver, Greg Papa, Greg Silver, Danny Dunn hanging out with us. After Walter had to deal with both of us again for 3 days, he said, guys, I need an extra weekend. I said, look, I can't blame you. Papa, good morning, my friend.
Good morning, Silver. Danny Dunn, Double D. Good to be back. Young Tony. There you go. Make some room to see my guy Dunn. We go back years and years doing Niners games, so good to reconnect. A lot to get to. We'll talk mainly football today, but Clayton Kershaw is going to take the mound to Dodger Stadium for the last time ever in his life. Certainly in the regular season, when you get a postseason start. So maybe we'll fire up. Originally, it was Holder's big pull, but Danny's big pull. Kershaw, I know everybody hates Dodgers, but to me, he's one of the most likable Dodgers of all time. It's hard. It's easy to dislike this team with Shohei and all their excesses, but with Doc Roberts, my friend, managing the team, and Kershaw, it's been teams. There are times it's hard to root against them. I know Giant fans don't feel that way, but me personally, and Kershaw's been nothing but great. Anyway, we'll get into it all. The events of last night. you draw the 10 walks, which is good. You punch out 14 times, and you don't score until late in the game, and you wind up losing a game 2-1. So we're going to talk a lot about Brock Purdy today. We'll talk to Dan Minucci, who was hired by his family when Brock was in the 8th grade to mentor him and be the quarterback he is. We'll get news today. I think we're all anticipating, like Dieter, it's going to be Mac Jones, but Brock Purdy's certainly on our minds with the home opener and what he's been able to accomplish, and which leads to Patrick Bailey and Brock Purdy. And at one time, I made a lot of commonalities when first they wore the same number. Brock, when he first got here in the preseason, wore number 14 before he switched to 13. And there was just in both of them, and I don't know Bailey at all, but you could see the poise, the quiet, flat line ability immediately they were asked to play. It was the Buster Posey flatliner. Just never up, never down, always perfect for a baseball player and a catcher. No highs and lows, and great for a quarterback. And Brock had it all. So with Patrick Bailey, and we'll talk to our guy Andrew Bagley, who I missed. He was away the first 2 months of the year. I was away for 2 months. We'll reconnect here in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, you get like 2 interviews together?
Yeah, well, I know Bags forever and ever. We did TV forever, so I'm kind of sick of him. But anyway, love Bags, extra bag. But anyway, he wrote, the pitch framing and Bailey and all that. He's going to win this second Gold Glove. But despite it all last night, he's got to come up with that ball. It's the play of the game. And you heard John Miller. Damas made a nice play and a ball by Mookie Betts, and the play went home, and he's just got to glove that ball. For a guy, the one thing you could see, and I remember sitting behind home plate of a Wednesday afternoon game after one of our patio shows a couple of years ago when he first got called up, and it was like he was catching a baseball with a pillow. You just never saw, including Buster, you just never saw anybody catch a ball more easily in a catcher's mitt than Patrick Bailey, and that's the framing ability. But there are other areas, and the blocking is different because of the one knee down. I remember at Buster's introductory press conference, October the 1st, I asked him about Patrick Bailey, and he kind of shot a look at people in the room that made me think, what's he thinking here? And he was complimentary in Buster's understated way, but he always uses the phrase, keep the ball off the backstop. The ball goes to the backstop too much. As a catcher, that's 90 feet, could be 180 feet. That's what we're talking about. That's fundamental baseball. He's mentioned that line a lot. And the first time he said it, it stuck with me. And Bailey's a great framer, and there's going to be some balls to the backstop because of the way he frames it. But that ball last night, there were other factors. Freddie Freeman got one pass to diving Casey Schmidt. They got 2. But when you're in a 0-0 game, in a game like that, that's the play at the plate. That's the low red zone, Brock Purdy. You can't throw. That's like throwing a pick six or a 6 away from you. You're giving them a run in a game where there's no runs. You've got to make that play. You've got to glove it with the mitt. You got to tag. Buster does not miss that play. Elite catchers do will make the play. Bailey's an elite catcher. The hitting is here and there and everywhere. So it's a good time to get into it with Bags because he wrote this piece last week in tremendous detail, only the way Bags can do it, about all the different kinds of pitch framing that Bailey does. The low one, the high one, the right one, the left one. The guy is incredible in that form. We are going to have an ABS system in baseball in some form coming. It's not going to be every pitch. It'll be certain pitches. It's not going to completely mitigate his ability. But when you look at last night's game, and obviously all of a sudden they're not scoring, which has been the ultimate barometer of why this team is so wildly inconsistent with the ups and downs and all the rounds. Patrick Bailey's role on this team, on Buster Posey's team, I'm not saying he's not going to be your number one catcher. They do have a young guy they got in the trade for Camilo Doval from the New York Yankees named Jesus Rodriguez. We're not going to call him Jesus, baby Jesus, just yet. But the reports, Buster loves him. And he was identified in that trade to get him. He's a hitter, defender. Where is he? He would be a good combination with Bailey to have Jesus last night. So obviously, and we saw the Padres winning the day and Hunter Green almost threw a no-hitter at night. And it's not stacking up well. Just enjoy the games. We'll watch Kershaw tonight and get into that later. But as we compare, we'll talk Brock later and Patrick Bailey, both 14s. Now Brock's 13, sitting on a bag. What does Buster Posey really deep down think of Patrick Bailey? Does he embrace the pitch? They all do. But that play at the plate, Greg, I'm not saying you're going to win the game. I'm not saying it cost you the game, but it's a 0-0 game. It's a play at the plate. This is a run coming down. This is essentially the baseball game. And you expect your now soon-to-be two-time Gold Glove catcher to mitt that and tag the runner out. It's a backup catcher, and it's huge. So does he let those balls go by him too much? Is there too much balls on the backstop? With all the great framing he does, he also boxes pitches. And every once in a while, like, what happened there? Why did they get off his glove? So just kind of, we'll talk Brock a lot, but we're kind of in a 13-14 mood today and thinking about Patrick Bailey on top of what Brock Purdy's got to do to play.
Yeah, I mean, every game that is going on in the Bay Area this weekend is a big one, whether it's the 3 against the Dodgers, if you're the Giants, or whether it's the home opener for the 49ers. And my quick note on the Giants and what happened last night is it went back to the Giants of old, or earlier in the season, I should say, where 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. The pitching was outstanding. Couple of plays don't go their way, and they end up losing. The drawing the 10 walks and what Devers did to get the lone run of the game and fight off that at bat, that was a remarkable at bat, no doubt about it. But just one hit, and for it to be Patrick Bailey, who, against all odds, was your only source of offense on the hitting front, and then your Gold Glove defensive catcher made the key error in the game. They got the first run home there for the Dodgers and extended that inning in which they scored both. I mean, I was talking about this with John Curley this morning, and the Giants in this season alone have checked just about every box possible for what your baseball team looks like, the types of game they win, the types of games that they lose. They are incredibly streaky, and last night was a little bit more of a Giants of old kind of game in the first part of the season. Willy Adames, by the way, has gotten much better defensively, and he made a couple of incredible plays last night. And so to your point about Patrick Bailey, JD and I got into this over the summer where we're thinking about, all right, if we look at the big picture of 2026, Devers, Chapman, Adames are going to be a big part of this nucleus. Logan Webb on the pitching front, obviously, right? But even someone who signed a big contract like a Jung-Hoo Lee, I still think there's an element of auditioning here. And now Drew Gilbert has surfaced as a valuable center fielder, and if he's able to put the bat to ball, that's another thing to think about. Jesus Rodriguez came over in the trade, and if he's a hitting kind of catcher, that's something Patrick Bailey has not done consistently this year, even if he's had his clutch moments as a whole. So lots to get into today. A lot of 12 o'clock hour baseball coming your way. And, of course, Clayton Kershaw faced the Giants 62 times in his career before. Tonight will be number 63. And barring some kind of playoff miracle where these two teams end up meeting up in that first round, and if Kershaw gets any kind of run, this is probably the last time that the Giants are going to face Clayton Kershaw in his 18-year career, as he announced retirement whenever the season does end up finishing up. So the phone lines are down. So 808 KNBR, the number to text. But I'm also hearing from Danny that we can get our guests. So I'll tell you about the 4 guests that we got coming up today. It's a full Friday. It's a busy one. And it's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brock Purdy will be a game-time decision for this Sunday's home opener against the Arizona Cardinals. It's a 1:25 kickoff on Sunday. And we'll have our 49ers pregame for you on our sister station, 810, starting at 10 a.m. Hang out with Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, and Todd Husak, and get ready for Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan on the game broadcast.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Definitely just gotta see, come game time, how I feel. It's not, obviously I want to play every game, dude. Like, I want to be out there. We only get 17 regular season games, and every game matters, especially a divisional, going against Cardinals. So if you ask me, I'd love to, but I mean, I'm trying to be smart with my body here, but you never know. We'll see when game comes.
That's Brock Purdy, of course, QB1 for the 49ers, or maybe going into this week, it's QB2. Maybe he's active, maybe he's not. Maybe it's just another repeat of week 2 with Mac Jones. Bottom line is that, as he noted yesterday, he'll be pretty much a game-time decision coming into this one. So I think there's a lot of speculation, and Dieter said it, you said it, I'm going to say it. I would guess it would be Mac Jones for the second straight week, but it's not out of the question after Ian Rappaport put out there that it was a 2 to 5 week timetable with this turf toe injury that Brock Purdy could be out there Sunday. And either way, it's 2-0 versus 2-0. Somebody's walking out of Levi's Stadium on Sunday afternoon around 4:30 with a 3-0 record.
Well, I'm the boy in a bubble, so ordinarily I go watch practice and I would have a good idea. I have no idea, and I'm not asking, but I just see the video of him and how he's talking, and he spoke yesterday, but so did Mac. And I know the Dustin's, Perry, and Little working hard. He's getting better. He's getting the best rehab possible, and it may not be a 2 to 5 week thing, but the main thing in this game, and we'll talk to Dan Minucci. This is the weekend of the backup quarterback in the NFL, and Minucci was a good backup in Buffalo, and he's the guy that was hired by the Purdy family, Sean Purdy, to mentor his son in 8th grade. He's the guy that mentored him, so he knows Brock, and they talk a lot. He also has great things to say about Mac. He's watched it all. We'll get him about Kyler Murray and playing from the pocket and all that. So Minucci is so good to talk about our guy Brock. The bottom line is here, can he protect himself? Can he drive out from under center? The Niners they're shotgun, they're pistol, but they play under center. And, can he take a snap and execute the play fake and drive out? run all the boots and waggles and keeps and all that stuff? And then can he run away from these Josh Sweats and Buda Bakers so he's got to be able to protect himself. He's got to be a fully functional quarterback. You play quarterback, Bill Walsh, with your feet up. It starts with your feet. You can't throw the ball if your feet aren't lined up. You see it over and over again with a lot of quarterbacks. They just don't get their feet lined up. They're not ready to go with the ball. Brock has great footwork. He's worked on his footwork. So we'll see. He's say we're to take it up till game time. They're not going to do that. I think they know who their quarterback's going to be. The question is, do they play the game and have him be the backup quarterback? Then he's got to come into the game and play off the bench and protect himself. The interesting thing is Adrian Martinez is on the roster, and I'm not been around him. I do watch a lot of spring football. I'm a nerd that way, and he's extremely athletic. And you're wondering why they made all these different quarterback changes. Well, when you got Mac Jones and you got Brock Purdy, your scout team quarterback, your practice squad guy, is the scout team guy a lot, and you're up against Spencer Rattler 1 week. I mean, who's best to emulate Kyler Murray than this quarterback that Robert Saleh had with the Jets and Adrian Martinez?
Yeah.
I remember one time going into a game against Kyler Murray, and they had Richie James Jr., the wide receiver and kick returner, pretend that he was Kyler Murray, and I think he did it against Lamar Jackson. He's not a quarterback. So to actually have a quarterback with movement skills, I don't know if they're doing that. I'm not a practice watching. I'm just speculating. But that's what you have to do to, go up against these kind of quarterbacks. And Tim Ryan was talking about, and I think it was a great point. Obviously, Tim knows he's an honorary member of the coaching staff, but just the team speed of people like Upton Stout at 4.44 out of the slot, Marcus Siegel at safety at 4.37. We spoke about D. Winters and how he fires in the 4.4s, 4.49. You got to run this guy down. You got to take proper angles to get him on the ground. So we know who their quarterback's going to be. But I remember Arizona coming in with Josh Rosen and beating the Niners. I remember Colt McCoy coming in and beating the Niners when James Conner went Terminator on him, and there was a chalk outline of would-be Niner tacklers all over the field. He just trucked them. So we think it's going to be Mac. We'll find out from Minucci if he knows anything. But this is the weekend of the backup quarterback. We got a backup quarterback bowl that Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. It's the number one game on CBS is Cincinnati and Minnesota, and it's backup quarterbacks. And Minucci was a good backup quarterback, but that's why you have him. I mean, honestly, in the overall level of importance on a football team, and they got Mac Jones on the cheap, and they got him for a 2-year deal. They're paying him nothing. I mean, where would you rank the overall importance of a backup quarterback on your football team? And this is a franchise that at one point had Joe and Steve, and let's just add Steve Bono as the third quarterback. Wow. And all the quarterbacks they've gone through, and the whole Brock story is built on being the ultimate backup. But, I mean, is it more important than your left guard? I don't know. I think the rookie from Iowa's got a big assignment in this game. I'm just saying, as far as the 11 guys in this situational football somebody play, but clearly the backup quarterback is the most important backup on the team. You have to almost expect the backup to play. And Brock's played, when we played Arizona at the end of last year, the Pasternak played. Brock did not play. And now Brock, after signing the huge contract, does not get to start the home opener. So a lot of times the play of the backup quarterback can decide what kind of season you're going to have. The guy in Green Bay last year.
Yeah, Malik
the
Willis.
way he played when Jordan Love, Malik Willis.
Yeah.
What you talking about? Willis played great. I didn't think he was that good of a player. I don't think we saw him in Tennessee. They got rid of him. And anyway, but Mac Jones is a quality player. I think they feel they can play him. I know they do. I feel full confidence he can win a game, multiple games. Brock will come back at some point. But I think as we get into it now, can Brock be a fully functional quarterback, do everything they ask him to do? We're not going to change the game plan at all. You got to drive out, you got to boot, you got to keep, you got to run away from pressure the way you're able to, and like you did against Seattle and Tonjes and roll right. It's his right big toe. And then more than anything, can you protect yourself? If you can't run away from these guys, we're not going to risk more physical bodily harm somewhere else on your body.
Look, Mac Jones has already proven to be one of the important offseason signings for what you just said right there, and the importance of a backup quarterback who has experience and has the potential to be a starter at some point or another. Now, We had a texter a while back. I think it was leading into the season. In fact, it was leading into week 2. And he said, best backup quarterback since Jim Tomsula onward. What do you think about Mac Jones? And I said, well, let me see him in a 49er uniform with Kyle Shanahan at least one time. Now, I would say Sam Darnold's a better quarterback overall, especially when you consider the raw talent factor. But as far as what he got out of the 49ers time, well, it really helped him personally, but he only got one start, and it was when the Niners had clinched the number 1 seed. They had lost that game. They didn't get a whole lot of run with Sam Darnold as a 49er quarterback. I would say Mac Jones pretty clearly would have to be the number 2. And no, I'm not going to count Brock Purdy as a backup quarterback because once he came in, he never lost that job again. So, of course, Brock Purdy would be the best backup quarterback. But no, Kyle Shanahan in his time here, he's 10-29 with quarterbacks not named Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo. And I don't think that is a stat that really does any justice of Kyle Shanahan needing the right quarterback. Kyle Shanahan's gotten the most out of a lot of different players who didn't really go and succeed elsewhere. Nick Mullins was having a stint of success here with Kyle Shanahan, and it's not like he went elsewhere to Minnesota and other backup roles and popped off the page. Joshua Dobbs, same deal. Brandon Allen, same deal. So to have a guy like Mac Jones who hopes to resurrect his career, hopes to go and be a starter in the NFL at some point, but to your point, the 2-year deal, this is a really important acquisition in the sense that either you have him again next year or some other team is going to want him if he's got success in San Francisco. Maybe you trade him and you can get some capital back for him if it comes to that.
Well, I mean, going back in the history, and again, I'm not going to say the Niners invented the quarterback controversy, but they had the original Steve Young and Frankie Albert, the lefty. They go get Y.A. Tittle. They get John Brody, and then they wind up sending Tittle, and he becomes an MVP with the New York Giants and on the cover of Time magazine. And then they draft the old ball coach, Steve Spurrier, and on it went forever. And obviously the ultimate one was Joe and Steve Bono and just stacking them. So you got to have, but, we got a salary cap now. You can't be paying your backup quarterback as much as those guys were making before Plan B free agency and true unfettered free agency. Mac Jones was a starter in this league. Mac Jones started 17 games for a playoff team. He made a Pro Bowl. He played really well. I remember the playoff game they lost. They went to Buffalo, and Josh Allen was sipping on a 7-7. They had 7 possessions, 7 touchdowns. But he went to Buffalo and beat them and didn't throw the ball. Mac Jones can play. Sam Darnold didn't have that kind of success initially as Mac Jones did. And then Mac, they made coaching changes, and it was strange the combination they can have. He had some good snaps last year in Jacksonville. I watched many of them. Mac Jones is quality. He's different than Sam. He's not, if you're to draft one, I would take Sam over Mac. But as far as functioning this offense, it took them both the time to figure it out. I think it took Sam a little longer to figure it out. I would say if Sam Darnold had to play this early last year, it may not have gone as well. Maybe. Sam, just struggled a little bit with the terminology, even though it was similar in the concepts. He was in other places. It was just took him a little while. He played really well that last game. I don't care who was playing. He played starting quarterback football the first half of that game. They just dropped some balls on the sideline. They, a couple right at the end of the half. And then, Wentz dove in and they beat him, and that's where he got the money from Minnesota. But I feel better that Mac is having to play in weeks 2 and maybe week 3 versus Sam did not have to play until week 18 in a game that the Niners did not have. So right. I think Mac from shoulders up just processes better. He's not going to run away from people like Sam. He did do the boot going left really well for the touchdown to Farrell, but Sam rolled to his left as well as any quarterback I've ever seen and then make the throw outside of Andrew Luck. He's just amazing at it. So the bottom line is whatever. There's a franchise built on the backup quarterback. They've got a good backup quarterback. They can win this game with Mac Jones. They can beat Jacksonville, his old team, get Brock back maybe for the Ram game on a short week. Who knows what it is, but they can still stack wins with Mac Jones at quarterback.
All right, so we got a good guest list for you today. Adam Amin is going to be on the call with Mark Sanchez for Fox on 125 kickoff on Sunday. He's going to be joining us at 10:50. Been a while since we talked to Adam. Of course, our 2 Friday regulars, Matt Mayoko at 11:50 and Andy Baggerly at 12:50. But before all of them, we've got the man, the myth, the legend, Dan Minucci, who we had on a while back last season. Of course, a mentor to Brock Purdy, a former quarterback for Buffalo. Also does radio in Arizona, very well connected, and looking forward to catching up with him. So let's get to that next. It's Papa and Silver with Dan Minucci on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
1:44 to go, fourth quarter, shotgun. Purdy looking, bump from behind, now he rolls out. Still has time, still looking. Now he rolls to his right. He's pursued, and he throws it! Call it! Tonjes got it! And the 49ers take the lead!
Jake Tonjes from Brock Purdy, and that was the winner in week one that the 49ers beat Seattle, and we got a 7-1 combined NFC West record. Before we get to our next guest, Dan Minucci, I do have to tell you all that we are experiencing technical difficulties on the Toyota Fan Zone contest giveaway. So unfortunately, we will not be able to hold the Toyota Fan Zone contest today. We will have chances to win tickets coming up later down the line, but due to the technical difficulties, it just won't be able to happen on this Friday. We won't have technical difficulties, however, getting our guests on the line, and here to join us now is someone we talked to last fall. He's a former Buffalo Bills quarterback. He is part of the Rock and Minuch with Jimmy B program, weekdays 1 to 4 p.m. on ESPN 620. He is a mentor to 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy. I'm talking about the one and only Dan Minucci, who joins us on the UMA guest line. Dan, it's great to talk to you again. Thanks for warming up your Friday radio with us.
Oh, it's always great to catch up with the G-Men, G squared, the G2 Summit, that being Greg and Greg there on KNBR, gentlemen. Always great to catch up with you. And before I get started, so great, Greg Papa, to have you back in the saddle, buddy. We've been praying for you. We've been thinking about you. I send my 25 texts. You might return one. I get it. I understand. You're kind of a busy dude these days,
I got a better percentage of Brock. I know Brock has gone all Garoppolo on you lately. He's so busy as a Brock star. But I'm showing the audience the pictures. So you were there. And the last game of the season last year, Brock didn't play. Joshua Dobbs did, and he went back home. But you had a chance to visit with him and just tell the story. We had you on I had you on the very first, after his first preseason game against Green Bay, when he won the game. I'm like, who's this guy Purdy? And he's being mentored by my guy Manuch from Buffalo, the backup quarterback I know so well. Just tell me about everything, your time, first time you got him on the field, and to watch him go from Mr. Irrelevant, 262 in the draft, to a $265 million contract, Manuch. Wow.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that commission check, Brock. Where's it at? I mean, let's go already, big fella. You know what? You brought that highlight back, and we work on that. Believe it or not, scrambling left, come back to your right, throw off balance. If you're going to throw the ball, and he said this, I'm so glad this sticks. He said, "Look, if Tongas can get it, nobody can get it." So Tongas is what 6'6", 6'7", threw it, high pointed it. So he's under control, even in a kind of a helter-skelter, Keystone Cops, Benny Hill kind of movements that Brock Purdy may have. He's under control, and he put that ball in his spot only where Tongas could get it. And he's worked on that. He's worked on that. He worked on that. And I always tell my guys, look, be urgently under control. And he really is. He's urgently under control. Now, there might be a throw here and there that he'd like to have back. But that's just the kind of things he's always worked on. And he's always been steady as she goes. And I think those are some of the things, and especially now, guys, watching Brock in preseason, these first couple games, aside from last week when Mac was playing, is he's playing confidently, under control. He understands it. He sees it. He gets it. He reacts and makes the play. He's not thinking anymore. And I got to tell you what, guys, even when he played those first couple of years, as much as he reacted to what was in front of him, pretty impressive. But I think now when I watch him, from what he's come up with my training in Iowa State and going back to Florida, is he understands his body, he understands his arms, he understands what he can do, what he can't do. And quite frankly, guys, there's really nothing that he can't do with all the things and all the time and effort he's put into in his short 4-year career.
Dan, I think about Brock Purdy and his general growth, and I'm sure what I'm about to ask you is a combination of factors, but you mentioned the risk-taking element, and with Brock Purdy being able to take a little bit more risks and put more on his plate as a quarterback, is that just general growth as a quarterback and more reps? Is it not having the caliber of weapons that he did 2 or 3 years ago and maybe having to work with guys that are a little bit younger and more unproven? Is it just general trust from his coaching staff and Kyle Shanahan? How do you view that as a former quarterback yourself?
Yeah, what I see is Brock makes plays when things break down. He'll get you out of a bad play. He's very calculated. There's times where he'll run, which we saw a couple years ago on the bid of the Super Bowl against Detroit, a couple of huge runs. By the way, I'm kind of those NFL, I'm a football junkie. Greg knows this. I was always watching tape, They used to kick me out of the doggone locker room in Buffalo because look, we got to clean the place up. We got to turn the lights off here, Manuch. Let's go. I watched that Detroit game again, midnight, finally hit the sack at 2:30, and I watched his calculated runs, when to take off, when to run, when to make a play. See, Brock understands that now, Greg, to answer your question. He gets it. He understands it. And I'm sure he's had a few tongue lashings by Kyle Shanahan in reference to throw the ball away. But here's the thing. I think Brock understands when he can make the play, when to live for another down, when to take the sack, and when to throw it away and live for another down. And I also think that Brock understands it's okay to punt. Guess what? We got a defense. It's okay to punt. So, Greg, when you bring all that into play, He now knows how to manage the game, but yet again be effective if things break down, if that makes sense.
Without a doubt. And that Lion comeback win, and they 24-7 down at the halftime of the championship game. He had 2 huge 14-yard runs in the second half of that game. They don't win that game without Brock Purdy's scrambling ability. There's no doubt, which leads to, and I hear what you got to say. He's got to protect himself in this game.
Yeah,
and
yes.
I think it will be Mac Jones. So just overall, and you know the Arizona Cardinals well, and they bring in Josh Sweat, they bring back Calais, and they're going to give you all the fire zones and overload pressure. If Brock was fully healthy, fully functional, could run away, that's the guy you want. But if he can't go and he can't protect himself, he can't go. Mac Jones, what you've seen from Mac, Manuch, obviously he can work it from the pocket, maybe don't hold the ball as long. But just from a 49er perspective, some of the challenges when they put Josh Sweat in the A-gap and they run a game and he's all of a sudden in Mac Jones' face. Mac Jones, all the things you're talking about athletically that Brock is, Mac's a good quarterback. He doesn't move like Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I watched that game last week, and Mac, you're right. He gets rid of the ball. Very accurate, number one. He gets rid of the football. I think with this Cardinals pass rush, and the problem with the Cardinals pass rush, they're not getting to anybody with their front four, front three. It looks like Nick Rawls, the defensive coordinator, is going to have to start doing some, as you mentioned, some fire blitzes, some stunts, some outside blitzes to put pressure on quarterbacks. They didn't really put a lot of pressure on Spencer Rattler in the Saints game and really didn't get to Bryce Young at all in the second half until like the final drive. So that being said, if they do, Greg, to answer your question, quick passing game, roll him out, waggle him, bootleg him so he gets away from that. And on top of that, understand where your checkdowns are. If you can't get to your first or second read down the field, or Juwan Jennings down the field, or York down the field, come underneath your tight ends, come underneath to CMC. I think that you can't anticipate it. You just have to read it and understand where to go with the ball right now if you feel that pressure. And the other thing, guys, which you can help Mac Jones with on that, when a guy's not quite so gifted in the mobility side, is go max protect. Send your 3 or 4 guys. You know, the Niners have enough talent with their backup tight ends and the guys that they have, and with their receivers and CMC to get the ball and, as Hank Stram said many years ago, matriculate the ball down the field. And, hey, a 3-yard gain versus a 10-yard gain, that's okay. Just, you know, stay behind the chains and just keep moving the ball down the field. So when I see the formula to handle pressure, there's 3 or 4 things that Kyle Shanahan can do, and I'm sure he will do versus this front. I'd call it the front 7 because it's going to take 7 to put pressure on Mac Jones.
Yeah, and Arizona's invested in that front 7. A few more minutes here with Dan Minucci. And actually, speaking of Arizona, let's go over to the quarterback on the other side, Kyler Murray. This is a big year for him in terms of his long-term future, what's going to happen with Arizona. And he's one of the more dynamic players in the entire league. Sure. He also will give you mistakes, as you saw with Carolina last week and the Panthers making a late push to get back into the game. Now, some people could say, well, they've played the Saints and the Panthers, so 2-0, it's not that impressive. But look, someone's going to leave the stadium on Sunday with a 3-0 record, and it very well could be Arizona. What are you seeing early on from Kyler Murray, and maybe any kind of growth or just difference from what he's been the past couple of seasons since he came back from the ACL?
You know what? I see him more steady so far, and I think that Drew Petzing, the offensive coordinator, is really focused on balance. Problem is they're having trouble running the ball, guys. I mean, they had 82 yards rushing, and 32 of those were from Kyler Murray. The week before, I think they had 56 yards rushing by Murray. You can't rely on your quarterback, I don't care who he is, if he's reincarnated Randall Cunningham or Michael Vick, to be a third of your running game. So they've got to improve on that, number one. But to answer your question, Greg, he's really looked more steady, more accountable and responsible with the football. He's only had one really mental irregularity to steal a line from Rocky II when he told Paulie, hey, yo, Paulie, don't get mentally irregular, right? So that was after that scramble. That was after that Benny Hill scramble that he had for like 30 yards. And then the next play, he rolls out, pressure, he throws the ball back inside. Pick, where you had a guaranteed 3 points. You could have made it 30-3. At that point, Carolina gets the ball. And what did they score? 21 straight points to get themselves back in the game. That's really the only mental irregularity he's had. Now, if he can stay away from those, take care of the ball, be responsible with the ball, that's where the growth has been with Kyler Murray so far this year. And, Greg, to your point, yes, this is a huge, ginormous year for Kyler Murray to prove that he's the quarterback moving forward with the Arizona Cardinals.
Well, you got a pair of 2-0s, going into this game in the NFC West, and you got the Rams and the Eagles at 2-0 as well. So the Rams lose. The winner of this game could be on the 21st night of September in first place in the NFC West, and they could be 3-0, like your Buffalo Bills, Manooch.
Yeah.
And they had a battle last night. Miami played really well.
It did.
Are the Buffalo Bills now, with Kansas City down, having beaten Baltimore? Chargers are really good. Are they the best team in the AFC, at least right now, Manooch, your Bills?
Yeah, I think they are, Greg. They really are. And how appropriate last year at the old Rich Stadium, Ralph Wilson Stadium / Highmark Stadium. I really would. I'd love to see for me personally, I'd love to see the Niners and Bills go out in the Super Bowl. But this is that year, Greg. You're a Buffalonian. I was there for 3 years. That this is their time. I really feel when I see the balance, the defense, I really feel this is their time. And how appropriate it be for all those people who have been lighting candles on all the Catholic churches since 1960 to finally have the prayers answered for the Bills to at least get there and have that one last hurrah before they go on to the new stadium.
Manooch, you're the best. And, I picked the Bills in my survivor pool last night. I was telling Papa that before we signed off yesterday. I'm sitting there at the start of the fourth quarter like, hey, Miami showed up to play. What's going on? But, hey, that's the NFL for you. And, I said someone's going to leave with a 3-0 record. I guess there is the possibility of a tie. I don't want to rule that out, right? Could be 2-0-1, 2-0-1.
Don't do that, Greg. Don't do that.
Donovan McNabb, we're moving on. We're settling this. There's no ties.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Hey, before I leave, I can't wait to hear Ayuk is on fire.
Who comes off IR first, Ayuk or Papa? Definitely Ayuk. There's no doubt. That's not happening.
I think all the prayers are hammering one, Greg Papa. Brother, we love you. Know we're thinking about you. Let's go get this damn thing done, right?
Love you, brother. Love you, Manooch.
Thanks, Manooch.
Thank you, man. Anytime, fellas. Thank you.
He is Dan Minucci. You can catch him on ESPN 620 from 1 to 4 p.m. With Rock Manooch and Jimmy B on the weekdays. Of course, he's a mentor to 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy. And I think that Brandon Ayuk comes off the IR first, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. I think Greg Papa has a better Super Bowl than Brandon Ayuk, calling, let's say, Ricky Pearsall winning touchdown over the Bills, while Ayuk just puts up a nice solid
What if it's Brandon Ayuk with the
line.
winning touchdown in the Super Bowl? What if it's Brandon Ayuk?
Then we're going to have to do Danny's big poll for who had the best Super Bowl.
All right.
From one guest to the next, Adam Amin is going to be on the call with Mark Sanchez, and we'll actually get Mark Sanchez to join us on Monday. But let's talk to our good friend, NFL and MLB on Fox broadcaster Adam Amin, next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Friday. I got to say, these weeks fly by once we get into football season. Niners start 2-0. Cardinals start 2-0. Just talked to Dan Minucci, and from one guest to the next, we welcome in a good friend of ours who's come on multiple times with Papa and Silver. He was in Denver week 1. He was in Pittsburgh week 2. Now he'll be in Santa Clara week 3 on the call with Mark Sanchez, Christina Pink, and the Fox crew. He is Adam Amin, and he joins us on the UMA guest line. Adam, great to talk to you again. What's happening?
Everything's good. Boys just got back from Cincinnati after a little baseball last night, and going to get set to talk with Robert Saleh and Kyle Shanahan here in a little bit, and on our way to San Francisco tonight and on to Santa Clara Sunday.
And Hunter Green dealt last night. I do want to get your thoughts on what's going on in the National League, and Clayton Kershaw towing the rubber for the last time ever as an L.A. Dodger at 1,000 Vince Scully Way. So great to have you, Adam. Mitch Regan reached out to me. I know you're on the game this week, and he'll be on the game next week. So good to get your thoughts. Just your and you haven't talked to Saleh and Kyle. You'll Zoom after we're done. But the talking point is Mac Jones or Brock Purdy. Just your assessment from reading everything you've been told. Are you kind of feeling this is a Mac Jones start on Sunday?
Feels like a Mac Jones start, and obviously, as you said, Greg, and good to have you back this week, my friend. But I think we'll get a better sense for it today. But it just felt like Mac all week, even with Brock being back at practice and kind of moving around okay and throwing the ball. It still just feels like there's no reason to push. I think the 2-0 record gives you a little bit of cushion in a lot of ways to be okay. You got a divisional win in the bank as well, so that helps. Obviously, the importance of this game being in the division is huge, but I thought Mac performed very well, and I think that allows Kyle Shanahan some flexibility here to not have to push Brock Purdy back into the mix right away. Maybe next week if he has a good weekend and a good week of practice next week. But I'm leaning towards prepping for Mac Jones here.
You know, Adam, I know you said you're going to go and speak to Robert Saleh and Kyle Shanahan a little bit later on in the day, but even before having those conversations, 49ers have a young defense and who's played really well the first couple of weeks. The Cardinals are a running team who hasn't actually ran it that well in their first couple of weeks of the season. Just your early look as you've gotten to dive into these research. What do you think the tipping points are that will ultimately decide this matchup, assuming that it will be Mac Jones at quarterback for the Niners?
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on the offensive line. It's been kind of an interesting mixed bag so far. Like week 1, you know, they allowed a pretty high pressure rate to Seattle, but I thought, you know, just getting a sense for where Brock was, you know, moved around in the pocket fairly well, was able to get out of some of the pressure. I think he only got sacked 1 time in that game. And then last week, I thought the protection was actually better, and you know, credit to San Francisco's offensive line, and in particular Connor Colby for stepping in with the Barch injury. You know, I think he didn't allow a single pressure in his time out there. So, you know, the protection was better, yet there were 3 sacks rather than 1 in week 1. So I think Mac has a lot of work to do in that capacity, but I also think he moved around fairly well at times. It's just the pass rush was a little more efficient in week 2 for New Orleans than it was for Seattle. So if Mac can avoid some of that, continue to move around in the pocket, maneuver, and try to find some of the throws that he was able to make against New Orleans defense, I think he'll be fine, but a lot of that is just offensive line dependent. The pocket health is very important for Mac.
Adam, Kyle Shanahan is an entirely different guy. When he's at the podium being asked about turf toes and injuries, does not want to reveal competitive disadvantages to the opponents. When you get him alone, and I interview him every Thursday before every single game, and he tells me everything, and obviously I'm going to keep it in confidence. I've never been in a TV production meeting. I'm curious, when you guys get together, will he have the confidence, and with Mark Sanchez there, where he'll know you guys aren't going to, you know, tweet it out and leak it out, that he will just tell you who is going to start a quarterback for him on Sunday? Will he have that kind of relationship, do you think?
I think he's pretty comfortable with most of us, and I do get the sense that if he says he doesn't know until Saturday, then he probably knows but isn't 100% sure. And that's okay. Like I said, as long as I know 90 minutes before, or as long as I feel like I've gotten some heads up, like make sure you prepare for X, Y, and Z. Like, that's what I ask. And a lot of this has to do, honestly, with, like, I want to make things easier, like, on my graphics guy, you know? Like, that's what I want to do as a TV teammate. Most of what we ask, like, I'm going to find out over the course of Saturday or Sunday, you know, pre-kick. I'm going to find out, and obviously you have to say, you know, like, we have these things called 90-minute meetings where, you know, some of the TV crew meets with the officials and meet with some of the team officials as well. And you kind of just get, hey, here's who's inactive, here's who's active. So even if Kyle doesn't give it to you, I think he's comfortable enough with us to be like, hey, you should probably prepare for Adrian Martinez to be, you know, the backup quarterback. Like, that's all I really need. It's more so if I know Brock's not going to play, or if he's just going to be the emergency third quarterback, I can tell our graphics crew and our production crew, hey, don't spend an hour and a half doing all this Brock Purdy prep, because more than likely you won't need it. Focus on Mac Jones. Like, I'm just trying to make life a little easier, and we're just trying to make life a little easier for the rest of our production crew, and it gives us a better sense for what to look for, and I don't have to spend or dedicate an extra time to X, Y, and Z when A, B, and C are going to be happening instead.
Talking to Adam Amin here on the Yuma guest line. He'll be on the call with Mark Sanchez on Fox at 1:25 on Sunday for the Niners home opener. And you got to go and see Denver take on Tennessee. You got to go and see Pittsburgh fall at home to Seattle. The NFC West as a whole right now is 7-1, and the only loss was when the Niners and Seahawks faced off week 1, and one of them had to lose no matter what. Couple of really impressive defenses. Now, I know we don't draw conclusions too early in the season, but just between weeks 1 and 2, would you say Seattle or Denver was the more impressive defense to you?
I still think Denver. Seattle's still kind of getting Uchenna Nwosu up on a pitch count and kind of getting a little bit of continuity with DeMarcus Lawrence and seeing what his role is going to be. But I think they look very good against Pittsburgh. Now, the Steelers' offensive line has had its fair share of struggles, and I know, you know, Denver faced Tennessee in week 1 and had, you know, a pretty easy day. I think 6 sacks in that contest for Denver. But I think just the continuity of Denver's defense probably sticks out to me a little bit more. But that's, again, you're going to have to face Seattle again if you're San Francisco, and that defense has started to click a little bit. Remember, they did that. They performed very well without Devin Witherspoon on Sunday. They didn't have Nicky Manwari against Pittsburgh either, so they were a little bit shorthanded in terms of depth on the back end. But they're like most of the NFC West teams, and a lot like a lot of teams across the board now, where their slot corner can play multiple positions, and that gives them a lot of flexibility positionally on defense. So I think, you know, you're going to have to get used to that at some point if you're not already. But I think Denver's versatility, or Denver's pass rush versus Seattle's versatility, I think are the two strengths for those defenses in the first couple of weeks.
I mean, versatility is your strength. You can do it all. And we do want to talk baseball with you a little bit, no matter what you do, whether Bulls TV or NFL football or Bears preseason football. I watch you all the time, and you're impeccable. I do want to ask you about Caleb. And, you know, there were some great moments in the preseason game against Buffalo, and certainly the first drive, and then it kind of disintegrated a little bit. His numbers are better. I mean, ultimately it comes down to seeing the field or not, and that's why Brock Purdy's so good and Mac Jones can be good at times. Just what are you seeing from Caleb? Is he better seeing the field? Just give me an assessment with the new head coach 2 games in from what you've seen.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of work to do. There's still a lot of work to do in terms of continuity with the offensive line. There's still plenty of issues in terms of timing that they need to fix, but it's been better. And I do think this is supposed to be a work in progress. I do get the feeling that, you know, with all the energy of Ben Johnson coming in and taking that job, that there was this expectation that right out of the gate they're going to be firing on all cylinders. And that's very rarely the case, if ever the case in the NFL, and especially now in today's NFL when starters don't get the amount of reps. They don't play as often as they used to. Even like 5, 7, 10 years ago in the preseason, it was a little bit more regimented. You know this, Greg, after, you know, having called games for as long as you have, like there was always kind of this, all right, game 1's probably going to be the bench guys. Game 2, you're going to implement the starters. Game 3 is dress rehearsal, and game 4 is all the back end guys who are fighting for roster spots. And now you're cutting the preseason down. You're cutting down starters reps. I'm not shocked that across the league offenses look a little shaky at times. I'm not surprised that across the league the best offense we saw was Detroit, and they have about as much continuity personnel-wise as we have in the NFL. So with some of the new pieces for Chicago, with the slow ramp-up time, with the new install, I'm not shocked that this is where it's at. I do think there have been some positives, and I do think Caleb Williams can build on that. But I also feel like the expectation was very specific here in Chicago for what people thought they were going to see, and they haven't seen anything really remotely close to it just yet.
All right, my versatility question for you, Adam, is what's a tougher assignment for you as a play-by-play broadcaster? Early season in the NFL like we got right now, or September baseball where you got a mix of teams fighting for the playoffs and then others who are out of it and trotting out a whole bunch of new and unknown faces to see what they got for the next season?
You know what? Gosh, that's a great question. I do think it's fairly even. I mean, they come with their own challenges, obviously, because you are seeing teams that maybe you haven't seen. I hadn't seen Cincinnati since last June, right? I haven't called one of their games in 15 months, and we're playing catch up over the course of the last week on, all right, where are the Reds at? What are they looking like? We've had a handful of Cubs games this year, but I still feel like the depth, the breadth of the NFL, trying to get a gauge on teams, trying to figure out what information is valuable and useful until we actually get to a point where we have a little bit more of a sample size to draw from. I still think the NFL and the depth of knowledge that you need and the amount of players, the volume of players itself, probably account for more of the difficulties at this time of year.
Yeah, it's not like the old days of the 40-man rosters in September. You're good there.
Thankfully, right? At least it's only up to 28 guys now.
I didn't like that rule. I didn't like that rule. So the Reds are ahead of the Giants. They got to get over everybody. So the Giants' plight is not good. But tonight's going to be so significant. This is Clayton Kershaw's last regular season start at Dodger Stadium, and I think he made this announcement thinking, I may not get one in the playoffs. They are so loaded. So we'll get into the greatness of Clayton Kershaw. But what role would he have? Would you piggyback him and start him and then bring in somebody behind him? They got so many starters. They got so many arms. Would you ask Kershaw to pitch out of the bullpen in the playoffs? Doc said, I think he's going to be on the 26-man roster in the playoffs, but it's not my call. It'll be Andrew Friedman's. They're going to leave. They're going to have Kershaw on the playoff roster, right? Maybe?
I would think so. And I think he's at the point of his career where, listen, he's got his full season World Series. He's got the Hall of Fame resume. I think he's the type of person that's also like, I'll just do whatever you need me to do. And I always go back, and Madison obviously was as good of an example as this as anybody. You guys saw this a decade ago with Bumgarner willing to do whatever it takes. And I'm not saying Kershaw is going to be in that role because I don't think they're going to need him in that role, and I don't necessarily think he's going to feel as comfortable in that role as he might in a long relief, or give me a couple of innings out of the bullpen, or give me one inning against this pocket of left-handers. I could see him being an opener in a sense for 2-3 innings, maybe 2 times through the order even. But you have Glass now, you got Snell, you got Yamamoto, which is a great division series lineup. And if you want to throw in Emmett Sheehan maybe during an LCS series, if depending on how you want to use Ohtani, do you use these guys back to back somehow? I think that'd be a fascinating match because it's a righty and a lefty. So I think there's options, and that's the biggest thing for Dave Roberts. That's the thing that he leaned on last year, right? When this team won the World Series, a lot of it just had to do with mixing and matching as many bullpen arms that can get me through these series as possible, and I won't be shocked if that's more of the blueprint again this year.
All right, my last one for you, Adam. I know you got a side hobby of DJing, and sometimes you even do it after a broadcast, which is an incredible doubleheader. Is there going to be a post-Fox broadcast DJ gig in the South Bay on Sunday?
Got it. You guys got to become my agents, I think, more than anything else to get all that set up. Because I know how good the house music scene is in San Francisco. I always think back to kind of growing up in the 90s and 2000s and listening to guys like DJ Dan, who were huge on the West Coast and huge in the Bay Area and huge in San Francisco in particular. I still have one of those old CDs from Ruby Sky Nightclub mixed live that DJ Dan mixed. So I don't know how many of your listeners would have that deep of a bag for their electronic music scenes, but I know how good the house music scene is in San Francisco. So hopefully one day. I just played in Kansas City for the first time after a Bears game a couple of weeks back. So hopefully we'll get a chance to do that one of these days.
Awesome. Well, in the meantime, I'm looking forward to hearing you on Sunday at 1:25, and we're actually going to have your broadcast partner, Mark Sanchez, joining us on Monday. So thanks for coming by and setting the bar high, because I don't know if he'll be able to live up to it when we catch up with him on Monday.
He'll do just fine. He's been killing it, and I'm pumped to be with him again this season. We'll have some fun in We got San Francisco the next 2 weeks. In fact, we've got the Jacksonville game next week too.
Nice. All right. Well, enjoy the Bay Area and enjoy the what everyone's calling the heat wave, because the Niners got their nice white uniforms coming in this 84-degree day.
Yeah, looking forward to it, guys. Thank you so much. Great to talk with you as always, man. Really appreciate you, boys.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate you, bro.
He's the best. Adam Amin, Fox play-by-play for both the NFL and MLB. And, yeah, busy time of year for him. And we'll see, maybe the baseball season's got to end before he gets back to the DJ life. But, hey, next 2 weeks in San Francisco, if we can't book him one this weekend, maybe we can find him a place for the next weekend. John Lynch was on with Murph and Marcus, although it was Marcus and Todd Husak yesterday. Kyle Shanahan was on with Dirty Work yesterday, so want to play some of their sound. Matt Mayoko joining us at 11:50, and then a lot of Kershaw talk, a lot of Giants talk coming in the 12 o'clock hour with Andy Baggerly joining us at 12:50. Plus, Danny Dunn's giving us his debut of Take It or Leave It. Walter had to coach him up. I think he might even do better, though. We'll see. It's all coming up. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants fell to the Dodgers 2-1 last night in a unique game in which they drew 10 walks but got only one hit. And tonight, they'll face Clayton Kershaw for the 63rd and likely final time in his 18-year career. It's a 7:10 first pitch on the Sports Leader, which means our pregame broadcast starts at 6:10. Dirty Work will take you all the way there. Is your home ready for kickoff now that the 49ers are coming home to Santa Clara for the first time this year? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy your football Sunday. Get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season both in full swing, right now is the perfect time to tackle any of those indoor and outdoor paint projects that you've set aside. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prep and tailgate treats and pregame snacks. And a freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So what are you waiting for? Change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game this year, let us help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver hanging out with you, getting you through your Friday. A lot of football talk here, and of course, some Giants talk coming up too. I think we might have an edition of Danny's Big Poll coming your way, so stay tuned for that. Clayton Kershaw, the Giants are going to be facing him for probably the final time tonight. 63rd time and 61st start, and Yamamoto last night. It was an off night for him by the standard of an ace, but he still went with 7 strikeouts, 5 1/3 innings scoreless, and only gave up 1 hit. And the Giants as a whole, 0 for 7 in scoring position, could not get it done. And they need to pretty much win just about every game moving forward. I said 3 out of 4 for the Dodgers, and that leaves no margin for error for these next 3. Robbie Ray looking to turn it around after he's had a tough stretch of 4 starts himself.
Yeah, I thought we were talking Niners here, but either way, the Giants are. It is what it is. It's running out of time here. And last night, Yamamoto was fine. He just walked a lot of guys. The Giants, it's when they just, in bags, will break it down. After they got the 4 against Rodriguez in Arizona, they're not scoring. They got the 5 in extras. It's just up and down and all around. There's so many things we talked about with them and the fundamentals of baseball where they break down. But the bottom line is when they score, they're a competitive team. When they don't score, and they went on a hot streak where they homered in, 17 straight games. And last night, the offense just didn't come through. We talked about Bailey not making the play, but, the Thomas had bad. And normally he chases that slider away from Blake Trinan. That one, that was a hell of a pitch on the outer black. Hunter Pence said it was a strike. I'm not sure. And there was a pitch before, and then Chapman just chased. It went out of the strike zone there. That was not good. So it's hard to score against these elite guys, and that's why you build up arms. I mean, you got to have arms. And in the NFL, you got to have depth, and there's no doubt. The Giants traded away a lot of pitching. The Dodgers' pitching was hurt early in the year, and now a lot of them are back. They're back at the point where, honestly, I don't know what role Clayton Kershaw would be in the postseason. I mean, you've got Yamamoto, you got Snell, Ohtani. Can Ohtani do anything else but start because of the DH component? He'd be a hell of a closer. But he if he comes out of the game and does not close the game, they can't use him as a DH anymore with that rule. And you got Glass now, and you got Sheehan, and is Sasaki going to be in the mix? And all these arms. So you got to stack arms, and the Dodgers are getting healthy at the right time. We'll talk about it. But in the NFL, you got to have arms as well. And I know John was on this week, and the Mac Jones thing and bringing him in after Sam Darnold, keep in mind, and it was Hassan Reddick, as Tim Ryan reminded me, not Josh Sweat, but the image of that NFC Championship game and being the fugitive, a one-armed man. You don't have a quarterback at all. The Niners are just not going to let that happen again. You're going to go out and get Sam Darnold, pay him a little more money. You're going to go out and get a Pro Bowl former guy you evaluated heavy in the draft, and Mac Jones, and this is the situation you were in. I mean, if Josh Dobbs was quarterbacking this game and in New Orleans, with quarterbacking this game against his former team, the Arizona Cardinals, how would you feel with him in this game? I feel a lot better with Mac Jones. I love Sam Darnold as well, but I think, as you build up arms in all these sports, you can never have enough pitching in baseball, and you can never have enough quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, this weekend is backup quarterback weekend, and it'll continue. So it's essential what John Lynch did, underrating signing, but it's huge to get Mac Jones under contract, and not just for this year. They got him under contract for 2 years, and they're not paying him a lot of money. I wonder about the incentives on this deal, and what if he does play well and has to play more games, how they will sweeten that. But right now, it's about getting Mac Jones' career back online, but more importantly, having his team win the football game on Sunday and beyond.
Well, let's hear from John Lynch, who was on with our Morning Boys yesterday, and he got into Mac Jones and did compare him to Sam Darnold during his time last year when he was the quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. Here's what Lynch had to say.
I thought he did really well. We were pleased to add Mac this offseason, and we had watched a similar thing happen with when you have a talented player and it hasn't gone their way. We saw it happen with Sam Darnold, and maybe a blueprint. Although they're different players, a guy that we really like what they bring, the total package of what they bring, and saying, okay, maybe it hasn't gone like they've wanted elsewhere, but maybe if we put them in our situation and pour into them, maybe we can get all the talent that we see in them out of them. And so much credit goes to each one of those guys, Sam, and what he did with the opportunity. And you're seeing Mac really take advantage of the opportunity.
So there's John Lynch comparing it to getting Sam Darnold, a high drafted talent, put into a situation that didn't go his way. They end up bringing him there. Then Sam Darnold goes and has a great year in Minnesota, and now is trying to do another kind of resurrection over in Seattle. Every Friday, or I should say the first 2 Fridays of the NFL season, when I was with JD, we would try to list a key 2 to 4 questions going into the weekend that would give us something to revisit after the matchup had played out. And one of the ones he threw out last week with Mac Jones getting the start is, can the 49ers win the turnover battle? Because we know Mac Jones, if we compare it to Sam Darnold, you would say Darnold's a lot more mobile. He's got a lot greater raw talent and athletic ability, but Mac Jones shoulders up, has that kind of processing ability that Kyle Shanahan loves in a Kirk Cousins, a Matt Ryan, a lot of these guys who have been his favorites over the years, and of course, a Brock Purdy. So the 49ers didn't end up winning the turnover battle. Mac Jones had the 1 fumble, but he didn't throw any interceptions either. And sometimes not losing the turnover battle is just as important as ending up winning it. And the 49ers have been behind in the turnover battle 3 times this year. Every single time they've been able to find a way to equalize it. And obviously, when you got a guy like Fred Warner to go and make those big impact plays, that goes a long way as well. It ended up being only a 5-point game. The defense shut the door, but you scored 26 points because Mac Jones led the offense in a way that really flowed nicely after that rusty start of 0 for 4.
Man, there's no doubt the turnover battle is essential, and it's one of the keys, the most important statistic in all of football. Kyle dropped that statistic about, scoring right before halftime. And he said that's even higher outside of blocking a punt or something, and higher than the turnover margin. And I don't fully believe it, but I know Kyle believes it. The way he executed Mac Jones, that 2-minute drill, when the game was 9-7 was the game. And to go right down the field and find his checkdowns, get the ball to JJ down the sideline, break a tackle, get out of bounds, get it to Ricky, get it just all the way down the field, execute the throw to McCaffrey when they misaligned against him. Just brilliant. The other thing is, and I think one of the most underrated aspects of Jimmy Garoppolo's time here, Jimmy Garoppolo was big time on 3rd down. A lot of the metrics, he was right there with Patrick Mahomes. The Niners were 8 for 15 on 3rd down in this game. Now, it's not a turnover, but if you don't convert on 3rd down, and even Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills had long stretches, Miami and Anthony Weaver were playing top down and forcing Buffalo to check it down. They were not picking up first downs. They got a break last night on a roughing the punter and a Tua pick at the end. Yeah. So they weren't converting on 3rd down. Mac Jones converts on 3rd down. That's the processing there to get the ball out on time. And he did it, on 3rd down, and he also went right down the field at the end of the first half. And he made plenty of plays to win the game. He's got to speed up the clock a little bit. And it's just fascinating. And we'll talk to Mayoko about it. And we studied Mac Jones, obviously, in the 21 draft. And Trevor Lawrence is coming in next week with Jacksonville. He went number 1. Everybody knew Trevor Lawrence was going to go number 1. Zach Wilson went number 2. Niners moved up from 12 to 3. And they wound up, and I was shocked. I thought the whole process, it would be Mac. And then a couple of hours before the draft, I got a text, it's going to be Trey Lance. And whoa. So something changed there. Justin Fields went 11 to the Bears. The Niners are not going to pick him. If the Niners had just stayed at 12 and not moved up, would Belichick in New England have traded up and gotten him ahead of him? Did you have to? If you stay at 12, that's where Micah Parsons went. So you're not going to take Micah. That was a coveted spot. How high did you have to go up? They wanted to go up all the way to 3. They weren't going to get 1 or 2. They figured we'll go from 12 to 3. We gave up a lot of future draft capital, obviously, and we can get to take the quarterback we wanted. If Trey doesn't hurt his finger, that preseason game against the Rams, I think his time here is decidedly different. But Mac Jones, just from the pocket, the ability to work the pocket, get the ball out on time, just runs the offense better. Can he want to run away from pressure? So in any event, Mac Jones He started slowly. He held the ball a little bit. You got to get the ball out quicker. But if they block it up for him and he has a U-shaped pocket, and I think they can pierce them down the field with all the injuries in the secondary, Mac Jones can light this team up. But you got to keep him off his back. And to your point, don't turn the ball over. When he freaks out and he gets pressure in his face and he starts twisting and turning and going the wrong way, and Kyler will do that. He'll make a bad mistake and throw it up for grabs, and then it's not as fun, Mac Jones. That's where Belichick gives him the eye. So he's got to stay away from that mistake. Just don't make the critical mistake and punt the football. But Mac Jones on third down, one start as a Niner was really Jimmy Garoppolo like Sunday in New Orleans.
I think it's a great point, and especially going into this week, what getting a third down does not only extends the drive and gives you a chance to score, but it also gives your defense a chance to rest, and this is going to be a tough test for the defense here. So if you got a lot of short drives and 3-and-outs and failed third downs, and then you got to go and worry about Kyler Murray and that kind of dynamic running talent, and also James Conner, and also Trey Benson, and also Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr., that could end up biting you real quickly for a defense that is rather inexperienced outside of course, their 3 stars, one at each level. So, it's all really important in how it plays into one another. We've used the phrase complementary football so many times. And a big part about third down, well, Mac Jones was great on third down. Who's the ultimate third down nickname guy? Third and Juwan. Will he end up playing in this one? Led the team in targets, led the team in receiving yards, despite not really getting a chance to get that training camp and preseason rapport building with Mac Jones. He ended up being his guy outside of Christian McCaffrey in the receiving game for week 1. So is Juwan Jennings going to be good to go? That's another important headline we'll be following in the next 48 hours.
And we'll ask Matty Mayoko. And I think Kyle Juszczyk's availability in this game with protection is going to be huge as well. Matt reported that he's on the field with a blue jersey, so maybe he's got to feel. You got to pass concussion protocol, and they take it right up until the end. He's going to have to get on and actually, accelerate his heart rate, make sure he's able to do that. That may not be cleared until Saturday before the game, but I think it's so important to have Kyle Juszczyk in this game. There's no doubt. But the other side of it, and we should have asked Adam Amin, Arizona's just ravaged in the secondary. We have talked so much about the pass rush, but they've got so many holes in their secondary. They put a lot of guys, Starling, Sean Murphy Bunting, who got into it last year. Remember with Juwan Jennings in that fight when they were rolling around? We're not gonna have that. He's on IR. Another corner went on IR. I think Will Johnson, the young guy from Michigan, will play, but they've got other guys that are not. They got some guys. Keitrell Clark has played a lot against the 49ers. They got Buda and they got Jalen Thompson. But there are going to be a lot of holes in this secondary. Arizona likes to play a lot of 6 defensive backs. I don't know what 6 they're going to have up for game time. We'll find out more today when they start declaring guys doubtful and out and not being able to play. But this is a good time to, if you can block their front, and Manute said it, it's the front 7. They're not winning with the front 4. Calais a couple of times. They're going to bring second level. They'll blitz Buda. They'll line up everybody. They'll twist the front. They'll zone blitz it. They'll have Joker standing up, not coming and bailing and overload you. If you can get the ball out on time and get it blocked, and this is the kind of game plan where Kyle could gash you. This could be, Niners have not exploded much yet, Greg. They have exploded on the ground yet. The J.J. touchdown through his zone was a big one on third down and 11, a 42-yarder. This could be a game where they could explode on this team. If you can get the right guys blocked up front, give Mac time, avoid Buda Baker, and get the ball downfield, there's some guys you can attack in their secondary.
That word explode is a pretty nice segue into what we will visit next, and that is the play of Christian McCaffrey. Not a ton of explosion, but a ton of efficiency, great steadiness, and the most important piece of this offense, including when he was absent, because you saw how that went when he wasn't available for Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. So a little bit more from John Lynch when we come back, and then Matt Mayoko joining us at 11:50. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. Hey, it's Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been based here in the Bay Area for over 25 years, and these are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, or had your rights threatened and violated, DolanLawFirm.com is the place to go to learn more about your rights and how they can be protected by the best in the business. Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents over the past year, so with all the cars and schools and Fridays especially, a tough day for traffic with everyone leaving work a little bit early and people making plans for the weekend, be careful, don't spoil those weekend plans, and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. So yeah, they live here and they work here, but most importantly, for you, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver feeling supersonic on a Friday. Matt Mayoko going to be joining us coming up in about 15 minutes. Andy Baggerly coming by at 12:30. We got a little take it or leave it coming your way, which we've done with JD a couple of times. Now we get Greg Papa's introduction to it, as well as Danny Dunn's. So that's going to be fun for me. I'll be the teacher. But in all seriousness, getting back to our comments on John Lynch, explosiveness, Christian McCaffrey, the key to the offense and a big part of this 2-0 start as a whole. Found the end zone for the first time since the 2023 season with that play he split out. Mac Jones completes the 2-minute drill, go into the half, and Kyle Shanahan loves that 2-for-1. Here's John Lynch on Christian McCaffrey and the explosiveness, talking about the Saints game being the most efficient as a 49er.
Yeah, you look at things analytically and all this, and, our analytics team said that, that was his most efficient game since he's been a Niner the other day. Yards over expected, all the different metrics they look at. And so I think it's really close. The way things work, I think that the more we continue to make plays like Jawan did, explosives there, the less attention they can just focus on Christian and pull people close to the line of scrimmage. They're going to have to back off a little. So it all works together. And then, it's being on every detail, and we're playing with a lot of moving parts. We've seen the receiver position throughout the off season, into training camp. There were a lot of injuries and such, and that may be the case, this weekend as well. So there's moving parts, but with that, there's a lot of intricacies. We ask our receivers to do a lot of blocking downfield, and if we can just get a little more on the details, I think those explosives start coming, and then we stay efficient on the positive, the 5-yard runs, the 4-yard runs that we're doing on a regular basis. Those all of a sudden become the bigger ones. And so Christian, believe me, he's plenty explosive. Yes, ask the opponents he's playing against, and he's a threat to go the distance on each and every play.
So I know you got your Run CMC shirt on right now, and when we had your first Ask Papa with Matt Mayoko, I should say we, as in I wanted to be a part of it. I was there in spirit, the NBC Sports Bay Area clip, but you talked about using CMC as inspiration and him being sidelined essentially for all of last year, not really looking like himself outside of that first quarter in Buffalo in the snow, and working his way back to the field. And one of my big takeaways for week 2 especially was Christian McCaffrey continues to be the steadying essential force for this offense. So maybe the explosiveness that we were used to in 2023 hasn't been on full display. Maybe if you're a fantasy football player, he hasn't been quite the darling that he was a couple of seasons ago or the year before that. But all in all, what he has done to this offense, when you don't have George Kittle, Jawan Jennings is battling through injuries. You don't have Brandon Ayuk. You don't have Demarcus Robinson. And as of last week, you didn't have Brock Purdy. Christian McCaffrey continues to just be the stabilizer. And the way he was efficient in the run game and how effective he's been in the pass game is a big reason why they're 2-0 here.
Christian McCaffrey, very simply, is the best player on this football team by far. He is the most indispensable player on the team. Now, you can lose a lot of guys. You don't want to lose 97. Obviously, that'll change a lot of things. Even the quarterback position, you have depth. You don't want to lose George Kittle, but they found a way to win. Christian McCaffrey is different than everybody on this roster. He is different than anybody on anybody's roster. He is different than anybody on anybody's roster in the history of the NFL. And when he's right, and we saw him during his play over the year when he finished, 3rd or 4th in the MVP with Brock. I think he was 3rd and Brock was 4th. He was the best player. He scored 21 touchdowns that year. He scored a touchdown every damn game. And he did it in a variety of ways. Christian McCaffrey got in the end zone Sunday in New Orleans for the first time since the Super Bowl. And it was the double pass with Jawan Jennings. And Christian, to me, and I wonder, I've never asked him this, but at, the UNLV soft turf and working out there, it cost you Dre Greenlaw. Daniel Bullock's also tore an Achilles. I mean, what's going on? Practicing on a trampoline. You're in a sand pit, a mosh pit. It was unprofessional. And then McCaffrey, bilateral Achilles tendonitis, and He wasn't himself last year. It took him a long time. He worked hard. He went to all spots of the globe.
Mm-hmm.
He came out of it in the snow because he grew up in Denver and high knees to go through that snow in Buffalo, and then he got wrapped and he went down. Anyway, he's back. He's the most important piece on this football team. He's the guy they use the most. Whether he gets the ball or not, he sets it up. We detailed it in a Papa's Playbook, first show back. Jennings' touchdown was set up by Christian McCaffrey and taking Pete Warner out, even though Christian ran a route to the outside. He ran a comeback route against Pete Warner early in the game and caught it like a wide receiver. Then obviously his touchdown and how they moved him and got him matched up with the end, Gary Anderson, and then he dropped him and he got behind Alontae Taylor. Christian McCaffrey is just a difference maker. He's Steph Curry. Whether he shoots the ball or not, he pulls everybody that way. Everything is different. And, obviously, just look at the numbers last year when a lot of guys, Debo wasn't Debo, Ayuk got hurt, but it all starts with CMC. He unlocks everything about this offense. He is that, and I guarantee you, when the other team goes into defensive innings, they spend triple the amount of hours on CMC than they spend on anybody else. What do we do with him when he's here? What do you do when you're there? It's amazing to me that sometimes we're going to put Granderson on him in the slot on the goal line and just drop him? The hell came up with that idea? What are you thinking? So he's all that. You got to keep him healthy. They don't have a lot of. Last year when he was out, J.P. Mason ran really well.
Yeah.
It's different, and I like Brian Robinson Jr. He's not McCaffrey. He's not J.P. Mason. Garendo has the speed. They think he's Mostert. Too much surface area. The guy gets hurt a lot. And we'll see Jordan James at some point. So you can move people around and slide and do this. Even a quarterback, even you can generate pass rush if you lose a pass rusher. Not for long. Certain guys, you don't want to lose Fred. I'm not saying that. But let's keep it real here. He's the best player on this team. I think he's the best running back in the history of the franchise, and Frank Gore, maybe a first ballot Hall of Famer because of the skill set. He's the perfect player at that position. I don't even know what to call him for Kyle Shanahan because you can align him everywhere. He's not just a running back. You can put him in the slot. You can put him outside and match him up. He tips where the defense is by pre-snap motion. I love when he goes on that hop motion where he lines up next to the quarterback in the gun, and then he just hops to the side, creates a leverage. He can beat you down the sideline. He can angle route, Texas route, Cali route. He's that good. I don't care what the numbers are. Let's not feed him the ball 31 times in a game and wreck him. But he's such a great check down threat. So let's just keep it real. Explosives, whatever, it's all him. Christian McCaffrey is the best player on this football team. And I think even Nick and all of them would bow down to what he is. And he's one of the very best. And there are a lot of indispensable players in this league. This ain't the same football team without Run CMC.
No, JD and I got into this a lot in August where there were a lot of unknowns with this 49er team, and we thought, hey, they are really dependent on their top 7-8 guys. But right at the top of that list is Christian McCaffrey, and the first 2 weeks have shown exactly why. And even with that small little injury scare, him popping up on the injury report the Thursday before the season, we're all in Oakland at the round table. We see that news, ends up being okay. And look, 50 touches through the first 2 weeks and 31 in week 1. Maybe you don't want that every single time, but as I told our guy Larry Krueger, look, until George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Demarcus Robinson, Brock Purdy come back, you got to have somebody that can stabilize this offense, and he needs to get the ball a lot. I had texted JD in the middle of the game, early third quarter. I said, Christian McCaffrey is the 49ers' best wide receiver, and that was no shot at Ricky Pearsall. That was no shot at Jawan Jennings playing through the injury he had. It was the importance of what Christian McCaffrey meant, not only for the run game to extend those drives, but also for the passing game. You mentioned Mac Jones and those 8 third down conversions. CMC is the ultimate chess piece to extend drives, to maybe explode a drive, and to solve an issue that this team really had last year, which was not being able to punch the ball in the end zone when you got into the red zone.
Yeah, all that being said, there's not a lot of left on the tires for Christian. I mean, there's a shelf life here for running backs. He got a lot of touches in Carolina. He's had some historic years. He works his ass off. He's got to manage his body. The guy's maniacal and all that, and he'll do whatever he can. But there's going to be issues that come up with him. He's just that kind of player. So you have to manage him a little bit. 31 touches is a lot, but a lot of those were on checkdowns. And that's something Brock didn't do last year. He didn't trust Jordan Mason on the checkdown. That's why he ran more. Now it's just boom, 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 get the ball out. Now McCaffrey's the primary a lot, without question, but he's also, the ultimate checkdown piece where he can still, on a 2nd and 9, wiggle it to a 3rd and 1. And now it's a whole different deal, or in fact, pick up a first down. Nobody picked up more first downs than McCaffrey in 2023. Not only the 21 touchdowns, he was a first down machine. So he is the key to everything. He unlocks everything, the gravitational pull. He opened up the passing game just by his threat. And you know what? When he came out of Stanford, and I was so obsessed with him his last year, we had his dad on Ed, and I thought he was going to be the next Brandon Stokely. And his dad listened to me for I thought he was going to be a slot receiver, going to be Wes Welker. And his dad listened to me he said, Greg, my son's a pretty good running back too. And I went, yeah, he's fine. He's a way better running back than even that. I mean, I knew he was good, obviously, but he's tough. He runs through tackles. If he gets and he's picked up the zone scheme. He was not a zone runner when he got here. In Carolina, at the end, they had Ben McAdoo. They ran in the outside zone. He was Stanford. We're pulling guards. We're slamming it up there with power. We're not running outside zone. McCaffrey had to figure out the surf and how to do that. There were some missteps initially, but then he picked it up. Obviously, his first full game as a Niner, he went hat trick in L.A. He's a tough runner. Tough. Runs through. Whether he's got a crack or 6 inches of daylight and he can pop it, he gets what's blocked and more. They don't want him to get to the second level. So he is an exceptional running back, and he runs with toughness. He turns nothing down. He catches everything. And this is a franchise, for me to say, he's the best running back in the history of the franchise. Hell, they had the $1 million backfield. They had nothing but Hall of Fame running backs. You could go on and on. Frank Gore's the 3rd leading rusher in the history of the NFL. This guy, just different. He does everything. He's the perfect Kyle Shanahan chess piece. So, but let's just keep him healthy. If he goes down, it's entirely different world around here. So can't bubble wrap him. They're playing pro football. He's not going to back off. That's just the way he is. But let's keep it real. He's the number one piece of the offense, by far the most important player. And when the other team schemes for the Niners, it's all about, do they lay awake at night? Is Jonathan Gannon getting any sleep, or Nick Rawless? What do we do when he's here? What do we do when he's there? What do we do with this guy? Because we can match up with some guys in space. We better have 2 on him. We better in and out him, because he's going to beat a guy, and then when he gets to the second level, he's going to beat a lot of guys, and he can do everything. So what do we treat him? What position does he play? So he is just that. He's one of those special breeds outside of quarterback in the NFL, and there's some great ones, obviously, at receiver and Saquon. Who's the guy that really is the most essential offensive piece of anybody in football? McCaffrey was a couple of years ago. Now that he's healthy, you got to get him back to being that guy again.
No question. By the way, my Fridays were not feeling normal lately, because we always talk to Matt Mayoko on a Friday, and we love Matty, and it's been awesome. But then he started doing a couple Ask Papas with NBC Sports Bay Area, and I thought, okay, wait, so we can do that one place and this another place, but let's bring it all together like the way it was supposed to be. Matt Mayoko on Papa and Silver, and we'll talk to him when we come back on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you ever think that maybe there's more to life than being really, really, really ridiculously good looking?
Well, that's a fire off the guest cam right there. It's a Friday, which means we're talking to Matt Mayoko. I've been so jealous of the NBC Sports Bay Area's Ask Papas. This is the way we did it last football season, and it's so incredible to get our first Friday with Greg Papa since his return. And, of course, joining us on the UMA guest line and the really, really, really ridiculously good-looking guest cam is our buddy, Matt Mayoko. What's happening, Matt? Good to talk to you.
It's great to talk to you, Greg. Greg, it's great to talk to you on your platform instead of the Ask Papa platform as well. But we'll be doing that later. in the day,
Yeah.
and that'll drop tomorrow for the Irish Talk podcast tomorrow morning. But no, it's great. 2-0, heading into a nice warm Sunday at Levi Stadium.
Now, I could tell. Normally, you're driving to Levi's and your reception's going out. You're obviously in the building there in one of the suites there where we do the Kyle interview. Let's just start because obviously I'm in a boy in a bubble and I haven't been able to do the game plan interview with Kyle Shanahan. And whenever I did miss in years past for their assignments, you would jump in and you have a great relationship with Kyle. But just that time, and it's so invaluable to me because it's not just a 20-minute interview. We rap for 20 minutes and he kind of gives me an idea of what's going to happen, and he's very honest that way. Just, you have great interaction, and you've done it before, but what's it been like to sit down with Kyle every Thursday after practice, Matt, and really have quality time, both on the air and off the air?
Well, I think the thing that you don't understand, when you're on the outside is just what these coaches go through, and for the first 3 weeks of the regular season, it's just finding a way to make the pieces fit. And last week as we were walking toward the interview, I just asked him, how you doing? And he was like, oh man, it's so frustrating because just look at the wide receiver position at that point. I mean, Ricky Pearsall missed the first couple days of training camp, but has practiced all the way through. But other than him, it was Juwan Jennings who'd practiced like 3 times in 6 weeks. It was Kendrick Bourne, who just showed up on the Monday and 6 days later was going to be asked to be the number 3 receiver. Marquez Valdez-Scantling hasn't practiced much or played much, and he came to the team only after the cuts to 53 players. You have Sky Moore, who was acquired late in the preseason. And then you had Jordan Watkins, who was also on the 53-man roster, who's a rookie who missed, about a month of training camp with a high ankle sprain. So you take that, then you take into consideration the tight end position without George Kittle, the best all-around tight end in the league. Try to make 2 players do what he did. And then you have the added complication early in the game on Sunday, week 2, where you're missing Kyle Juszczyk, such a big part of the offense. So, it's kind of that frustration, but also there's not a lot of time to be frustrated. It's the coaching staff putting their heads together and figuring out how to compensate for the losses of those guys, while also the position coaches have a huge responsibility of getting Mac Jones up to speed, figuring out what Tonjes and Farrell can do. I mean, there's so many moving parts to this team right now, and at overtime they'll get some guys back, but they're still in kind of this scramble mode right now.
Matt, what are you hearing as far as Juwan Jennings and the status for Sunday, battling both the shoulder and the ankle injury? I was surprised, to be honest, that he was the most trusted target for Mac Jones, leading the team in yards and targets, and of course the big touchdown on 3rd down. In one sense, it was surprising because they didn't get a lot of time together throughout the preseason, but in another, Juwan Jennings has been Mr. Reliable under any role, any given circumstance, and not having him out there for Sunday would be a big deal, whether it is Brock Purdy or Mac Jones taking the snaps.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like it's trending toward Kendrick Bourne getting his first start. Last week it was the shoulder injury, and I think we got a good indication on Friday when Juwan Jennings was out there on the practice field and catching some passes and then jumping up and dunking over the crossbar. Granted, he dunked with his right arm, not with his left. So this week there's the ankle sprain, hasn't practiced. We'll see in about, what time is it here? Yes, we'll see in about 30 minutes when the 49ers hit the practice field. But right now, I think I'm skeptical whether Juwan Jennings is going to be out there. I would kind of think he's not going to be out there, which means Kendrick Bourne gets the start. And then Jordan Watkins, the door is open for the rookie to get some playing time, his first taste of NFL action, regular season action. And so it's going to be back to one of those things where it's Ricky Pearsall, and then it's kind of throw your hands up and try to figure out what they do after that. But, I think this is nothing new, and we've talked about this guy in these terms for years. even before he came to the 49ers. But, it's an opportunity for Christian McCaffrey to kind of flex his versatility and line up more in the slot or maybe even outside. He did a lot of that on Sunday against the Saints, so I wouldn't expect that to change on Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals.
I know that walk from the locker room to the interview set with Kyle when he's like, I don't know I was going to play, what am I going to do? And I mean, look at it. You don't have your ex-wide receiver in Brandon Ayuk. You may not have your backup X in Jawan Jennings. You don't have the Y in George Kittle, the inline blocker. You could also move out to F tight end. And then I don't even know what to call him because he's not just an F. As far as a fullback, he's an offensive weapon. I think a key thing is Kyle Juszczyk. And we'll get into it. I know you got your players to watch, and Connor Colby making the start at left guard is going to be important against this, Calais Campbell and those guys inside. But Juice is back on the practice field. You tweeted yesterday wearing a blue jersey. Any idea? And it's protocol, so we don't know, and there's processes to get there. But do you have a good feeling that Kyle Juszczyk may get through protocol and be able to play on Sunday, Matty?
It certainly is trending in that direction. The fact that he was out there on Thursday with the blue colored jersey, that indicates to me that he was at stage 4, and you have to make it through 5 stages in the return to play protocol. Both he and Saran Neal were out there, and so I mean it's football activity, non-contact football activity, and then the final stage is introducing some contact in. And so as long as he and Saran Neal remain symptom-free today, tomorrow, Sunday, they're good to go. So it certainly appears as if both of those players, again, not knowing if a setback could be sustained here in the next couple of days, but I would say that both are tracking toward playing, and again, we'll get a better indication here in a little bit. But where that comes out as far as the injury report, maybe they're listed as questionable. Maybe if they've cleared through, they won't even be listed at all, which means they've been cleared fully to participate in the game. So I would suspect that Juszczyk will be out there on Sunday.
Matt, what's the big challenge for Robert Saleh and this young defense to try to face a new kind of test with Kyler Murray? I think we've gotten into it the last couple of days, Papa and I, and Kyler Murray is both one of the most dynamic players in all of the sport, but he also will give you some mistakes here and there that can really alter the game. And the Carolina game this last week in Arizona was a great example of both sides of that. Defense swallowed him up. Kyler Murray is playing efficient ball. Then he throws a bad interception, and all of a sudden, Bryce Young and the Panthers are making a late push before they ultimately lost at the hands of the Cardinals defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the big thing is something that the 49ers took measures, not specifically about Kyler Murray, but when you look at their roster composition, especially on the defensive side and the players they've added, and even, not re-signing Dre Greenlaw, although they wanted to, but seeing D. Winters now playing that full-time, every-down linebacker role. I mean, just look back at that one play, second play from scrimmage here in Week 5 last year when Kyler Murray went off on a 50-yard run and started celebrating 40 yards from the end zone. I mean, you had Devondre Campbell, who can't run at all, who got kind of tied up, wasn't in his gap. And then you had Talanoa Hufanga, who is a very fine player, but certainly not a speed burner, crashing the line of scrimmage. And there goes Kyler Murray running past. And so now, I think the 49ers have to play a lot of zone defense against Arizona because you don't want to have your linebackers and your defensive backs turning their backs and running with wide receivers. You want to be able to keep an eye on Kyler Murray. But, I mean, just think about the speed they've added at that position or on the defense. I mean, just from the linebackers on, it's D. Winters who can run, it's Upton Stout who can run, it's Marquise Siegel who can run. So, I think those are the keys. And there's a more active front. They can play. I would say this about where Robert Saleh is now and the defense that he has compared to, say, 2019 is now the 49ers have so many answers. And that certainly wasn't a bad thing in 2019. I mean, they lined up, they were who they were, they rushed for, they played cover 3, they were buttoned up, they were great. They were a really good defense. Now you have them with the ability to change things up, not necessarily wholesale, but from week to week, from series to series, from play to play. They might have 5 defensive linemen out there. They might have 3 linebackers. They might have 2. They might play big nickel. They might play, regular standard nickel. There's a lot of different things that they can do. And last week, as I mentioned, the big nickel, they introduced Jair Brown for a package. And, Luke Gifford, who was the Sam linebacker week 1, didn't even play week 2 on defense. So there's just a lot more answers, and I think it kind of opens the door for Robert Saleh on a week-to-week basis to be more creative in how he pieces together what he figures is the best way to attack the opposing offense.
I think when we saw Saleh in the early days, it was just we're going to play cover 3, we're going to do what we do, and now we're going to match up based on – and New Orleans was going to play a lot of 11 personnel, and they had a big receiver they wanted to match up with the big nickel with Jair. The Cardinal challenge is interesting because they play a lot of 13 personnel, 3 tight ends on the field, sometimes 14, and they go heavy. So Jair may have a role there, 5-man front, what they call their Mars front. They do all kinds of things. But every Friday when you come on, you give us the 5 Niners to watch, and you did mention Marquise Siegel right away, and I think that's speed. We were talking to Tim Ryan about this, and you mentioned the guys, Winters and Stout and Siegel, and the way he runs at 4.37. So the matchup there, and with Kyler, how they going to rush him, because you got to come all together. If you give him a hatch, he gets out. And then in certain situations, Maddie, you always wonder about a spy on Kyler Murray, and sometimes you got to have multiple espionage. You got to have 2, because one guy can't run with him. How do they keep him in the pocket, not let him get out? And then do you think at times you give the rookie Siegel and you say, go spy number 1?
Yeah, I don't know how much they like to do the spy. I mean, I think they like to stay with the integrity of the defense, and I don't think it's a one-person job. It's kind of like everybody kind of keep an eye on him, and you don't want a guy running from one side of the field to the other with Kyler Murray. You want kind of that distribution across the defense, and so that would be one thing. I think that what will be interesting is with a young defensive front, having those guys understand that sometimes you have to sacrifice. I remember Nick Bosa talking about this when the 49ers played the Philadelphia Eagles. The way they evaluated and the way they game plan against Jalen Hurts was that you just keep him in the pocket. You don't rush him. You don't run past him. You take away his first read because he's a one-read quarterback. And so you almost just try to clog up his escape lanes because you know that his second read often is to run. And so I think a lot of that is the same thing with Kyler Murray as far as just don't give him the easy out to just, with his legs, pick up 12, 15 yards by scampering out of the pocket. And so I think it's that discipline of not, I can go get the sack if I do this, but if he sees me too early coming there, he can step up and escape through the B gap and boom, he's running down the middle of the field untouched. So it's a lot of what the 49ers, and I'd say this goes on both sides of the ball. A lot of this game is going to be about discipline. It's going to be for the 49ers defense. Don't try to play hero ball and sell out for the sack and leave your gap exposed. And I'd say even on the other side, the Cardinals play a defense that it's going to be really difficult to hit them over the top. So, we assume Mac Jones will be the starter in this game. For Mac Jones, it's about patience. It's about getting the ball underneath and just keep those chains moving and not look for, the big home run. I know Mac had a lot of success hitting the intermediate passes last week against the Saints. It might not be that easy this week against the Cardinals. I think they're going to have to sustain some long drives to get to where they want to go.
It's really well said. And isn't that an awesome quote from Fred Warner in the postgame last week about telling the young defense you don't have to play hero ball, which is both true, but at the same time, the guy who's saying that is the one that continues to make heroic and game-changing plays and win NFC Defensive Player of the Week. So pretty cool juxtaposition there from All-Pro Fred. But, yeah, I'm with you, man. A lot of discipline.
I would say this, Greg. I would say this, is that you can play hero ball without making yourself vulnerable in other ways. So when Fred plays hero ball and he makes the big play, he's not sacrificing something else. And in the case of like that play, the punch out against Alvin Kamara was that Jair Brown had him wrapped up, so it gave him license then to go make a play. And so it's that kind of team defense. And Greg, going back to your point, the other Greg, the Papa Greg, it's going to take a lot of guys. It's not going to be Marquis Siegel, you're the spy, he's your responsibility. It's taking 10 pieces or 11 pieces on that defense, all working together and making sure that everybody does their job. And then, the next guy who comes in can go for the strip or go for the big play.
Great to hear your voice, man. You've been there from the very beginning, texting me. And I don't know why we call it Ask Papa. It should be Ask Mayoko, because what the hell do I know? I'm a boy in a bubble. So good to hear your smiling voice. We'll talk after I get done today at 2 o'clock. I may show up in studio with you on Sunday for Xfinity Sports Sunday with Feldy Bear. We'll have to socially distance there and see. I don't know if that's the best thing for me, but maybe we'll actually see you in person on Sunday.
Well, I would say that the fact that you're even talking about that is a win in my book. That you're feeling that good that would even be considered a possibility. So just positive vibes, Greg. It's been it's a journey. It's man, you've inspired so many people, and you continue to. And I the number one question I've gotten over the past what's it been now 6 or 8 weeks has just been, how's Greg doing? We love him. Pass along our love. And so I've tried to do that as much as possible. And it's every freaking day I hear somebody that either I know or I don't know asking about you and just expressing their, please pass along our love to Greg. So I do it, and I love it, and just keep it up, buddy. You sound great. You look great.
We're brothers, man. We love each other. And I got to say, the first Ask Papa, and then we'll do the third one today. I've gotten so much reaction from people, and you set me up with a family that went through, what I'm facing, the bone marrow transplant, the stem cell transplant. And it's been so good for me to open up and share my story, not just to inspire people that have gone through it, but also get a lot of knowledge for myself. And you personally have contacted me with people that I'm reaching out to that are going to aid me. So I love you always, love you more than ever now. And let's just try to get through this thing, Matty.
Absolutely. Love you, Greg.
Matt, you're the best. Thanks for letting me sneak into NBC Sports Bay Area today. No, all jokes aside, we appreciate you. And we'll do this again next Friday.
All right. Sounds great, guys.
Thank you, Matty.
See ya.
Talk later, brother.
Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area and our KNBR 49ers insider. Lots to unpack with him, and obviously great to have him as we will throughout the season. All right, coming up, we got some baseball talk, and we have a Danny's Big Poll. So, Danny Dunn, get ready to tell the world your thoughts and check it out on our KNBR socials. We'll do that next on The Sports Leader. Let's send you into the weekend with a little finance tip from Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, best in the business. Steve, what do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us. It's a common problem. You're not a bad person. You just can't pay your taxes. But maybe those taxes are wrong. We see that all the time. If it's wrong, we'll get it corrected. But what if you do owe them some money and you can't pay it? That's okay. Let's see if you qualify to just pay them part and have them write off the rest. Or let's see if you qualify to get the penalties forgiven. And if we have to make monthly payments, let's get monthly payments you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. The bottom line is there's a lot of solutions. I've just scratched a few of them. We have a free consultation. We'll go over everything with you. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of my problem for me.
That's all you got to do. Pick up the phone and dial 1-888-TAX-STEAL, and Steve Moskowitz can help you out of this mess. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. But you can also go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Afternoon Boys got your first 49ers tailgate party of the year. So instead of doing the show from our studios today, they'll be out at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose, bringing the filth and the faithful, and early happy hours starting at 2 and going all the way to 6. So if you're down in the South Bay, wear your white t-shirts because the 49ers aren't messing with the red uniforms. Go hang out with the fellas at Jack's.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for spending some of your Friday with the Gregs. Danny, did I step on some sound? I think I called for sound and then stepped on my own piece of sound. What do we got for us? All right, now we got Danny's sound because we got Danny's big poll coming up in just a bit, and we'll be introducing that. But first,
I'm really not sad. I'm really not. I'm really at peace with this. It's just emotional, and I've tried to hold it together. I told our guys not to make it weird today because I was going to get weird if you make it weird, and here I am making it weird. That's all I have, and just thank you, everybody here that's covered me over the years. I know I'm not the most fun at times, so just thank you for putting up with me, and that's all I have. Thank you guys so much for being here.
18 years of a career in major leagues, and Clayton Kershaw says he's going to hang it up after this season, and he'll face the Giants for likely the final time tonight. Got the start on Saturday. He's getting it again tonight. The Giants lose 2-1 last night. Can they get a freaking win? And then maybe I'll like Clayton Kershaw just a little bit more. By the way, tonight is a good one to listen to the sports leader, 7:10 first pitch, pregame at 6:10, because we got an Apple TV game on the last Clayton Kershaw start against the Giants, his last one at Dodger Stadium, possibly. That is a full-on crime, but that's okay because we got you covered right here on the Sports Leader.
I watched the whole press conference, and Kershaw's different. He doesn't have the swag of a Verlander or Max Scherzer or the other great pitchers of his generation. He had his head down. Put your head up! Valkyries, he had his head down. He got emotional. He read a long letter from his wife. He's just different. So we're going to enter the territory here, and this was my idea, so I'll take the head. But we got Danny Dunn back. It was Holler's big poll to start, and Holler's big poll never got big enough. It was Danny that did the poll when it was in his heyday here. And for me, I mean, he's just that good. He really is. And in the regular season, he's the pitcher of his generation. He didn't have Koufax's postseason or some other guys. He won in 2020 when it was a bubble. They won last year, and he was not on the roster. So this is significant. But as far as, against the Giants, since they moved to San Francisco, he's by far the best pitcher ever against the San Francisco Giants. 2.08 ERA, number one. More strikeouts, whip, opponent average, everything. 27 wins, the shutouts. They beat him at Dodger Stadium every now and then. It was hard to beat him at 24 Willie Mays Plaza, and he just evolved. I mean, the matchups with Bumgarner and all of it, and he was a fastball, curveball guy, and then he added the Carlton slider at the height of his run, and he had a run in the teens were as good as anybody in baseball. MVP in 14, the 3 size, the 5 ERA championships. He had Koufax's curveball, and he had Carlton's slider, and then his best pitch was his fastball. He could put it anywhere he wanted. So tonight, this is going to be the last time Clayton Kershaw will start a game at Dodger Stadium. Certainly in the regular season, they're going on the road. And I think he's doing this now. We talked about their depth of the rotation. I don't know if he makes a start in the playoffs at all, how this would all work. So I know whenever we do a Dodger poll, it's, Lasorda, and it's Garvey, and it's Yasiel Pig, and they go on and on. The venom never stops. But to me, he's hard not to at least appreciate. And I know he is shoved against the Giants more than anybody ever, but he is that good. He's always done it with humility. He's always done it with the head down. He's got all these spots all over his cap, so you think he's loading up. What's he doing there? In any event, Danny will craft the poll. To me, and Doc Roberts is a very likable guy, being a former Giant who battled cancer himself. He was my first partner ever on Giants pre and post before he left, and Doc's in great health. There's a lot of excesses about this team and the way they spend money, and they're always going to be the Dodgers, without a doubt, around here, and it's certain kindles. But I am anxious to hear how Danny wrote it and what the audience will be. He's great, but he is great. When you're that great, you got to tip your cap to the guy. So is he the one? I'm not going to say you're going to root for him, and we'll see what Danny wrote. But to me, he was the hardest guy to dislike because he was that good. And when he was on top, and he was on top for a long, long time, he was a craftsman in every sense, the ultimate pitcher with great stuff. So What does the Bay Area think of Clayton Kershaw? Because this is it. Last time we'll ever see him. And this could possibly be certainly the regular season. He may never toe that rubber again in Dodger Blue at 1,000 Vince Scully Way. So, I mean, obviously Scully we love despite it all. Kershaw's on that realm. He's different than Hershiser and other guys along the way, even maybe Fernando. But what does the Bay Area really think? And Giant fans in particular. I'm hearing it now. F you, Papa. He's a Dodger. This guy's different. He's Clayton Kershaw.
Well, we got Danny, who already actually posted the poll, so we got an early return on the votes. Danny, please reveal the big poll.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
All right, Greg, thank you. And Greg, as you said, I already posted the poll, Friday's big poll. Clayton Kershaw is making his final start against the Giants tonight at Dodger Stadium. Is he the one Dodger that you actually enjoyed watching in this storied Giants and Dodgers rivalry? The 4 answers are yes, he's great. 2, he's okay in my book. 3, indifferent towards him. And 4, always hated him. And right now, with about 115 votes, yes, he's great is actually leading the way with 35%, and always hated him is second place with 31%.
I got to say, that doesn't surprise me, actually. I'm not surprised at all that we get the top 2 answers as both ends of the spectrum, because you're going to feel very passionate one way or another as a fan. And as I was figuring out, because you got to make a submission, you got to click in order to see the percentages, I was really teetering on the always hated him and the yeah, he's great. And my answer is always hated him, but I've grown to immensely respect him because of how well he's pitched against the Giants. It's brutal, man. I think of it very similar to how a lot of Warrior fans see LeBron James over the years. And yeah, maybe it's a little different because the Warriors won their championships, but hey, the Giants got their 3-2. And look, yeah, I've always despised watching Clayton Kershaw carve up the Dodgers. And even last Saturday, that was infuriating in its own right because the Giants are taking it to him in the first inning. And you're thinking, hey, better late than never, right? Finally. And they ended up losing that game. Logan Webb was not himself. He was not the Logan Webb we even saw last night. At the same time, the way he has been as a player, the way he's been as a competitor, I'm not even worried about the bubble championship. He's pretty incredible, too. It's like when Freddie Freeman won World Series MVP, and in the middle of the series, you're getting that feature about how he saved his dad's life and he lost his mom and everything, and you're like, Jesus, man, why does this guy got to be likable? Why can't I just be fully enraged at the Grand Slam? So you feel multiple emotions. Yes, I've always hated him. In the same vein, it's pretty hard not to respect him a great deal.
And he's won twice, but they've been different. 2020 was in the bubble. 24, he was not on their postseason roster with a toe injury when they won. So this one is significant. If they get it, we got a long way to go, and this is not the same team we thought they were going to be, and I don't know what his role is going to be. He was the number 1 by far, and he was the guy starting on 3 days rest in the second game of a 5-game series, and he compromised himself. I think, as good as he was, and he had a run from like 11 to 17 that was Koufax-like. He was that good. But the Giants won the World Series in 10. The Giants won the World Series in 12. Even when he won a Cy Young and the rarity of doubling it with a National League MVP in 14, Madison Bumgarner was the talk of baseball. Clayton may have been his generation's regular season pitcher. Madison Bumgarner was that time for half a decade baseball's postseason pitcher. So it was, you could love him, but in the end, he didn't win. The Giants found a way to win 3 out of 5 years. So I just respect. I respect ability. I don't care what color uniform you got on. It's bigger than that. When you see a guy dominate and evolve the way he did. He was a 2-pitch pitcher when he came up, and then he just got so damn good. That curveball was Koufax from the heavens. The slider, which transcended baseball, was Carlton's slider. Who's had that? And then his best pitch was a well-timed, perfectly located fastball anywhere you want. So we'll get Bags' thoughts. We've reached out to Bruce Jenkins to get him on the air. I had Vince Scully on a Chronicle Live interview where we talked for about 20 minutes. He answered everything. The one thing he would not answer, And it's unfair because he's Scully. But Vin would always say, Clayton Kershaw, the best the Dodgers have. Now, does he mean for now, or does he mean forever? Is he Sandy Koufax? Is he that Koufax had the postseason run? He just took over and won them World Series after World Series on top of the regular season. So when you look at it, pretty damn close. And Jenks grew up in L.A. and watched Koufax, and obviously we've watched Kershaw all together. He's just that good. Is he the greatest? It doesn't matter. What a career he has had. So just celebrate him. It's the last time. There's so many times we went down there and dealt with this guy, and he'll be crafty. He's not the same guy. He's not throwing 97. He'll throw 91. But let's just see. So, I mean, to me, the jersey colors and all that matter. There's no doubt. That's why we're so passionate about sports. But it's pure ability. And this guy had more ability than anybody we've ever seen, and especially against and everybody, not just the Giants. He's one of the greatest pitchers of all time. He's got the lowest ERA in the history of baseball in the live ball era. We're going back to 1920. That's who he is. So say what you want about him. To me, it's orange and black and Dodger blue and all that. But when you watch a guy just at the height, and he had it for a long time, the guy's a craftsman. He's the best. He's the Clayton Kershaw, the best the Dodgers have. That's it.
Want to read some of your texts coming back and also maybe get to the phone lines a little bit before we have Andy Baggerly. Of course, as you can imagine, everything lights up right at the words of a Clayton Kershaw. So let's do that next and then talk to Bags at 12:50 on the Sports Leader.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
It's Papa and Silver getting you ready for the weekend. Dirty Work got their 49ers tailgate down at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose, so we'll hand it off to them in about an hour and a half or so. Andy Baggerly coming up in about 10, 15 minutes. And our Danny's Big Poll on a Friday. Clayton Kershaw's making his final start against the Giants tonight. Is he the one Dodger you actually enjoyed watching in this storied Giants-Dodgers rivalry? The 4 options you can select on our socials at KNBR. Yes, he's great. 2, he's okay in my book. 3, am indifferent towards him. And 4, I always hated him. Want to read some of your texts because we got a lot of answers right off the bat. 925, we always hated him because he's great. That's the real answer. 831, my favorite Kershaw moments were when Mad Bum homered off him. Yeah, a lot of mentions of the Madison Bumgarner home runs. 408, diehard Giants fan, but Kershaw's a class act. Hated to see him dominate us over his career, but can't hate that guy at all. And we had another one. I've lost the text, but basically someone saying, Clayton Kershaw's the one Dodger I always looked forward to watching. That said, I hope Eldridge shells him tonight.
Yeah, I wonder if Eldridge will be in tonight. And honestly, I commend Giant fans because this is obviously the Dodgers, and I'm sure Copes has a different idea, and Danny's a little more discerning. If we had Walter today, he gave me the immaculate grade of all the Dodgers he hates. I don't hate anymore except this disease in my body and what's going on in our country with a lot of divisiveness. But anyway, so I do commend them showing respect for this guy. As far as and we haven't talked much about Bryce Eldridge, but he is interesting to watch. The one thing would he be in there against Kershaw, left on left? Wilmer Flores was in the other day against Eduardo Rodriguez, and they hit him. It would be great symbolism to have Clayton Kershaw face Bryce Eldridge one time at the very end on the way out. They could write stories about that if he is that good. So I talked to Zach Bayruti, the voice of the River Cats, and on radio and TV, and just a breakdown. If Eldridge is going to be a guy, he needs to be in against all comers, as John Miller says, which is left on left. So how did he hit? In AAA this year, he actually had a higher batting average as a left-handed hitter against left-handed pitching. He had 269 against lefties, 242 against righties. But the power, he only had 3 of his 18 home runs against left-handed pitching. So the Giants are not mathematically out. They're still alive. I would expect them, and a lot of it's, matchups and numbers. And this is a role for Wilmer Flores to be in the lineup in some way and have Eldridge be available later. But just watching Eldridge a little bit, man, he's getting a lot of breaking balls. There's no doubt. And I think, he's swinging through some center cut fastballs as well. I've seen him have a couple of 93s right down the gut. And wow, you don't want to miss that one. So I asked Zach on the scouting report, how do they pitch him at AAA? In AAA, it's not as refined. It's more player evaluation. Let's just let them rip and let's see what abilities they have. Our guys, your guys, and we'll figure it out later. But Zach said they did feed him off speed down at times, and he struggled with it. Probably missing a little bit here, pressing a little bit on the fastball. The one thing he's been able to do, and Buster did say, when he talked about him, he does track the breaking ball and spits on it a little bit. He's been able to see that one low in the zone. He's staying so upright in the box from the left side. He's interesting, and he's tall. So he's able to get a walk. We'd like to see the hit. I don't anticipate him being in the lineup tonight against Kershaw unless Bo Mel wants to get romantic and symbolic and have the young guy at 20 up against the great Clayton Kershaw, later in the game. That's not the role right now, and the Giants still want to win. They're not mathematically out of it. But I did wonder about that, if he would be in the lineup tonight against Kershaw. Well, we'll get it a little bit later on. I don't think so. I think you would want Wilmer in there. But I do commend Giant fans, I got to say, Greg. Whenever we go this way, it's a Dodger. But he's Clayton Kershaw. This is not Tommy Lasorda. It's not Steve Gardy. It's not Yasiel Puig. It's not Max Muncy.
Right.
It's not one of those guys. This is the guy. This is Clayton Kershaw. And part of it is when he was running baseball in the regular season, the Giants ran baseball in October. in 10, 12, 14. What do you think he thought sitting at home after being, Matt Carpenter, Matt Adams got you on 3 days rest, and here's Madison Bumgarner coming out of the bullpen in KC. Didn't he just pitch Sunday, and he's coming out of the bullpen to shove and close Game 7 of the World Series? So there was a little bit of that. You're all that in, 6 months, but when it's time to stack rings, the Giants kind of ran baseball during that time.
Well, when I think about the LeBron James analogy and how much I despised him in those 4 straight finals when he was with Cleveland, and then he went to a Lakers, another rival of the Warriors, to watch LeBron and Steph play together in the Olympics a couple summers ago, I thought this is so incredible for all basketball fans, and especially those who were on one side of that rivalry versus the other. Clayton Kershaw, I say I hate him because of the colors he was wearing and the letters on the shirt, but that was really the only reason for feeling that way. I do want to take a call here before we get to Bags, because you've talked about Giants fans, but we've got Rick on the highway who's a Dodger fan and says he doesn't like Clayton Kershaw. Rick, talk to us. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey there, how's it going? Thanks for taking the call, and I know it's a weird call. First of all, I think the Giants fans hate the Dodgers more than the Dodgers hate the Giants. It's totally fine. I get it. But my short take is this. Reggie Jackson, his nickname was Mr. October because he produced when it mattered. My nickname for Kershaw has always been Mr. April through September. He'll get you there, but he doesn't finish. There's a little bit of a Jim Kelly quality. The ring, I'm going to put an asterisk next to it, just like I put an asterisk next to Bonds' record as well. Anyways, thanks for taking my call. Papa, stay strong. Glad you're back. Silver, go Gauchos. We're still undefeated since 91. Go Niners.
Hey, go Gauchos. Appreciate it, Rick. Yeah, wow. Okay, so I get it. I understand the frustrations on the postseason, but you'd have to think, and I know he said that the ring, he put an asterisk on it. I know that 2024, it wasn't Kershaw at the peak of his powers, but you got to feel like a couple of championships, and especially 2024, not in a bubble kind of setting, that's got to wash away a lot of the pain you felt in the previous years.
Well, I mean, he went Reggie and Mr. October. When Dave Winfield went to the Yankees, they called him Mr. May. So, but Kershaw, he has the lowest ERA in the live ball era. Yeah, and any starting pitcher in baseball. Name anybody you want. He's got the lowest one in the regular season. His ERA in the playoffs doubles. Now, there's reasons for that, Rick. A lot of it is he pitched on short rest. That's what I would attribute it to. I didn't like it. I didn't want, if I'm the Dodgers, I understand bringing Kershaw back in a best of 5 on 3 days rest, but he would go 6 innings and be compromised, and then it seemed like one of the Cardinals' Mats, whether it was Carpenter or Adams, would ride him out. And there were times when that World Series game against the Astros, he had the big lead and he got bombed in that game. So he always hasn't been at the height of his powers. His postseason ERA is 4.5. His regular season ERA is 2.5. So that's a little harsh. I do wonder among Dodger fans, and maybe we'll get Jenks on at some point. We'll talk to Bags. Koufax was Koufax in the regular season. And then Koufax won World Series and they got on his back and he just dominated. Is it really that, Koufax is that and Kershaw can't get there? It doesn't matter. He's had a brilliant career. But that is an interesting take from a Dodger fan to refer to Clayton Kershaw. Essentially, he's not Mr. October. He's Mr. April, May, June, July, August, September. He's not that guy. And I think there's circumstances for that along the way, but the numbers are the numbers.
Numbers are the numbers, and our rundown is the rundown, which means Andy Baggerly, who joins us every Friday, is going to talk to us about the Giants look on the outside looking in. It's a long shot with 9 to play. He wrote about why the Giants will or won't make the playoffs at the end of the Dodgers series last weekend. And, of course, we want to get his thoughts on Patrick Bailey, the pitch framing, and tonight's events of Clayton Kershaw being on the mound on Apple freaking TV. It's all right. We got you covered on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs. It's been one hell of a week here celebrating Papa's return, getting you ready for 49ers Cardinals week 3, getting you ready for Giants Dodgers, and they played the first of 4 last night, and now we get Clayton Kershaw's final start at Dodger Stadium, at the very least in the regular season tonight, and possibly ever. Every Friday, we catch up with our good friend of The Athletic, senior baseball writer, Andy Baggerly, and he joins us on the UMA guest line, and our time with Andy Baggerly is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Bags, we joked about it, and I know you and Papa go way back, well beyond just this baseball season, but between your absence at the start of it and then Papa's absence as of late, what have we gotten? Maybe 3 interviews all year altogether? So it's great to have you with us.
Well, let's not compare the two. I was off having fun, and Greg was off doing more important stuff. But it's just great news to have him back. I mean, it just brightened my day when I heard that we got Greg Papa back on the air. That's the way it should be.
And it's great to have your voice, Extra Bags, without a doubt. We go way back on TV and did a lot of great Giants playoff runs back in the day, and which just leads to we'll get to Kershaw a little bit later on, and the comparison of what he is and all the rivalry and matchup with Bumgarner. But just a word about last night's game, because you write stories, whether it's the human touch on people and the background from everything they did as kids. I mean, you just have the platform. But then when you want to break down, Patrick Bailey and his pitch framing, no one does it like you. When it's a high ball, low ball, left and right, and he's the best in baseball, which leads to last night. And that was a play that's got to be made at the plate. There's just no doubt. When you're in a 0-0 game like that, that's a run. That's so important. And I remember Buster, the line he keeps using, the ball cannot go to the backstop over and over and over again. It didn't go to the backstop, but that's an out. You got to have. So just looking at the catching position, to have the head of baseball operations be Buster Posey himself, how do you think he evaluates that position? Pitch framing, down on one knee, and then in a critical situation, you can't catch a ball from Adames on a play. You squeeze it too much. You don't tag with 2 hands. It's not fundamental. Stuff like that happens a little bit too much here and there. Just give me your thoughts, because you've exhausted, and he's going to win a second Gold Glove, you're telling us, and I'm with you. You've exhausted the whole Patrick Bailey thing, but now you got Bob Melvin, you got Buster. Just how do you think they evaluate Patrick Bailey, Bags?
Well, I mean, you're looking at the whole player, and offense is part of it. And, I think that everyone was disappointed, that it was really a struggle for him. And he's hit, I think, about 270 since the break, so he's been better. But that's part of the evaluation, too. And, when I talked to Buster in spring training for a big feature, I wrote about Bailey and pitch framing, and especially with, a challenge system probably coming next year. How is that going to impact the value of pitch framing catcher? It's probably going to mitigate it to some extent. I don't think it's going to completely eradicate it. It's not like it's going to be a completely automatic robot strike zone. And I think those pitch framing skills are still going to be really, really important. And when you quantify them, I think my hunch is that if you're a catcher like Buster Posey and you know all of the intangibles, all of the things that you need to do to lead a staff, which is exactly what his marching orders were to Bailey at the start of the year. You got to lead this staff. You know that a lot more goes into it than pitch framing. That's a big part of it. But maybe when the metrics show what the value of that pitch framing is, I wonder if there isn't a little bit of a thought there that maybe that's a little overinflated. And that's, only a part of the job. It's not the whole job. It can't be the whole job. And, I do think that Patrick Bailey has improved in a lot of the other pitching mechanics. He's got, some pass balls this year, but it's not going to be more than last year. And they haven't come in super, super damaging spots, except for maybe there were a couple in Atlanta. There's a game in Atlanta that really cost them. But you're right. The tag is that's a catch and tag that's an easy one. He didn't even have to hustle to make it. The guy was out by 10 feet, and it was a critical play in the game. And a lot of times you see that error not go to the catcher, if it's a close play at the plate or whatever. But that was a ball that wasn't in the dirt. He didn't have to pick it. He didn't even have to slide that much to apply the tag. And he just closed the glove too fast, and it was a physical error, and those do happen, right? Those do happen, but when you look at his blocking, when you look at a lot of the other things that he's done this year, I think he has improved, and he's still a young player. There's no reason he can't get even better at all those facets, and he will win the Gold Glove. He'll win it, decisively mostly because of the pitch framing, and I think that I think you could say that there has been more defensive progress in those other areas for Patrick Bailey this year. Clearly, I think they need him to be more of an offensive contributor. They thought maybe he would be, maybe an AJ Przinsky type hitter who could hit for a higher average, maybe knock in, hit 15 home runs a year or so. And, maybe that's not going to be who he is. But, they're going to have to pair with him an offensive catcher, I think, who can give him days off. He's caught a lot this season. He's caught way more than he ever has already. So that's whether it's the Jesus Rodriguez kid they got from the Yankees or somebody else they get, they're going to need a backup who's got a little bit more of an offensive skill set. And then they hope that they continue to get more growth out of Patrick Bailey next year. And, it's going to be tough when you've got a boss, not only in your dugout, but in your front office who have been catchers and done it at a high level. You're going to be scrutinized. And I think Patrick Bailey takes a lot of pride in what he does. And this is a guy who is determined to get better. And I guarantee you nobody wore that error worse than he did last night.
Bags, from pitch framing to pitching itself, I love that piece he wrote about Justin Verlander and the resurgence he's had. And I wrote down the note that he posted his 4th consecutive start allowing 1 run or fewer, which is something he didn't even do in his 3 Cy Young years. So he joins a club alone with Roger Clemens from back in 2005 as the only pitcher of this age at 42 or older to be making that kind of start. So, I mean, the longevity and the resurgence is pretty incredible. And what's Justin Verlander's relationship with Bob Melvin, Buster Posey, and the organization? Because it's way too early to tell what his options are going to be this offseason, but you have to imagine that between the circumstances of the Giants, between injuries and trades, that they're going to want him back if Verlander decides he wants that for his age 43 season.
Yeah, well, I guess when you spend a season together, whether it's from the club's perspective or from the player's perspective, you've seen everybody, you've seen them at their best and you've seen them at their worst. You know the positives you're getting into and the minuses. And maybe the Giants look at Justin Verlander's first half and think, we can't afford to risk having that in our rotation again next year. Or maybe they look at his second half and see the effect he's had on the team and think, we can bet on this guy again. I do think there is going to be interest in bringing him back. I don't know how robust that interest is going to be. And I don't know how robust the interest is going to be from everybody else in this free agent market. I think it may be a little bit, he may have more choices even this coming off season that he did last off season because, he didn't enter the last off season with the kind of momentum he's going to enter this off season. So, a lot of times, even if the player's interested in a return, the team is interested in a return, it's usually whether he comes back or not is what's the degree of that interest and what's that degree of interest relative to the other interests he may have and the other choices he may have, because this was his first spring training in Arizona. He'd only trained in Florida. There may be a comfort zone for him to go back there. But he's going to have some choices and good for him. I mean, this is a guy who was 0-8 with a 5 ERA, at the All-Star break. And he's been one of the best pitchers in the National League again. And you can see why he's still doing it and did it for a long time at a high level, because he's just kind of relentless in wanting to find a way to get better, and he just loves the challenge of deceiving hitters and finding a way to get outs and competing. And he doesn't need to do this for the money. That's for certain. He doesn't need to do this to emboss his Hall of Fame credentials. He's inner circle, right? I mean, there's nothing more for him to achieve, but he loves doing it and he wants to keep doing it as long as he can. And obviously very, very few people still have that decision or that option, when they're entering their age 43 season, and he's given it to himself. He's given himself the chance to keep pitching.
So he wants to keep pitching. Clayton Kershaw made it public yesterday that he's not. He's going to retire at the end of the year, and tonight's going to be his last ever regular season start, and maybe, who knows, about the playoffs and where his role is. So we'll get into Kershaw and everything, but you've been covering baseball for a couple of decades, and you've watched the entire career of not just Clayton Kershaw and Justin Verlander, but I would throw Max Scherzer in there as well. And he didn't have the meteoric start that the other two. It took him a little while to get going in Arizona, but once he got to Detroit, I mean, he's got 3 Cys. He's got 3,000 strikeouts. Kershaw's got 3 Cys and an MVP and over 3,000 strikeouts. Verlander's got the 3 Cys and obviously the strikeouts. I mean, he because of the ERA We pick Kershaw. The postseason runs for some, and Verlander in particular, may be better. Just as far as, since you've been watching ball, covering it with you've been watching it forever, but on the beat, this generation's best starting pitcher, is it universally Kershaw? Where is Verlander? Where is Scherzer in that debate, Bags?
Wow, I mean, you could go back and say, who would you rather have, Koufax or Seaver? In a lot of ways, they're analogous a little bit. I mean, Kershaw, the peak is undeniably the best peak. I mean, obviously he's dealt with a lot more injuries. You know, Verlander has had more volume in his career, and so what do you value more? You know, I don't know if there's a wrong answer. I think you appreciate them both, and I throw Zach Greinke in that mix too. I think he's going to be a pretty easy Hall of Famer as well. So, and for a long time, starting pitchers were really underrepresented in the Hall of Fame. And then we got, Big Unit and Pedro went in and Mussina, but still and now Sabathia, but we haven't seen as many starting pitchers go in, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens in future generations when guys aren't able to compile the same numbers that starting pitchers were able to compile just because they're used differently. But for Verlander, I just think of a guy who just gave you tons of volume and quality volume. And for Kershaw, I just think of a guy whose peak was undeniable. And, you have other guys who have a huge peak. I think of a Tim Lincecum. I think of a Dwight Gooden, and they're legends and you don't ever forget them. But, to get in that Hall of Fame, I think you have to have the peak plus the longevity to some degree. There's a sort of a spectrum there, and Kershaw's on it somewhere, Verlander's on it somewhere, and both of them are way up high. So I think you just appreciate being able to see all of them.
A few more minutes here with Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line. A lot's changed within a week for the Giants, and that's maybe the 10th time we can say that very statement here in this season, what's been a full-on roller coaster. But I liked what you wrote about why the Giants will or won't make the playoffs, and this was at the end of last weekend. And a week ago tonight was the thrill of beating the Dodgers and the Patrick Bailey walk-off grand slam and that incredible Verlander start, which he then backed up in Arizona. So some of those items on that column were circumstance, and some of them were just lack of execution and inconsistency. In your opinion, if you could just put it in a snapshot, why has it gotten away from the Giants the last week since the thrill of Friday night?
I mean, they stopped hitting 3 home runs a game. I think that basically is it. They used a lot of power to fuel an offense that, kind of carried them. And this is, obviously a rotation that, if you have a bad start from Robbie Ray or Logan Webb, it's hard to get through a turn in the rotation because they don't have the kind of depth there. And, they don't have the leverage bullpen arms, to reliably lock down the 2-1, 3-2 games like they did in the first half. So what do you got to do? You got to score 8 runs a game. I mean, that's what they were doing to win, over those 3 weeks to get back in the race. And, like you said, when they took the field after that Patrick Bailey grand slam game, the next day behind Logan Webb, scored 4 runs against Kershaw in the first inning last Saturday. They were in a virtual tie for the wild card. If they win that game, they're a half game up, and who knows what happens? Maybe they're in the catbird seat, or I guess if the third wild card can be a catbird seat, and maybe they go soaring from there. But and then that's obviously why it was so tough for Logan Webb to stomach having the start he did, and he certainly came out determined yesterday, and the offense hasn't been the same. They really sort of petered out in the last week, and I know there's been some discussion of, hey, they played their best baseball when they almost took the pressure off themselves and just let go of the standings and just went out and played their game. And maybe when they got tied to that wild card again, they couldn't do that. And I don't want to play in the whole psychology of that. You never can read minds, but maybe there's something to that. But I think mostly it's just they stopped hitting, and that was kind of a recipe for disaster given the lack of depth they have in their pitching staff right now.
Man, 4 runs. That was Sabe's line. 4 score and we win. And they got 4 off Kershaw on Saturday, lost the game, 4-game losing streak. Eduardo Rodriguez, they got 4 right away and lost the game. And they've been no hit in 23 of their last 26 innings since then.
Not ideal.
Wow.
Yeah,
not ideal. Not good. Very streaky. Very streaky. I've noticed that. Streakiest streaking team I've ever seen. We'll get into it more. They're not eliminated, but it's going to be hard. As far as the manager got the option picked up, I think we all anticipate him coming back. But a lot of times with that, there are requirements to make changes to the coaching staff, and the the inconsistency offensively and approach, will that result in changes in the hitting staff? The fundamentals of the game. I mean, they went through stretches where they were really a fundamentally sound team when you were away for a while, and then you come back and they had a 2-month stretch where they don't know the rules. The players don't have instincts. They can't run bases. They're defensively flawed and out of position. What do you anticipate if the season does end after the next homestand and they have to evaluate? And is Bob going to come back, or will he have to do it with the caveat, and maybe he wants to himself, that he's going to have to make changes to his coaching staff?
Well, I anticipate they're going to make some changes. I don't know the level of those changes. I do think they've got to be looking hard at everything. They had the whole brass there in Arizona. They also were looking at instructional league games. They were having organizational meetings, over the series at the Diamondbacks there. Like, everybody was there. So, they're discussing all those things right now. I can tell you that, as much as they did give the contract option, they picked that up for Bob Melvin at the beginning of July. He has not been given any assurances, to my knowledge, that he's for sure coming back next year. I think, it's been sort of radio silence. When you're in that position as a manager, you don't ask and you wait for someone to tell you something. And if there's something to be said, that I think it would be said. But, anything is still, I think everything is still on the table. I think it's still an open question. But the assumption, I think, around the team is that Melvin will be back next year, given, what happened the last 3 weeks. It's just, optically, when they lost those, what was it, 13 or 15 at home, and they're getting bigger crowds this year. They're averaging 2,000 more per game. It was just such a bad, look. It was, the optics are so bad when they were losing all those home games. I don't think they could justify, bringing back the same team, the same coaching staff next year. Now they changed the narrative on that. They did it, over those next 3 weeks and beat some good teams, beat the Cubs, beat the Brewers. So, how much does that sort of change, what happened before? Does it? Should it? I think those are all questions that are being, I don't think they have arrived at an answer yet. And obviously there's still 9 games left to be played, and there's more data points that those 9 games are going to give us. So, I do think there are going to be some changes. To what extent those changes are, I think kind of remains to be seen a little bit.
Bags, we appreciate you coming by. As always, we'll continue reading you in The Athletic. And regardless of how these final 9 go, I know there's going to be a lot worth reading and digesting as we all see where the Giants season ends up going and how we look at the larger picture of what has been this roller coaster here in 2025.
Hey, thanks, guys. Love you, Pop. Glad to have you on.
Love you, Bags. Great to hear your voice again, brother.
Absolutely. Andy Baggerly, we have him every Friday. You can read him in The Athletic. Coming up, we were originally going to do a little Niner questions in the big ticket, but I think we want to keep this conversation here on the Kershaw. We're going to revisit Danny's big poll. I've got a ridiculous stat to throw your way when we come back, and we can read more of your messages, perhaps take some calls before Danny Dunn's edition of Take It or Leave It at 1:30. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants fell to the Dodgers 2-1 last night in a unique game in which they drew 10 walks but got only 1 hit. And tonight, they'll face Clayton Kershaw for the 63rd and likely final time in his 18-year career. It's a 7:10 first pitch on the Sports Leader, which means our pregame broadcast starts at 6:10. Dirty Work will take you all the way there.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
We are flying on a Friday. Papa and Silver, about 45 minutes left, and we'll get it over to Dirty Work for their 49er tailgate party down at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. So go and check it out if you're in the area. Want to revisit Danny's big poll? We want to continue reading your texts and answering your messages on Clayton Kershaw with the final start tonight. And I said I had a stat for you. This one from Codified Baseball. The Dodgers have beaten the Giants 1,289 times. The Giants have beaten the Dodgers 1,289 times. Clayton Kershaw, the tiebreaker is in your hands.
Well, we got 2 more after, so whoever wins 2 of the next 3. I saw that same note, and they've been aligned so closely. And ultimately in 21, it was 107 to 106. It went right down to the end. They wound up playing for the first time ever in a playoff series, and it went 5, and it went right down to the end. And Gabe Morales on a Wilmer Flores check swing, and Max Scherzer out of the bullpen, and all of it. So they are the ancient rivals. John will be all over it tonight, and we'll hear it on the radio, and it's Kershaw's last ever go-round. So it is fitting. But the reality is they're going to the playoffs. They're going to be in there. Had the Giants been able to secure the 6th spot, it would be, more than likely Giants against the Dodgers. And it wouldn't be in a full-blown playoff series. It'd be in a wild card. And it's weird how that would work, and they'd all be down there. But anyway, it's amazing how a week flips everything. And it's been the ultimate week to week and fortnight to fortnight in a couple of months, just up and down and all around. And the Dodgers started hot. The Dodgers they're not going to have the kind of year that people thought they were going to have. We thought, when they added, on top of everything else, and they get Sasaki and Yamamoto's healthy, and they bring, obviously all the bullpen arms they signed in the offseason. They brought in Blake freaking Snell this year. The Dodgers have 86 wins. 86. They're not getting 96. They're not getting 100. This is a beatable team. That's why it's just, wow. When we got together in the Presidio, we thought, some people thought they were going to break the Mariners record of the 97 Yankees and win 120 or something. They're not going to get anywhere, and this is not one of those great Dodger teams. It's going to be good enough to get in. Milwaukee's got a better record. Philadelphia's got a better record. They're going to play in the wild card. The Dodgers are not getting a bye to the division series. They're going to play Tuesday. After the season is over, they're going to play that Tuesday. So we'll see where it goes. They're a beatable team this year, so it is what it is. But they've had ownership of this division, whether it's 106 wins they get and they lose by a game, or 86 and they're in first place by 3. I mean, we thought, do you think you can win the West with 86 games to go going into the next to last weekend of the year? We thought San Diego or someone would push them. So it is what it is. You deal with it. They've been battling forever. And the reality is we're going to watch October baseball. And that place will be rocking, 50,000 every night, and the Giants will be in organizational meetings. What Baggs said was interesting. The brass is already together.
Yeah.
They're doing it now. They'll play it out. Well, we'll see what Buster does. We'll see how we think Bob Melvin's coming back. Who knows? And if they don't bring Bob Melvin back, who would be the choice? Who would be the candidate to even be a manager for that? I wonder about Mark DeRosa, honestly, and Buster's ties with him. And I don't know if they'd go out of the box like that, but you never know. And then there will be staff changes. But it's amazing to think in the season of the ultimate streaking season I've ever seen, a week ago tonight, did you think when Bailey hit the walk-off, Grand Slam style, did you think after all this craziness, it's going to be Giants, Dodgers, not in the playoff series, but it could be Giants-Dodgers in a 3-game wild card series? That was on the table a week ago. It's not off the table now, but it is the most remote. Because it's not just Giants-Mets, it's Reds. The Diamondbacks are better. You're in 4th place, and you're a sub-500 team. Why are we having this conversation? Tony La Russa would even talk about the playoffs.
Right.
They're under. What's their record going to be? Are the Giants going to get to 81 and 81? Are they going to be 80 and 80? What's their record going to be? So it is what it is. But a week ago, at this time, we had reason to hope. Hope is not gone. But as Tim Flannery always said, hope is not a strategy either. And right now, you're not hopeful, you're not hopeless, but you're running out of hope.
And you're running out of time, simply. You got 9 games to go, and you got 3 against the Dodgers, and then you got a 6-game homestand, and none of them are going to be easy except maybe the Rockies ones. And by that point, do you even have a shot? Is it mathematically over? And yeah, we'll see what happens. They did not execute within their division well enough at all this year outside of the Colorado Rockies, who everybody in the league beat up on. And that may very well be the difference. And to Bag's point, if they can bring back Bob Melvin, or they could bring back some of the coaching staff. But bottom line is you got to be trotting out something different next year, whether that's making some small tweaks, whether that's making changes to your starting group or a lot of changes on the backup. Can't be just a similar version of what you saw here at this year. And look, they started great, but they also tailed off hard. I mean, I'm going to give you a Silver Linings playlist as our final segment today. And my alternate song today, as you're saying it, should be Jay-Z Too Short when they teamed up. It was all good just a week ago, because that's been the story of the Giants season. The calendar flips and it's an entirely different mood. It's an entirely different personality. We did a couple shows at the patio during your absence, and I think 2 times ago, it was when JD and I were out there and the Padres came in and beat the Giants 11-1 and just beat the brakes off of them. And the last time we're sitting there thinking, hey, the Giants have been playing a lot better baseball and they're homering every game. Simultaneously, the Mets are just full on collapsing and they're legitimately in this race. And we did throw out that possibility that, hey, maybe they could face the Dodgers in a 3-game series with a chance to knock them out. Looking less likely than it did a week ago. But no, the math is not done. And like you said, hope's not a strategy, but they're running out of hope. They're running out of time. And they got to see if they can ruin Kershaw's night tonight as a little last start at Dodger Stadium.
Without a doubt. And then we'll move on and we'll assess the whole thing. And, it really isn't. You got to beat the Dodgers to stay alive. But we're going to be watching the New York Mets tonight play in Washington. I mean, right now, and it's not just, one scoreboard you're looking at. You're looking at the scoreboard, but there's so many different games you got to be looking at. You got to hope the Mets wind up losing and go flat. And we'll keep an eye on their game tonight once we get off the air and, see what they're doing. They're going to play Washington at home. We had Adam Amin on. I mean, Hunter Green threw a hell of a game last night. He went complete game, and he threw a one-hitter. The Cincinnati Reds are ahead of the Giants right now. They're at home against Chicago with a 3:40 first pitch. And then, damn, Arizona sold off everybody. And they're ahead of the Giants right now, and they won the tiebreaker. They're going to play Nelson tonight against the Phillies. So it's not that simple. But we'll see. If the miracles do happen at the end. But it's highly unlikely, and it's just amazing, week to week how this year's gone, and that's been it. I mean, it hasn't been so much week to week. It's kind of flipped on a dime at various times. But honestly, on Saturday, when, the Mets had that 4-0 lead, didn't get a hit the rest of the game, and the Giants got 4 against Kershaw, and Derek was out. Derek's the only guy Derek's coming here to spend the weekend with me. He's the only human being I've allowed in here. They're going to do this.
You get one human being and Derek's your pick? No, I'm joking.
Well, he's my oldest boy, so he would be the only guy. Yeah, I think that would be it. And he doesn't like to socially distance. He thinks I'm changing his diaper all over again. Anyway, I honestly thought on Saturday they're going to do this. Somehow they're getting in. They're playing the Dodgers in a wild card. Wow. And then, boom, kind of like the year to lose those 4 in a row and have those 4-run and early leads. Anyway, we shall see. But let's enjoy Giants-Dodgers tonight. Home opener. We'll get into that. That'll be a little emotional for me on Sunday to not be able to be there for that. So we'll see how it all goes.
Yeah, quick visit at Danny's big poll. Again, not a lot of change on the voting. Yeah, he's great on Clayton Kershaw, leading with 35%. He's okay in my book, is coming in. Actually, second place is still always hated him, 31%. He's okay in my book is at 21%, and indifferent toward him is at 13%. Not surprised on the indifference, right? It's like they say the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. With Clayton Kershaw, if you don't hate him for being a Dodger, then he's hard not to like either. And so, yeah, he's great and always hated him. Your top 2 options in Danny's big poll, which maybe we'll revisit before the very end of the show. All right, it's time. A little take it or leave it. Danny Dunn is going to read us some statements, and we decide if we're going to take it in agreement or leave it and kick it to the curb. Let's do that next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom, with locations across the Bay Area, can supply your plan to customize your home to multi-million-dollar projects. Golden State Showrooms can deliver precision-crafted windows and doors that elevate every project. While they specialize in luxury and ultra-luxury upgrades, Golden State offers options for any budget. Their brands include Quantum, Western, Marvin, and Milgard. Golden State can manufacture custom motors that others won't attempt, like the 15-foot doors, live edge designs, oversized pivot entries, and much more. You can count on expert installation support and specialized delivery with trucks designed specifically for window and door transport, as they partner with builders and homeowners to ensure project success. You'll also find options that can increase energy efficiency, as well as fireproof options for your home or business. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com and scroll through their image gallery, and you'll realize Golden State Lumber and Showroom makes the extraordinary possible. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, let's make it happen. It's a little take it or leave it here on the sports leader. Papa and Silver, Greg Papa, Greg Silver, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. Now, normally Walter's the one to spin the wheel and give us some categories, and then he reads us a statement. We take it or we leave it. By the way, now that Papa's back, we got to find a way to schedule in Walter's whip around, whip it out at some point, but that's a problem for another day on another week. Danny, what categories do you have for us today?
All right, Greg. So the three categories we have today are Show Me the Dinero, Hate It or Love It, and Roll the Dice.
Ooh, Show Me the Dinero, Hate It or Love It, and Roll the Dice. How about
That
spin the
sounds like
wheel?
a Jonathan Kuminga question to me.
All right, so we're going to spin the wheel, I take it, instead of roll the dice, and then that's how we'll settle on maybe rolling the dice.
Correct. Let's spin that wheel. Ooh, what'll it be? What'll it be?
It's a long wheel.
I'm bankrupt. Damn.
It is Show Me the Dinero. All right.
Show me the dinero.
Sign Kuminga.
No, the 49ers Week 3 matchup against the Cardinals is estimated to be a pretty even matchup by most spreads. They have the 49ers at 1.5 point favorites. So, show me the dinero. This game will come down to a fourth quarter Eddie Pinheiro field goal. Take it or leave it.
Oh,
The Niners are favored by 1.5 on their home opener over the Arizona Cardinals. That's it?
Yep.
What?
Yeah,
What's
that's what
going
they
on?
have it.
They're not believing in Mac Jones. All right, so Pop, I'll let you go first. Are you going to take it or are you going to leave it?
Well, they don't have to have a field goal to win the game to cover. It doesn't have to be Finkel is Einhorn and Einhorn is Finkel to end the game. You know, they could do it some other way with a Bosa stop or a Huff stop. So, come on, the Niners are. I'm amazed by that. The Niners are only 1.5 favorite on their home field. I know Arizona's been tough on them. The Niners have been hurt, but Arizona's ravaged in their secondary, and I think they can beat them over the top in this game. I'm not a betting man. I'm not allowed to bet, but if you're asking me if you want to make an investment, show me the money. Rod Tidwell, he was a former Arizona Cardinal wide receiver, by the way. I would. The Niners are going to win the football game by more than 1.5. Come on, right?
Congratulations, Jerry. You are still my agent. You know what? I'm going to take it because Eddie Pinheiro showed that with the extra point last week in the miss, it was just another reminder of, hey, guys, I'm not going to make it too easy on you. But then he took care of business with his other 4 kicks, 2 field goals right down the middle, and a couple of extra points. I don't really know what to expect in this game, Danny. I don't. And it seems like with Brock Purdy or with Mac Jones or this young defense, through the first 2 weeks, whether it's a Seattle team that people are predicting to be one of the better ones in the league or a New Orleans team that is predicted to be in the sweepstakes for Arch Manning, although is he even going to be the number 1 pick? That's a whole different issue and a whole different conversation. I don't know what to expect, but I can expect that the 49ers will be playing a lot of close games. And since Kyle Shanahan said with Dirty Work yesterday that his favorite kind of press conferences are the ones where he doesn't have to talk about special teams or injuries,
right?
It just seems like it's only fate that he's going to have to talk about kicking, but maybe it can be for positive reason. Eddie De Niro going to make a big impact one way or another in this fourth quarter, and I'll take it.
And maybe you guys can get Joe.
I saw what you did there. You went De Niro for Pinheiro. I like that. I like that.
Maybe you guys can get Joe Nedney on a positive note next week if it comes down to a Pinheiro field goal there.
We did have the Nedney experience after we weren't sure if Jake Moody was going to stay with the team or not, and always love talking to Joe. All right.
2 more categories. Let's spin the wheel. All right. Hate it or love it, Clayton Kershaw is one of the best pitchers, not only in Dodger history, but in the history of baseball. I hated his ownage of Tim Lincecum in those early 2010 matchups, but I enjoyed his later matchups with Bumgarner. Bumgarner got him a couple of times with a big fly. I actually did like postseason Kershaw, like that caller was saying earlier. He wasn't quite as dominant as he once was in the regular season.
Yeah, Rick on the highway, not a fan.
Also, all that being said, I'd probably have a greater appreciation for him if he wasn't a Dodger. But take it or leave it, Clayton Kershaw is the least hateable Dodger.
Oh. You want to take this first one?
Okay. It's hard not to like. I love Dave Roberts, and he's a former Giant, and we worked together, and he had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma that he had to battle when he left me in 2010, and such a quality guy. But Kershaw's Kershaw. I respect ability, and I understand that. He's also been hard on the Oakland A's throughout his career when Bob Melvin managed there. He's Clayton Kershaw. You know. Sometimes you hate the colors, and I'm sure Copes will have a different take on it than I do, but I appreciate pure ability, and there's no one that had more ability. And he wasn't Roger Clemens, who'd keep everybody waiting in the bullpen until they queued up Elton John's Rocket Man before he came out, and he wasn't Pedro, who just out of nowhere drill you in the ribs and then glare at you for 10 minutes. And Pedro, you know, those guys were all that. Doc Gooden from an earlier generation, and he's kind of a throwback to me. He does go back to the Seaver, Carlton, Koufax kind of days. He could pitch in any generation. So, for one, I'm going to miss watching the guy pitch. I don't care what colors he pitched in. Clayton Kershaw was an absolute artist on the mound in every sense. One of the best I've ever seen.
All right, I'm going to leave it because I think Max Muncy, Chase Utley, Yasiel Puig, so much more likable among this fan base. Okay, I'll cut the S. I mean, if we're going to talk Brooklyn Dodger, Jackie Robinson, obviously one of the great heroes in the game, and a historical figure, and hard not to admire him. And then, of course, you have people we remember as Giants who did play on the Dodgers, like our guy Brian Wilson and the Bee-Weezy bobblehead that Papa's been holding up the last few days. But no, if we're talking about player that will be remembered as an LA Dodger, and in my sports watching lifetime and consciousness and living it in real time, I will take it as well in terms of the likability factor. He's had a lot of class. He has played the game very admirably. By the way, not even trying to say this to be facetious, the postseason shortcomings didn't hurt the case for me to like him a little bit more. Was never rooting for the Dodgers in the playoffs, and on a personal level, didn't want to see him fail, but watching the Dodgers lose in October is never a bad thing. He's had plenty of times to say bad things about this organization, hasn't gone that way, and although I would like to show him the door, and I would like to have maybe the next generation, if Bryce Eldridge comes and faces him tonight, whack him around the ballpark like they did at the beginning of Saturday's game, I will certainly respect him. Like I said with LeBron James, rivalries are incredible, but the player himself, the person himself, I will also take that he is the most likable LA Dodger.
All right, 2 take-its. And since we are on our last category, we do not need to spin the wheel, right?
Let's do it anyway.
Do it anyway, okay. Roll the dice. Okay, this one is about Jonathan Kuminga.
No way.
Your favorite player there. Silver. And so the Warriors will sign Jonathan Kuminga to a 3-year extension with that 3rd year being a player option. Yes, I have the Warriors caving and giving him the player option over the team option. The Warriors roll the dice on JK, and he will have a breakout season and force his way into the starting lineup and be a key piece to the Warriors' success. Take it or leave it.
Ooh, loaded question. Papa, your honors of going first.
Yeah, I'm taking it. I love Jonathan Kuminga. What's wrong with the guy? And we're going to get Big Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton to get GP2 back. Let's roll. Let's get it done. Figure it out. No more delays. I don't want it to go October the 1st. It's the business. I know people freak out. It happens. But they'll figure it out, and they're going to have a lot of moves coming up. Will he be a key piece and all that? Just, fit in, go to training camp, be a good teammate, stay healthy, and let's see where it goes. So, yes, I want to bring JK back. I'm taking it.
I'm going to take part of it and leave part of it. So I'm taking the contract part. I do think they settle on a year similar to the 3-year deal. I could see the Warriors caving on the player option part because ultimately, if they do want to trade him and they decide that's the best course for both parties, they're going to want to have him on a contract that they feel like is tradable. They're going to want to have him agree to a contract in which he can come back to the team. As far as the breakout part, it's just hard for me not to leave it. This marriage has been so awkward from the time being. I'm not saying Jonathan Kuminga doesn't have skill, and I'm not saying he can't have success with another organization. But to me, it seems like when they brought Jimmy Butler in at the trade deadline, the Warriors made somewhat of a commitment to the style of basketball they wanted to play, the direction they wanted to go in terms of committing to the end of this Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and bringing in Jimmy Butler as a supporting member. So if Jonathan Kuminga is more focused on maybe wanting to be a focal point of an offense, it seems unlikely that if Jimmy, Steph, Draymond are all healthy, that the style of play has been a little bit iffy to work with it. The relationship between him and Steve Kerr, and then what Mike Dunleavy wants, and then what Joe Lacob wants, it's just been so different, and all around, this has been a mismanaged case of a relationship. I'm not going as far as to say it is entirely irreparable, but I don't think that Jonathan Kuminga, whatever his NBA career ends up being, I don't think that a long-term future here in Golden State is the ultimate end game of what's going to play out here.
All right, guys, and that's it for the wheel today.
All right,
good job.
Well, we appreciate the wheel on a Danny Dunn, and we appreciate your first participation on Take It or Leave It. We appreciate Papa's first participation of Take It or Leave It.
The first time I ever spun the wheel and didn't wind up with Epstein-Barr and mononucleosis. The worst spin of the wheel ever. When I get to kiss somebody?
Well, you can kiss Derek the next time he comes and hangs out. Is he going to want that?
He's coming tonight. We're going to spend the weekend together.
Sorry for that assignment on you, Derek. Speaking of Derek, we'll hand it off to Dirty Work in about 15 minutes or so. Let's get ready to wrap up the show. Have a fantastic end to our Friday. I got a Silver Linings playlist for you, and I'll tell you, it goes back to 1983. As for what the band is, what the song, what the genre, and what the theme is, you can find out in about 5 minutes. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. Hey everybody, it's Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area and sometimes not even in California? Chris Dolan and his law firm have been based here in the Bay for over a quarter of a century, so a long time being the award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys that fight for you right here where you live. If you've had issues at work with discrimination, wrongful termination, sexual harassment, or had your rights threatened and violated, the Dolan Law Firm takes that seriously, and you can go to their website, dolanlawfirm.com, to learn more about your rights and protections. Over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase as well in no-fault injury accidents. So with all the traffic and chaos and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Bay Area madness that's going to be going on around, please be careful, work together to make the Bay Area a safer place, and take that extra second to look both ways or look out for children or elderly people in the crosswalks. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't have to deal with paying anything up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and the best part of it all is that they don't get paid until you get paid first. They live here, they work here, most importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The afternoon boys got your first 49ers tailgate party of the year. So instead of doing the show from our studios today, they'll be out at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose, bringing the filth and the faithful an early happy hour starting at 2 and going all the way to 6. So if you're down in the South Bay, wear your white t-shirts because the 49ers aren't messing with the red uniforms. Go hang out with the fellas at Jack's.
Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
All right, told you I was taking it all the way back to 1983 for a little Silver Linings Playlist as we get ready to wrap up Papa and Silver on a Friday and hand it off to Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose, where Dirty Work is having their 49er tailgate party. Niners taking on the Cardinals, 125 kickoff. You can hear it on the Sports Leader. Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan on the call. And if you want to watch it on TV, you could listen to our guy Adam Amin, who was on with us at 10:50 today. You know, with all the talk that we had really between yesterday and today, I could have played this yesterday or today when I talk about faithfully and the 49er faithful, the way they traveled on the road the first 2 weeks, but now coming home to Levi's for the first time, and really just in general. This week has been one to appreciate the fans here of the Bay Area. So, yeah, you're going to get Levi's Stadium and the 49er faithful for the first time, but you had Valkyrie's madness at Valhalla and Valhalla South for the playoffs in San Jose when they had to relocate. We both have fondness for the Oakland Coliseum and the peak of those crowds. Oracle Arena before the Warriors became a behemoth. Chase Center now today. Many others like the Sharks, Bay FC, San Jose Earthquakes, and yes, of course, the San Francisco Giants, who ride or die with this team every day and have for the past 153 games of this tumultuous season. Steve Perry, the voice you hear right now, had a big presence here in 2010 when those Giants were making those magical World Series runs. And so, yeah, it's a weekend for the faithful, but the faithful extends well beyond just Levi's Stadium. And I know that when you end up back as part of the faithful in Levi's Stadium, Papa, in the booth, it's going to be one magical day. But just to have you back for these 4 shows to end this week has been fantastic. And I figured you might like a little bit of Journey to send you into the weekend.
Without a doubt, and I'm not going to stop believing. That's not the song, but I hear you. So it's been a good week for me to come back, and I got through 3 days of 4 hours, or a couple of days where I didn't think I could make 4 hours. We got through it. We'll see what next week brings, but it's good to be back on the show. It's good to interact. But this is, it'll be hard for me on Sunday. You know, normally when the week is done of doing talk radio for 20 hours a week, then I start to work. Then I start to get into the game and the prep, and not doing the talk show for the first 2 games. I didn't do a whole lot of that. Did more of it. But this is the time when I'd start really getting into the Arizona Cardinals and breaking it down and doing my boards tomorrow morning and going to watch walkthrough and get into it. So, you know, I was told right away you can't travel for a year on an airplane. So I knew I couldn't make the first 2 on the road. In the back of my ridiculous mind, I thought, you know, could I come back for the home opener? And honestly, I'm fine. I could do the game. I could broadcast the game on Sunday. My mind is fine. My body is fine. I've had very little side effects from my chemotherapy. I'm good, but I'm not good. I'm not able to do that. I'm not able to be around 70,000 people watching a football game. It's just not. It's not in the cards. So when I get off the air, it'll be sad for me. And then Derek will come by and we'll watch football on Saturday and the NFL on Sunday, and we'll recharge. But it's great to be back on this show. The in-home studio has given me a vehicle to be able to do that, to be able to do what I really love, and that is play-by-play. That's going to be a long time down the road. So I knew that day was coming. I felt it for the first preseason game against Denver. That was a hard one. I got to realize it's not about that. Don't matter. There's a bigger battle that I've got to win, and I will win. But believe me, as you all reconvene in Santa Clara on Sunday and pick it back up in 2-0, a big game against the Arizona Cardinals, I won't be there physically with you, but I will be there emotionally, spiritually. I'll be there in every other way, and I'll be living vicariously through you. And we'll see where it all goes. I'm not going to be able to give you a touchdown San Francisco. I'm sure they'll play it during the game. But in any event, it's great to be back on the show. Thank you so much to everybody Larry Blumhagen. I mentioned him the other day. Larry's over in France, just finished up a Spain vacation, got married. Congratulations to him. What a great driving force in my life from my darkest days in July. Outside of any family member, he reached out to me morning, noon, night, middle of the night as a friend, not of anything else. Larry's coming back, and to be able to come back on the airwaves and represent him and everybody here and all the friends that I have and everybody that's pulling for me. So it's great to be back in some form. But believe me, when the weekend hits and I don't have a board to get ready for and players to study, it does hit hard that I'm back in some form, but that other form is going to be a while down the road, and maybe one day it'll be there. But that's my deal. I'll go back into my bubble. Never left the bubble, but I'll be here. And just thank you. Thank you for the week, and thanks for you know what it's been more than anything, cathartic or diversion. There are times I feel like I'm fine. I can do this. And then when I get off into the reality and all the different emails I get from UCSF wonders, where the hell you been all week, bro? Can you get here? We need blood work. What's your white blood cells? What are you doing? So I'll get back into that, and the reality of what I'm facing is there. But for a week, it's been, I didn't know how I was going to react to this. I didn't know if I'd be able to do it and all that. But it has been a really nice diversion, and I thank you and everybody else with providing me the platform, and mainly Larry Blumhagen and Cumulus and HR to allow me to come back for however long I'm back. So good to be back. We had a good week.
Oh, we had a fantastic week. And from my perspective, I mean, Matt Mayoko said it best when he joined us, that the fact that you're even talking about doing studio work at a social distance with Matt Mayoko, the fact that you're on the show and have gotten through 13 hours and 40 minutes coming up through these last 4 days, that still says a lot. And it may not feel like a win all the time. And there's still certain, I can understand like the level of sadness of not being there for the home opener, not doing play-by-play. But I mean, the fact that we're at this stage right now, no doubt you're going to get through this, and we're really proud of you, man. And, I mean, look, Walter and I did not know what to expect throughout the week. We've had hosts ready to go just in case you were feeling tired or like this treatment was kicking your butt, because how could it not? I mean, look, I'll do a show with no coffee. I'll do a show off of a rough night of sleep, or maybe having a couple of drinks too many during the weeknight, which usually I'm pretty disciplined on. But, hey, you know, everyone's got to live a little bit too. So you're dealing with something obviously much more severe than any of those circumstances when the average host of us might feel a little bit tired or having to get through 4 hours feeling long. So this has been great. I'm really looking forward to every show that we do get throughout this football season. And I mean, look, we started working together. I think it was November 18th was the first day. That was off the heels of the Geno Smith night game. It was chaotic. The 49ers season was crumbling. And so I feel like we haven't really gotten to go start to finish on a football season and break it down in the way that I was looking forward to for a long time. So it's bittersweet to have you back on the show, and let's reconvene on Monday, as our guy Upton Stout in front of the program says, let's do it.
Let's do it! Super Papa's a badass. I'm getting, Bruce Jenkins is writing a big piece on me and sent him a picture. He's just checking me out on the stream with the beard. He goes, you look like an old fisherman. You got any fresh halibut available? So the beard's interesting, I got to say. But it does remind me, because I feel fine. I feel like I'm fine, but I'm not. I got this ugly mass in my body that's not fine, so I decided to put the ugly mass on my face and remind you every moment you're not fine. But I'll be fine. We'll all be good. People have way worse than me. We'll get through it, and we'll enjoy it. We'll watch it all. There's nowhere else to go. I may take a little break and do some other things. There's a lot of good stuff online to watch, and we'll come back. But we'll watch Kershaw tonight. The Apple TV broadcast, I know people don't enjoy them. They are so well produced. They really are state of the art. Sunday Night Baseball is good. The Apple TV shows, the graphics and the technology, and that is state of the art stuff. So I'm sure they'll play Kershaw's credit. So we'll see if the Giants, what kind of weekend they have to give us one last homestand. But seriously, the Niners are favored only by 1.5 points to win the home opener against the Arizona Cardinals? Come on.
We got 2-2-0 versus 2-0s, of course, Niners Cardinals. And then another one worth paying attention to. It's a morning game. Rams in Philadelphia to take on the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles, the only team that's beaten them in their last 11 games. Rams 9-2 in their last 11 with 2 losses to Philadelphia. And, of course, we're going to see the Rams for a Thursday night game at SoFi Week 5. That's going to do it for us. Big thank you to Walter for everything he did this week. I know he's not here today. Thank you to Danny Dunn for his contributions of today, and that includes yesterday, helping me prepare for the show. Big thank you to our guests, Dan Minucci, Adam Amin, Matt Mayoko, and Andy Baggerly. Also, big thank you to Danny's Big Poll and Take It or Leave It. And a big thank you to you, my friend. It's been a lot of fun to reunite these last 4 shows. let's get you over to Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. 49ers tailgate with Dirty Work. Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb will take it from here. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And Dirty Work starts now. Let's talk to you Monday.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose at the Westgate Shopping Center. Give it up for yourselves for coming out for our first 49er tailgate of 2025. Hope to see many members of the filth out here today. We got a jam-packed show for you, getting you ready for 49er football, the home opener on Sunday afternoon, 10 a.m. pregame over on Mike Holler, who's here, by the way. Mike Holler's
in shorts.
KSFO 810, a shorts
Now that's
day.
a sight.
I kind of botched it. I should have worn shorts today, too. I wasn't.
Yeah, I know.
What
am I thinking?
Dude, one of my biggest flaws in life, by the way, I should finish what I was saying. Pregame starts at 10 on KSFO 810.
Now back to the shorts.
Now back to the shorts. Is I, for the entirety of my life, have never gotten good at looking at the weather before I leave the house.
Oh, I do it all the time.
I can't tell you how frequently I leave the house and it rains, and I'm like, why wasn't I?
You never look at the weather app before you leave the house?
I mean, I'll look at the weather to be like, this is what's happening this week, or it's a general thought, but I don't ever look at like, hey, well, unless something's coming up that I specifically want to make sure I'm dressed for.
Do you have a window?
Yeah, I have a window.
You can poke your head out the window.
What I'm
and
saying
see,
is,
too.
you've gone to work before
With shorts on.
No, you've gone to work though, and it's like it's a cloudy day, it's whatever, it's overcast, and then all of a sudden it's raining while you're at work. You're like, and you know me, I walk everywhere.
Right.
And I haven't had a car in 15 years. So I was like, dude,
That's the last time you had a car?
Last time I remember driving the car that I last owned, a 1998 Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Ooh.
Was the night the Giants won the World Series in 2010.
Nice.
I drove it from Park Merced to where I was living in the Outer Mission Excelsior, and it was like a party in the streets. Everybody was going nuts. That's the last time I remember driving it, and then I sold it, and I haven't had a car since.
I had a Jeep Wrangler all through high school.
You had a Wrangler?
Oh, yeah.
Just met her. Wrangler? Barely knew her.
And I recreate Jurassic Park all the time with my friends.
You recreate Jurassic Park?
Look at the water.
Jurassic
look at the
Park,
water.
Wasn't Jurassic Park just recreating the prehistoric times?
I guess so.
But
He's Dennis Nedry. He crashes into a dinosaur and gets
There you
eaten,
go.
Welcome.
Sam Neill's character.
Welcome to Derek's closet with
There.
my dresser. Yeah. The shorts thing, though, is something that in the studio Murph has been anti for a long time.
Why?
Murph doesn't like the idea of having to look at anybody's legs or knees while he's at work. And I'm like, my eyes are up here. Keep them up here. You don't need to look at my knees.
Seriously, you don't need to be weirded out by that. Just focus on people's faces.
So the bigger question I've got is, we're here at Jack's Restaurant. Fantastic place. They got locations everywhere. We were just talking to our guy John, one of the owners here, about their location, their cantina over in Pleasant Hill, which I think I'm going to stop by next Friday on my way in to go do an appearance at Friedman's Appliance.
Look at you.
Yeah, I'm taking more money out of Greg Papa's pocket.
As you should.
That's what I'm doing. Next Friday from 10 to noon over at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Anyway, they've got a special going on today. They've started happy hour early to coincide with Dirty Work, which started 4 minutes ago, don't you know?
Well, that's nice of them.
They've got Partita Shot and Modelo Beer specials. I've got a Modelo Beer here.
I'm about to do that as well.
I had a Partita Shot. I'm looking at my boss, Mike Holler, right in the eye. I'm looking you dead in the eye right now, Mike. I
got one right here.
You haven't taken it yet?
Oh, I took mine. I don't know whose this is.
Oh, that's a second. Do you want to match me? Because I'm already up to 2.
I may pace myself. The show just started, and I am already one shot in.
Okay, so
our guy John brought an extra for you just to catch
That's
up,
right.
buddy.
Well, here's my thought.
We're talking drinking on the air.
My first question is, I'm at work. My boss is here. It wouldn't have changed how I went about this day.
Boss,
anyway.
not remotely.
Boss, dude. I used to work with this guy.
No.
Dude, I was the program director at one point, and he was my assistant program director. So what? I'm supposed to respect his authority now?
Man, those were crazy times.
Dude, he's sitting right there. He's gonna have a beer and a drink in a minute. Anyway, a burger in front of him. He cut out of work early to come here at 2.
That's nice.
You know what I'm saying? So my question is, Mike, you've been here for,
How long have you been here, Mike? How many years you been at KNBR? 23. He didn't get a 23-year celebration like Tim got for 20, did he?
He may have got a 20-year celebration.
Yeah, but he also didn't wet his pants for it. So.
Yeah, he didn't beg for a segment for years.
He didn't beg for a segment.
So 23 years. Tim's been here for 20. In your 43 combined years, do you guys have any idea what the most shots ever taken during one 4-hour show by a KNBR host?
Shots?
Yeah, like shots of alcohol.
I mean, there was some. Tom Tolbert definitely drank a bunch, but he didn't drink shots.
Yeah, but Tom was
not a shot guy.
Greg
During
Papa's,
the Super Bowl kind of like runs and everything like that, Greg would get blasted on
Greg
there.
Papa, yeah.
Greg and John would do the bloodies.
I saw Greg, or I heard Greg. We have the audio probably in the folder back at the studio. I saw Greg once, or heard him eat a mushroom chocolate bar that was left on the table by Jake the Snake Plumber, dude. Remember Jake Plumber was like advertising these mushroom.
It was a great moment in radio.
Hallucinogen chocolate bars.
Yes.
And Greg sat down and goes,
Oh,
what is this doing here?
busy.
I'm going to have a bite myself. Dude, then he choked on it.
Yeah,
and Lund had to keep going. If you can dig that up, I think Raph
that's incredible.
was back on the ones and twos.
Raph, all you got to tell you is Greg and shrooms.
Come on, bro.
I promise.
Come on, bro.
I guess the point I'm getting at here is Mike, how many shots would I have to take before I got in trouble?
4?
Okay. We are halfway there, buddy.
We're halfway there.
So a shot an hour then?
Yeah, dude, a shot an hour. Well, dude, I took the first one at 1:10. I took the second one almost an hour later.
By the time we talk to Rich Aureli at 5:30, we'll just be into it.
See, my thing is, it shouldn't be about the number of shots. It should be about how I react to said shots. It's about my behavior on the show after I take the shots.
Have you ever been drunk on the air before?
Me?
Yeah. I'll tell my story first if you want to.
I would say I've worked up a heater on the show before, but usually just over the course of like drinking beer throughout the show. I'm generally not ever taking shots during the show like I just did.
You can ask Chris Townsend. I was on Raiders postgame with him after the Raiders lost to the Houston Texans, and it is some riveting radio, I tell you.
I bet.
Oh, yeah.
Usually you are.
Yep.
Yeah. I just don't. I mean, like,
maybe even a little better.
Why don't we do a don't drink and drive show like Lamont Tonelli used to do? We'll do it more unofficially without the police and the breathalyzer here in house.
Yeah, we don't need the breathalyzer. That would be
or Baby Huey for that.
Or
matter.
Baby Huey. Well,
okay.
He did vomit on himself.
Yeah,
so
I would set the KNBR record for host shots during a 4-hour show. I bet you it's somewhere around 5. During one 4-hour show. I don't know. I'm just saying. I bet you it's somewhere around 5. By someone.
So what you're doing is you're making an unofficial number, and you're saying, I'm going to challenge myself
I'm going to challenge myself to beat the number that nobody wants me to break.
Yeah, you have no idea if that's factual, but you're just going with that.
I said I would guess, since the guys who've been here for this long don't have any records in the annals of KNBR shot history.
We definitely did shows with Tom where he got bombed drinking beer. We definitely did that.
That would take a lot of beer for Tom. The dude was like 6'8".
Yeah, but we were drinking double IPAs, and so.
Yeah, that'll mess up your mouth for a week.
Yeah.
That'd be terrible.
Still can't taste it.
On that stuff. I'll eat 2. We'll keep it going.
Okay.
Shot counters at 2.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Shot counters at 2 right now.
For you?
I've at 2. Yeah.
Okay, I'm at 1. I'll catch you up.
We're 8 minutes in. I'm at 2.
Well, there you go.
I mean, I started an hour before the show. But, hey, dude, if the restaurant themselves would like me to drink their Partita and Modelo shot specials, I think I owe it to one of our clients now.
We definitely have to oblige.
I think I just have to.
You owe it to society at this point.
I have to oblige and imbibe in whatever it is that they would like me to be a part of. We have seemingly at this point, a great show planned for you for the next 4 hours.
Yeah, we'll see.
We have a lot of guests coming by. Tracy Sandler, the Fangirl Sports Network, and she's a part of our 49ers pre- and post-game with myself and Todd Husak. That gets going on Sunday, 10 a.m. Over on Mike Kohler's KSFO 810. Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country. He joins us at 3:50, and there's news on Kuminga. How about this?
Oh, great.
Kuminga supposedly going to take the $8 million qualifying offer.
That's not news. We've done that for
his agent went on a podcast and said, yeah, we think we're going to take it.
You know what? I don't need to hear from Kuminga's agent.
Oh, now Derek doesn't want to talk Kuminga.
He's making the rounds today. Shut up. Whatever. All I care about is Kuminga showing up for the Warriors and stop hijacking the offseason.
What's his name, Aaron Turner?
Yeah,
is
Aaron
the name
Turner.
of his agent. Yeah, he said, quote, there's a lot of upside in the qualifying offer. He wants to pick where he wants to go, so the qualifying offer is real for sure. Yeah, he don't want to be here is the point.
No, he doesn't, and I'll say it again. I think Joe Lacob is at fault for this. We'll talk to Marcus Thompson at 3:50 about it.
Marcus Thompson at 3:50. Tim Ryan, who will be on the call on Sunday at Levi Stadium, he joins us to talk football at 4:50. Kyle Shanahan joined us yesterday, which means one thing and one thing only. You'll hear it again.
Hey, it's the replay
You'll hear it again today on
the
replay
If we're going to 6:10, we're replaying Kyle Shanahan, which, by the way, I don't think Kyle has spoken yet, so we have no word
if it's going to be Brock Purdy or Mac Jones come Sunday, and I doubt he's going to announce it today.
We also have drinking updates from past KNBR hosts. The legendary JVK has checked in. She says that she thinks Ralph Barbieri holds the record back in his day.
Okay, does Jen have a number? Jen, who, by the way, Jen Violet, who hired me at the Sports Leader.
She would know.
Do you know, Jen? I need a
We're working
count.
on a number right now. Also, Baby Huey has checked in. He says Copes is only going to have 5 shots.
Baby Huey got I don't know. That guy got wheeled out of the station.
Yeah,
on
we had to
numerous
buy him
occasions.
sweatpants. There was an incident.
Oh, come on. Yeah, I'll leave in the pants I came in. Thank you very much. It's the way this is going to go. Rich Aurelia, former Giants shortstop at 5:30, talking about seemingly the end of the Giants season, dude. How many strikeouts last night? 14?
Dude, not even that. How many
10
walks?
10 walks, 14 Ks.
14.
One hit?
Once again, to quote Bob Uecker, one hit, one goddamn hit. That's all we got?
Yeah.
That's it?
That's the way things are going for Giants baseball right now.
That was brutal last night, man. Logan Webb.
That was a fun 2 weeks.
As good as you've been. What did I tell you? 3 weeks of 700
Everybody got their hopes up.
And I'm back in. Not me. I didn't totally get back in. I told you, 3 weeks of 700 baseball. I was back in. It never really materialized.
Yeah.
Richard Aurelia joins us at 5:30. We'll talk to him not only about Clayton Kershaw's career, because I'm pretty sure Richie faced Kershaw.
Did he now?
He had to have at the time, because Aurelia's last year was 09. So he certainly faced Kershaw.
And Kershaw was called up in 2008?
Yeah, I guess it's 18 years.
Yeah. All right. We'll talk to Richie about that then.
Maybe he does not. Somewhere in there. Anyway, we'll talk to Richie about Kershaw and his career. He's got to be the best lefty probably top 2 lefties I ever saw, top 3 in terms of dominance.
Well, not only that, probably the best
performance.
regular season pitcher of all time, would you say?
I don't know. Best regular season pitcher probably of my lifetime.
Yeah.
I mean, the ERA jumps 2 full points.
Maybe one of the best pitchers against the Giants. That's
Definitely. I mean, that's the thing I'm most happy to see.
Taking postseason out of it, I would say, probably the best regular season pitcher of all time.
I don't know, man. Koufax had some insane years. Greg Maddux had some years where his ERA was under 2. Greg Maddux might be the best regular season pitcher of all time.
You could be right.
Dude, Pedro Martinez might be the best regular season pitcher. Regular season pitcher of all time. We're just talking the greatest pitchers of all time then, because postseason is qualified separately. Madison Bumgarner is the greatest postseason and World Series pitcher of all time. Facts be damned.
I think that Kyle Shanahan's speaking right now, so maybe we should get to the audience on the other side.
We'll take a quick break, and we'll get you some Kyle Shanahan, who's giving you updates on what's going on with the health of the 49ers. A lot of fantasy platforms have replaced the projections for Mac Jones with Brock Purdy, expecting him to play.
You don't say.
Has the line reflected that? We'll talk about that, and we'll hear from Kyle Shanahan. Coming up next, we are live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose, 1502 Saratoga Ave. We got Modelo and Partita shot specials. I'm enjoying them. Come on through. We'll be here all afternoon long. Dirty Work rolls on. I want to see members of the Filth. More on Kyle Shanahan on The Sports Leader.
Go hang out with the Dirty Work Boys and the rest of the filth
You fellas have a lot of growing up to do, I'll tell you that. Can you believe these characters?
at Jack's Bar and Restaurant, 1502 Saratoga Avenue in San Jose. Copes, Derek, and Timmy will be broadcasting live from the patio to get you ready for the 49ers home opener.
Have a good mind to go to the warden about this.
That's Dirty Work at Jack's, leading up to the Giants pregame on KNBR,
You know what hurts the most is the lack of respect. You know? That's what hurts the most. Except for Except for the other thing.
Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
The 49ers home opener is on Sunday, but the tailgate's already underway. Back to dirty work from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose on the Sports Leader.
We are live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose, 1502 Saratoga Ave in the Westgate Shopping Center. We got a good crowd of the Filth out here, too, hanging out.
What up,
Week
Phil?
3 for the 49ers, who are 2-0. We got a lot to get to, including more shots. Partita shots and Modelo specials. Happy hour going on right now. You're only one behind. You're only one back. And we're eating some food. So, Mike, I think 4 is light. I think 4 is too low. And I'm going to challenge your authority by doing more than that. We'll go out to Levi Stadium, where 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan is meeting with the media. He's got an update on the status of Brock Purdy for this week. Here's Kyle Shanahan's Friday presser.
given the practice squad.
Decided by 1 o'clock based off of some other things to make him the emergency. Then I believe Martinez can't be a flex. He's got to be on the active roster. So that's why a lot more things go into it also. And then we had some of the little line stuff that changed yesterday. So that's why there's like 6 layers connected to that. Really hope you guys will maybe explain, and I can't. So.
Is Watkins a candidate then for IR too?
Could be. I think it's injuries like that. You know, anytime you have a calf, you know, it's definitely long enough. So, but you know, we're out 8 of them. I think if we did that, that'd be already 6 already. So, a lot of things we got to weigh on that decision.
So Colby get hurt yesterday?
Yes.
What type of a luxury is it to have a guy like Mac Jones, especially with how well he played last week, just having confidence in him whenever he needs to go?
It's great. I mean, to be a legit backup quarterback in this league, a number 2 quarterback, I believe you got to be able to play like a 1. And Mac has definitely done that at a high level when he is a 1, when he has been a 1, and he showed that on Sunday. He's shown our guys that since he's been here, so I think it didn't surprise the guys, but Mac's a real good player, and feel fortunate to have him.
Last one, guys.
What evolution have you seen in Kyler's game over the years? I mean, he's historic in terms of a passer and a runner.
I mean, I think it changed a lot with the scheme difference, you know, with Cliff earlier on, and then going to his new group now. You know, I think he's been more under center and stuff. He's balanced it out a little bit more. I've seen him develop a lot in his footwork, a lot just in the quarterback position. Just as a threat from a thrower, from a passer, regardless of what system he's in, he's always been a huge threat from both. Thrower, passer, as a thrower or runner, but both. Is that it? All right, thanks, guys.
That was 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. They're talking about the status of the roster for this weekend. What we heard was Watkins is going to be out.
Yep.
Burford out.
Yep.
Jawan Jennings and Brock Purdy both questionable. I didn't hear anything about Kyle Juszczyk.
Did not hear anything about Kyle Juszczyk.
Also heard him asked about, elaborating on the status of Brock Purdy. Is the turf toe something that could be injured further if he does play? Kyle said that's something we want to make sure of, that it doesn't get worse. Won't know for sure until Sunday. And then asked about whether or not he would play. Highly unlikely Brock will start. So while he's listed as questionable, it seemingly is more about whether or not he's healthy enough to serve as a backup or an emergency quarterback on Sunday rather than start. Seemingly Mac Jones as at this point, a 75 to 80% starter in my mind.
Yeah, I would say so. And also he mentioned that Connor Colby is officially questionable for Sunday as well.
By the way, I like him being coy about who could replace the backup.
Maybe a little column A, maybe a little column B.
The backup left guard was scheduled to start. Connor Colby in there for Ben Barch, who's been placed on IR. And Kyle, we talked about this yesterday, coaches being so secretive in the NFL about stuff that might not affect all that much. He won't even tell you which 3rd or 4th string left guard.
But you know what?
Well, we're gonna play that close to the vest. It could be Zakelj. It could be Drew Moss.
As I was saying yesterday.
Who cares?
No, but you know
Is
what?
it going to change anything?
Yeah, but you know what?
How much does that change, Derek?
It doesn't.
If Drew Moss or Nick Zakelj decide the game on Sunday, we got bigger problems.
Agreed.
That's kind of where I'm at.
But why should Kyle have to say anything?
He doesn't. My point is, it's funny to me that they play every little thing close to the vest.
I get it. I totally understand it. It's gamesmanship. And also at the same time, I kind of wanted Kyle not to say it's very unlikely that Brock Purdy doesn't play on Sunday.
There's no other facet of my life that is that secretive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're not an NFL coach.
No, I'm saying outside of football, like who could play at any point. Like we discussed it yesterday. You're absolutely right. They don't have to say anything until they're asked
Nor
about it.
should they.
So when they're asked about it, it's just funny to me when they play even that. Who could it be? Well, I don't know.
Who could it be?
Guess we'll wait and see. It could be Colby. He got banged up, I guess, yesterday. Do we know what the injury was?
I don't see
practice yesterday, but it could be Drew Moss is another guy they drafted late in the draft and they feel really good about, was looked at as a potential starter down the road, and Nick Zakelj, who lost the job to Connor Colby as the number 2, mainly because of what Colby showed up and was able to do in pass blocking, in pass coverage. So.
Well, it's not ideal when you have your offensive lineman out in this game, but I thought it was it was trending in the direction that it was going to be Mac Jones. So we'll see what happens. Most likely it's going to be Mac Jones. And
it's overwhelmingly going to be, considering Kyle said, quote, highly unlikely he'll start. That's the most indication we've got about Brock since he spoke about him on Tuesday. And then he spoke to, or was that Wednesday? Wednesday he spoke about him. Mm-hmm. Yesterday he talked to us and said, not likely, sort of the same situation day to day. The way he's trended, though, and the way Mayoko's talked about it, the way Kyle's talked about it, it feels like maybe they're confident enough in Mac to start on Sunday. And we could see Brock as early, I think, as week 4.
Yeah, and that's ideal. I think that's probably the best case scenario with everything. And,
you don't want to have him go out there and hurt his foot even more. So
you also have a Week 5 short week, which is also something to pay attention to, that if you bring him back now and it does get aggravated, then you're talking about 2 games in a 10-day window.
Yes.
Right, for Week 4 and Week 5 that you don't want to deal with. That's sort of why putting Kittle on the IR absolutely make sure you're not dealing with that short week 5 against the Rams. Brock also did say yesterday when he spoke to the media, hey, man, we only get 17 of these things in the regular season. It's a division game. I'm doing everything I can to be out there. He wants to play. So he's honest about it with Kyle. It sounds like it's going to be Mac Jones. I'm confident enough in that. We'll take a quick break. We are live from Jack's Restaurant, 1502 Saratoga Ave in San Jose in the Westgate Shopping Center. I am 2 shots in. Derek's 1. Have you done the second one yet?
Not yet.
I'm keeping tabs on this. I'm sure Mike's thrilled about it.
Give it time.
Yeah. But he's here, and so am I, at least for now. So we will.
As soon as someone brings up dresser talk, I'm down to my shot.
We'll take a quick break. We'll get some thoughts from the audience here at Jack's Restaurant. Hope more of the filth is coming out too to hang at Jack's. We'll be with you all afternoon.
Maria,
Maria's in the
get
house.
over
Maria,
here.
come over here.
Maria, get over
here.
here.
You come over here, Maria. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. More on your predictions. 808 KNBR for Sunday's game on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Works 49ers tailgate continues from Jack's Restaurant and Bar at Westgate Center in San Jose on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose, 1502 Saratoga Ave.
Come on, Filth.
Filth is out strong. Can't wait to see everybody out here. Dude, a Friday happy hour day, weather like this. What a beautiful day down here,
It is
man.
beautiful.
You
We're just wearing pants.
Yeah.
Stupid.
I wish I weren't wearing
Stupid.
pants. Yeah, that's a lot of my days. I wish I didn't have pants on.
Don't you hate pants?
Yeah, dude. It's an incredible take. It's a real take. Kyle Shanahan just spoke saying, I guess the news of the day, quote, it's highly unlikely that Brock will start on Sunday. It's more about whether or not he'll be the backup or the emergency quarterback. I asked you yesterday in terms of emergency, and then we talked to Kyle about it because the emergency QB is a different designation than just being the backup. And I said, do you think Brock would be the backup or would he be the emergency QB? And you said, I think he'd be the number 2 in ahead of Adrian Martinez. I kind of get the impression it's more likely that he's the number 3 guy, meaning that you can elevate if you have a third guy on your roster at quarterback. You can make him active for the game, and he does not count against your 53-man. But I think there's a stipulation in which you're allowed to play him. Is that right?
I think so, but the way that I'm seeing on Twitter right now, Adrian Martinez would have to be on the 53-man roster in order for him to be the number 2. I would still say that maybe...
Was he not elevated last week to be
No,
the number 2? So
no.
what was he last week? Because he was dressed for the game.
I'm just seeing it right now on social media. Some other of the beat writers reporting about this. But at this point, I don't think that they would elevate Adrian Martinez. I still think it's likely that Brock Purdy's probably the backup quarterback on Sunday. But we kind of anticipated this. We knew that Mac Jones most likely was going to be the starter, and I feel pretty comfortable with that. You got information on this?
Well, the difference is, I guess the difference, and this is terminology here. He was not placed on the 53-man. Adrian Martinez was elevated last week from the practice squad as a practice squad elevation. You get a certain number of those. Once you do it 3 times, the player is guaranteed the contract for the season.
Same thing with the kickers lately. Matt Prater for the Bills,
Exactly.
and Mark Aromo for
but
the
then
Falcons.
Prater was officially signed, I believe, after the first week, so that nobody could sign him
Bad
off
miss
of the
last night.
practice
Did you
squad.
see that from Matt Prater?
Yeah, I did see that.
Bad slice.
Dude, kicking's been brutal so far this year.
Yeah, but you know, he's been solid. I mean, he's 41 years old and filling in for, who's it, Tyler Bass? Regardless, I feel very comfortable with Mac Jones playing in this game. And I think that what we saw a week ago, you know, the Saints, it's not the best team out there right now, but Arizona will be definitely a harder task for the 49ers. But I think that everything that we've seen from last week and all the indications from practice, it sounds like Mac Jones is handling the offense pretty well. So you don't want to – I mean, like, obviously everybody wants Brock Purdy to play. I totally understand that. But you don't want to make this injury worse. You don't want to have a Joe Burrow situation where he's out for 3 months. So have him be the backup quarterback in case of emergency this week, and then he's good to go for Jacksonville. He'll be, you know, probably 100% by the time they play the LA Rams. I think this is a good situation for them. If, like I said yesterday, if it was Brandon Allen, if it was Josh Dobbs, if it was any of these other backup quarterbacks in recent years for the 49ers, I would not be confident. Mac Jones gives you something different. It's not that big of a drop-off from Brock Purdy to Mac Jones. I know that's going to sound bad, but it's the same style of quarterback. It is the same skill set. You can still run the same offense, like Kyle said with us on Wednesday.
Would you say
on
same
Thursday.
skill set? I know you're saying same skill set. I would say the most similar skill set to a starting quarterback, a backup has been for a starter under Kyle Shanahan. I would qualify it because I do think Brock's more mobile. I do think because he's been in the offense for more years,
Slightly,
he operates it at a different level, right?
Yeah.
And that's what Calais Campbell was saying.
That's one element of his game that's different than Mac.
But that's a big element of the game.
Okay.
Knowing the offense for 4 years versus 1, right? I mean, that has to count for something.
Well, of course you want the starter in there.
Right, so I mean, the intangible of just knowing and having an innate ability to know where to go, having a relationship with certain players is certainly a factor.
Yeah, of course.
I think Ricky Pearsall, with respect to Mac Jones, this isn't about his ability, but I think with respect to Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall is going to perform better with Brock than he will with Mac. The same as we made a big deal last week about Kendrick Bourne knowing Mac Jones versus knowing anybody else. I think some of that's overblown. I also think when a receiver in a second year who's only had one quarterback works all offseason like Pearsall did with Brock, that has to carry some weight. We heard so much about the chemistry. Not as many targets last week, though more attempts for Mac Jones. I think the point that you're making is the one we've made all week. The 49ers lost the least amount of efficiency out of the position with Mac Jones that they have at any point that they've gone to a backup under Kyle Shanahan, because no backup has been a previous starter at the level that Mac Jones was at. Right? A lot was put on him. He was a first-round pick. He was the heir apparent to Tom Brady. under Bill Belichick, right? Belichick drafted that guy. So for what he had to deal with last year being a starter, stepping in for Trevor Lawrence at times in an offense that I think was fairly inept with a head coach that I don't think was all that good in Doug Peterson at the end of his tenure there. And to that point was not interviewed for head coaching jobs or other coordinator jobs this offseason. I think that says a lot about where Mac Jones was. And I think that the Patriots let him down. He found a backup job. And I think this is maybe the path that Sam Darnold took. I think vet quarterbacks are now maybe looking at this as an opportunity to sort of reclaim their career and become something different. So I guess the question I would ask is, and we've said this a lot when Brock was in contract negotiations, we talked about like where players' ceilings were. Like Jordan Love got a contract at $50+ million a year, and it started like 14 games or something, right? Hadn't even started for a full year at that point.
Yeah.
Or maybe had one full season.
Small sample size.
But I would say like 12 or 11 of those games were quality where you're like, okay, we see what he's capable of. He got paid because he sat on the bench behind Rodgers for a while. Then he finally got a chance to play. And then his opportunity for a contract came up a little sooner maybe than other starters that we've seen would have. I guess
he really made his money in that playoff game against the Cowboys.
Of course, but that's my point is a playoff game made him his money. Not 3 years as a starter where he looked like he was going to be the future of a franchise, though they knew he was the future of their franchise.
Okay.
So we knew, and you and I agree on this, the ceiling for Love is higher than the ceiling for Purdy.
Absolutely.
At least from what we've seen right now.
Yes.
What is Mac's ceiling? Can Mac bring you back from down 2 scores? Is Mac a guy who can drive the field when you put the game on his shoulders? Like, this is what we talk about in quarterbacks being able to take over games. I've got confidence in Brock down 2 scores. I saw it in the NFC Championship game against the Lions. We know he's capable of that. Is Mac Jones a guy that when you get yourself in a hole, be it by his doing, the offense is doing, or the defense is doing, what is his ceiling? He was a guy who was drafted in the first round to be a franchise quarterback. It didn't work out, but I don't think it didn't work out because of him. I think it worked out situationally, like we always talk about.
Right.
He has a skill set. If he were the starter the remainder of the year, I would still think pretty highly of the 49ers this year, is my point. But what is his ceiling?
I would say just to keep things afloat. I would say, I understand that question you're asking about if they're down 2 scores in a game. Can
Just
you
like,
come
I'm
back?
just throwing, that was just an example.
No, I know, but I would say how many backup quarterbacks can do that in the NFL to begin with?
That's a fair question. We rate him as a high one. Kirk Cousins is one I would take.
Well, yeah,
Jake
of course.
Browning, I don't know. We'll see.
Because he was a starter in this league. And Jake Browning has a lot more offensive pieces around him right now.
I agree. Well, I mean, Purdy's got, Mac has got some. He's got McCaffrey. He doesn't have Kittle.
I would say that
He has less. Browning has more.
Browning has the best wide receiver combination of football right now.
T. Higgins and
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that, obviously you want Brock Purdy. You saw him come back in that NFC Championship game against the Detroit Lions. He's a different type of player. Yes, he has more mobility. But I think that if you just keep things afloat, like last week, if you have a lead in a game and you can run the football or dump it down to Christian McCaffrey in the flat or find open guys like Kendrick Bourne or Jawan Jennings, then I think that Mac Jones will keep things, relatively easy. And that's the big thing to me is the offensive line injuries. Like I'm perfectly fine with Mac Jones starting in this game. When I hear that Ben Barch is not going to play and Spencer Burford and now Connor Colby, I'm like, ugh. I don't love that with a backup quarterback. But as long as you have Christian McCaffrey out there, I think the offense will be okay. Juwan Jennings being questionable now is kind of scary, but he has familiarity with Kendrick Bourne. So I do think that as long as Mac Jones just delivers the mail like he did a week ago, I think they'll be fine.
As I said to you yesterday, this is a McCaffrey game for me. It's going to be a hot day at Levi Stadium on Sunday. This is a try to get after the defensive line. McCaffrey had 31 touches in week 1 against a huge D-line of the Seattle Seahawks. Last week, it took Mac Jones throwing 39 times.
Yeah.
I don't know what the attempts are labeled at or set at for Mac in Vegas right now. I would take the under on like 35 attempts.
I would say it's probably going to be relatively the same. Because if they
39,
if they don't establish a run game, it's going to be dink and dunk stuff. It's going to be Christian McCaffrey in the flat. It's going to be Jake Tonjes or Luke Farrell in the flat. It's going to be a similar type of game.
Like Carolina didn't run the ball well last week against Arizona, but Carolina was down in that game, like by multiple scores into the fourth quarter, and then they started to mount their comeback. So I don't know that those run numbers are indicative. The Saints ran the ball okay against Arizona week 1.
I didn't see the numbers. I know Alvin Kamara had like 99 yards rushing against
My
the
point
Niners.
is, it's Alvin Kamara, but it's Christian McCaffrey, so I'm going to give him that credit. I mean, what Kyle wants to do, of course, is run the ball 30 times. I think this is a McCaffrey game. After seeing Mac throw it 39 times last week, you're obviously going to have to throw the ball to win the game, but I think this is a heavy run game situation for the Niners, and we'll talk to Tim Ryan about it a little bit later.
You want that to be the goal, but things change, and I think that so far McCaffrey hasn't got that 30-carry game yet. He's gotten a lot of touches as far as a running back and wide receiver. But I think that they'll have to change it up. I'm at the point now where I'm not expecting Christian McCaffrey to kill you on the ground the entire game. where he gets 115 yards rushing.
Agreed.
It's equal parts.
It's about the touches.
Exactly.
To me, it's about the touches and efficiency within
He
them.
is the offense. Like with what they're depleted with right now, with not having George Kittle and not 100% with Juwan Jennings. We'll see when Brandon Ayuk comes back. It is all Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey's not healthy for this offense. We saw it a year ago. They kick field goals, and you rely on Jake Moody, and he misses them. You need to score. You need to have the threat of Christian McCaffrey at all times.
Yeah, I said that about McCaffrey. I also, you look at the secondary, and we'll talk to Tim about this as well, and Tracy Sandler. You look at the secondary for Arizona, and they're banged up. I mean, it may be an attack the secondary type of game.
But as long as they have Budda Baker, that guy's a headhunter.
This guy's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, do you remember the play on Kittle, dude?
Oh, yeah.
The one where then everybody blamed Jimmy for laying Kittle out, dude. Remember it was a high pass.
Dude, that's just Budda Baker, man.
Was that a Halloween game? Kenyon Drake went off in that game.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that was it a Thursday night
game?
Halloween in Arizona, right?
Yes, but the biggest thing I always remember about that game, and I see a lot of teams doing this now, Emmanuel Sanders as a fullback in the flat. It was such a perfect spider 2-wide banana where Emmanuel Sanders is wide open. Oh, yeah, I went Gruden on you.
You went Gruden on me, Spider 2. You went Thursday Night Niners in Arizona
2019.
2019 with me, dude.
I have good recall.
I, of course, remember that game well.
It was beaten into me.
Yeah. Grab my belt. I'll beat it into you, Derek. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar here in San Jose at the Westgate Shopping Center. Real quick, Arizona top 10 already this year through 2 games, 3.8 yards allowed per touch on the ground.
Okay, all right.
Niners are number 8 at 3.7, so right there at 0.1 off there from Arizona. So they've done a pretty good job at defending the run. We'll have more to come. Tracy Sandler, the Fangirl Sports Network, and she's a part of our pre- and post-game coverage all season
Pat
long.
H coming through.
Oh, dude, Pat H with his crap foot. He wouldn't
Do
miss
not
it.
serve this man a free steak sandwich. Do not do it.
Tracy Sandler, you can hear it tomorrow with myself and Todd Husak, 10 a.m. pregame on My Colors KSFO 810. We will do it with Tracy next, talking 49er football. Brock, unlikely to play, says Kyle Shanahan. What does Tracy think? We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow joined the morning show with Dieter filling in for Murph after a tough loss Thursday night.
It's not every day you see a game where your opponent gives you 10 walks and you can't take advantage of it.
Kruk also gives his thoughts on the Giants facing Clayton Kershaw for one final time.
I tip my cap. Everything about the guy has been first class from the day he walked into the big leagues as a kid with 2 pitches and a rock-solid first-ballot Hall of Famer.
You can hear that and all the interviews on the podcast page at thesportsleader.com and on the app.
Let's get back to Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. It's Dirty Works 49ers Tailgate, only on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. It's our 49ers Tailgate, the first one of 2025 as the Niners open their home slate on Sunday from Levi Stadium. And here to talk about it, a woman who will be on pre- and post-game with myself and Todd Husak on Sunday, 10 a.m. over on KSFO 810, Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. And how about this? Tracy is sponsored by TimberTech, decking and railing, everything wood should be. Visit TimberTech.com. Tracy joins us on the UMA guest line. Tracy, how we doing? The home opener right around the corner.
It sure is. I'm very excited. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. A little 49er tailgate out here in San Jose with a lot of members of the faithful, which is cool, ahead of the home opener on Sunday. So Kyle Shanahan just spoke a little bit ago. We played the audio of it, and we spoke to him yesterday. So yesterday he said, kind of day-to-day still with Brock Purdy, no real update, similar to what we heard from him on Wednesday. Today he says highly unlikely he plays on Sunday, meaning we're going to wait and see if he could be the backup or the emergency QB. Just what are your thoughts on what we saw from Mac Jones and the 49ers maybe relying on him again for a second straight week?
Well, I think we saw good things from Mac Jones. He did a really good job running the offense. He was great. Obviously, they won the game, but I think he, in my opinion, exceeded expectations somewhat. So I think the offense will run just fine with him there. I know they don't want him to be there all season, and understandably so, but I think the offense will run just fine with him there. He showed them that he could do what he needs to do to get them a win.
Tracy, in your time covering the team, does this feel like the most comfortable Kyle Shanahan has been with a backup quarterback?
Yes, I would say so. I mean, you could go back to 2022 and when Jimmy Garoppolo was their backup quarterback, even though he wasn't as comfortable with Jimmy generally, he still had a backup that had taken them to a Super Bowl and had been to an NFC Championship game with them. But I do think at this point he has two quarterbacks that he feels very, very comfortable with on any given Sunday, not to use cliche, to get the job done.
I was asking Derek a few minutes ago, for me, it's more about I feel like we're downplaying a little bit of what Brock is capable of this week, and I think that's the nature of a backup succeeding in the NFL. A guy plays well, and I don't think there's a true controversy whatsoever, but everybody then starts to wonder, well, what does he offer that the other guy doesn't? And because Mac was a first-round pick, and there were ties to Kyle, I think it's certainly something that is at the forefront of 49er fans' minds. I guess what I would ask, and I was asking Derek this, is what is Mac Jones' ceiling? What is he capable of when the Niners' backs are against the wall? Because really that's kind of the true test of a quarterback, right? You can have the consistency, but when things go awry and you're down 2 scores in the second half, can he bring you back? We know Brock can. We've seen it before. We saw it in an NFC title game. What do you think Mac's ceiling is right now with this offense?
Well, I think the reality is we don't know because on his previous teams and in his previous games, we haven't really seen that. Now, I do think that the 49ers seems to be a place where a quarterback that maybe was a high draft pick and had been somewhat down on his luck could come back and turn things around, which I think is probably a big reason people want to come there. But I think we just don't know yet because we haven't seen it, and we haven't seen it from him in the past. And it does feel to me, and granted, I would say when he was at the Patriots and the Jaguars, I was not paying super, super, super close attention to Mac Jones, especially because those teams weren't really going anywhere. So I just wasn't paying super close attention. But, I think we just see, I think he's in a better situation, and he seems like a different quarterback. He talked a lot the other day about off-season work that he did on calming his nerves, being in the moment. And what Trent Williams said to him, just go out there and hoop. He feels different maybe than he has been in the past, but I'm sure the 49ers would prefer not to find out on Sunday if he can bring them back from a 2-score deficit, but they won't really know until he's put into that situation.
Talking to Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line. Juwan Jennings was a true game-time decision a week ago, and today he's questionable. Didn't practice all of this week and didn't practice today as well, dealing with an ankle and shoulder. What do you think about his chances for Sunday?
Well, this one's a little different because it is an ankle and because he didn't practice today. Last week he was there on Friday, so I don't know. It doesn't seem like his chances are particularly good because ankles are also very different, I think, than shoulders, especially for a wide receiver. So I don't know. It doesn't seem to me like it's super promising, but you know what? I like to be a positive person. So I am going to go with 60-40 he plays. That's just, to make people happy, because why not?
Here's something I'm wondering about. The offensive line situation. So
yes.
We were joking yesterday about how coaches in the NFL play everything so close to the vest, and sometimes it's with things that you don't think are going to be all that big of a factor. Kyle was asked today, okay, so who's behind Connor Colby, who was behind Ben Barch? And he goes, well, we'll see. I don't want to reveal anything. Could be Drew Moss, could be Nick Sickell. Just kind of made me laugh. Also, Connor Colby is a guy they're very excited about. What's your take on the offensive line, how this thing could stack up, and what happened to Colby yesterday? I didn't really catch exactly what had gone on with the injury.
Apparently he had a groin injury in practice is what happened to him yesterday. And, I mean, it's not ideal on the line because they're not going to have Spencer Burford. They are very excited about Connor Colby, and he has proven, when we talk about, what is someone's feeling, he's proven that he can certainly do the job and do the job well. But you're right, this one, quarterback decisions seem close to the vest, maybe wide receiver decisions. Offensive line isn't one that you think of, but the 49ers are now down to their third-ish string offensive lineman in that position, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do. I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like, Nick Sickell's been there a while and all that, but, I think this one, we'll see. This may be a game-time decision, and, we'll see what happens with Colby if he is, in fact, able to go on Sunday. But I don't think that in Week 3 we thought we were going to be talking about this many offensive lineman injuries and being close to the vest on who, in fact, was going to start as some sort of gamesmanship.
What about when it comes to Kyle Juszczyk? I didn't hear him say anything about that. Maybe I missed it in the presser. We didn't play that part. But Juszczyk was in the concussion protocol. Yesterday, Kyle told us that he had to go through a few more of the steps of the protocols. And if you have a setback, then you've got to go back a step and all that. Is the thought that Kyle could play this week?
Yeah, he's good to go. There's no injury designation on him, so he should be good to go, which is a very, very good and welcome news for San Francisco for sure.
Talking to Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line. So we don't know who's going to be the backup quarterback on Sunday. Still could be Adrian Martinez if they elevate him from the practice squad. It could be Brock Purdy. But given the wide receiver issues, with Juwan Jennings being a true, game-time decision and questionable for this Sunday, and Jordan Watkins out, do you think that the idea would probably be have Brock Purdy be the backup quarterback and maybe elevate somebody from the practice squad as far as wide receiver?
I think that's definitely a possibility. I think we'll see what happens with Juwan, but I think that's a possibility. I think in a perfect world, Brock would be starting. But in a perfect world, they would have, and maybe slightly less than perfect world, they would have Brock as the backup, that he would be, well enough to go in that situation. So I think, again, this is it. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I think both of these injuries with Jennings and Purdy, they're so game time, like the true meaning of the term, that, I think we're just going to see. But they probably will have a better idea tomorrow when they would have to make that kind of a decision. So, we'll see what happens there. But there are a lot of moving parts here because, once again, the 49ers are dealing with a lot of injuries. But can I say something that I tweeted that I found interesting, and maybe no one else will, but they might? Okay. I think it's interesting that Brock Purdy could end up being the third emergency quarterback, and there wouldn't even be a third emergency quarterback if it weren't for what happened to Brock Purdy in the 49ers.
For Brock Purdy. Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah.
He's the reason from that game in the NFC title game.
You.
Right?
The irony.
See, someone else did find it interesting. Thank you. I appreciate
That's
that.
a great point. I mean, I was there. You were there covering that game, Tracy. We were both in Philly where Brock, had attempted 4 passes, and he takes a shot. And, it's so funny. They would have had an emergency if, in fact, you were capable of having one. So clarify this for me, because Kyle said today he's we'll see what happens if whether or not he can be the 2 or he's the emergency guy. If he's able to be the 2, does it count as an elevation from the practice squad for Adrian Martinez against, because they said it like 3 or 4 times, if you elevate, they're guaranteed the contract for the year?
Oh, that's a very good point. You know what? I could make something up, but I'm not 100% sure, and I don't want to give false information.
Okay, no worries, no problem.
By the way,
good.
also,
That's all right.
do I get credit for living in a world where people would be happy to give false information? And I'm like, I don't know, so I'd rather not tell you a lie.
Yeah. You know what? Unfortunately, no, you don't. You just have to give the false info, and then you get credit for that. That's kind of the way. Unfortunately, that's the way false info plays in today's media cycle.
My guess, if I had a guess, I'd say no, because we saw it with Brandon Allen almost every week. So my guess is no.
Gotcha.
That's a great point.
Okay, so after week 1, how much of a relief do you think it is for the 49ers to not have to worry about the kicker situation for right now?
I think it definitely is a relief. Hopefully, Eddie Pinheiro will not miss any more extra points, but I think it is a relief. Right. The distraction is gone. It almost feels like, to be honest with you, at this point, it feels so far away and so in the past, because he's there, he's been there all week, he kicked in the game last week, and, everybody has moved forward. So I think for a home opener with fans who maybe weren't that nice all the time to the other kicker, it is certainly a relief that Eddie Pinheiro can go out there and no one really has to think about it, and best for all involved, I think.
Yeah, Tracy Sandler, you're here on Sunday with myself, Todd Husak, on 49ers pregame ahead of the Niners and the Cardinals Week 3 over on KSFO 810. 10 a.m. is when you'll hear that, the start of our pregame show. All right, before we let you go, Tracy, we've traded our jabs, we've had our fun, but I'm tipping my cap this week. Everybody's doing it. He announced it yesterday. We know you're a fan. Clayton Kershaw is calling it a career. I said yesterday, actually, to Dave Fleming on the pregame show, I'm a little bit miffed that as a Giants fan, I didn't get a chance to send Kershaw off. I would have liked to, as a fan, tip my cap as a baseball guy to go, you know what? Hated this for 18 years. Hated that we had to face this guy. But he's the type of guy you love to send off. I remember when Tony Gwynn retired. It's one of my favorite moments in Oracle Park's history that he had to step out of the box and tipped his cap, and the fans got to appreciate who he was. I was always intrigued about how fans would receive Clayton Kershaw. Just your thought as one of the last guys to do what it is that he's done. 18 years. I mean, say what you want about the postseason. 3-time Cy Young, one of the greatest pitchers we've ever seen, and maybe the best lefty we've seen in this entire generation. Just a thought from you on your guy, Clayton Kershaw.
First of all, I think you might make me cry. He's been a Dodger. He's the face of the Dodgers. He's everything you think about, and no matter what has happened in the postseason or whatever, you cannot take away that he truly has been one of the absolute best, if not the best in the game. And I think it's a bygone era. We're probably never going to see somebody spend, well, first of all, 18 years is probably never going to happen again, but certainly not with the same organization. And it's been incredible, and I feel very lucky and blessed I get to be there tonight, and I'm so excited.
Oh, that's awesome that you'll be there tonight. And I'll say this to send you off. I hope we run him in the first inning with like 8 runs. I hope that's his last taste of Giants baseball. You know what I mean? I'll tip my cap, and then I'm like, I hope we run him off the field like we did last Saturday at Oracle,
How was your win last Friday night, Adam? Was it fun?
All right, Tracy Sandler, you're here on Sunday over on the 49er pregame show. Tracy, we love you. Fangirl Sports Network. Enjoy Kershaw tonight. We'll talk to you Sunday.
Thanks, Tracy.
All right, bye, guys. Talk to you Sunday.
All right, bye, Tracy Sandler. She and I trade jabs all the time, dude. I come at her publicly frequently, and it blows up in my face because the Giants just
I mean,
is as I said about you with Tracy last week, inept when it comes to offense for the Giants. I mean, it's one of the most perplexing seasons we've ever seen. They had 14 strikeouts last night and 10 walks and 1 lousy hit. One hit. And
are you that surprised?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not surprised. I'm pissed.
Pat Bailey
I'm
dribbler.
aggravated. And the worst part is I knew going into yesterday's game, it don't matter. They got to go like 9-1 or 10-0 and get help, and that might not be enough. And I'm still pissed about how they went about it last night.
As you should.
I'm mostly pissed because we're going to run back the same coaching staff next season.
Are you sure? Pretty positive?
It feels like that. I mean, I don't know.
But why
I'm
is it
not sure.
No, but you and I have been talking about this all season. Why is it on the coaching staff? Why is it not the players that can't hit in these big-time games?
I was wondering this morning as I pulled my pants on instead of wearing shorts. I actually thought about this.
I made the same mistake.
Not a joke. In my living room this morning as I was thinking about the Giants. This is what happens when I'm standing alone in my living room.
Yeah.
Stood alone, pulled my pants up, went to hitch my buckle, and I went, I wonder if approach at the plate is on the player or the coach. I literally thought this morning at 10:40 when Tim was like, "You got to get to my house early. We got to get to Jack's." I was like,
Did you zip up or is this post zip up?
I'm a big forget to zip. I'm a zip in. I'm a zip guy.
You just did it right now.
My fly, and I didn't just do it now. Dude, my fly is down more often than not.
Yikes.
It's a big mistake for me. It happens a lot.
Also, thank you so much for allowing me to give you a ride today. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome,
Thank
dude.
you,
You're
buddy.
welcome.
Yeah, how much did that
Very
inconvenience
nice.
you today, Tim?
No, it was fine. We were ready to
I
go.
Uber to his house. He acts like I
right.
inconvenience him because he drops me off on the way home.
We had coffees. It was good.
The man only provides you a place to do your pre- and post-game show and gives you Pete's coffee.
That is not
and
up to,
drives
by
you.
the way, that is not
I'm
up
not
to me.
driving him to the stadium.
It's not up to me or Tim whether we do the show from
No,
this apartment.
that is fair.
It's a
The
necessity.
Tim Webb Broadcast Center is a necessity.
That is fair.
Is this shot 3?
It is.
We're
It
taking
could
shot
be.
3. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. We are live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose, 1502 Saratoga Ave. Dude, Pat H is here. Jill is here. Many members of the Filth hanging out. Come on out. Beautiful weather. We're drinking beers. We're taking shots. We're talking football. We'll catch up with our guy Marcus Thompson at 3:50. Tim Ryan, 4:50. Rich Aurelia at 5:30. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Heads up, Giants fans. Tonight, 7:10 Giants-Dodgers game will not be on cable TV.
This will be a radio-only game. There will be no local telecast back to San Francisco. The game will be streamed by Apple TV Plus.
But KNBR has you covered with pregame starting up at 6:10 with this date in Giants history, the Bowmail Show, Around the Park, and award-winning Diamond Notes. Catch it all on KNBR, the no TV leader.
Bummer, dude.
The 49ers home opener is on Sunday, but the tailgate's already underway. Back to dirty work from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose on the Sports Leader.
It's dirty work on a Friday from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. Adam
Yeah.
Copeland, Tim Webb with you. Dude, shout out to our guy Raph back at the studio who doesn't have his own sounder. The Raph mistake of the day. Only our guy Tim Webb has that.
Thank you.
Hey, can we get a shout out for Tim Webb's 20 years at KNBR?
Come on, everybody, give it up.
Tim Webb's at 20 years at these sports.
He's
Theater.
been milking this all week
I
long.
know. He wrote it down on a note for me. He said, "Would you please bring up my 20 years?"
He needs the validation of others and strangers.
He said, "Would you please give me a shout out on the air today in front of a live
is
audience?"
So ridiculous. That is not true.
Yeah, it's just like you didn't beg for your own segment every Tuesday.
I told you I didn't pee my pants. What do you want?
Yeah, dude, he wet his pants to get his own segment. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you.
People are eating.
Yeah, well, that's not my business. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, 3:50. Marcus Thompson joins us. Tim Ryan at 4:50. Rich Aurelia coming up at 5:30 talking Giants baseball. We'll be with you, by the way, right here till 6:40.
Oh, God.
Because we got Giants pregame tonight.
Well, I'm 2 shots in. You're 3 shots in?
How many more shots can I get in during Giants pregame? I'm John Miller here with Adam and his shots. Is what I expect to hear coming up with the talkback.
You should do an impression of John Miller back to him for the talkback.
I don't think that's a good
Oh,
idea.
yeah.
No, I don't think anybody doing an impression of somebody to them has ever gone over that well.
Probably not.
You know what I mean?
But you know what? If you get drunk enough, it might be interesting.
Like if we ever had Sean McVay on, would I do my McVay for him? Probably not.
Oh, you shouldn't do that regardless.
I don't know, man. I tore my fascia.
Jesus.
Did you hear about that? McVay tore his he had plantar fasciitis. He tore his fascia on the sideline running.
I guess he won't be able to play.
Is he going to be in a boot, you think?
I don't care. He's just going to coach the game.
It was front news. It was front page news on
I know.
ESPN.
I remember Dennis Allen, or sorry, not Dennis Allen. Sean Payton tore his ACL and was up in the booth coaching. So whatever, it's a coach injury. They'll be fine.
He's the head coach, though. He has to stand on the sideline.
I remember in March Madness there was a guy for Georgia State that he tore something in his knee while they were celebrating, a massive upset, and then he had to be in the little scooter for the rest of the tournament.
That's a tough deal.
Well, no, who was the kicker for the Cardinals that did that? Martin Gramatica.
Yeah.
He was celebrating up in the air. He's like, oh no, my knee.
Famously, Kendrys Morales of the Angels.
Yeah.
Hit a walk-off home run, jumped on home plate, tore his ACL.
That's right.
Also, famously, Bud Black, former Rockies manager, former Padres manager, former San Francisco Giant pitcher, when he was manager of the Padres, I want to say, Milton Bradley got ejected from a game behind home plate. He was yelling at the home plate umpire, and Bud Black came out to get in between, and he picked up Bradley, and then he dropped him, and Bradley tore his ACL.
Dropping
what a
him?
nightmare. He picked him up, and then he put him down, and he put him down
That's
in a
on
weird way.
Bradley. That's on Bradley.
That's on Bud Black, dude.
No,
Picking
that's
his
on
man up.
Bradley. Condition better. Someone drops you, you got to tear your ACL.
Dude, how many ACL injuries are contact injuries? A smaller percentage of them.
All right,
Non-contact is how you know it's a torn ligament. You're blaming Bradley?
Absolutely.
For condition because his knee should have been conditioned to go that way?
Yes.
There's no way.
Land on your feet like a cat. Come
Hey,
on.
speaking of baseball, Giants stink, huh?
Yeah, they do.
Did we come in with that sound of
No, we didn't. Even though Raph told us he had the sound ready to go.
Hey, Raph, you got the sound for us? Here's what it sounded like when Pat Bailey, your Gold Glove catcher, didn't make a play at home plate last night.
2-0 pitch.
All right.
Ground ball to short, over to his right. Adames has it. Throws to the plate, and it's dropped! Patrick Bailey dropped the throw! And the Dodgers have a 1-0 lead.
I like playing that and being like, remember when that sucked last night?
Yeah, it did.
That was no good.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Patrick Bailey's been pretty solid for the majority of the season, but as far
You mean
as
defensively?
Yes,
He's
defensively.
been very good offensively for the last month and a half.
He's been clutch. But I heard
he's been pretty good off. He had the highest OPS in August for catchers.
I know, but I
highest
heard,
average maybe. I think OPS was
I
still
heard
Cal Raleigh.
I heard Andrew Bagley talking about it with my pops and saying that they may need to go as far as a veteran catcher just to back him up more offensively. But I don't know. I mean,
but a backing up offensive catcher is playing twice a week? How much does that change your team?
I don't know. It's just something they brought up on the show, man.
I just wonder how much that changes your team if you have a back. They tried to do that with Tom Murphy.
Yeah.
Who has not worked out, and obviously we're not going to see him again. But having a catcher who's there, when Buster in 2021 played every 3 days, or sorry, he played 2 of every 3 days. He would play 2 on, 1 off, 2 on, 1 off. They got the most out of him offensively. But if you just have a backup to be there offensively, you barely ever use him as a pinch hitter or in the game unless he's playing. Because if you burn him and then you don't keep him in, then you don't have a backup catcher. So offensive catchers are weird when they're your backup because they're just there to be better offensively on the day that you give your defensive catcher a break. But then on those days is when defense matters even more in my mind. You just don't want to lose as much. I don't know that there's like a great situation.
Don't forget the guy that they acquired in the Duvall deal,
Yes.
Figueroa, who is essentially an offensive catcher, but is not spectacular defensively behind the plate.
Right.
Bottom line is, I mean, we talked about it yesterday with Dave Fleming. Catcher aside, it's just everything with the Giants. I know Dave Fleming said he thinks that they're close to the Dodgers and they have the team to do that, but I really don't see it. Like, we'll see what happens this offseason and what they improve upon. I'm not even sure the pitching is good enough to compete with the Dodgers right now. Like,
what pitching? I mean, the starting or the. I mean, certainly.
Well, definitely the bullpen. The bullpen was great for most of the season, and now it's not holding up.
Well, when it's much different, but when healthy, the Dodgers rotation is insane.
Yeah.
By the way, I've hated the last 2 days. Did you guys see what Blake Snell did the other night?
No.
He was dealing.
Yeah.
He was about to get yanked out of a game. I think it was in the 7th inning, 2 nights ago maybe. And Roberts goes out to get him, and he starts shaking his head no, and he's all mad about getting pulled out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Then he starts being like lobbying to Roberts to let him stay in, and Roberts lets him stay in.
Okay.
And he keeps him in the game, and he gets out of the inning, and then every Dodger fan's like, "This is Snellzilla. This is who Blake Snell is." And I'm like, "You mean the a-hole who pitched 1 inning on the final day of the year last year and said, 'I need my free agency'? The guy who stunk until he showed up in July of last season. The guy who signed late in the year and then bitched and moaned about how the Giants rushed him back when he didn't get an offer from anybody until Farhan came crawling up with $30 million a year. That Blake Snell is the balls to the wall guy. The guy who's pitched 2 games in his career where he got through the 8th inning or into the 8th inning. F that guy. I'm not a Snell guy. F that. I'm not down with him like lobbying to stay in the game, and we're crediting him as some great end-all, be-all, fantastic pitcher. Screw that.
Look at you playing for the crowd.
I am playing to the crowd. They're Giants fans. Why are we rooting? Why should I give that guy credit when he refused to take the ball because he had free agency coming up? This is the only team that gave you a contract. You had a 1-year option, and you decided you didn't want it for $30 a year. You decided, I'm going to go to the highest bidder, and he claimed, well, I want to be a Giant. And you know what? I'm glad Buster didn't call him. I didn't want to spend the money on Blake Snell. I don't want a guy who's going to go 5 to 6 innings and not take the ball when he's maybe banged up. Yesterday, we heard Brock Purdy say, you know what? I'm hurt right now, but we get 17 of these a year. We have a division game. I'm doing everything I can. And unless they tell me this is going to hurt me more or it's going to hurt the team if I play, I want to be out there. Do you think Buster Posey played at 100% for most of his career?
Probably not.
No, never did. Not as a catcher. Do you think Tim Lincecum did with the inflamed hip when they won the World Series in 2014? No. Did Bumgarner? Nobody's winning championships at 100%. Blake Snell, though, was protecting the bag.
He's not that guy.
More power to you if that's what you want to do, but I don't have to applaud for it. I don't have to want my team to want you.
Okay, fair
and if
enough.
that's the guy the Dodgers want, then by all means, that's why you've won 1.5 world championships in this run, which is piss poor for the run. The same as the Braves winning 15 straight division titles. You got 1 in 95. You got 1. You had 3 Hall of Fame starting pitchers, and you got 1, plus Chipper Jones and Andrew Jones and Bobby Cox and Mike Remlinger, all those guys you got 1. That's pathetic. That's a piss-poor run
Not only that,
for an
like,
organization.
as we said before, you have to win. There is no, if you don't win the World Series, the season is a complete failure. You absolutely have to
and they
win.
will fail more often than not because of that.
And I don't want that guy in my foxhole when we have to win. I mean,
Hold on. So this is what we're doing today when the Dodgers kicks the Giants' ass. We're talking about their ineptitude.
Yeah, we are.
All
I hate
right.
them.
Okay.
Yeah, F them. Like I
right.
said, tip of the cap to Kershaw. I hope they shove it up his ass. That's kind of where I'm at.
They're
I hope they put up 4 to 5 in the first. Dude, the last outing
They
Kershaw,
did last week, and they couldn't win the game.
Well, they did that twice last week and didn't win. Put up 4 in the first inning and then didn't win.
Can we focus on the Giants and how they're not even in the same class as the Dodgers right now?
Why you want to talk about old stuff, dude? Like, come on.
Go ahead. Play to the crowd, Derek. Yeah.
I don't really care if they like it or not. The bottom line is the Giants are not in the same.
I don't care about the crowd.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't. I mean, as far as when it comes to the Giants, you have to look at with the way that the Dodgers are playing right now. They're not in the same ballpark as them.
Yeah, they're beating them.
Yes.
They're beating them bad. Now, what I would say is to say they're not in the same ballpark is a little bit ridiculous, considering they won the game last night 2-1, and one of their runs was earned. So how can you say they're not in the same ballpark?
Because they've dominated
Because they've dominated in wins, but wins in context matter.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
They blew them out last weekend on Sunday. On Saturday, the Giants made it a 9-7
So how close do you
game.
think the Giants are to competing with the Dodgers for the NL West?
I think they're closer this year than they were last year, and I think they were closer last year than they were the year before.
All right.
But the problem is not just the Dodgers. The problem is their problems in the entire NL West. They didn't beat the Diamondbacks in a season series. They didn't beat the Padres in a season series. The problem is winning division games. They're 10 games above 500 against everybody else except the American League Central, who owned them, which was bizarre. But they can't win in division. That's the bigger problem. It's not just the Dodgers. As Flem told us yesterday on pregame, it's not a Dodger problem. It's an NL West problem. And the Giants haven't won the close games. And the issue is that everybody, even though the Dodgers are top heavy, like we talk Niners, and we say if you took the top 10 players on the Niners and put them up against the top 10 against anybody else in baseball, they'd be the best.
Right.
The Dodgers are effectively the same thing. You take the top 6 or 7 Dodgers, put them up against anybody in baseball, they will be the number 1 team. But baseball isn't designed like that. Baseball isn't designed to have your top 10 guys. 3 of those might be starters who don't necessarily pitch in every series. Some of those might be relievers. Baseball has a random element to it that no other sport can match. And so when you're not that many games out from where those other 2 teams in front of you are, you're maybe not that far away, right? So you don't have to play them but 13 times a year. It's more about, and we said it coming into this year at our roundtable, how do you fare against the D-backs and the Padres? They sucked against them, and that's why they're not going to the playoffs. Not about their head-to-head with the Dodgers.
No, I mean, I definitely hear you. It's an NL West problem, of course, excluding the Rockies. But
yeah,
the bottom line, though, is I heard Buster Posey when he was introduced as president of baseball operations, he mentioned the Dodgers.
Yeah.
He mentioned the Padres.
Because he took it personally.
He takes it personal. So I get it. They are, you could say it's a whole NL West problem. But he came here so the Dodgers' dominance stops.
That's fair. That is fair. He did say that.
Yes.
He did say that.
He's in the memory-making business. The memories right now for Dodgers fans kicking the Giants' ass.
Okay, relax.
No, it is, though.
Relax.
It is, though. That is the truth.
But what big memory did they make? I mean, we'll always have Bailey last Friday.
The memory they had is they won the World Series last year.
Yeah, but that's not a Giants memory. That's just them winning titles.
No, but they have dominated.
Wasn't the
they
president.
have dominated them.
Right. My point is, when it comes to head-to-head Giants-Dodger moments, they haven't had tons of that magic. He's talking about, when Buster says memory-making, it's not specific to against the Dodgers. It's about winning in general.
Right.
When you win, you create memorable moments. Last Friday, I mean, that's what's frustrating about this year is they've had a couple of the best moments in ballpark history this season. I mean, 2 of the Pat Bailey moments. I mentioned the Elliot Ramos moment. Like, they've won those 3 Friday night games against the Dodgers. They won the one in L.A. where Webb pitched great. He had a chance to be the first Giant since Johnny Cueto to have 3 wins against the Dodgers in a season. And he had a shot last night. He was dominant yesterday. And the offense couldn't come through against, by the way, Yamamoto, who's a phenomenal pitcher.
Yes. If all of the games are created equal and you get the Pat Bailey walk-off, that bounces off the wall and the whole deal, then you have to equate it to the 2-1 game where you struck out 14 times, you walked 10 times, you got 1 lousy hit.
Yeah.
And that's the most frustrating part of all of it. You are aggressively mediocre. You are 500, and you are looking at a way to improve for the next season. And it's got to start with the pitching. It has to.
All right, let's get back into some 49er football. It's our 49er tailgate. We are live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose, 1502 Saratoga Ave. How confident are 49er fans, and maybe specifically, how confident are members of the Filth, our listener group out there, in the 49er victory for this weekend? I mean, as you go through the week, I walk myself up and down through they're going to win, even with Matt Jones, and you go, but if they play well and they've got Budda Baker back there, if the D-line can stop McCaffrey, then I start to feel different. I don't know if every other football fan does this, but with a team like the Niners where there's some uncertainty, I go up and down about wins and losses. 1 to 10, 10 the most confident, 1 you think they're losing. Where is your confidence in a 49er victory on Sunday? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. And we'll talk to some people live here on the patio at Jack's Restaurant to get your opinion
Come on up.
and your confidence in a 49er win this Sunday. 808 KNBR, the number to call. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's here on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Works 49ers tailgate continues from Jack's Restaurant and Bar at Westgate Center in San Jose on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dude, I love a Ska Friday. Raph never forgets, too.
Never forgets.
I love a Ska Friday. Love getting the horns out. They don't call him Raph the Horn Man Corral for nothing.
Well, we're giving him that nickname, too?
No, Tim's the Horn Man, dude. There's only one Horn Man here, and it's Tim.
And there's only one Tim Tubin as well.
I don't need that nickname. It's okay.
Did you see that? Because we call Tim affectionately Tim Tubin.
Don't love that either.
Something new?
Much like Jeff Tubin.
Yeah.
It's mostly tied not to his reporting, but to his Skype behavior.
He had a rough time during COVID.
Yeah, did you see our guy Pat H gave Tim a card for his 20th anniversary?
That's very nice of Pat.
But he said,
very sweet of Pat.
Congrats on never revealing yourself on a Zoom call for 20
Give it time, Pat. Give it time.
By the way, that's a pretty low bar. You didn't expose yourself on the show.
We don't set it high, Tim. We don't set it high. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call, the number to text. If you want to get involved in the conversation, your level of confidence on a Friday afternoon for the Niners against the Arizona Cardinals. The one thing that always makes me less confident is any division game against any level of opponent. Now, if you have a backup quarterback against a division opponent, is it fair to be skeptical or to have some level of skepticism?
Absolutely. I mean, they faced this team before, and Jonathan Gannon knows how to throw things at a Kyle Shanahan offense. But, you know, I think that Mac Jones handled himself pretty well. As long as they just go with the game plan of a week ago, I think he could do the same. Now, as far as the offensive line, that's where I'm a little skeptical. I think that the Arizona Cardinals beat the crap out of Bryce Young last week. And then he figured things out in the second half and threw 55 times and got him back in that game. But with all of the injuries on the offensive line, you know, I'm kind of worried about, and the lack of protection that the Niners have given for most of the season, kind of worried about how they can handle Josh Sweat, how they can handle other guys on this defense. And not to mention, you know, George Kittle's not playing in this game, but Buda Baker could take away Jake Tunges and Luke Farrell away easily. And if Juwan Jennings is not out there, then what's going to happen wide receiver-wise? The key is Christian McCaffrey. And I don't need him to rush for 150 yards. As long as he's just that guy that gets a bunch of scrimmage yards, I think they'll be okay. But I see this being a close game. You asked about confidence level. I would say I'm about a 7 for a Niners victory, and I see this being very close. I would say Niners win with a field goal at the end from Eddie De Niro, 23-21.
Oh, you think Niners barely win this one?
I think so. It's a win.
It's
a win is a win.
Yeah, but you think it's a close game?
I do think so, yes.
See, I think
it's a division opponent. And
I agree.
It's one of the bigger tests they have this season. If we're going through the schedule and how much of a cakewalk it is for the majority of it, I would say the division opponents are the true tests.
And you want to talk about how important this game is. The Rams are 2-0.
Yep.
And the Seahawks are 1-1, and the Cardinals are 2-0, which adds even more juice to this. And that
Absolutely.
getting the win keeps you on pace with the powers that be. Also to keep in mind, you get through this game 3-0, DeMarcus Robinson's back for week 4.
Yep.
George Kittle likely back for a week 6 game. after the after the Ram game, which is a short week. Maybe you're Brock Purdy back as well for week 4. So a lot changes after week 3. And if you can get through 2 division games ahead of facing the Rams in week 5, I mean, not to say the Jags game doesn't matter, but it doesn't really. If you go 3-0, the Jags game, yes, it matters in terms of wins and winning the division. It's an AFC opponent for an AFC South opponent. Your division game the following week is all that more important. Genuinely, you win the Cardinal game. The Jags game to me is a wash. I genuinely don't really mind the outcome of that game relative to what would happen in week 5.
In the grand scheme of things,
3-1 into week 5 would be fine.
No, definitely. In the grand scheme of things, it may not hurt you to take care of business
It's the
against
game that might
NFC
hurt the
opponents.
least. Yeah, hurt the least against an opponent.
And if you're 2-0 against your NFC division opponents, I think that maybe the Jags game, I'm not going to say a wash, but you're not going to hate that you lost that game. It's then the following week against the Rams that's huge.
We're here on the patio at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose for our 49er tailgate, asking 49er fans your level of confidence in the game on Sunday. Who we got over here?
We got Greg and Cupertino. Greg, how confident are you?
Greg and Cupertino live in person on the patio.
Greg, you got that microphone turned up? Okay, you do. Okay.
I think I did.
Talk into the mic, Greg. Talk right into it there.
All right, so I think Niners 37-23.
37-23. You got a 14-point victory, so you're confident in Mac Jones.
You got a blowout.
Jones is going to kill it.
Okay. Talking to the mic. You said Mac Jones going to kill it?
A little closer.
Mac Jones is going to kill it, and then Philly is going to lose.
Now, can I ask you? It seemed to me like your biggest dispute coming up here today was not about the 49ers. When you walked up, you said to me, "Why is it that Derek doesn't have hair but his dad does?"
Grandpa.
That's what you actually said to me. Can you second?
I did.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know what happened to him.
Genetics, my friend. It's that simple. My grandpa was bald. I'm bald.
Yeah.
Maybe Greg has fake hair.
You're onto something there. You're onto something there, Greg.
Let's go out
too close to the truth.
Let's go out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Joe is in Manteca. Joe in Manteca, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's good, guys? How you guys doing, man?
How you doing,
What's up,
Joe?
Joe?
How you doing on a Friday, brother?
Pretty good, bro. You know what, man? It's a divisional game. Any divisional game is always 50-50. Like, look at those 2012 Niners teams or 2019. Like, the Rams were terrible those years, but they still fight hard. The Cardinals were terrible, they still fight hard. I think it's 50-50. Kyler Murray, he's an escape artist. But I'm going 2017 Niners, man. I think they're going to get it done. I think they'll make the big plays. They'll close it out. And ups and downs is going to continue to chase people down, hawk it down, and I got it 2017, man.
Hey, Joe, what's the biggest difference you think you've seen in the Niners through 2 games relative to last year?
Closing games. Look at the Seattle game, the last drive. I don't know if you guys felt the same way, man, but I felt I truly felt that Seattle might have scored a touchdown that last drive. I mean, look at how the Seattle game ended last year, the Rams game ended last year, the New Orleans game, man. Like they closed out that drive, and Spencer Rattler's making plays, and the NFL comes down to 3 or 4 big plays in the game, and the Niners are the team making those plays.
Joe, I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much, dude. Call anytime. Is that the same as you?
Yeah.
I said that to you week 1, and then for me, week 2, the same thing. I keep coming back to that David Lombardi tweet about the Niners defense needing a 6-out save, which was forcing 2 stops by the Saints offense. The Saints offense looked better to me than I anticipated, and part of that makes me skeptical. Part of that makes me wonder, they're supposed to be a bad team. Is this reflective of the Niners defense, or is it reflective of the Saints on the way up, or is it a work in progress defense that has got some vets on the D-line? All of that aside, Nick Bosa's looked phenomenal through 2 weeks.
Yes.
He's got 2 sacks in 2 weeks, the forced fumble, the recovery. The O-line for the Seahawks played very well throughout the game. They didn't get a sack until that play that ended the game. But first and foremost, the defense has closed games. The offense has closed games. 2 times now, the offense has gone downfield, got a score that gave them a lead. It happened week 1 in Seattle. It happened with Mac Jones last week. And 2 times now, the defense has closed the door on the opposing offense, looking to drive the field and make something happen.
Yeah.
Close games, 1-possession games. What do you do in those late, close situations? Last year, they did not have a winning record. This year, already 2-0 in those situations.
No, to Joe's point, I think a year ago they probably lose those games. I think that, if this is a year ago, Seattle probably drives down and scores and wins. Same thing with the New Orleans Saints. But Nick Bosa has come out clutch and getting sacks in the final minutes of games to preserve the victory. So, yeah, and I to Joe's point as well, like, you never know what division opponents, but Arizona, I know we keep going back to the game a year ago where Arizona won 24-23. Totally different. I think that with Robert Saleh back, will throw things at Kyler Murray and make him very uncomfortable. And I'm still skeptical on Kyler Murray as a quarterback. I think that he could beat you with his arm, he could beat you with his legs, but he'll still make that dumb throw when he's pressured. So as long as Nick Bosa gets in there and disrupts the pass, I think that, Kyler Murray may beat you, every now and then for, a first down rushing, or he may rush for a touchdown. But when it comes down to, is Kyler Murray going to make a pass to beat you, I think that this team's more than capable of disrupting him. So, yeah, I think that it'll be close. I think that it's a different thing than a year ago. I think we can throw that game out. I think that the Niners...
Which game? The first one, the early season one, the
Yeah,
the Heat game?
Definitely not even bring up the last game of the season a year ago.
It's irrelevant to this matchup.
Absolutely. Yeah. But Robert Saleh's back. I think that, the Arizona Cardinals, a year ago, they definitely have some guys. They have Michael Wilson, who's their wide receiver now from Stanford.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Marvin Harrison Jr. I want to see if Diamador Lenore. I mean, we talk a lot about Fred Warner and Nick Bosa coming up clutch in these first two games. Diamador Lenore has been a shutdown corner, maybe one of the best in football right now. And I want to know if he's going to travel. We'll talk with T-Rock about this. He was going to travel with Marvin Harrison for the majority of this game. But they got some pieces now. Trey McBride is one of the better tight ends of all of football. James Conner's, a beast on the goal line. They also have Trey Benson, who's a good running back. But I do think the Niners will get the win. I just think that, they're preparing for Mac Jones, but I still think the Niners have the edge in this game, even though they're depleted as far as, maybe on the offensive line and maybe wide receiver-wise. But I think that Kyle Shanahan can scheme it up, and I think that Robert Saleh will throw things at Kyler Murray that make him very uncomfortable.
It was the turnovers last year in this game. They got the 49ers. Week 5, the Niners fell to 2-3. The Cardinals rose to 2-3 with that win. The Cardinals won it 24-23.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy threw a couple interceptions. J.P. Mason fumbled it was into Cardinal territory, deep in Cardinal territory, as the Niners were driving in the fourth quarter with an opportunity to win. Connor wasn't incredible last year. It was Kyler Murray that got him. The 7 attempts for 83 on the ground for a touchdown. He had that opening drive touchdown where he shot through the line. Remember
50
that?
yards?
50 yards.
Yeah,
it was a 50-yard touchdown run. And then Mason was okay, 14 for 89. Purdy, though, found Ayuk. They were playing catch-up for some of that game. Ayuk, 8 catches on 12 targets, 147. It's going to be a lot of different faces. The leading rusher for the Niners in this game last year is not there. J.P. Mason, the leading passer, likely not there, and Brock Purdy. The top 2 leading receivers, in Ayuk and Kittle, are not there. So to be a little bit skeptical or have some confusion about how this Niner roster will match up against a fairly similar Cardinals team, I think is totally justified and fair, in that we haven't seen a lot of these guys in this situation, but these are the sliding doors and the revolving doors of the NFL, is that you're going to have young players step up. Ricky Pearsall, I don't even think was healthy at this point last year. He's going to play in this game.
Yeah,
I mean, on Sunday.
And to the point I was making with Budda Baker, you missed George Kittle in this game. He would be huge, but
Budda Baker led the team in tackles last year, by the way, in this game. 12 combined tackles.
So what's your confidence level in this game? I said 7, and from 1 to 10.
I'm revving it like a 7.5 to 8. I'm a little bit higher on that.
Okay.
I'm a little bit higher on that, partially because of what you said about Saleh. I think the D-line play has been great. The O-line, to me, is still the biggest question mark, although the metrics would say guys like Jake Brendel have played great to this point. Trent Williams was not all that great week 1, was banged up entering week 2, and then I thought played pretty well. It's about, can you protect Mac and keep a clean pocket for him in order for him to be able to find open guys downfield. Also, you pointed out Juwan Jennings. He was a true game-time decision last week.
Yeah.
We were doing the pregame show, and he went out to work out on the field before the game to see if he could give it a go with the left shoulder. He did give it a go early in the first half. He gets an ankle injury and basically was held out of practice the first couple of days this week. Is there in a limited capacity. I feel good about Kendrick Bourne being here in terms of depth. I think that would lead to somebody else being elevated, a Russell Gage or a Robbie Chosen.
I would hope so. I mean, honestly, I would rather do that.
Watkins is out this week.
I would rather do that than elevate Adrian Martinez. I would just it
depends on Brock.
It totally depends on Brock. But if he's good enough to go, we've heard all these things about him being eliminated in practice. I'd rather save that spot for another wide receiver to be called up than have 3 quarterbacks available on Sunday. I'd rather have Brock Purdy out there, maybe at 65%, than to go out there and you're depleted wide receiver wise. But let's not dismiss the fact that they are wearing white. And I know that some people might whatever, who cares about the jerseys? Kyle says that is an advantage. When he was working at Tampa Bay, that was a big deal, and they still do that to this day. yeah, I think that it's not the norm for the 49ers to wear white at home, but it could go in their favor when a year ago this game was hot as hell and the 49ers were feeling it wearing red.
Yeah, I remember I remember going over to see some friends during this game at halftime. Nobody sat in the seats at the second half. Everybody was standing under the overhang, like watching on TV or in the shade, because it was over 100 degrees. It was like 111 on the field or something. They were saying 108 on the field.
And let's be real, that's why the NFL schedules usually the Niners to be on the road the first 2 weeks of the season. They come back for week 3.
Yeah, because it gets hot.
It's so damn hot. Milk was a bad choice.
Adam Copeland, Depop.
Thanks, Ron.
Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. We are live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose, 1502 Saratoga Ave here in the Westgate Shopping Center. It is a warm one, but we're on the patio. We got the fans going. We got TVs out here. We got Dirty Work with you until 6:10 when we'll hand it over to Giants pregame for a 7:10 first pitch, but we'll be with you all afternoon long. We caught up with Tracy Sandler a little while ago. Marcus Thompson joins us on the other side, the best sports writer in the country. How about this? On a Friday, on a football Friday during our 49er tailgate, we got Jonathan Kuminga to talk about. How's everybody feeling about that?
Boo.
Yeah, I know. I'm so sick of talking Jonathan Kuminga. You know who else is sick of it? Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler's hitting up Mike Dunleavy, and he's like, hey, who are my teammates for this year?
Dude, everybody's sick of it right now. I'm sick of it.
Can you imagine being on the Warriors and not knowing who your teammates are on September 19th?
No, this is absolutely ridiculous.
It's unreal. It's like it's week 3 of the NFL. I don't know who my shooting guard is. Who's my number 2?
Yeah, I mean, this is different than like Micah Parsons holding out or any like NFL holdout. They can't do anything as far as roster construction this offseason. And we're playing games in less than a month. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a real bummer.
It depends on the timing.
Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, the best sports writer in the country, joins us right here on Dirty Work. It's a Friday afternoon. Our 49er tailgate rolls on. Marcus Thompson, Tim Ryan, Rich Aurelia, plus our 49ers replay, the replay leader with Kyle Shanahan coming up at 5:10.
More shots.
Marcus Thompson next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Go hang out with the Dirty Work boys and the rest of the filth
You fellas have a lot of growing up to do, I'll tell you that. Can you believe these characters?
at Jack's Bar and Restaurant, 1502 Saratoga Avenue in San Jose. Copes, Derek, and Timmy will be broadcasting live from the patio to get you ready for the 49ers home opener.
Have a good mind to go to the warden about this.
That's Dirty Work at Jack's, leading up to the Giants pregame on KNBR, the...
You know what hurts the most is the lack of respect. You know? That's what hurts the most. Except for the other thing.
leader.
Let's get back to Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. It's Dirty Works 49ers Tailgate, only on the Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. We do it every Friday with one of our favorite guys, Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country. He covers everything for The Athletic. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Marcus, what's up, dude? Happy Friday. How are you?
What up, Marcus?
What's going on, my homie? How we doing?
How are you, man? We're doing well, man. We always look first and foremost when we're going to get you on about Warrior news. But before we get to the Kuminga stuff, dude, your reaction or just reflection on the first year of Valkyrie basketball? I mean, the loss the other night was a real bummer. I mean, the double-digit win, the entirety of the game we watched, and I was into it, man. First and foremost, I was hyped about Valhalla South showing up at the SAP Center. San Jose brought it strong for the Valkyrie, and it was a tough loss, man. An opportunity for a game-winning shot, but one of the best inaugural seasons for an expansion team in North American sports history. Would you disagree or agree?
No, I agree for sure. It was lit. Valhalla showed up big time in San Jose. I had my doubts.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I haven't kicked it like that in San Jose since the Beehive was lit. You don't know nothing about that. That's an old club from back in the day.
I know what the Beehive was, dude, in San Jose.
I'm talking. You know who I'm talking to. What you mean? You know. But it was. It was an incredible energy in there, and the way they respond to it, like this team was just unique. That's part of what made it so kind of cool. Like this clearly won't be the team again, right? Like this team had this kind of honor and this opportunity to really launch something pretty cool in the Bay Area, which is a place that we know cool things in the Bay. We recognize it when we see it. We could spot it. So for everybody to understand what was happening and rise to the occasion, it was pretty cool. And I wasn't even mad at how they went out. I thought they'd lose by 30. So I was like,
strong. They went strong, man. Yeah, they were in it.
They hooped. The worst part though wasn't even that. The worst part was the next day, Indiana knocking out Atlanta, and I'm like, oh, the Valks would have for sure beat the Dream. If they'd have won one more game, they'd have been a 6 seed and played the Dream, and they were very vulnerable. They just ended up getting literally the best team in the league. That was just a tough draw, but they showed up. They hooped.
No, they definitely did. It was a great first season. Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. Okay, before we get to Kuminga and everything going on with the Warriors, I want to talk Niners with you real quick. So we know that it's probably going to be Mac Jones on Sunday. No Brock Purdy, highly unlikely. Me and Coach talked about this yesterday. When you rank the players that the 49ers absolutely need in order to get a win, where does Brock Purdy rank on your list?
I mean, that depends on who they're playing. But he's pretty high.
Let's just say this weekend.
Let's pretend it's the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Let's pretend they're playing the Cards.
So I don't know that they need. I mean, Brock obviously is better. This to me is going to be how well can they contain Kyler, and it's going to be on the defense. If this defense can manage against this scrambling quarterback, and I'm really interested to see how this front seven handles it, because they've been doing a good job, except Spencer Rattler doesn't scare anybody, right? But Kyler has this kind of reputation for just hurting the 49ers and making plays and putting up points. So to me, it's going to be a lot about the defense, but still, they're going to need to score. I feel a little bit better about having, Mac Jones play the way he played, with Kyle Shanahan calling plays. You can tell, there's that's a match there. That's a fit. Maybe not 12th pick in the first round fit, but you know what I'm saying, on a last minute kind of minimum pickup, it fits. I still think you need Brock Purdy to be your best. You may not need him to win a game or two games, but the best of this team is with Brock Purdy. And I don't know. I know it's unlikely, but hey, there's nothing that heals you faster than your backup playing well. So Brock is like, hold on, man. I know I said 3 weeks, but relax. I'm coming. My turf toe feels pretty good now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what do you make of Kyler Murray right now? It's year 7 for him, and he could definitely beat you with his arm. He could beat you with his legs. But I still think he's kind of the same guy where if you pressure him enough, he's going to throw a dumb pass into a crowded area for an interception.
I mean, he's like most NFL quarterbacks, right? Like when they're going, they might cook you, and like some of them need a lot to win at a high level. Yeah, and he's like a really. I feel like he probably needs to get out of Arizona. I think he's one of those coaches, one of those quarterbacks who needs a. They get that second turn, and it's a little bit different for him. And he's a good player. He's talented. He probably could use a change of scenery, but he's good. Like he's a good quarterback. He will hurt you. Can he win you 12 games? Is the question, right? Can he get you some postseason wins? That's tough, but I mean, there's a lot of NFL quarterbacks like that. Like some weeks they look incredible, some weeks they look like Geno Smith did.
Oh.
I mean, that was rough. I mean, last week was a situation for Geno. That said,
that was bad.
Yeah, that was bad. I mean,
it was bad.
But that's also a guy, Marcus. We've talked so much about him. You and I have even. That's a guy who started his career in Seattle, or excuse me, in New York with the Jets. Goes to Seattle, wins a comeback. Yeah, comeback player of the year award, which is always funny to me. You just came back from being on a bad team. It's like Baker talking about Baker's resurgence and what his career's revitalized. I'm like, all he was in was Cleveland. He didn't blow his knee out. Like nothing season-ending or career-ending happened. But so much of sports and quarterback play specifically is about where you're drafted and which coach you have and which system you're in. I mean, you've seen that in the NBA, right? But specifically to quarterback, that might be the most important position and situation in all of the four major sports.
No question. And how long can you hang in there until you find your place, right? Like that to me is almost as important, especially once you're one of these high draft picks. Like if it don't work out, you kind of have to do the backup circuit, humble yourself and just get on, because that's where the next opportunity is going to come from, right? I mean, look at Mac Jones, right? Like here's a guy who just the Pats couldn't get rid of him fast enough, and you do this route. Look at Sam Darnold. The league is full of guys. Baker Mayfield is a great example. When the expectations are down and you've had a chance to sit behind the scenes and work your way up, it tends to help you a little bit. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if after, a couple of years with Jim Harbaugh, Trey Lance becomes a good quarterback in this league. Like that's how it works. It's one of the hardest positions in football, and it's really tough to just walk in and be good. And a lot of quarterbacks need to kind of go through that to find themselves and then get on the other side. But once you're a top pick, it's just harder to wait it out. And a lot of these guys, it's tough to go back to being like a backup after that. Like go sit on a bench somewhere. If you can do that, you can probably stick it out and wait for your situation to come. But that's the hardest part, waiting and finding the right situation. This is Lance's third team now. Right, and he finally looks like a quarterback. And if he keeps going, he might end up getting the spots. Like if Justin Herbert gets hurt, he's in there. Like that's how it works. That's how it works for Geno, right? Like if that happens, it could work out for you. But it is one of the hardest positions in sports to play. It's so complex that it's difficult to just walk in and be great. C.J. Stroud is all of a sudden trash, right? Like rookie of the year. Steve Kerr just won a playoff game, and now he looks a mess because it's really hard.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Yuma guest line. All right, let's get to Kuminga because Anthony Slater's writing articles. Shams Charania is writing articles.
Where's your piece, Marcus? You ain't writing articles on Kuminga? What up?
Hey, listen, man. Noah Lyles has won his fourth consecutive world championship in the 200, and
Conference track.
That's actual news.
That's real news, yeah.
Melissa Jefferson Wood just did a double, the first American woman ever. She smoked the field, 21.86. I'm on that. I'm not on Jonathan Kuminga threatening to take a qualifying offer that he could sign at any moment and hasn't signed it yet. Sign it then. How about that?
Right.
No, I mean, there's nothing new has really materialized. Like now, I know Aaron Turner, his agent's making the rounds today, calling, everybody's saying that, we'd be willing to sign the contract if it's a player option. So what do you think's more likely right now, Marcus? The Warriors give Kuminga a player option or they trade him?
Well, I don't think they trade him at this point. They just don't have a suitor, and who knows if the Kings deal is available. But it's just really hard to trade him because of that base year compensation. So now the problem is, like, for Sacramento, they'd have to trade him for, him and Moody just to make the numbers work. And are you more likely to give up Moody now? The agent is airing you out on TV. Like, it's Mike Dunleavy be fair, like, I ain't feeling nothing now. So I think they end up somehow working out a deal, and maybe Kuminga blinks and just takes the team option. Perhaps I know one of the reasons they don't want that Malik Monk deal is because it has a third year, and they're trying to keep the contract books empty after Steph. Steph Curry's got 2 years, right? Like, after that, nobody should be getting a check. And so I think Draymond is the only person who's got a check, and obviously Pods and them will have options, but I think the Warriors want to maintain their flexibility in that third year. So if Steph and Jimmy comes off the books, they want to be able to start from scratch and do what they need to do. I don't know if they're going to sacrifice that to make Kuminga happy. In the end, if Kuminga is gangster enough to take $8 million over 48 guaranteed, I respect it because that's gangster. And if he can do it right now, like we get to the point, you can tell they don't want to do it. The agent is like, all right, well, I'm a really threatening now. Like, oh, let me go on TV and say it. Okay, like they're doing everything
dog.
but
You ain't threatening anything. Yeah.
Cam Thomas has already signed his. Like, there's nothing saying you got to wait until October 1st. Like, you could sign it and be like, I'm done with this organization. Give me my $8 million the first day I can leave. I'm out. Like, he can do that, but they're trying to drum up the pressure because in reality, the Warriors do need him to sign. If he signs that qualifying offer, it hurts their rebuilding chances. It hurts their chances to go get another player. So it's not nothing that they're threatening us. They know what they're doing. But I don't know. If they think like me, I'm just like, all right, I don't believe you. Do it. Do it then. Do it. That's what I'm like, you ain't going to do it.
Well,
you ain't going to do it.
No, they're not. But, Marcus, do you think there was a missed opportunity? Like, I think at this point they probably wish they would have traded him when they acquired Jimmy Butler or maybe a year ago. Like, do you think this is a missed opportunity to trade him away to get value for him at this point?
I think last year was the time to do it. I think the missed opportunity was signing him last year. And, Jonathan Kuminga turned down something, right? It probably wasn't I know everybody's talking about the 5 for 350. A 5 for 150. I just don't think that was on the table, right? So, but I'm sure they offered him something. I've heard some numbers, but like it probably was better to just get a deal done so you can have that chip to trade. Because now they're in a situation where the rules are just different, right? So it's a little tougher. But if they had done it and come into this year without the salary cap restrictions and the CBA restrictions, it's probably easier to get a deal. But generally speaking, the philosophy of not just squandering assets is probably a good one. You don't just give away an asset just because it's uncomfortable. And you got to remember they had 3 first-round picks. They got the Wiseman, Moody, Kuminga, and then you can want to throw in Pods, but 3 lottery picks. And Kuminga's the last chance they have to get like a bona fide, like, hey, Steph is gone, who can be a real, like, an all-star for us. So in their mind, that's a little tougher to part with. Now, I do think a lot of people have come to the conclusion that might be a bit of a high ceiling for Kuminga, but we just don't know without the minute. So I'm not mad that they didn't just say, hey, asset, let's just get rid of it because it's uncomfortable or because it's a problem. Like, nah, you keep assets and you work them. And if I was a GM, I wouldn't care about all that stuff. Like, this is a business. And just like Kuminga is doing his thing, like, hey, do what you got to do. Have your agent go out here. I mean, if I was Kuminga, I'd probably be doing a little more talking too, because it's a business and it's a lot of money involved. So everybody can do what they got to do.
Yeah.
So I'm not that mad at it.
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear, covers everything, including Noah Lyles, for The Athletic, best sports writer in the country. If you polled anybody, specifically me. Marcus, before we let you go, Derek admitted to me either yesterday or 2 days ago off the air that the only way to actually no joke, we've seen movement in his trying to get a dresser since I brought it up to you that he did not own a dresser after living in his apartment for over a year. He said he thinks the only way he's going to end up with one is consistent browbeating by you. He thinks that you're I wasn't enough, Tim wasn't enough, but he did admit, did you not, Derek?
Absolutely.
2 days ago that Marcus may be the only guy.
The only person that can make me change in my life is Marcus Thompson.
You know what? I'll do you one even better.
Yeah.
I'll get you a dresser. A dresser on me. How about that? No,
Okay.
I'll absolutely.
All I got was Kool-Aid and pickles. He did a dresser. Yeah.
Dude, let's meet up sometime in Oakland and we'll go grab a dresser.
No, literally, there's like a couple out here on the streets. We just gonna hit a tent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw one driving home today. I thought about you. I was like, man, that's a nice little white dresser. It had like a My Little Pony sticker on the side, but you
didn't pick it up for me?
Nice
Come on, Marcus.
Yeah, come on.
I didn't know if you like My Little Pony or not. I didn't know. I was like,
I can learn to love it.
Marcus Thompson covers everything for The Athletic. We do it with him every Friday. Marcus, have a nice weekend, man. We'll talk to you soon.
all right, be good, players.
We'll see you at the Beehive.
Later, Marcus.
All right, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. I love that he said, I saw a little white dresser on the street today and thought of you, actually.
That's fair.
That's pretty good.
And it's white, right?
Dude, Derek's, thank you, Tim. Derek's out here asking people on the parts of the filth, members of the filth, if not only, you were asking for 2 parts. Does anybody have a dresser they'll trade you for your treadmill that you don't use?
That's an easy trade.
That's an easy trade.
Yeah.
Derek owns a treadmill, doesn't need it, needs a dresser, and is willing to swap.
I will barter.
1 for 1. A 1 for 1. Do you have the model of the treadmill or anything?
Not on me, but
we should find that out, dude. We might be able to get you some coin.
Yeah, the only thing we know
Dude,
about
I've
it is
been
that
trying
it's
to sell
noisy,
this treadmill
right?
for years.
It's noisy. Yeah.
It's noisy. That's why I'm above people in my apartment complex, so I don't want to.
It's noisy because you mean running on it is noisy. The machine itself isn't noisy.
It's yeah.
It's got a little hum to it.
And I'm sure my neighbors don't appreciate that. Listen, I have a treadmill or just a gym in my apartment complex, so I use that.
So I'm saying the treadmills. It's more surprising, I think, to everybody that you've lived in this apartment for over a year, and you own a treadmill but you don't have a dresser.
Yeah.
That's the more alarming part. So
well,
what I'm saying is, if you've been asking people, you would be willing to trade.
Here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
Go ahead, tell us the deal, Derek.
So when I moved to my spot in L.A. in West Hollywood,
you had a built-in drawer system.
Yes.
Yeah, we all understand how it happened.
I had drawers. I had a whole set. But when I moved,
you had a dresser, you mean?
Yes, I had a dresser.
A set. Yeah.
And I had a set of dressers.
So it was a dresser.
Oh, whatever. Either way. And I had.
It was a credenza.
And we were in COVID. You weren't allowed to go to gyms. I was like, man, I need to work out.
So you bought a treadmill.
I bought a treadmill, and I was able to use that in my apartment. It was easy. No one lived underneath me, so it was fine.
Good for you, by the way. Just getting the treadmill. You could have been a sucker like Murph and gone into Peloton.
No,
bought a whole subscription and all that.
Peloton.
What a sucker
I'm not
that
going
was.
Peloton.
What a sucker move that was for Murph, huh?
No.
He's probably still paying a subscription.
Not doing that. Yeah. Not doing that. But when I moved back to the Bay Area, I moved to that spot where I had the roommate.
You had the roommate where you used her cayenne pepper, and she was very
she
unhappy.
was none too happy about that.
You took your roommate's cayenne pepper.
It's a little too spicy for her.
Sorry.
Yeah, she was not happy
Even though she offered the cayenne pepper.
Neither here nor there.
It was the test. Anyway, they had built-in dressers as a part of the apartment complex, so I gave my dresser to my little brother's girlfriend, and now I've been lazy and not as acquired.
We understand all of this. The fact of the matter is you then have moved into a new apartment
Since
over
then.
a year ago.
Yes.
And you put your underwear on a shelf.
Yeah.
They're unmentionables, as Marcus mentioned.
I've survived.
You're not supposed to have them out in the wild for everybody to see.
They're not in the wild. They're in the closet.
They're on a drawer. They're on a shelf, dude. You put your socks on a shelf.
He's a hamper man.
My point is, we can
socks on a shelf.
We got to get you a elf on a shelf with socks on a shelf.
Exactly.
We got to get you
You know where I was going after.
I got you. We got to get you a dresser. What are you looking for? You looking for like a?
I'm not looking for anything special.
How tall?
Something small that I can put my phone on
Are you
top
going
of when I go to bed.
Not a side table drawer. Jesus. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. At some point, Derek, come on, man.
Marcus, meet me in Oakland. I'll find my dresser.
You just talked to him. You have to say he's not listening.
He's
now.
listening still.
He's not listening.
I
still.
bet she's still
We'll
listening.
take a quick break.
So
Anybody out
indignant.
here has got a dresser for Derek? Drop
It's
it
not a
off.
side table.
Drop it off at 1502 Saratoga Ave. That's where we are now. Jack's
There you
Restaurant and Bar in the Westgate
All
Shopping
right,
Center.
Maria, calm down.
If you
laughing her ass off over there, my
I know,
expense.
I know, dude.
Jesus.
By the way, the other thing was Derek said if he got a dresser from IKEA, he put out a call to the filth. He was like, "Would anybody come help me put it together?" Dude, he's not even willing to build one himself. Adam Copeland, Depop.
Takes a lot of time and patience, and I have neither.
It's week 3 in the NFL. We'll talk more
time.
about some of the games of interest next as we're live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America. Only here on The Dresser Leader.
Mike Krukow joined the morning show with Dieter filling in for Murph after a tough loss Thursday night.
It's not every day you see a game where your opponent gives you 10 walks and you can't take advantage of it.
Kruk also gives his thoughts on the Giants facing Clayton Kershaw for one final time.
I tip my cap. Everything about the guy has been first class from the day he walked into the big leagues as a kid with 2 pitches and a rock solid first ballot Hall of Famer.
You can hear that and all the interviews on the podcast page at thesportsleader.com and on the app.
The 49ers home opener is on Sunday, but the tailgate's already underway. Back to dirty work from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose on the Sports Leader.
You know, I said it the other day. I call BS on the tailgate. I don't think it's a tailgate.
I don't know, man. This was like tailgate to me.
It feels like we're doing a show at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. I think calling it a tailgate is misrepresenting what the definition of a tailgate is.
Well, we got
there are no trucks pulled up with a bed of a truck down.
Right there.
Nobody's
Yeah, it's not
barbecuing
down.
out of the bed of the truck.
Well, what do you want to call
Nobody
it?
popped
then?
up. But that's my point. Is there's a definition of tailgating. It's not just wherever you eat and wear a jersey. That's not what a tailgate is.
Seems like a weird hill to die on, though.
I'm not dying on it. I like to.
Let's put everybody on blast. Let's put the salespeople on blast. Let's put Mike on blast just for the
Sounds like
naming
you're
of this.
putting me on blast now.
A little bit.
Like, man, I didn't name it. I'm just here doing my gig. You know what I mean? They tell me where the show is, and I show up. That's
There
what
you
I
go.
do. 2 to 6. We'll be with you, by the way, till 6:10. Giants pregame gets going at 6:10 tonight for a 7:10 first pitch. Clayton Kershaw's final start against the Giants of
Yeah.
his career. Thank God.
You
That's what I
sad?
would say, praise the Lord. There's no more Kershaw Giants. No, I'm not sad about it. I'm sad. Good God, no. No, I'm thrilled that we don't have to deal with that anymore. How about this? Week 3 across the NFL, a series of good games. The number one game, and you put it down here on our rundown, the number one game I'm looking forward to this weekend outside of Niners and Cardinals is the Rams against the Eagles.
Yeah.
Huge game in what could mean head-to-head tiebreak stuff for two teams in the NFC, which – I mean, who knows where the Rams finish? I mean, I see them as one of the top teams in the NFC.
Absolutely.
Eagles, in my mind, are absolutely the top team in the NFC. Head-to-head, that's a big game for both of those teams in terms of tiebreak, if it were to come down to it. But it's also kind of a litmus test to see where the Eagles are, where the Rams are, and where the Niners will be against the Rams when they see them in 2 weeks, even without George Kittle.
In a rematch of a playoff game a year ago, the divisional round between the Rams and the Eagles, and the Rams could never stop Saquon on the ground. He dominated in both those games a year ago. So, yeah, I mean, 49er fans will be rooting for the Eagles this weekend, and they get Dallas Goedert back. I think Jalen Carter was a little iffy during
Dallas
practice.
Goedert missed last week's game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I got him axed for my fantasy team, don't you know? I'm an Ertz man now.
Oh, you're all Ertz now?
You're in the Ertz business.
Dude, which is different than last year when I was working hard to get out of the Rico Dowdle business.
Rico Dowdle.
He came on strong at the end of the year, though, dude. I was trying to get out of the Dowdle business, then Dowdle came on strong.
Now you're an Ertz man.
At the back end of the year. Yeah.
Do you know what Rico Dowdle is now?
Yeah, he went to a different team. Hold on.
I have a guess.
I don't have it. No.
Carolina.
Dude, I almost went Carolina. I thought that Miles.
One of those irrelevant teams.
Him and Miles Sanders swapping spots.
Yeah, exactly.
Is basically what happened.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a really fun game, and I think that if I were the Rams, I would just try my best to stop the run and force Jalen Hurts to throw because he hasn't done that so far in the first 2 weeks of the season. A.J. Brown hasn't done much. Devontae Smith hasn't done much. You know, they'll have Dallas Goedert out there, so he'll be their safety valve. But, yeah, I mean, this will be a true test for the Rams, and, of course, Niner fans will root for the Eagles. So, yeah, I'm going to be glued to this one as far as the 10 a.m. games, and then, of course, we're moving on to the Niners and then the 1 o'clock afternoon games.
It's one of those games that's sort of fun or not fun for football fans where you're like, if I'm a Niner fan, I'm rooting Eagles over the Rams.
Yeah.
But if the Eagles don't beat the Rams, I get to hate the Eagles even more. You know what I mean? That's kind of it. Because I know Niner fans aren't happy with Philadelphia. I'm not particularly happy with Philly.
No, I mean, yeah, because the NFC Championship game.
Well, that's the point. It's like you get to root against them. You're not really rooting for Eagles. You're rooting against Rams. But if the Eagles win, then you're like, well, screw that team for not helping us out at all. Now I gotta take care of business myself against the Rams, and the game in hand would be nice to have rolling into a week 5.
I'm going to be annoyed if the Eagles win, too. You know what I mean? I'll be happy, but I'm still going to be annoyed.
Well, if the Rams win, though, what does that mean for the 49ers? Now that you're like, wow, okay, this team has changed. Their bugaboo was the Eagles, the last few years, or really last year, and now they're able to overcome that and go to Philadelphia, win that game.
But they're
probably thinking about the Rams differently.
Give me the context of how that loss happens. I think is the most important to me. You know what I mean? If the Rams lose in a tight game or they lose because of turnovers, you made the point yesterday where I asked you, because you just asked Marcus Thompson that question. Where does Brock Purdy rank among 49er players in terms of importance that you need to win a game?
Yeah.
And he said depends on the opponent. And I asked you, is there another playoff team or prospective playoff team that you look at and you go, the quarterback ranks as low in your importance as Brock does relative to what we were talking about? And you said Philadelphia. So you think Jalen Hurts is as important or as low ranked in terms of important players for the Eagles as you think Brock is?
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah, because there's so much talent on that team. Saquon Barkley.
Saquon's the more important part of the offense.
He's the Christian McCaffrey. He's the glue.
It's a great point. He did for the Eagles what Christian McCaffrey did for the Niners. He unlocked something. He kind of became their. Unfortunately, they got the ring. The Niners didn't.
Yeah.
He sort of became their last infinity stone in what was the infinity gauntlet for Nick Sirianni.
Well, I thought about this a lot too after you said that.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts is wildly important for the thing that they do better than everybody else, which is the tush push. It's like half of their game. Like if you watched any of that KC game, he was so integral to that. And I mean, it's not to take away that Saquon couldn't do that sort of role, but him specifically, especially the way that they're low to the ground. I mean, I think it might be higher than the way you had him ranked.
A little bit, but I'd also say that's primarily because of the offensive line. And yeah, they've had backup quarterbacks to do the tush push, and it's failed. So it definitely is the strength of Jalen Hurts' legs. But I still say that as far as importance and as far as getting an Eagles victory, yeah, it's Saquon Barkley. It's pretty much all members of that offensive line. It's both wide receivers. It's Jalen Carter. It's Jordan Davis. And then I'd probably go Jalen Hurts right after that.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's hard to dispute. The same as it's hard to dispute when you look at the 49ers. It's about who else is healthy, right? When everybody else is gone, the quarterback becomes the most important thing because he's the guy who touches the ball. If everybody else is there, you don't have to rely on the quarterback as much. It's kind of that simple.
Yeah, and then if the Rams win this game on Sunday, I mean, I'm looking at that Week 5 game on Thursday Night Football as...
I've had that circled since Week 1. Since the schedule came out, that's the game I'm intrigued. Week 1 against Seattle, Week 5 against the Rams, those are the first two where you're like, how are you're going to get 3 of your first 5 against division opponents?
Yeah.
You got to beat. I mean, the Rams and the Niners are the rivalry of the Shanahan generation. The Seahawks go back to Harbaugh. It's the Rams and the Niners for this run. Part of it too is how closely they're designed. That they got their Hall of Fame quarterback. That's what I mean. How their teams are built and how their teams are designed. The Rams went to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff and couldn't put up points against Bill Belichick. They lost 10-3 in that bowl. Brady's final Super Bowl win in New England before he got one in Tampa. The 49ers went to a Super Bowl with Jimmy where they threw it 8 times in the NFC title game. Goff ended up being obviously a better quarterback career-wise than Jimmy Garoppolo was, but once Sean McVay got his Hall of Fame quarterback in Matt Stafford, it begs the question, had Shanahan landed him on that Cabo trip, where would the 49ers be right now, right? They both were going for that guy. The Niners would then be looking for their next QB, much like the Rams are beyond this year, but they've still got gas in the tank, I think, for this season. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Let's get more into some of these games. Raiders are at the Commies this week without Jaden Daniels. You got Steelers at the Patriots. You got Bengals at the Vikings. Broncos are at the Chargers. By the way, Bengals giving the start to Jake Browning. Vikings giving the start to Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
Another North Dakota
Blast
State
from the
guy.
past.
Blast from the past like 3 years ago. Last seen whooping the Niner ass in the rain for the Colts on a Thursday night. You remember that?
I do remember that well.
I hated that game. What a miserable game.
The monsoon game?
Tim and I got back at like 12:30 in the morning back to the city from that game. What a nightmare game in the rain.
You might want to sleep in the studio.
Well, Tim was white-knuckling it at like 25 miles an hour coming up.
That's happened a couple times with you, with Tim driving you down to the stadium and him white-knuckling. You're like, I'll be fine.
Tim is frequently my driver, yeah.
Yeah, that was a great moment where Adam said, well, if it's going to be
the
end
up,
now.
Yeah. I woke up. I was asleep. I woke
this.
up and I saw Tim was white-knuckling it going 15 miles an hour. And I said, well, if we're going to go down, at least I'm asleep for it.
Well, everybody in Santa, you guys will understand this. When it's 280 and the rain is coming directly at you and it hasn't rained in a while, that road is a little slick, right? And so that's the preferred traffic route for a lot of trucks and everything. So I'm sitting there and I am not comfortable.
And I was
and
out.
Adam is just snoring away, no big deal. He wakes up at one point, he looks over at me, and I'm right on top of it. He goes, oh, that sucks, and then he rolls over and goes back to sleep.
Seems like you're
Thanks
stressing
so
it.
much.
And then I knocked back out. We made it. We're here.
Seems like something you would do.
We made it. That's all that matters.
Not my deal. All right, we'll take a quick break when we come back. More on the week. What is it, week 3? Niners 2-0. Week 3 games across the NFL. We'll get into those next. Plus, my 4th shot is coming up only here on the Sports Leader.
Let's get back to Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. It's Dirty Works 49ers Tailgate, only on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. Give it up, Filth. Let's go. 49ers taking on the Arizona Cardinals this Sunday. Try to go to 3-0. We'll talk to Tim Ryan at 4:50.
What does 3-0 mean to you in the NFL? I mean, you watch a lot of football for a long time. We make so much of 0-2 in the NFL, right? There's some note, like how many teams in the NFL have made the playoffs if we're going 0-2?
Well, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Do you think the Chiefs...
Let me answer your question with a question of my own.
Exactly. Copes, do you see the Chiefs at 0-2 as definitely not making the playoffs? Like, oh my God, the season's over?
Are you saying, like, you're asking me?
It's not that big of a deal, is what I'm saying. When a team is 0-2, they could totally rebound.
Okay, so this is one of the funniest things to me every year, and something that nobody here would know about ever unless I told them. You know I'm a part of the Kansas City Chiefs pregame show and have been for 7 years.
Oh yeah, dude, I forgot about that.
So I'm the West Coast.
Are you still doing the hits?
I'm the West Coast correspondent. Did it yesterday. They're recording with me every week.
He's Kansas City Copes.
I'm the West Coast correspondent for Kansas City Chiefs pregame and have been for like 7 or 8 years.
And who is on the?
I do it with this guy named Matt Sparks and Kendall Gammon, who's a former long
Love
snapper.
Kendall Gammon.
Kendall's come on with us. He's a longtime former Pittsburgh Steeler and then Kansas City Chief. He was a long snapper in the NFL.
And he's part of the broadcast.
For a long time, and he's part of their pregame broadcast. So I do Kansas City Chiefs hits every week for the last like 7 or 8 years.
Do you crap on the team when you're on with them?
Oh, as much as I can. I pump the Niners up and I S on the Chiefs as I can. But I watch a lot of Chiefs football just because, one, they've been fascinating in the Mahomes era.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm a big football fan.
Yeah.
But what's funny is they think in Kansas City, to get this little insight from them, I get them on, they're like, tell us something good, man. Give us some good notes. Because I always try to come with a note or a stat or a quip or something that we can build off of each week when I do these hits with them. But they're like, give us something on an 0-2 team. And I said, you mean how like none of them make the playoffs? And the sky's falling in Kansas City. Fans cannot believe the Chiefs are 0-2. Now,
That's
here's the
ridiculous.
Thing. Here's the thing, and I said this about anybody who we were talking about it yesterday. Anybody who goes, Brock Purdy doesn't deserve $53 million. He's not a guy who carries the team. I said last year the Chiefs had a great supporting cast, specifically defensively.
Yeah.
They were a good run team. They won a lot of close games. They also went They got, by the way, very fortunate. Remember the missed kick against Denver?
Yeah, absolutely.
The doink off the upright
Tampa
against
Bay
Denver?
not going for 2 at the end of
This
regulation.
is my thing. The Chiefs they won 15 or 16 games last year. 15?
They won 15 games.
So they go 15
the
and
last
2.
game of the year didn't matter. It was Carson Wentz starting against the Chiefs.
So the starters for the Chiefs last year go 15-1. Patrick Mahomes had the worst statistical individual career or season of his career.
Yeah.
Right? And then everybody goes, well, I don't know if they're going to get it done. They didn't get it done in the Super Bowl because the Eagles were the better team. It's tough to win 3 Super Bowls in a row playing a first-place schedule.
Right.
They're seeing that again right now. They're playing a first-place schedule. That said, they're also playing the NFC East, which might be the weakest division in the NFC. Right?
I would say South, but yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. The South. I'd say East is second worst. I'd say North 1, West 2.
Yeah.
East, then South. But
agree
even
with
in
that.
the East, Jaden Daniels out this year. It's a bounce-back year. So depending on how you rated Washington, that can change, I think, how you see each division. My point is, Mahomes is 0-2 right now. He's not put up any big numbers in the first 2 games of the season. Show me the weapon on his team that anybody is excited about.
I know.
Is there any weapon on the Chiefs offensively that you would take over anybody on the 49ers? Not offensive line. I'm talking running back, wide receiver, tight end. I'm not taking Kelsey over Kittle.
No.
At healthy, I'm saying.
Not right now.
I'm not taking Kareem Hunt or Isaiah Pacheco over Brian Robinson
or Christian McCaffrey. No.
I'm not taking any receiver on their staff. Rashee Rice, when active, I would take Rashee Rice as...
I would take Xavier Worthy over a lot of 49ers.
Would you take him over Pearsall?
Yes, I would.
Would you take him over Ayuk?
And I'm a little biased because he went to Texas, but he is that explosive.
Would you take him over Ayuk, though, when healthy? I wouldn't.
I have to see Ayuk healthy, but...
You saw
Ayuk
healthy. I'm saying you've seen Ayuk
with
healthy.
With a larger sample size of Brandon Ayuk, I would lean on Brandon Ayuk.
You've seen 2 years of Xavier Worthy, right? 1 or 2? Is this year 3 for him?
This is year 2.
This is year 2. So you've seen a year Worthy?
That's what I'm saying, is that Brandon Ayuk has done
it's
more
less
in this
proven,
league.
and you haven't seen enough to be excited about it.
I get it.
They drafted Worthy in hopes that he would be their next big guy.
But the Chiefs' defense is stacked, and they played pretty tough teams to start with the Chargers and Eagles. I would just say
they lost that game because of an interception. My point is the Chiefs' margin for injury.
The
Chiefs' margin for injury. Yeah, they lost a game in division in Brazil.
Right.
And then they lose a game by they lose by 3 last week.
Yeah.
They lose by 3 in week 2, and it was because of an interception that gets tipped up into the air. It wasn't
By
like
the way,
Mahomes made a terrible play.
Did you see the mic'd up with Chris Jones on the sideline just being like, they've ran the same effing play 7 times in a row?
No, I didn't. No.
He's just so pissed because, like, we can't stop it. We can't stop the tush push. And you know what's lazy, though, is now every, like, national media member's like, okay, I get it. The tush push sucks. Well, you know what? It sucked before. Nothing changed just because the Eagles won a game in week 2. Why now is it bad? Because we made a big deal in the offseason that it needs to go?
You know what this feels like to me, and I don't know. I don't know how many on the patio here at Jack's Restaurant, 1502 Saratoga Avenue in San Jose, don't you know, the Westgate Shopping Center. I don't know how many people here would relate to this. There's a movie called Hardball. Our guy Greg Silver in the afternoon rocks a shirt from it all the time. Keanu Reeves is like a degenerate gambler.
G-Baby.
He starts coaching an inner city baseball team, like Little League team.
Uh-huh.
There's a scene where all the kids on his team, they're a terrible team, they can't keep it together. But one kid on the team who's the pitcher, he pitches really well if he has a Walkman in his pocket and he's wearing headphones on the mound because he pitches to the rhythm of Notorious B.I.G.'s I love it when you call me Big Papa. So when he's on the mound, he like sways his arms to the air and then he goes into his motion and he pitches, right? He's great when he's listening to the music.
Right.
At one point, they're beating this, like, I don't know, white team. Okay. That like has a lot of money.
Accurate.
You know what I mean? It's really how it goes. And
Well-funded team.
Well-funded team. The coach on the other team. Thank you, Tim. That's exactly. It's a better. It's a better explanation than I would have had.
It's the dirty word.
Since the dirty word did. So the coach on the other team at one point stops the game and goes, "Hey! I think it's dangerous that kid is pitching with a Walkman on. Who knows what's going on? He could electrocute himself while he's pitching, which is hilarious." And Keanu Reeves goes, "So now this guy doesn't want to let him wear his headset, quote, because he's pitching too good."
No, man. No way.
Because he's pitching. That's how I feel people have responded to the tush push.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a damn about a play that is unique until it dominates everybody in the league.
Absolutely.
And then all the 31 owners who can't do that play look at each other and go, we got to figure out a way to stop this to get it back to level playing field. Because we don't know how to stop this, so nobody else can do it because they're first down and too good. You know what I mean? That's basically what it comes down to.
Yeah.
A team decided we've got a play that fits within the rules of football, and everybody wants to change the rules to make that square peg fit a round hole. And to me, I go, that square peg fit a square hole. It was in the bounds and within the rules of football.
Yep.
If you can't stop it, that's on you. If they can execute it, that's on them. Get better stops on third down, and you won't have to deal with it. This is the problem I had with the change of overtime football rules. When Josh Allen didn't get to touch the ball in overtime against Mahomes and the Chiefs, people went, this is outrageous in the AFC Championship. How is it that we went to overtime and the best player on the other team didn't get to touch the ball? And I respond, football is a two-side sport, maybe 3 when it comes to special teams. If you want your team to touch the ball, get a damn stop. That's part of the game. It is not an all-offensive game. While the league is geared toward offense, because that's what chicks dig the long ball, that's what sells tickets, that's what sells TV packages, that's what people want to see. Football is a two-sided game. It's already the hardest thing to do in football is play defense. Nobody knows how you're allowed to hit somebody. The rules change every year. You can't hit guys the same way you could. There's players in the NFL now who can hit guys in high school in a way that they can't hit them in the NFL now because the rules have changed within a 7-year window. If you can't get a stop, figure out a way to get a stop. You want Mahomes, they go, he won because of a coin toss. No, he didn't. He won because your team on defense couldn't get a stop against the best quarterback in football. And if you had won the coin toss and your quarterback did that, we would be going home. So they changed the rules so everybody gets to touch the ball. Maybe that's better for the game. Maybe that's more appealing. I don't care.
And to your point, the 49ers would have a Super Bowl if they didn't change that rule.
And if they didn't change the rule, the Niners would have a Super Bowl ring.
Yep.
So everybody who goes, it's not fair because the tush push is working. The tush push is it's a football play. I don't give a damn what anybody says. If you don't like it, go stop it. I don't like it happening against the Niners, but if the Niners don't like it, figure out a way to stop it. It's not an unbeatable play. Or get a stop on third down.
To the bigger
Stop leaving
point,
it at 4th and 1.
It's don't give up 8 yards on 1st and 2nd
Thank you.
down.
You know
what they're going to do on 3rd when they get to 3rd and 1.
Make it long. There are 2 teams every week going for it on 4th down.
Exactly.
Okay. You know it's Detroit and Philly.
But back to your original question.
What was it?
How big of a deal would it be if the Niners were 3-0?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that one. How big? Pretty big.
I would say pretty big. I would say with their schedule and what's in front of them, and it's probably one of the more easier schedules we've seen in quite some time, that'd be huge. When you're playing the likes of, and I know that they could be a good team. We'll see what happens. But you're playing the Jacksonville Jaguars. You're playing more teams for the NFC South. I think the Niners have a good chance to rack up a lot of wins. I don't know when they'll be truly tested. I think it's just the NFC West games. I don't know what to make of the Houston Texans when they play them. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are showing that they're one of the better teams in the NFC right now. But I think that if the Niners go 3-0, I think it's trending in the direction they'll probably be a playoff team.
Well, to the point you're also making, all the NFC West teams are also winning.
Yes.
Not like anybody's losing. I mean, there's one loss, I think, in the whole division, right?
No, it's Seattle to the Niners week 1.
One
To
loss.
the Niners,
Yes.
yeah.
So, I mean, and I brought this up before where I think that even though the Seahawks have that lone loss in the division right now, they have the most impressive victory going to Pittsburgh and winning. But the Niners are a close second, winning on the road in Seattle week 1. But I will say, if the Rams go into Philadelphia this weekend and beat them, that's by far the most impressive win of the season.
Yeah, since 1990, 288 teams have started 0-2. 253 of those have missed the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's your numbers are not good going 0-2. Now, going 3-0, that's what I'm saying is we always look at the 0-2. Going 3-0 significantly increases. Since 2002, over 80% of the teams that start 3-0 make the playoffs.
Yeah. It's a good shot you'll make
Especially if 2 of those 3 are in your division.
But do you remember when the
Probably
49ers, I think they started 2-0 in the 2021 season and lost 4 in a row. They started 2-0.
They beat Philly and Detroit. They beat Detroit
Yes.
and then Philly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then they
started 2-0 and then went 3-5.
Yes.
So they went 1-5 after starting 2-0, and they went to the NFC Championship.
Yeah.
But they lost 3 running backs.
Yeah.
They lost
injuries mounted up, definitely.
Mostert week 1. Then they went to somebody else. Maybe Breida was around. I can't remember. Elijah Mitchell, the 6th rounder out of UL Lafayette, ended up emerging as the starter.
Right.
Oh, you know who the other one was? Who was that 3rd rounder? Trace Sherman.
Oh, yeah, Trace Sherman.
Sherman was the 2nd running back who ended up in Philadelphia.
Right.
He was the 2nd guy. Elijah Mitchell then goes down, and Debo becomes the wide back. Debo had, what do you have, 8 rushing touchdowns or something that year?
No, it was incredible. Something
It
we
was
haven't seen since the likes of Lenny
Nobody
Moore.
saw that before.
Yeah.
Since the likes of Lenny Moore.
But, injuries are still mounting up for the 49ers. But if they're able to still stack up wins, that's a huge deal. Then you get back George Kittle, you get back Brandon Ayuk, you get back to Marcus Robinson from suspension. So it'll be a huge deal if they go 3-0, absolutely.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We are live from the patio of Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. 1502 Saratoga. Shots are kicking in. 1502 Saratoga Ave, Westgate Shopping Center. You didn't even take the 3rd.
I'm pacing myself. I have to be on edge for T-Rock coming
I didn't
up.
tell you. You have to be on edge. You have to be on top of it.
Yeah.
You take this one. I think I'm at 4.
Okay.
Oof.
I'm
what
at
do we
2.
got? We're out at what time?
We're out at
5. What's up, Mike? It's my boss. You see my eyes? Yeah, they're right here, bro. They're good. They're good, bro. You see that? I don't give a damn, Mike.
It's going to be some real award-winning
We got plenty more,
diamond notes.
award-winning diamond notes. They're all sponsored, by the way.
Razzies.
Right around the corner coming your way. Dirty Work rolls on from the patio of Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. Tim Ryan, he'll be on the call Sunday. He joins us next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Heads up, Giants fans. Tonight, 7:10 Giants-Dodgers game will not be on cable TV.
This will be a radio-only game. There will be no local telecast back to San Francisco. The game will be streamed by Apple TV Plus.
But KNBR has you covered with pregame starting up at 6:10 with this date in Giants history, the Bo Show, Around the Park, and award-winning Diamond Notes. Catch it all on KNBR, the no TV leader.
Bummer, dude.
The 49ers home opener is on Sunday, but the tailgate's already underway. Back to dirty work from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose on the Sports Leader.
It's dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. And we are live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. I believe the home city of our next guest, Tim Ryan, who will be on the call on Sunday from Levi Stadium. He joins us courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line. Tim is sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. Tim, an Oak Grove native, joins us on the Yuma Guest Line. What up, Tim? How you doing, bro?
T-Rock.
You damn right, Copes. You damn right. South Bay, baby. San Ho. I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're
doing
great,
well.
man. Dude, San Jose coming out strong, man. The Valkyries played in San Jose the other night. They brought Valhalla to the South Bay for the WNBA. And we got Oak Grove, alumni here on the patio with us, standing up strong, repping Oak Grove here in San Jose as we're at Jack's Restaurant. Dude, I think everybody's hyped about a potential 3-0 start. What would that mean for the Niners? 3-0, 2 wins in division to start this year.
Well, obviously in division, when you think of those, and hell, you use the Jim Harbaugh rationale. It's not just 2 games. It might even be worth 3 games. I'm not really subscribing to that. But it's big, man. This team won 1 game in the division last year. The 49ers were 1-5. So to be able to get to 2-0 in the division and 3-0 when you consider, the injuries and the health issues this team has had with some of its best players, and it looks like that may continue going into week 3. It's money in the bank, man. Just keep making deposits, and eventually those guys are going to come back, and this team is going to get up to full speed. Now, of course, you got to just think that they're and hope that there's not, and keep your fingers crossed. But there will be more injuries as the season goes on. That is the NFL. It's a battle of attrition and trying to get through 17 as healthy as you can. Some of it's luck for sure. And this team has had buzzard's luck with the injuries when you go back to last year and certainly this year. But it would be big, man, no doubt.
So, Tim, it sounds like Mac 10's going to go again on Sunday. What'd you make of him last week, and what'd you see from him from practice this week?
Faux life, Mac 10 to the rescue. Let's go.
Faux life.
Faux life. Look, the guy is a perfect fit in the locker room in terms of just his personality type and the kind of guy he is. Fun to be around, fun to hang out with, fun to listen to, fun to talk to, and fun to watch play. I think the thing that I enjoyed last week, because Brandon Staley, the defensive coordinator now, he with New Orleans, he's going to mix and match and do a lot of different stuff, and a lot of, that's pro football, but Staley's smart, creative, and good at it, and he ran the offense. Mac threw to the right guy. Yes, there was some hiccups. Yes, he probably held the ball too long a couple of times. He's not going to have the escapability that Brock has, or some of the guys in this league, that he's going to extend plays or get you big first downs with his legs. Now he's capable of moving and climbing in the pocket and kind of finding some of those lanes, but I thought he played really well under the circumstances. And I'll tell you what, if Ricky doesn't throttle down on that seam route, that's a long touchdown that's just going to add to his yards. So I know they were happy with his performance. It's an offense that the quarterback, if he's seeing it like the head coach sees it and how the play caller sees it, there's going to be voids in defenses. And it'll be the same this week. Now, Arizona has played more man against the 49ers, if my memory serves me, than they do against most other teams when they get into some of those zone coverages. 49ers got down into the scoring area, and Nick Rallis, the Cardinal D coordinator, loves to man guys up. We'll see if the 49ers, we'll see if he does that with some of their injuries at corner, and with the 49ers, especially if Juwan Jennings isn't out there, and fingers crossed that Juwan's going to be able to go on Sunday. But Ricky can certainly beat man. There's no question about it. I think Tonjes, when I look at how they play defense and how they line up, they're tight end susceptible in terms of opportunities and areas of the field that you can attack against some of those coverages. But Mac is going to, here's really kind of the bottom line. They're going to have a run game with CMC to keep Mac out of the longer down and distances. And the 49ers have been great on the money down, third down this year. I think they're second in the NFL on third down conversions. But the key to the game is once they do throw it, is being able to have your eyes in the right spot and what the protection plan is. They've got good rushers. Josh Sweat can bring it off the edge. He knows this system, having played for Gannon in Philadelphia. And Gannon, the head coach, and Rallis, the defensive coordinator, they're really good at sending those fire zones where they're playing zone behind it, but they're attacking your protection, and they're getting a free blitzer. And these guys are finishers, and they got a lot of jokers. And when I say jokers, I mean guys that you don't know pre-snap, excuse me, if they're rushing or they're dropping into coverage. And they'll drop defensive linemen and rush outside linebackers. They'll rush safeties. They'll rush corners. They'll rush linebackers. And they're all good at it, and they know how to attack, protect. You turn this way, center turns this way, you eat two guys up and wrap. Here it comes. You got another guy coming free. So the protection plan has absolutely got to be on point. Running backs will be a big part of that. McCaffrey especially, who's real good at it and very smart and knows what they're trying to do. And if they protect Mac will do what he does. He'll complete balls, and he'll find voids on the back end against that secondary.
Talking to Tim Ryan. He'll be on the call Sunday, Week 3, the home opener for the Niners. We'll have pregame starting at 10 a.m. over on Mike Holler's KSFO 810. Tim, in a game like this where Derek and I are kind of, I don't want to say last year, the end of the year is a wash, but in terms of seeing starters and players that mattered for this year against the Cardinals, going back to Week 4 of last season, Week 5 when they met at Levi's last season. Top two receivers in that game for the Niners, Ayuk and Kittle. Top rusher in that game for the Niners, J.P. Mason. The top passer, of course, Brock Purdy. None of those guys expected to be there or will be there on Sunday. How big of a difference is it or is unknown? Is that a benefit thing for the Niners? Like, how do the Cardinals play this on a side where they don't know the top 5 guys offensively for the 49ers necessarily?
Yeah, I don't think it's a benefit. I mean, those are – I mean, I think it's a benefit for them, certainly not for us without those star players on the field for the 49ers. This league is about players, not plays. Plays matter, but – you know, big-time players and executing those plays is what you're looking for. So, you know, I am confident that guys will be able to step up offensively. Their defense for their front seven is new, and they're upgraded. They're better players. But you couple the 49ers injuries with their injuries on the back end, and the game really is just going to come down to execution. It's going to be a big challenge. But I think it's one when, you know, I've missed a practice. I know every one of these guys. I know how they operate. I know what they're trying to do in terms of schematically and how you want to attack these guys. And I'm confident if they go out there and as I say, feed the read if you're Matt Jones. Here's where the read says, go with the read. This is 49ers are a really, really elite coached football team. So it's about the things I just talked about. But there's no question without those players, to me, that's a benefit for the Arizona Cardinals, and it'll make it a bigger challenge for the 49ers.
I mean, on the defensive side, obviously Fred Warner and Nick Bosa have had great starts this season, but what are you seeing from Demo Lenore right now, and would you anticipate he matches up with Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I would not. I mean, I don't think he's gonna shadow him or travel him around. I just, I think DK Metcalf, the 49ers did some of that against Seattle over the last couple of seasons, but I don't see it like that. I mean, they move, Marvin Harrison multi-aligns. They'll put him in the slot, they'll put him at X, they'll put him at Z, and they'll figure out ways to get the best matchup for him. So I like both, Diamador, Renardo. I like both of them equally against Marvin Harrison Jr. And I think one thing about Marvin is 50-50 balls are a problem. He's 6'3". He'll go up and get it. He's a smooth route runner. He's got, he'll change his tempos. But he's not going to create a whole bunch of separation. So those guys are going to be there, and I think they'll be in tight coverage. At least I hope they are. And then they just got to go up and make the play. He has not really gone off this year in terms of, he's gotten a touchdown, and he's still a very, very good receiver. But he's a young receiver. The key to the game is, and he'll get his catches. He's going to have opportunities, as is Trey McBride, who is a fantastic tight end. The key is to anticipate, based on some of the indicators, scouting report, down and distance, formations, that this is what they're going to run and kind of be, anticipate what they're doing and play fast and take away that first read. If you take away the first read of Kyler Murray in the pocket, now it's playground football. And he's very capable. He's way more under center now. He's certainly improved as a pocket passer. But it is a challenge for him to be able to see out of the well. So get that read taken off the table for him, and then the whole key to the game is going to be able to neutralize him in terms of corralling him in the pocket. Way easier said than done. This game's about eyes and angles as pass rushers. And the problem when you're playing a guy like Kyler Murray is every pass rusher, including myself, that I've ever known alive on the planet, does one thing when they're rushing the passer. You try to get to an edge. Get to an edge and get by the guy. Guys bull rush and you can win like that, but ultimately you got to get to an edge to get by him. Well, as soon as you get an edge, Kyler Murray just got an edge with an escape hatch, and he will take it. And their big plays come when he is breaking contain or he's using his legs going north and south. So whatever the rush plan is going to be this week has got to be on point, and guys got to play with great eyes and great angles on him. I am hoping that, the youth, and everybody's talked about the youth, which has been outstanding for the 49ers, but D. Winters in year 3 with his foot speed, Upton Stout with his foot speed out there at the slot, Marcus Siegel with his foot speed out there at safety. I'm hoping that that's a factor in the game when Kyler Murray breaks contain, and those guys, somebody's got to track him down, because if he's got you out leveraged, he's running away from you. The whole game is going to be able to limit him and what he's able to do with his legs, both as a runner and as a thrower.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. Kyler Murray's dangerous, but have you seen any changes in his game? I know that he can beat you with his legs, and he can throw it deep, but to me it seems like he's still that guy that will throw a bad interception when you put pressure right in his face.
Well, like most guys, but when you're that talented, and you think of, I think of young Caleb Williams in Chicago. When you're that talented, the play is never dead for those guys. And I call it hero ball, because sometimes they're going to make plays where you're like, oh my God, how did he do that? That's defying X's and O's. That defies scheme. You can be perfect, and because of his talents and his skill sets, he's still going to make big plays. But there is no doubt that look at the game last week against Carolina. They get him to retreat. They get him out of the pocket. He tries to flip up something as late and not thinking that D lineman, that rusher, had those long arms and was going to get him on him. He's able to get a piece of the ball. It's a bad throw, an interception. Carolina all of a sudden is right back in that game, and it ended up, the inability to step on him right there because of hero ball from the quarterback. Again, it's cost-benefit analysis, risk-reward. He is rewarded a lot because of that, and that's a big part of his game, but he will give this defense opportunities if you can get that heat on.
Talking to Tim Ryan will be on the call on Sunday. 49ers and the Arizona Cardinals. 10 a.m. pregame, a 1:25 kickoff from Levi Stadium. Tim, we talk a lot about trenches. We talk turnovers. What style of game do you anticipate this is going to be?
I think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to be a defensive game. I don't think there's going to be 50 plus points in this game. I think it's going to come down to who makes the fewest mistakes, and because it's very evenly matched, probably come down to a kick. 49ers will benefit from being at home, but I think the biggest thing for this team, and now you go play 2 games on the road, which they've done, and thankfully 2-0 and a long trip to New Orleans and the early start and getting back, is mentally it can be draining. So I don't want to see a lot of mental errors, which I've not seen. Those have been few and far between, which is a credit to the coaches and a credit to the players. But one critical mistake, one busted coverage, one that the quarterback thought the receiver was doing this, he did that, it ends up being a turnover. That something like that will end up deciding a tight matchup like this.
Tim Ryan will be on the call on Sunday, 1:25 kickoff, the home opener, Niners and the Cardinals. Tim, great to talk to you. As always, have a good call on Sunday, and we'll see you down there, man.
Tell my Oak Grove crew I said, what's up?
Oh, they're here. They're feeling it. Oak Grove, stand up out here in San Jose. Tim Ryan.
If I know them, they've been feeling it.
Dude, we started at 2, so dude, I'm feeling it. It's in the air, Tim. Have a good call, man.
Yeah, but you're not feeling it like they are, Cope. You are not feeling it like they are.
Yeah, dude, you want to bet 4 in? All right, Tim, we'll talk to you soon, brother.
All right, you guys. Enjoy.
All right. The great
Later,
Tim Ryan. We got plenty to come. The 49ers and the Arizona Cardinals. Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the Niners, joined Derek and I yesterday as he does it. Can you believe that? Shanahan joins Dirty Work every week?
It's kind of crazy.
It's kind of ridiculous. He must not know what's going on.
No, he probably doesn't.
He probably has no idea what's going
No.
on. Kyle Shanahan.
He doesn't know who he's talking to.
49ers head coach joins us on Thursdays. We'll play it again for you next, only here on the Replay Leader.
Thank God.
Go hang out with the Dirty Work boys and the rest of the filth
You fellas have a lot of growing up to do, I'll tell you that. Can you believe these characters?
at Jack's Bar and Restaurant, 1502 Saratoga Avenue in San Jose. Copes, Derek, and Timmy will be broadcasting live from the patio to get you ready for the 49ers home opener.
Have a good mind to go to the warden about this.
That's Dirty Work at Jack's, leading up to the Giants pregame on KNBR, the...
You know what hurts the most is the lack of respect. You know? That's what hurts the most. Except for the other thing.
Leader.
faithful. To him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
On the sports leader.
We do it every week with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. Kyle is sponsored by Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. When you're injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference, and sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. Kyle, what's going on, man? How are you?
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
We're doing well, man. Week 3, second NFC West opponent. Do you like getting like 3 division games in early like this?
I mean, if we do good in them, I do. If not, I'd like them to be later. So it really doesn't matter to me. It all depends how the games go.
Yeah. So 2 days of practice in this week. I mean, we thought Mac looked great last week. We'll talk more about him. Any update on Brock or different situation than what you said yesterday?
Pretty much the same situation. He was able to get out there again today and be limited in what he did. And it was nice that he was able to get out and do some stuff, though. You know, anytime you hear turf toe, you get so nervous about that stuff that just you don't know which kind it is. And the fact that he's been able to do some this week, I think, is a real good sign and gives him a chance to go on Sunday.
So, Kyle, what's the determining factor for you in order for Brock or any injured player to play? Like, what do you need to see in practice, and what do you need to hear from the trainers?
I mean, you got to hear with the trainers that they can protect himself, that they can perform the things that gives him a chance to be successful, and that he's not going to make it worse. Once he does do that, then you're pretty much good to go. Each player is different. I mean, there's some guys that, you know, there's no way you'd let them go unless they got into practice. There's other guys that, as long as they're good on Sunday, you would give them a chance to go. So each situation's a little bit different. But, you know, with Brock, we've been through a lot with Brock. He's played hurt. We've gone through weeks where he's tried to go and couldn't go. So I really trust how Brock is, what he tells me he can do. And if he tells me he can't do something, or if he tells me he can, it's always very honest and responsible, I'd say, in how he tells me. So I feel real good with the communication on him with that.
I feel like we've heard the term like emergency quarterback a couple of times. I think John might have said it even this morning on the morning show. What, the definition of emergency quarterback, is that number 2, number 3? Like, how do you think about that?
They changed that rule in the league to where if you have 3 quarterbacks on your 53-man roster, then you can have a guy up as the third who really doesn't count,
right?
As the guy's active, and if the first 2 get hurt, then he can go in, and I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with him going in as the 2. I'd be fine with him going in the 1. So depends on how these next 2 days go, and we'll have most likely till Saturday to make that decision.
When Mac has a performance like he did on Sunday on the road in New Orleans, I mean, I thought the offense looked great. I mean, at times he had to make some big throws. The final drive before the end of the first half, awesome. And then, of course, in the second half, he made some big plays. Does his play make a decision on Brock any easier for you?
No, it really doesn't. I mean, it's nice to have a backup that you have a lot of confidence in, and that you know can play at a high level. But it really has no difference. I mean, if Brock can go and protect himself, and the trainers say that they don't think it's a risk, and Brock feels confident to perform, then it doesn't matter at all to me what the backup does. You'd go with Brock.
Talking to Kyle Shanahan on the UMA guest line. So what is your usual approach when a backup QB plays for you the first time? I was a little surprised you had Mac Jones throw 39 times, but was the game plan to treat this game as if Brock was out there?
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know, I treat it pretty much the same. If you got confidence in the guy, I mean, I didn't plan on going in and saying we were going to throw the ball 40 times. I didn't do that at all. I kind of went in planning to do what we always do, try to be very balanced in normal situations, which is anything I consider, you know, between the red zones and the normal part of the field, anything that's not second and 10 or higher, or third downs or red zone. So anytime in that situation, we usually are 50-50. Certain things can happen in the game where that can go up, you know, whether it's 2-minute drives, being in a lot more third downs. I know we had a number of negative runs that got in us a few second and longs, but I think that's really what it called for. Didn't plan on it that way, but we felt that was what we needed to do to win the game.
Kyle Juszczyk left the game with a concussion. How's he progressing through the protocol, and how have you thought of, or what have you thought of the sort of in-game switch that Tonjes and Farrell have had to make in the last 2 weeks, both guys thrust into action in different roles?
Well, yeah, first of all, Kyle's he's doing great this week. You know, you got to pass all the protocol stuff, but just talking to him and communicating with him, he's been feeling good. But there's still protocols that he's got to pass and stuff, so we'll see how that goes. That's really out of everyone's hands, but he's had a good week so far. And yeah, I can't say enough about those guys. I mean, when it was kind of a mess when Kittle went down for a little bit at Seattle, but we eventually settled down, and those guys made some huge plays. And I thought, all right, now we're prepared for that, and we cover all that, and we're pretty much good to go. And then kind of the opposite thing happened versus New Orleans, where then Juice went down, and then so we had to kind of scramble for a little bit with that. And it's a huge credit to those guys that, they prepare for it, they look at all of it, but you don't get to go through it all in the week. So to be able to switch that stuff up and there early in the second quarter, and for them to play at a high level and make some big plays in that game was huge, and one of the big reasons we were able to still win.
We were all marveling at the play design of McCaffrey's touchdown. Can you walk us through that play with how McCaffrey splits out as a receiver and runs a route in between Pearsall and Jennings?
Yeah, it was actually the coverage we were hoping to get there, and we thought by him delaying off the ball just a little bit. They were in kind of a quarters combo coverage where they play outside and inside. They kind of triangle the two of them, and we thought by him delaying a little bit off the ball that Ricky could collect two people and Christian would sneak to the back corner of the end zone, and it actually didn't work as good as we thought it would. They kind of saw him get out there, but they just ended up dropping him. So he ran right by him, and he ended up getting open. It was a hell of a throw, really good protection, so he could wait on it. It is a long developing route. That was kind of what we were nervous of the most, but the O-line was able to get him the time, and then Mac threw a hell of a ball.
The other play I was looking at is the Juwan Jennings touchdown, 42 yards, longest touchdown of his career. When you see it on different angles and behind Mac, he's throwing him open, right? Like he wasn't open when Mac lets go of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, we went on the quick count, and I feel it caught them off a little bit because I believe their Mike should have been running it down the middle of the field, so he could have protected it a little bit, and there wasn't anyone. But their outside backers were so deep that usually you just check it down in the timing of the play. But there was no Mike there, and the guys were deep, but Mac had the protection, and he had the confidence to kind of just sit and wait on it. And he took a couple extra hitches to allow JJ to get past the deep linebackers, and then he threw it over those guys. And then JJ had a really good angle with the lead block from Tonjes, and it was a hell of a house call and a real big, important play in that game.
Yeah, huge throw, great play as Juwan finds the end zone. He left the game at one point and then came back in with the ankle, and he was, I guess, a game-time decision with the shoulder. He got kind of banged up. How's he feeling? What's his status for this week?
It's similar to last week, just a different injury with the ankle and stuff. So he hasn't been able to go at all this week. That's how it was last week. But he was able to get out there on Friday last week, which made him prepared, and he was able to gut it out and be ready for that game. And thank God he was, because he was huge in it. But this week it's been the same. He hasn't been able to practice yet. Hopefully he'll get out there tomorrow, but we're still not sure yet.
Talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan on the Uma guest line, Eddie Pinheiro had a really nice debut, but what was going through your head when he missed that first PAT?
I was just trying to block it out, not let it affect me too much.
Yeah.
Not get too down about it. If I knew if I would have, I probably would have gone for it the rest of the game, and that's never a good decision. I mean, It was his first one, so I wasn't going to let any past experiences for what's been going on kind of change me. So I tried to give him a freebie in my own head and just stick with that. And I'm glad I did, because he ended up drilling the next two like there was no big deal at all, hitting right down the middle, and that definitely was a huge part in getting that victory.
If you had to design the perfect interview or press conference that you have to do, would it be no kicking talk, no injury talk? Are those the top two things?
Definitely. That would definitely be the best, because I don't have a lot to say when a kick's missed, and I don't have a lot to say when a guy's hurt. But those are big questions I get a lot.
In terms of the offensive line, Ben Bartch went down, but Connor Colby, a guy who I think everybody was high on in the preseason and throughout camp, stepped in. 0 pressures that he allowed this week. I guess the read on him, or the book on him, is that he's been really good in pass protection early on, which is something that I think young guys struggle with. What's your evaluation of him, and how good do you feel with him on the line filling in for Bartch?
Yeah, it's I'm glad we got him, because that's how he was in training camp. That's how he was in these preseason games, and I'm not crowning him. Still got a long way to go. But he was ready for the moment, and it didn't surprise us at all, because that's how his demeanor's been since he's gotten here. Nothing seems really too big for him. I kind of like to say he's kind of like a true O-lineman in terms of he just loves ball and doesn't make it too big of a deal. It's he went out there and played on the road in his first NFL game, to me similar to how he would have just played growing up or playing in high school. So he's kind of got a cool demeanor where he never gets too high or too low, and that's how his game was versus New Orleans, and hope to see the same thing this week.
You faced Jonathan Gannon a few times with him being in Arizona and Philadelphia. Just what's the biggest challenge his defense pose?
Just all the things he does schematically. I mean, he's never going to let you get a beat on him. he's going to change up his fronts every play, every series. He's going to change up his personnel every series, every play. Same with his coverages. So he's going to do it from the back end all the way to up front. So he doesn't let you get a beat on him, mixes things up, makes you have to work really hard in the week because anything you feel like you can really get on him, all you got to do is go to a couple clips later and realize, oh, man, that looked real good 2 plays ago, but now it looks like an interception or a turnover or a sack. So there's lots of things that kind of counter and can balance out in his defense. So we got our work cut out for us. He does a hell of a job. I think they've added some really good personnel this year to improve. It'll be a tough game for us on Sunday.
And just a couple more minutes, Kyle. I mean, you guys are wearing white at home this weekend. That's something that's rare for the 49ers, but understandable with how hot it gets. Is that something you decide, or is that decided by others?
I unfortunately had to decide that back in April this year.
What?
Because last year we had a heat wave.
Yes.
When we played them, and we knew that on a Monday, so I asked if we could wear white jerseys that week because, I started out my career in Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And it was just such a big deal when it was that hot, when we'd be in the white jerseys and everyone was in their dark uniforms. I thought it was a huge advantage for us. I can always feel that disadvantage when you go to places like Miami and stuff. Never thought about it out here. I never thought it got too hot, but it was that one day, and we knew it was going to be. So we asked NFL if we could wear our whites, and they said you had to decide on that before the season started.
Wow.
And so I did think that could have been an advantage that we weren't able to take advantage of. So I had to decide in April, and I tried to look at the weather, and they didn't have it yet. So I just went with the percentages. Well, hey, it might be hot, so we'll do white for first 2 home games. And I don't think it felt like that yesterday. It was real hot yesterday. Yeah. I don't think it's supposed to be that same Sunday, but that was the reason we're doing it.
Is there any reason why the NFL needs that information in April?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't make sense to me, but they probably don't want it to be an advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
They said we could do it if the other team agreed, but no other team is going to agree. So you got to do it before the year. So
gotcha.
I guess that's why.
Before I let you go, just kind of an off the board one. Tom Brady made this flag football announcement the other day, and your name was brought up as a coach. Are you coaching flag football next March?
I am. He just randomly asked me a couple weeks ago, and
he called you.
Yeah, and he said it was at the end of March. Should be good. That should work out on our calendar. It's only for 3 days, and I never thought I'd ever go to Saudi Arabia. So he told me it sounded really cool. It sounded fun. Get to bring my wife. We all get to go down there together, and
nice.
It's not going to be too long, but it sounded like a real good experience. So as long as it doesn't mess with anything with our schedule here, I was flattered that he asked, and looking forward to getting a chance to do something like that.
Did you make any demands? I guess Christian's going. Do you have to have Christian? Is that part of your deal, your terms in your deal there?
I didn't, because I actually even forgot to tell my wife about it because it's in March, and so I was just oh yeah, sure, but then I hung up, and then you just go back to living in our hole that we do.
Right.
But I definitely think as it gets closer, I need to make some demands like that. It would be, I don't want to go against Christian.
No.
Definitely want him on my team.
All right. Well, Kyle, good luck on Sunday, and we'll deal with the flag football stuff later. Good luck this week, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Thanks.
All right, man. Good
Thanks,
stuff.
The 49ers home opener is on Sunday, but the tailgate's already underway. Back to dirty work from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose on the Sports Leader.
It's dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from the patio at Jack's Restaurant and Bar, 1502 Saratoga Ave in the Westgate Shopping Center here in San Jose. We're working to make the connection with our guy Rich Aurelia, Giants, a former Giants shortstop. We can talk to him about what's going on with the Giants here at the end of the year and Clayton Kershaw calling it a career. 49ers and the Arizona Cardinals get going on. Yeah, dude.
What?
Out here flying the bird at Kershaw. I like somebody hearing the name Kershaw and then just flying the bird. That makes me happy.
It's our guy John.
It's our guy John, dude. Dude, one of the greats. John has seen Tim and I down at of all the guys who are a part of the riffs that Tim and I put together on Saturday afternoons at Stanford football pregame, John is first and foremost. My man is out there taking photos at Stanford pregame. And I believe did you teach Marcus Boucher or did you know Marcus Boucher as a kid? Dude, from Homestead High, is that how you know him? And his brother, dude, one of our very own, Marcus Boucher, our guy John, noted teacher and photographer here in the Bay Area. We got Niners pregame coming up at 10 a.m. on Sunday, myself and Todd Husak along with Tracy Sandler over on Mike Holler's KSFO 810.
It's a cast of thousands. You'll have Larry Krueger. You'll have Matt Mayoko. You have the whole deal.
Everybody will be by for a 10 a.m. pregame, a 1:25 kickoff.
A cast of thousands.
A cast of thousands. We've made the connection with one of our favorite guys, Rich Aurelia. Do we have a show open for Rich Aurelia, Raph? Why don't you open it up?
He was the original number 35 at 3rd and King.
Kipper swings, rolls one to short, and a bad hop. Aurelia somehow comes up with it, races to the bank with a putout, and the side is retired.
And now he joins dirty work every week.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Aurelia hits one deep to left field, and this baby is out of here. A grand slam home run for Rich Aurelia, and it's his second home run of the season and his first grand slam of his career. It is 4-0.
Forever Giant Rich Aurelia on the Sports Leader.
We do it every week with our guy Rich Aurelia, former Giants shortstop and part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game Giants coverage. Richie is sponsored by Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney. You need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard, and by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Rich Aurelia joins us on the UMA guest line. Richie, what's going on, bro? How we doing on a Friday?
I'm doing good, man. You didn't have to do that intro for me. I kind of know who I am.
with respect, Rich, we didn't. It's sponsored, so we didn't have a choice. We had to do it.
There you go. Well, there we go.
He joins us each and every week, dude. Yeah, I know, right?
Surfside,
dude. Got to get it in. Okay, so look, end of the year, man. This is a weird part of the season for a team like the Giants, who have been up and down all year. They've been hot and cold. Heard somebody earlier today say they've been bipolar this season, the Giants have, which is true. They get hot, they get cold, they hit, then they don't hit, they pitch it, then they don't pitch it. At this time of year, what do you take away from a season like this? How do you build on an up-and-down year like 2025? Because it does seem like they're closer to the pack than they were last year, though they've fallen short in the NL West.
Well, I feel like at this point, last night's loss hurt, but the Diamondback series hurt too. But I think you have to evaluate not only what went right and what you have coming back, but what are the main areas we need to work on to maybe have us gain 2, 3, 4 games in the standings. So I think at this point, that's when these conversations can start happening. Again, last night was kind of a backbreaker. Logan Webb pitched his butt off, and, they had opportunities. And I know they scored a run on an error at the plate by Bailey. But this is the time of year I think you just need to kind of, you're still in the race, but you're kind of not. But you need to really focus on what do we need to work on for next year. If this is the core guys that we have coming back, what do we need to work on and get better at to give us 2, 3, 4 games next year?
Talking to Rich Aurelio on the UMA guest line. I know he's a Dodger, but Clayton Kershaw is going to call it a career. He announced yesterday that when the season's over, he's going to retire, and tonight will probably be his last start against the San Francisco Giants. So what have you made of Clayton Kershaw's career?
Well, I know he's kind of getting up there in age because I think I faced him.
You did, Rich. I got the numbers, brother. I got them.
I think it was an 0 for 1. But, what do I think of Clayton Kershaw? You want to say that being a Giant, he's the enemy. I don't like him. But I always appreciated the way he went around about his business. He wasn't a lot of flash. He wasn't a lot of, in your face. He was just seemed like old school baseball, and I really appreciated that, and I respected that out of him. So I could sit up here today and say that I enjoyed watching him pitch, even though it was a lot of Giants losses in a lot of those games he pitched. But he is no doubt first ballot Hall of Famer and one of the greats of this generation.
I got you as 3 plate appearances against him. 0 for 2, 1 strikeout, 1 walk. 3 plate appearances, 1 walk, 1 K, and then there must have been some other out in there, some in-play out. But, yeah, 3 official plate appearances against Kershaw. I mean, it's cool to be able to talk to you. I was really hoping, and Dave Fleming said it to us yesterday, it would be really cool if a guy like Bryce Eldridge got into the lineup tonight against Kershaw, just to sort of connect those 2 careers, because that, to me, is one of the great elements of baseball that doesn't necessarily apply to other sports, where a pitcher might face a guy or a hitter face a pitcher early and late in his career, or vice versa, where that's what connects generations. Like there's the whole, degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon. You can do it with anybody in baseball from any generation effectively based on the year that you played.
I definitely agree with you. And, I just look back at my own career and, I always measure how old I'm getting, because I didn't remember I had 3 at-bats. I thought I know I hit one low liner, like right to his glove side, and he caught it like on a fly, a little soft line drive. But, I look at my career and I'm like, okay, Kershaw's one of the last guys playing that was playing when I still played. And I think Verlander was one, and I think Scherzer was one. So, it just shows you how from generation to generation, you're right. You just pass the torch and you connect the dots. And, wouldn't it be something for Bryce Eldridge to say he got his first hit off of Clayton Kershaw?
Absolutely.
That'd be incredible.
Cool. Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah. That'd be cool. It's like Willie Mays faced Warren Spahn, right? Got his first hit off of Spahn. That's an incredible connection. Yeah.
Totally. And that, that's what the game's made of. That's what the history of the game is. And, for me to turn around after I've been retired now for 15, 16 years and still see some guys pitching, and the 3 guys that I mentioned, they're all going to go to the Hall of Fame. So I was very lucky to play long enough to face them, and honored that I got that opportunity. And it should be. Listen, I know it's Dodger Stadium. I know it's a big game and blah, 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 but it should be a pretty electric environment down there in LA tonight.
Talking to Rich, really nice enough to join us as he does weekly on the Uma guest line. I was saying to the guys earlier, and I said it to Flem yesterday on the talkback on the pregame show, that as a baseball fan, as a diehard baseball fan, I've hated every time the Giants have to go up against Kershaw. He's also one of those guys where you admire his game so much, right? Like, I didn't have disdain for him, or I didn't hate him in the way I didn't like other Dodgers even as a kid growing up, because he's one of those guys you wished was on your side. You didn't not like the way that he played the game. I think back to, and you had to be on the field for this, Rich, Tony Gwynn's last at bat at the time was probably SBC or AT&T Park, but the last at bat Tony took, and he stepped into the batter's box. We gave him a standing ovation. I was in the crowd. He steps out, he doffs the cap, and nobody would let him get back in the box. Now, we don't really have that anymore, but I'm kind of miffed that as a baseball fan I didn't get the chance to send Kershaw off, because I would have liked to say, hey man, even though the memories weren't great for me, it was a pleasure as a fan to get to watch one of the all-time greats play. Do you remember the Tony Gwynn send-off? Do you remember the best send-offs at the time that you were playing?
I don't really remember that one, but I like the point you're making, because, like you said, as much as you want to hate him, guy, I mean, it seemed like for about a 7-year period, the Giants couldn't beat him. I mean, honestly, It seemed like it was that long, until recent memory. But you're right. He just went about his business quietly, professionally, never stirred anything up. And what I do remember, though, as a broadcaster, though, was, when you get those, you probably, and these guys are probably hated by either fan base. Kershaw against Mad Bum, right? And those guys end up kind of being buddies because they met at an All-Star game or played together, and it's so funny, they're not polar opposites, but like how both those guys are looked at by the opposing fan base. But I guarantee you the opposing fan bases respect those guys for the way they went about their business and what they did. I mean, I could sit here and say what a great career Clayton Kershaw had, right? I mean, you look at the numbers, and in some way, I guarantee you there's some Dodger fans that are like, man, Madison Bumgarner is probably one of the best pitchers in postseason history, if not the best, with his numbers. So there's a kind of a link there with that. I don't remember the Tony Gwynn thing. I wish I did. I do remember his last All-Star game, because that's the one I played in, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But when we send off these all-time greats, I mean, a lot of memories come flooding back for fans, teammates, opponents, and for him, I mean, I wish him nothing but the best, because I always did respect him, the way he went about his business.
Talking to Rich Aurelia on the Uma guest line. So you mentioned Bryce Eldridge. What do you think of him so far as a Giant? And what do you think of the timing of him being called up right now with, I guess it's 10 games remaining in the regular season?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just a necessity out of the Dom Smith injury, and I think he was the best option, or maybe the only option to get called up at this point. I like what I've seen. He's hit some balls hard. We know he's gonna have his share of strikeouts, but I don't think I've seen him really chase a lot of pitches yet. And granted, it's only been a few games, but we got to remember this is a 20-year-old kid too that was in high school probably 3 years ago, maybe less, and he's getting a chance to show what he could do at this level. And I haven't personally seen the lineup tonight. My assumption would be he's not in there, because it's a lefty, and they're still mathematically in the race. But I like what I've seen. Now, this is another topic where you brought up earlier, like, what do you do this time of year? I mean, now you have to see, is he going to fit in? Now that you know him for a few days and see what he can do and how he goes about his business, now you can start making an assessment on, okay, does this guy fit in on our roster next year? And if he does, where does he fit in? Is he a DH? Is he going to work at first base this winter? So there's a lot of question marks. But so far, I've liked what I've seen, and the most impressive thing about him is I like the way he carries himself. He doesn't seem rattled or nervous or scared of anything. And that's a really great trait for him to have at 20 years old.
And you are correct, Rich. No Eldridge and I in the starting lineup.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured. Until they're mathematically out of the race, I think, we'll see the, left-right platoons as we've seen most of the year.
Yeah. Talking to Rich earlier on the UMA guest line, a few more minutes. Rich, would it upset you to know that Sean Estes was 1-for-1 with a double in his career against Kershaw? I mean, that's kind of BS. Dude, he's got 3,000 OPS. That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't tick me off. Doesn't he have a grand slam off Clemens too? I mean, something like that.
Yeah, he has that too.
Dude, how about that? I wonder if he even knows about the Kershaw. I wonder if he only hangs his hat on the Clemens.
I would probably say Sean would know about the Kershaw hit. He's pretty good at remembering his offensive stuff because, I'm going to pump up his ego a little bit here, but Sean could actually handle the bat a little bit, and he could. And he could. Well, and okay, now I'll get on him a little bit. And because he was such a good athlete and he could run, that's how he rolled his ankle in that playoff game because he tried to beat the
right,
dude,
that's
and he rolled his ankle.
Come on, Sean. Come on, bro. Now you're making me upset, dude. Now I'm pissed, man. Now I'm remembering things.
I mean,
that's so
you
funny.
You never saw LeVon legging something out down the line.
No, come on. LeVon could stick a little bit, too. He could swing the bat a bit, dude. He could put two cheeks into one. Good LeVon, dude. Did you guys have, because there was some decent hitting pitchers then. Like, Schmidt wasn't the best, but he would hit one out every once in a while. LeVon could do it a bit. Obviously, Woody could get a bunt down. He'd be like the emergency guy to come off the bench and drop one down in extra innings or something. But did you guys have a pitcher's, like, home run derby at any point? Did you guys get behind that?
They would do that during batting practice, and I'll tell you what, the guy that could hit home runs as far as anybody in the lineup, everyday lineup, was Felix Rodriguez, because I don't know if you remember.
Wow, really?
He started out in the minor leagues as a catcher in the Dodgers organization. I played against him in A-ball in the Florida State League, and he was catching. And then they converted him to a pitcher. But Felix would he'd come out of his shoes, and he would hit the ball halfway, three-quarters of the way up the bleachers and left. But I do have a funny, I don't know if you guys ever heard this story. I know I'm late on time here, but when we moved into that new ballpark, LeVon could hit, man. He was a good athlete.
Yep.
And Woody could get bunts down, and Woody could slap the ball the other way. So after we were there for about a week at home taking batting practice, LeVon basically made a bet with Woody and told Woody, hey, man, if you hit one out in right field, I'm going to get your Rolex. I'll buy you a Rolex. And I swear to God, within one of the first 10 swings that day that Woody took, he turned on one and hit it over the arcade in right field. And,
you went hobble with it? Oh, he pulled it. He's a lefty.
Yeah, he pulled it. But he was jumping up and down. And, I mean, I'll tell you what, I give LeVon credit. He showed up the next day with a damn Rolex for Woody. And
props. Yeah.
I mean, he never heard the end of it, though. I mean, that's how lucky Woody was in his career. So, but those guys, I mean, I had some pretty good hitting. Russ Ortiz could handle the bat pretty well. We had a bunch of guys that could do it. And now it's all obsolete. It doesn't matter anymore.
It's all obsolete, man. Yeah, that's my whole thing, man. To be a baseball player, Richie, you got to bring a glove to the yard. That's being a ball player. You got to have a mitt. I mean, you got to have a glove. You got to bring it out with you. So I miss it, man. Rich Aurelius, we do it with him every week. I'm looking at Fee-Rod's minor league numbers. He didn't put up a lot of pop in the minors, but he did have a 2-homer season at 18 years old in rookie ball for the Dodgers, so he could stick it just a little bit. Rich, always fun, man. Love talking to you. We'll do it again next week.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Later, Rich.
Rich Aurelius, man. Dude, how about that? Fee-Rod. Mm-hmm. You remember Fee-Rod? Felix Rodriguez?
I do, yeah.
Do you? Yeah.
K-Rod, yeah.
Yeah. No.
Oh, Felix Rodriguez.
Fee-Rod was Felix. K-Rod was Francisco Rodriguez.
Gotcha.
Who emerged in 2002. Felix Rodriguez for the Giants, I think at one point had a 9-win season as a setup guy.
Through 98, he was he was nasty.
He was kind of
a setup guy.
It's funny. He was a catcher turned reliever, a la Kenley Jansen. the sort of Joe Nathan. I think Joe Nathan was drafted as a shortstop, and they turned him into a relief pitcher. Ultimately, the best closer in Twins history. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We are live from the patio at Jack's Restaurant and Bar here in San Jose at the Westgate Shopping Center. Dude, I'm 5 in. I'm 5 in. Mike would never know. We're 6 and 7, Mike.
I think he knows.
I'm at 5 shots. I'm at 3 beers, Mike.
And evidently there's
I'm
more
at 5.
on the way.
Is there more on the way? I'm tallying it. I'm tallying it, and I'm carrying. Unless I forgot, in which case I'm not carrying my own. If I forgot one, I'm losing. Is there another one? That's because Derek's done like one.
I've done 3.
You've done
I've
3?
done 3. I've done 3.
No, I don't. So, somebody here said they saw him do 3.
This just in. Adam's taking
No, we
an
had
Uber home.
who's our guy in the back right there? He was telling all the shots.
Who's our guy in the back? John?
Our guy John?
No. No, you're the man pointing. He was the one telling all the shots.
Sorry,
You, sir.
who's at 5, Derek?
You are at 5. I'm at 3.
Yeah, I know.
I'm at 12. This is bad.
Tim drove me, by the way. This is bad news
Yikes.
for me. If you're in CHP, stop by. We're leaving in a couple hours. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. All right, dude, here comes number 6 and 7. More to come here. We got Giants pregame in about 20 minutes, coming up at 6:10 for a 7:10 first pitch. Clayton Kershaw's final start against the Giants. We will put the show to bed before Giants pregame next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Heads up, Giants fans. Tonight, 7:10 Giants-Dodgers game will not be on cable TV.
This will be a radio-only game. There will be no local telecast back to San Francisco. The game will be streamed by Apple TV Plus.
But KNBR has you covered with pregame starting up at 6:10 with this date in Giants history, the Bowmail Show, Around the Park, and award-winning Diamond Notes. Catch it all on KNBR, the no TV leader.
Bummer, dude.